Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, live from Texas Card House. We are going to be here until noon, and it is on. This room. Lance, this is your first time you've been here, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah, it's good. It's
Beautiful.
huge.
It's huge. It's 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
They got a game going on. They got a game going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
I got here about 6:15. And there's always a game 24/7. Christmas night, I think they close. I think they close one night a year, and that's Christmas night. But they've got a huge poker atlas series coming up now, starting tomorrow.
That's the app, right?
That's the app, Poker Atlas. That's where you find out. You go there and you can see all of the different card houses throughout. Actually, it's the whole country. I use it in LA. And you can find out, wherever you're at, you can find out what's going on poker-wise. And it is on. They've got a $100,000 kickoff. Then they've got a $300,000 title event. It is today. They've got a senior event for just $130, and it is. It's just going to be a great week. We will talk a lot of poker over the next few hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us this morning. We have got a lot to do. By the way, we're at the Texas Card House, which is on Westheimer, right where Klein's at Green Ridge and Westheimer.
Down from Sun and Ski.
Yeah, right down from Sun and Ski, where Klein's used to be. Fuad's is here, right next door.
Lots of parking.
So if you're looking, plenty of parking, very safe. Did you get wanded when you walked in?
What's that?
Did you get wanded when you walked in?
No, he just said, "You here with them?" I said, "Yeah." And I brought in a thing.
Well, I wouldn't trust you, but you have the NFL Network shirt on.
Here. Yeah.
You got what?
I said, "There's a ton of handguns in here," but I had the NFL Network.
Right.
Shirt
That's
no,
you're fine.
So.
You're fine.
No.
Dell
They
got wanded.
They got the wand. They were ready to. Dell got wanded.
Yeah, I got wanded. I got wanded when I walked in.
I did not get wanded.
You did not get wanded.
I was asked who I was.
I'm the only one. Racist.
No, Italian.
Yeah. This again with the Italians. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. We got enough movies that we've seen, and we're like, remember when the cannoli and the whole thing where he already had it in the bathroom? Stuck in the bathroom. It was taped in the bathroom.
Yeah, I know it was taped. They don't have anything taped to the stalls here.
I was already in there. I didn't see anything. I checked.
You didn't see anything.
All right. Before Lance got here, you were voted most likely to rob a poker game. So
I was.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I probably am.
Yeah.
If you want to know, and truth be told, they're probably right.
Probably are.
So here we are. Bigger story. The Astros come
there's
from
no
behind.
bigger story than the schedule release. Okay. Somebody, you see what shirt I'm wearing today?
Yeah, I know.
NFL Network. You know why?
God. You talk
yesterday
about a company. He might as
yesterday,
well. He might as well be doing stuff to
yesterday
Roger
was
now.
our big day.
All
our
right.
big day. The best schedules, the very best schedules, the greatest schedules. So many games and only the best games. And we had the schedule release, which people at my network are like, it's fine. They turn it in like the NFL turns everything into an event, and that's fine. And people, and the NFL teams really get into it, which we're going to talk about. They all have different schedule release videos. And you saw the Texans, I'm sure, right, with Bun B and did you see it?
It's awful.
It is what it is.
It's awful.
There's very few that I think are really good. Did you see the AI one with the
Chargers is usually good.
Chargers usually. Did you see the Buffalo Bills this year?
I didn't.
So the Buffalo Bills. So Josh Allen is shooting baskets. He's somewhere just shooting baskets. Imagine that Josh can shoot.
Can ball.
Yeah. He's shooting baskets, and Brandon Beane calls him up. Josh. He goes, "Hey, I'm trying to figure out what to do for to do for the schedule release video that we're doing." He goes, Josh, "It's easy. Just use AI. That's what everyone's doing." And he goes, "Use AI?" He goes, "Yeah, just use AI." He goes, "Okay." He's like, you see Brandon Beane typing on his computer, and before you know it, Brandon Beane's looking in the computer. He goes, "All right, so we are doing a schedule release video, and we really want you to be a big part of it." And it's Allen Iverson. So he said, Brandon Beane's thinking use AI means Allen Iverson. It's Allen Iverson. Goes, "What do y'all have me here? I don't understand. Why am I here?" He goes, "Well, you're here to do schedule release." And it's almost like Allen Iverson didn't know why he was there. Like, I'm sure it was good acting, to be honest with you. He goes, "What?" He goes, and so he goes, "Okay." And he's just reading. they played. He goes, so here's the schedule right now, and then they show the schedule, and then after that, Brandon Bean goes, thanks so much, AI. Everyone told me to use AI, and he goes, now can I get a Go Bills real quick? Because I guess AI, I don't know who he's a fan of. He famously grew up in Virginia Beach, I think. I don't know. He might be a Washington fan. I don't know. And he's not a Bills fan, but he said he's a Josh Allen fan in the video. Yeah. He goes, I'm not a Bills fan, but I'm a Josh Allen fan. He goes, can I get a Go Bills? He just kind of laughed and smiled. He goes, almost like it wasn't rehearsed. He goes, go Josh Allen. He goes, all right, we'll take it.
It's enough.
So I thought, all right, that's a pretty good one. Use AI.
Yeah.
I saw the Texans where they basically had Randy Quaid. They recycle that Mexican OT. Bun B is the one who answers the phone. Slim Thug, Paul Wall. I didn't recognize. I recognize it was what's his name? The guy with the glasses that was in the video. The streamer.
Yeah, but he's the kid that was doing routes with last year with
CJ.
but
then he got in trouble for, I think, saying homophobic stuff. No. There's something else.
Did
homophobic.
He
did
gay.
stuff.
Whoa. He didn't do homophobic stuff.
No, he did. He did something that people.
There was I put in quotes controversy because allegedly he may have I don't know, but he's gay. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was something like that. Yeah. I can't report what's real or is not, but he had the answer for things. It wasn't a big deal because it's in streaming world. But it's Sketch. Is that what you're talking about?
Sketch.
Yeah,
Sketch is in it. You saw him. You knew right away that he was.
Well, you're not gonna know. It's a I don't know. Here it is. It's at first. It's
Bun answers the phone.
And Jonathan Joseph.
Yeah, Joe. What are you doing? I'm waiting for the schedule.
And then Travis Johnson makes an appearance.
Oh, is Travis?
Travis. Well, I was sitting on the couch with him. Yeah.
Oh, that was Travis.
That was Travis. Okay. Yeah. And then there's all kinds of. But it just.
Were you in it? See, I didn't get a call.
I didn't get a call.
So we're in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, and we can't get in that. But Sketch gets in.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been a Texans fan for 2 years.
Well, he announced their pick. Last draft?
I didn't get to announce the pick.
Well, you're not part of 610. Why would you announce the pick?
Texas Hall of Fame.
Does Sketch have a show?
You weren't in the Hall of Fame when they announced
Sketch
the
have
pick.
a show?
Well, we are now. Okay, we are now. And we were.
They could have gone
to
me and NFL. How good would that be? They could go to Lance Zierlein at NFL Network and me make the pick on the broadcast itself.
How about that?
And then what do they do?
Nothing.
And then I don't get it.
And guess what? I'm probably in the Green
Dennis
Bay
Quaid?
Hall of Fame.
You probably are.
I probably am. Did I get a call to go to Green Bay? No.
Dennis Quaid gets to
a-holes.
Dennis Quaid gets, and he's got a crazy brother.
Yeah.
Randy. Dennis Quaid and his son Jack acted very poorly in that movie. What the movie Companion? He acts very poorly to a robot, to an AI girl. Very poorly. He does some very suspect stuff. So I don't know why we're not getting. No, he just programs her to murder somebody.
Okay,
but it might be worth a little look. It's an easy watch.
Okay,
Companion. It's on I don't know, Netflix, HBO Max.
It's his son.
Yeah, his son is an actor. His son is also on Boys, and I think that's the only one.
The Boys.
Novocaine coming out. Oh, it's already out on streaming. Jack Quaid is doing a lot of stuff right now.
If you saw him, you'd recognize
Jack Quaid does stuff. Is that
what
you're saying?
Movies.
He does movies.
Oh, okay.
So Dennis Quaid, who I guess because he's from Houston, where's Jim Nance? All of them get calls, and we don't even get a call.
Yeah, nothing.
We get no call.
Jim Nance lives in Pebble Beach.
I'm sorry. Can I ask you a question?
He kicked us to the curb.
When did the Texans play their first game? What year?
In 2002.
But you didn't work for them the very open season.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
me too. I did the pregame show, and John was the sideline reporter.
Yeah.
And now?
And nothing.
And now what? You work
now
for
we don't get a call?
Well, have you been very complimentary of the Texans this offseason?
Always.
Yeah.
Did we not say Nick Taylor's going to call all the good plays?
Yeah,
but
we've already been saying that.
That was tinged in sarcasm.
No.
That's how you read it.
Oh, okay.
I think he is going to call the good plays.
This show,
I'm friends with D'Amico.
This show is like Twitter.
I mean,
and you can't tell what sarcasm is.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. It felt pretty clear. You guys keep talking about releases. Did you see what the Jaguars did on TikTok? Sabrina Carpenter, pop star.
Tiny.
She does, a 5.
She's wee.
Yeah, she's small, like 5'2" or whatever, 5'3", whatever. But what she does during one specific song is she does a different position. It's part of her pick. It's part of her deal. Excuse me. And what the Jags did was say,
Google that, John.
And what the Jags did was go, here are our opponents by Sabrina Carpenter positions. And what they did was just show her doing a position, and then they just put
what kind of position?
Sex positions.
No way.
Yes.
So
wait.
some of these
The Jaguars did
The
this?
Jaguars said these are our opponents by Sabrina Carpenter.
What did we
our
get?
home
Is it
opponents.
still up?
Yeah, I have it up here.
What did we
Oh.
get?
What
were we?
I have to go through it. but
Yeah.
it's
I
just
don't
her
want you
doing
to
her,
name them
her
all, per
specific
se.
positions,
Don't
and they
say reverse. Don't
just
say that.
he told me not to name it. You said it.
I said don't say that.
Why? Okay, you already said I don't have to. But it's just her doing a position, and then they
Well, now I'm
superimpose
Now I'm googling.
the logo of one of their opponents. That's what they did on TikTok.
Wow. That is interesting to be. That's a
That's a
little
little-
racy for your league, isn't it?
Yes, for the
Our home
well,
opponents.
you had to have one. Well, I guess the Colts had to have theirs deleted. They went so far out. Like, here's the problem: these social media managers, they're in their 20s typically.
Yeah.
They don't know. Like, they just think. Remember, they've grown up in the WAP,
Well, they're got
wet ass.
They got
They grew up in that
Yeah, right,
generation,
right.
so they think everything's a go.
Wait a minute. Are you okay?
Hold
this
on,
is the
hold on.
Carolina Panthers. She's got 1 foot up. Okay. And the Texans are. But she's doing all this on a stage. She's riding a bicycle on her back. And this is all stuff she does on the stage
every day, every
Yeah.
concert. Yeah, these are the less racy ones. So they tried. They,
Oh,
they
okay. I
tried
was gonna
to
say.
split the difference.
So she does racy ones too.
Yes, ones were their actual sexual positions. Yes.
So did the Colts had to delete theirs?
Yes, because they did some things that probably crossed the line a little bit.
Here's what they did. They arrested Tyreek.
Coast Guard. He was a dolphin,
Yep.
a Minecraft,
Oh, sure.
a Minecraft dolphin.
Tyreek
And he got-
arrested.
and he got
The
arrested. by
NFL
got
media is
arrested.
like, hey.
They
guarantee.
they murdered Will Levis in a hit and run. Well, which is they had Pat Mahomes' dad drunk fight John Rocker, and
Oh, wow.
during the fight, bounced Kermit the Mahomes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And was Jackson doing?
Oh my God, they should have done that.
How do
They
you
should
not
have
do
done- how do
a
you not do
TikTok
Jackson?
video?
If you're
I mean,
gonna
if
do
you're gonna
that-
get pulled off, you might as well.
Might as well. They had Kyler Murray come in as riding a chicken,
Wow. Good Lord.
and had Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz fighting in Starbucks,
Wow.
and they had to delete this post. I retweeted it to you.
Yeah, see, social
you gotta see it.
social media managers literally don't care. And we thought a plastic gun shooting
a horse. I thought of
was
that.
so bad. That's nothing
Yes,
compared
that's
to what
nothing.
they do now.
That guy got fired for
Yeah.
shooting that killing the
He was
Mavericks
ahead of
horse.
his time. Sorry, he's a pioneer
Yeah.
in social media. That's what he was.
Oh my.
That guy
God.
was a pioneer in the social media world.
He was awesome. So the Texans had one that just went. Blah, blah,
That's not
blah.
Bun and Mexican OT did that.
No, a lot of people did it.
Well, one after that, Mexican OT goes with that, and Bun goes
Well,
with that.
no, but then they all started going. Blah. They
but
had all the
it's-
pictures of all the people.
But they did others. Well, then they all did the Texans. Like Paul Wall was doing that. I will say it, like without us in it, it seemed kind of lame, honestly.
Would you have done if they asked you? Would you come on and do? Blah?
Yeah, ironically, I would have done it very ironically.
Del, you're gonna do
Remember,
it.
Chance McClain brought it back to our station.
I know
for a
he
little
did.
bit.
I know he did.
Because that's from like 1999 Super
I
Bowl
mean,
ad
people.
for Bud Light.
There are kids that have no idea what that
It's
is.
from a Super Bowl ad
Yeah.
from Bud Light, and they just made a whole thing of it.
Yeah.
These 5 black guys who are friends, and they call each other, and every time, what's that? And it
then
gets
Bud Light,
more and more.
then Bud Light changed their campaign.
What, 24 years later?
So
Yeah, you got to watch
Yeah.
it now. Kid Rock's back on board.
Well, I
All
know.
of them are back on
Yeah.
board. It
Well,
didn't take much, and they're like, we're
No.
kidding.
As soon as Bud Light
Shane
paid
Gillis.
him, as soon as paid,
Shane
Bud Light
Gillis
paid
is
him.
back.
we have a caller we've never had before. I guess we'll get to when we come back. Kids on the way to school on a mobile is called it.
We'll get
Well,
to them on the other
It
side.
wouldn't take long. We
Let's
could
do
get
it.
it now while it's timely.
Well, Lance, what did you say earlier?
I didn't say it.
He
Oh,
said-
I
he-
said
That's not the
reverse.
position.
Yeah, he said a position.
Well, what time are we going to school? Let's.
Hey.
What do we have, a 1-hour drive to school?
Well, here's better. This is better, and this is something that the kids need to learn. If they're going to buy a home, someday you're going to buy a home, kid. You need Kent Jones. You need a broker. All right. Less than 3 out of 10 people do it right and use a broker. Here's the deal. I sat down at the table, the first house that we bought, and all of a sudden they've got like 1,000 papers that you have to sign. And here's this, and here's this fee, and here's that fee, and here's this fee, and here's your title company, and here's your mortgage company, and here's your survey, and I'm like, wow, I didn't know we did all this. You know why? Because I had no idea what I was doing. You don't know how to buy a house. Kent Jones will show you how to shop. Shop your loan, okay? Shop your survey, your insurance agent, your title company, all of these things. He knows all the hacks. He can save you, literally, he can save you thousands of dollars when you sit down to sign, and more so, and more in the life of the mortgage. So you're looking for the best way to buy a home. I don't care if this is your fifth home or your first, you need a broker, and that broker is Kent Jones. 975loans.com, 713-520-5626. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back live at Texas Card House. We are here, and we're going to be here for 5 hours or so, but we want you all to come by. Today, they moved up the senior event, which they normally have on Fridays. They're going to have that today. So if you're 50 or over, just $130, $5,000 is what you're playing for. It's great. This is awesome. but we have got a huge Poker Atlas series that's coming up here at Texas Card House. And if you're a poker player in the city of Houston, this is the place to be now. And we'll tell you, but it's a weeks long event here. So this is going to be a lot of fun. If you are a poker player, this is where to be. Texas Card House. They're playing right now. Matter of fact, it's open 24/7. It is fun. It is just a great place to play. Very safe, beautiful facility. The bar is open till 2 a.m., but it's 24/7 here at the Texas Card House. Want you to come on by, and especially if you love tournament play, because they've got some great tournament play coming up over the next couple of weeks here at the Westheimer location. There's one in Spring, and there's one here on Westheimer and Green Ridge. So get on over here. All right. We will talk to Bill in just a little bit about what is going on here. But first, let's talk a little bit about, how about the Astros? We haven't even mentioned this.
Mm-hmm.
What a great comeback. I mean, we know that they're deficient in hitting. I'm going to tell you this. Jeremy Pena is on a jag. Mm-hmm. He is really, really kicking ass right now. 4 for 4 last night with the big game-winning RBI in the bottom of the 8th inning. He comes through. Man, he is pulling his hands in. They are working him high and tight. He is
with that home run.
The home run the other night.
Yeah.
And the last night as well, he had the last 2 hits where he just pulled his hands in and muscled balls out there. Him in the leadoff spot. Remember when he was in the 2-hole? He won World Series MVP like that. Mm-hmm. And then they put him out there and they put him at 6th, 7th, 8th, whatever it was. Now he's back in leading off, and he's got a confidence about him at the top of the order that is just incredible. He's at 315 now. Jeremy Pena's up to 315.
It felt like, golly, 315.
Yeah.
I mean, he is really killing it since he jumped into that spot. And he was doing okay before he hit the spot. Yeah, he's this felt like what he was always capable of. And we saw it in 22. So, 23, 24. Think about this. This is his 4th year. The last 2 years have been just like, we expected so much more from Jeremy Pena. And this year you're getting the version that we saw as a rookie. And, I had a couple of discussions, disagreements on Twitter. I think Alex Cintron deserves some blame, if you want to, for what's gone on with, this came up because, and I don't want to stray too far, but this came up because Alex Bregman was talking about the hitting coaches found small imperceptible issues with how he was loading his hands. He was loading them too slow. He was doing this, and he went through it he said, they found this, that over time I had started doing this and they got it corrected. And that's why I'm, killing the ball now. And then they, there was this, and I read that and I thought, oh, that's interesting. And you could read that as, that's not a great look for the Astros.
Well,
they couldn't find it.
And I thought that too, but then somebody said, hey, he's got his own batting coach.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
It just depends on, and that could be, how much is the Astros batting coach responsible? How much is, is Alex Bregman too tough to work? I don't know. What I didn't want to make it sound like, I do think I think it's fair to say Cintron it's not like the offense has been killing it the last few years.
No.
And Jeremy Pena has been in a hole for 2 years. And Jordan goes on prolonged stretches where he gets into a funk, even though he's an elite hitter, where he really shouldn't get into long-term funks. There's been hitting issues. I don't think we have to. I just thought some of the people on Twitter, Astros Twitter can be very rah-rah, pom-pom, deflect and defend at all costs. And it's okay to say, hey, maybe Cintron, pitching coaches have caught it a little bit. It's okay to say maybe Alex Cintron's, hasn't done a great job with certain guys over the years. But I say that to then flip it on the other side. He's got to get a lot of credit for what's going, I assume. I mean, he's a hitting coach, for what's going on with Jeremy Pena this year and Jake Myers. Jake's hitting great, but the guy to me is Jeremy Pena, because Jeremy Pena is the one that gives you your shot. If Jeremy Pena is not good, then you got an agent. You got Jordan, who seems to be hurt every year. You've got Jose Altuve, and this is the 3rd time he's had a hand issue. Jordan. You've got Altuve, who's aging, and then you've got interlopers like Paredes and Christian Walker and Rogers, and and we'll see how this all goes. And young Cam Smith. It's almost like you've got to have Diaz and you got to have Jeremy Pena. It's non-negotiable. If you want to be a good baseball team moving forward, Jordan. I mean,
Would help if Jordan was
Jordan
too.
has to be great. He has to be great. That's also. But Yiner's got to hit better, which he is, and Jeremy's got to get to his potential, which he is this year. So I give Cintron the credit for that because he's doing. You talk about bringing the hands in. That's a change in the mechanism.
I don't know who's to credit, but I do know. Yeah, something has awakened in him, and I don't know if it's a confidence. I don't know if it's if it's been an adjustment, whatever the case may be. He has hit in 16 of his last 17 and 30 of his last 32. 30 of his last 32,
Wow.
He's got a hit.
I mean, that's how you're hitting 315.
Wow. And he came from, he was down to 2-0. He was down to 180.
Well, that must have been super early.
Well, before when this started, he was at 143.
So he hit 154.
And then in the next 32 games, he's got it up to 315.
He hit 154 in March. He hit 299 in April. And in May, he's hitting 385 with a 947
OPS.
And in the last 15 days, his OPS is 1,021 in the last 15 days, which encompasses 57 at-bats. So, that's what, 13 games, I guess? That's pretty damn skippy, hitting 404 his last 15, hitting 404. Last 30 days, he's hitting 375.
Did you see the graphic of this month OPS leaders? Guess who in the top 5 in baseball in OPS this month?
Pena?
Myers. Jake Myers. He's
Top
got an 1128 OPS this month.
Wow.
And he was 0 for 3 last night.
That's pretty sparkly.
It's incredible. He's on a hitting jag as well.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? 2 guys who were at the bottom of Major League Baseball last year. Jeremy Pena was in the bottom quarter of baseball players, hitters last year. And Jake Myers was Jake Myers.
Here's a great stat, too. He's striking out like once every 7 at-bats right now, Jeremy Pena. I mean,
that's a guy that flailed at sliders away.
I mean, he's got 24 strikeouts, 162 at-bats. Just terrific. Jeremy Pena, 6 stolen bases to 1 caught stealing. He's running a little bit. He's got a decent RBI count. Yeah, he's been great. I thought the pitching was okay.
Yeah,
Cole, yes.
Cole humps it up at about 90.
About like what I figured he'd be, but he was.
Otherwise, he'd have been up.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, I mean, he'd have
been a much bigger prospect.
But he was okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
He was okay.
All right.
He got you through. Like he got to
4 1/3.
Yeah,
he got you through 4 1/3.
Yeah, 7
hits. That's
okay.
okay.
But that's what he did in the minors too. He had 3 strikeouts in 4 1/3. Gave up 7 hits, 3 earned runs. But just get him through some. Just get into the 5th. That's all we ask anymore.
Look at what the bullpen did.
Yeah.
Dubin, Ort, King, Hader, nothing. They got 1 hit.
They clean sheet him for the last 4 2/3.
Right.
1 hit. That's it.
1
hit, 2 walks, and 8 and 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, they were great. The bullpen has been. The pitching has been awesome. Kansas City's not a good hitting team.
Mm-hmm.
You got a good series here. You got DeGrom going tonight against Hunter Brown. You want to talk about an underplay? Holy crap! If DeGrom is healthy and Hunter Brown is the best pitcher in baseball right now, this will be about an hour and 12 minutes tonight's game with these 2 on the hill.
Could be quick.
Do we still have kids riding to school on a mobile? We do. Okay. So Lance was a little bit out of line.
Well, I was just saying what Dell was saying.
Yeah.
Dell showed the restraint of not saying it.
He was a little flagrant,
but people didn't know what you were talking about.
And there's kids on their way to school on a mobile joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's up, kids on their way to school?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all today?
Good.
Hey, it's actually Chris in the Woodlands. I just dropped my 4 kids off. We got a private school, and I was trying to call in before Monty got a hold of you. I used to think that guys, my kids didn't listen, John, until last week. I went up to my 13-year-old room and said, "Hey, you got an algebra test you got to study for." He goes, "I already did." I said, "Just 10 minutes." He goes, and I told him, I said, "You're not going to do good." He goes, "You don't know." I said,
I'm going to admit, you don't know is one of the most frustrating things to hear. When John does that, I don't know if Dell's like that. Like, God, I hate when he does this.
You don't know.
Tori Andrews and his wife, Nikki, use it.
But my real Texan question was, hey, so you guys talked about Pena and Myers. I hope we can have 2 offensive linemen that can be be the Pena and Myers this year going into the season.
Well, Blake Fisher would be
one. What's that?
Blake
Fisher
would have to
one of the worst linemen in the game last year. No, that would be Ed Ingram. If Ed Ingram comes up with a
well, I don't think he just means like
Cam Robinson.
Well, Jake Myers was a really bad. So was Well,
Jake Myers is. Let's just see if he can keep doing it the whole year. We're ready to crown his ass.
Listen,
I gotta wait on Jake Myers.
If Ed Ingram plays really well for a quarter of the season,
well, he's not going to. It's going to be Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah. Okay.
If you can get Laken to play at a higher level than he's played, and Blake Fisher to be the Jeremy Pena to play, at a much higher level because he's a young guy who has talent and who just develops. Yeah, you're right. That's how this schedule could turn into an 11-win season if you get good play from the offensive line. I think the defense still has to be the key. The Texans need a top 3 defense in the league.
Yeah,
they still need a top 3 defense in the league. They're not. I don't think they're ready offensively to just outgun people, and their identity is built on defense. So that's fine. That's fine. We'll see what happens.
Yep, absolutely. 713-780-3776. If you've got kids on your way to school that Lance was, it ruined ruined the whole deal for you.
Tell it to the Jaguars.
Now they're
Tell it to the Jaguars.
Now they know what's going on in the world.
Now they know that you can bully people if you're the Colts.
That there's no Easter bunny.
Kyler Murray on a small chicken.
Nice job, Lance. We are talking right now live from the Texas Card House right here on Westheimer and Greenridge. Want you to come on out and hang out. You got a nice senior event today, and then the Atlas Poker Atlas series starts up tomorrow, and it is going to be huge. Going to be huge all week and more. So look, if you're looking for poker, it's here. If you're looking for payroll, it's at HRP. We have so many people that give testimonials. Why do you think they do that? They do that because they believe in the product. They believe what HR&P does, and we do too. I mean, you can call up to our station and ask Laura Beavers about HR&P and what it does and how easy it is and how great they are and how great they are to work with and what they do for our company. We had another payroll company which just like, oh my goodness, this is nuts. This is not what we're in for. We got HR&P, and it was a game changer for us. It'll be a game changer for your business. If you're not completely satisfied, and by the way, you don't know payroll, you don't know HR, you don't know taxes, because that's not what you sell. That's not your business, but it's their business, and they can do it great for you. Let them come and give you a free evaluation of your business and how they can help you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Card House.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 735. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Is James here? Is James still here? Let's get him in here because he's been waiting to talk on the radio. We got schedule release. We got Astros baseball. We got basketball we haven't even gotten to yet, but we got James here. What's up, James?
John and Lance. We got Monday Night Football, Texans season opener. It's going to be rocking in the beautiful city of Houston. But you know what? By the fourth quarter, that place is going to be a ghost town. You know why? Laser, Baker, Mayfield's coming in. And Lance, you know about these rosters. You do a lot of draft stuff. Position by position, the Bucs have a better player-for-player roster than the Texans. And you know what? Remember the name Vita Vea. Vita Vea, 350 pounds, is going to wreck that O-line. So I cannot wait to call back that Tuesday morning.
You know Vita, James, you know Vita Vea is not a secret around the league.
He's been around a little while.
He's an all-pro. We know how good he is.
Vita Vea, really? Who's he?
I know.
Who's he, James?
So
hey,
you think he is?
They also signed Desmond Watson, the 400-pound defensive lineman as well.
400 pounds? You mean 465 pounds? Don't just shave off 65 extra pounds. Have you seen you've seen him before? Big number 21, John from Florida. He's 465 pounds. He's got a 26-inch vertical leap, which is higher than a lot of the linemen in the draft. He runs like a 5.51, which is blazing fast for that size. He's actually kind of a freak. If he could get down to 400, and I'm not even joking around. If he could get down to 400 pounds, it could be. Oh my God, that's where he ended up, James, was Tampa?
That's crazy. All right.
I didn't know that.
So let's
he was an undrafted free agent.
Let's go through a little bit here. We've got a guest coming up in just a little bit.
Baker's not doing it.
We start with the Rams at the Rams. So that'll be I'm going to be there. I'm going to be at SoFi. I'll be reporting live from there. That's actually Wendy. Wendy is the station for the Rams.
Oh, they are?
So we got tickets if you want to come.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'll come down.
It's the first game of the season.
I can, yeah, that's actually pretty
so
cool.
you can go to the locker room or something. I'll be up drinking.
No thanks.
Okay, so that's going to happen. That's a 325 game. That's how you start the season.
Drinking, it's 325. We're fine.
Well, yeah, it's 125 there, but okay.
Yeah, of course you want to get to bed by like 8:30 there.
Right, exactly.
To do a radio show.
Exactly. 10 Tampa on Monday night.
So that Rams game to me is kind of it could be a little bit tricky, but if the Rams are favored, I think it's more like a pick 'em probably. The point spread for the season is probably a pick 'em because Texans are going to have a lot of respect. The Rams have a good defense. The Rams actually have a very good defensive line. I don't know about that offense, for the Rams.
Well, is Puka number one? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he has to
one.
be. Look how often they go to him.
Yeah.
And they added somebody else. Oh, Devontae Adams.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the introduction that he gave Devontae Adams?
Yeah.
McVay gave him?
Yeah.
You want to talk about pumping that?
When's the last time you've seen Devontae Adams go off, though? Do we know how good he is?
Yeah, he is good.
Are we sure?
Yeah, because he actually wasn't bad. He was pretty good with the Jets last year.
You mean when he went against the Texans and went against Jalen Petrie?
He was pretty good in other games as
well.
Was
he?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Devontae Adams is pretty skippy still.
I don't know that I didn't really remember him doing a whole lot, to be honest with you. I mean, he did have a couple hundred. Yeah, here's 109, 198 yard games. A lot more short passes, but yeah, not bad. Actually, last week of the season, he had 88 yards, 47, 68, 198, 109, 66, 72, 31, 91. Yeah, he 110 against the Ravens. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Probably has enough. Well, especially with that quarterback.
Yes, and now he's got Matthew Stafford. And
You
with
got a
Puka,
defensive
with Puka
line.
on the other
So let me
side,
tell you, your first defensive line together as a unit, you got to catch Jared Verse and Kobe.
and Kyron, he's got that's a potent offense, man, to start against.
It's well, the defensive line is what scares me because they got Fisk and they
But the Texans' offensive line is fine.
yeah, they're going to get
I
slaughtered.
got Texans winning this one, probably 31.
I got Texans losing
16,
by 20.
31-16.
I got 21-10 Rams.
21-10 Rams. That's ridiculous, but
Yeah.
okay. Then do you know the last time the Texans hosted a Monday night game?
Let's see. I remember the terrible one against the Ravens that ended in a pick 6 for Matt Schaub.
That was a Sunday night game. I
Was
believe.
it? No, that one was a Monday night because Alex stayed up for it. He was a little kid. I don't know. When is the last time?
Last time was 2018 against
Monday night game?
and Lamar Miller had a 98-yard run
Oh, yeah.
against the Ravens, I believe it was. That was the last.
Do we
Host.
only play the Ravens?
That's the last time we play the Ravens this year.
Do we only play the Ravens every year on TV?
And the Chiefs. Oh, well, we play the Chiefs on TV too.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah. And again, a Sunday night game against the Chiefs this
All
year.
right, so second
This
game,
year they only put the Ravens. They said that's not a good game. We're putting them at noon on
I
Sunday.
think the Texans cruise against Tampa Bay. They won't cruise, but it'll be a good game. The Texans will win that game.
Against,
Despite Vita Vea and the undrafted free agent Desmond Watson being there.
yeah.
I still think the Texans I think Baker has trouble against the Texans ball hawking. He still throws interceptions now.
And last time he was in, he threw interceptions.
Yeah.
Last time he was
That's what
in
he does.
NRG.
He still,
Yeah.
Now, he had over 40 touchdowns last year.
Is it still NRG or did they move? The Texans. Have they moved?
What are you talking
They want a new stadium. Did they
No,
move
they're
yet?
still there.
They're still at
They're
NRG.
still there. They haven't been able to get out yet.
At Jacksonville and then
Dub.
Tennessee at home. A couple
Dub.
they're playing. How about that? Early on, they're playing a
Layups.
couple of division games.
You definitely have a chance at a 4-0 start for sure.
Absolutely.
I've got them 3-1, but you definitely have a shot at a 4-0 start. My only concern is the Rams' defensive line is brutal to face, man. And the Texans facing them in week 1 is, I mean, until I see the Texans' offensive line is.
You watch.
I just want them to be average, just even if they can be a little better than last year.
Sometimes when you put some crappy elements together, it turns out good. Right? Isn't that right? Isn't it?
Well,
a lot of
if they play better.
If they play, it's a unit.
Yeah.
They're going to play as a unit.
If they play better as a unit.
Not a eunuch, as a unit.
I don't want – they
I don't
played
want
like
them-
eunuchs last year.
I know they
I
did.
need them to play like a unit.
So then the 5th game is at Baltimore, which until Baltimore can prove otherwise, I got the Texans in this one.
Until they can prove.
What otherwise?
Is it on TV? Not national TV,
It's
right?
not national.
Oh,
They put
thank God.
listen. They did that last year on Christmas, and it was like 70-2.
Well, and then the year before that was the playoffs on national TV.
Yeah, that was.
It was 325.
But until the Ravens can prove otherwise, I got the Texans in this
You
one.
mean until they just win? What do you mean prove otherwise? Until they go out there and beat the Texans on that
Well,
day?
I'm going to say this: this is a revenge game for the Texans. They really, really, really
years and years of
of revenge is building up right now.
I mean, dating back to the 2012 game with TJ Yates, that loss in the playoffs.
Wait a minute. What about getting the ox out of the ditch?
Was that
was a Ravens game.
That Ravens?
Yeah.
Ox out of the ditch. You had, like I said, the Matt Schaub pick 6 interception in overtime.
That was it. That was the
Is that
out
the
of the
Ox
ox
out
out
of
of
the
the
ditch?
ditch.
Okay.
They're close.
Then you've got they're
Oh,
close.
They're close.
They're close.
All the
Last
owners
year-
are telling Bob McNair, "You're close.
Yeah, that's
Keep
right.
up what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing."
And then you had last year with the the Christmas Day beating.
Oh, that was the worst. That was the worst one yet.
2.
That was the worst one yet.
Scored 2.
Yeah, 2. Put up a 2.
Never seen it.
Put
I
up a
thought I had a
2 spot.
scoregami.
All right, we're going to break because that's where the bye comes in, week 6. We're going to break right now. Bill Hewer is going to join us on the other side, though. We're going to talk a little. Texas Card House, and then we get back to Texans schedule at the top of the hour. Right now, though, we're talking about Ownwell. You know what today is? May 15th. You know what you got to do today? You got to protest your taxes. If you don't do it today, you can't protest your taxes. Today is the last day that you can do it. May 15th is here. So if you're somebody that hasn't done this yet, you got to go to ownwell.com now, right now, and protest your taxes. This is the last day you can do it. Give Ownwell a shot. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. you, my friends, will benefit from what Ownwell is doing. Ownwell has the technology. They got the expertise. They know how to fight them and save you money. If you don't do this, your property taxes are going to skyrocket. Just let it go for a couple of years and see where your property taxes are. It's ridiculous. What you need to do is go to ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com. Take 3 minutes to sign up. Start your protest right now. If you don't do it today, you can't do it. Ownwell.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Two in Dallas, Austin, 2 in Houston, 1 in Rio Grande Valley.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are at Texas Card House on Westheimer and Green Ridge, and what a facility it is. Bill Hewer, one of the owners of Texas Card House here in the city of Houston, is with us now as we kick off a huge month here. Poker Atlas. You guys are partners with Poker Atlas for the next month here. And you're giving away $650,000 in prize money.
Yeah, big guarantees here at Texas Card House Westheimer. Tournament's running today through the 27th with our big main event starting on the 22nd. Thursday the 22nd is our day one for that $600 buy-in, $300,000 guarantee tournament.
So go to Poker Atlas, download the app, and you will see all of the times of all of the tournaments that are coming up. It's starting with the liftoff is a $100,000 tournament, and that'll be relatively quick. And then they've got a $300,000 tournament to finish things off. So there is a lot. There's a lot on the line. It's so much fun. It's risky business because, you know, you guys are taking a chance, and Poker Atlas taking a chance that you're going to get that number of players. You've got to a beautiful big room here.
Thank
Okay, but there's a lot that goes into when you're taking on something like this. You guys did a Poker Atlas series last year too, right?
We did. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've done a Poker Atlas series a couple times.
And
It's always been a big success.
And we've got some poker here. We got players here.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's no better place to play poker than in Houston.
You know,
Really?
we got the best poker players in the world.
I play in LA, and the poker is better.
Is that right?
The caliber of player is better here.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It is. But I mean, yeah, it is amazing. How long have you been with Texas Card House now?
Since 2019.
Since 2019.
Yep.
And it was questionable. I mean, obviously, is poker, the legality of all of that and everything else. So it was a little bit of a risky business for you guys, right?
Well, I can attest to that. I don't know if you were aware, I was one of the owners of the Post Oak Poker Club.
Oh, you were?
Which was one of the 2 clubs that got busted on May 1st, 2019.
Yep, we were.
That was like a big. Wasn't that like a kind of a legal battle waiting to happen though? Like it was a matter of if once it happened or if it happened, there was going to be, they would take it to court and there would be a decision about whether. And I know that I used to always hear that it was a matter of potentially going to court for an ultimate decision. Let the courts make the decision. I know some of the poker people thought that would be the case.
That case wasn't about that. That case was about, and if you read the Houston Chronicle story about it, they're the only ones who got it right.
The shakedown?
The shakedown.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were being extorted by someone at the DA's office.
Oh, yeah. And that guy's in jail now, isn't he?
You know what? I don't know whatever.
I don't think
he was a consultant for Kim Ogg.
Yes.
And he was shaken down, and he shook down Prime, who we were speaking for at the time.
That's correct.
Got them for quote unquote money laundering, which wasn't the case, and ruined their whole business and ruined people's lives there.
Yeah.
And it's to this day, I've been so irritated by that. It's one of the things that's made me the maddest and I didn't know you guys, but I knew all about Post Oak. It made me, when I found out what really happened there, I was so terrible. Irritated with that.
You were dealing with that guy too, huh, Bill?
Oh yeah.
You were.
Yeah.
If you didn't play ball.
And then you guys decided not to play ball anymore, and then he busted it.
Yeah, see, keep in mind, at the time, we had no idea. This was all fresh territory. And we're being told that there's going to be some permits coming out, and the cost to play is $250,000. Well, my partners and I were kind of like, none of this feels right. Like when we got our alcohol permit, we didn't have to put up cash in someone's hand. None of this feels right. So at the final hour, we decided, you know what? We're not paying this money. We're not going to play this way. And if we get busted for it, so be it, because none of this feels right. We want to do things on the up and up with this type of business. Next thing you know, we're sitting in jail with my partners, and the Prime start coming in jail. And I go over and talk to them. I'm like, hey, what are you guys doing here? And they said, oh, we were told we had to pay this $250,000 for a permit. And if we didn't pay, we'd go to jail. I said, well, then why are you here? They said, because after we gave them the first $250, they came back and asked for another $250 and we wouldn't pay it.
Oh my
and I'm
gosh.
like, holy cow, this is deep.
Yeah. It was a literally
out of
the movie. It was a shakedown.
Yeah.
And this guy
they
got
ought to make
busted.
a movie out of it, Bill. You'll be starring.
Stay tuned.
That's right. They literally got busted.
Yeah.
This guy got busted, and Kim Ogg's, and she's no longer there anymore, by the way. And she was embarrassed. They dropped the cases very quietly because they realized, oh my God.
As soon as the FBI got involved and started looking into it,
but
that's when they dropped it.
They ruined lives doing it. They ruined lives.
Post Oak never reopened.
No.
Nope.
Prime never recovered.
Never recovered.
And now I think they're officially closed now.
Yeah, it's and you guys are taking over here. You guys are taking over the city as far as the facility that is. It's not even arguable what you guys have done here, what you put into this, the safety of it, the parking lots at both places. I played up in Spring about a month ago. Beautiful, beautiful, wonderful location. You guys have really done everything right here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This was designed by poker people.
Are you still? You did the All In for ALS for years, didn't you?
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
We started that with
Did
with Yanni and Yanni. I called Yanni because I couldn't do it because I had another conflict with another charity. So it was we started that thing and you took it over and you made it. It was huge while you're doing it. Is it still going on?
No, Yanni texted me out of the blue a few months ago, dropped your name. And I told him that we would be working together sometime this month.
That's great.
But then I reminded him, like, hey, I've got all your chips for that event still at my warehouse. When are we doing this? And he said that we would get back in touch and then start it up eventually. But yeah, I'd love to do it again. It was a fun event.
So tell us, tell us how is it, how tough is the poker business in the city of Houston?
Oh, it's extremely tough. There's a lot of competition, but there's a lot of bad actors too. There's a lot of people not doing it right. And one thing we pride ourselves on is doing things the right way here at Texas Card House. So with that in mind, we've become very successful because people would rather play in a place that's safe, friendly, that does things the right way rather than play anywhere else. So, kudos to the team for sticking through the hard times and getting through. And now we're on top.
Yeah, it is great. As a business model, does poker work?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
it does.
We all love poker. We all play. So the simple fact that I've got a place 10 minutes from my house to play is a win.
Yeah. Oh, no, I love it. And I'm right down Westheimer here. I love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. You guys will tell you I've been here. Whenever I'm in town, I absolutely always come over here. Bill Hewer with us here, one of the owners of Texas Card House here in the city of Houston. And it is big, $650,000 in guaranteed prize money. And it'll last all the way through the month, until the end of the month. So if you're looking for poker, and listen, you don't have to be a great player. Just catch some cards.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think, there's nothing better than being, I know I'm a donkey, right? And I'll catch some cards every once in a while, and I can get some money. You don't just play. If you haven't played before, you can learn here too, because they've got a 1-2 game that's not that doesn't kill you here.
Yeah, exactly. I actually play the 1-2 game quite often.
Yeah, right.
It's a great game. It's a fun, friendly game.
It is a friendly game, and there's always a game going on here at Texas Card House. You got 24/7. You've got tournaments all the time. A lot more tournaments in spring than here, right?
No, some
Is it the
amount.
same?
Yeah, every day we've got a tournament. Sometimes we've got 2 tournaments in a day, both locations.
Both locations.
Yeah.
Well, I played plenty I was in the senior event last year. I finished about 7th here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And
Did you sneak in?
It was, pardon me?
Did you sneak into the seniors
I
event?
I snuck right in. 15 years ago, I snuck in. It's a lot of fun. It's every Friday, but this week it's today, because you got the big Poker Atlas tournament starting up.
3 hours.
In 3 hours. Get on over here to Texas Card House at Green Ridge and Westheimer. If you're 50 or older, you get on over here and play, because it's a lot of fun. The seniors are a lot of I can keep up with them as opposed to the young guys now.
The young guys are
It's
so
not a
good.
race.
Well,
You're not running.
No. It is a marathon, and
Yeah.
the young guys have an advantage.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, try to figure out how many 40-plus-year-olds have won the World Series of Poker main event.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Really?
It doesn't happen.
0?
Yeah.
It's a young man's game.
It's grueling for 8, 9, 10 days.
Yeah.
It is grueling.
Yeah. It is like I do my draft stuff sitting on a chair watching game, and I just think, man, I am exhausted after 7 straight days.
Yeah.
But if you're in a World Series of Poker, that's what you're doing, sitting in a chair nonstop. And the game doesn't move like, people who play internet poker. They're used to everything's going fast because it's automated. It's a much slower.
It's a grind.
It is a grind.
That's
It
why
is
they
a
call it
grind.
a grind.
Because sometimes you got to wait 14 hands before you get cards that you wanna play.
or more.
Or more.
But you got to make a decision every hand,
Right.
every hand, and you can ruin your entire tournament. That is Bill Hewer. And Bill, thanks for having us here, man. We appreciate it. We love the partnership, and we're going to keep on pushing it. We want everybody to get on over here to Texas Card House at Westheimer and Green Ridge, and let's go. The tournament is on. $650,000 in guarantees. Starts tomorrow with $100,000 guaranteed on a 3-day event.
That liftoff starts today.
Oh, that liftoff starts today?
5 o'clock today, $200 buy-in for the $100,000 guarantee, the day one.
Just $200 buy-in for a $100,000 guarantee.
Yeah.
$200 buy-in.
Did you hear last night? $400 buy-in. Guy first place got $21,000.
No kidding.
$400.
On a $400 buy-in.
Uh-huh.
$21,000 last night. How about that? It started. It's here. Let's go. 400. Yeah, look at that. 100,000 guaranteed at 3 p.m. yesterday. It starts at 5 p.m. today. 5 p.m. $200 buy-in, and let's go. 100,000 on the line. That's great stuff. We appreciate you being here, and thanks for having us.
Glad you guys are here.
Bill Hewer, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk game day men's health right now. Let's talk about, hey, if you're going to have focus, if you're going to have stamina, if you're going to be as good as you can possibly be, then all you need is some testosterone. That's what you need, people. You got to have some testosterone. You got to have that. If you don't have enough testosterone, guess what? You're going to be sluggish. You're not going to be as good. You're not going to be as good mentally. You're physically, all of it. And if you want to play your best poker, you got to have some testosterone. And if you need testosterone replacement treatment, I think the best place, because I've been doing testosterone replacement treatment for a while now, and the best place is Game Day Men's Health. It's a free consultation, so it doesn't cost you anything to go there, as opposed to other places which are charging you like $150 just to find out if you need it. Game Day Men's Health doesn't charge you. They've got labs on site, every location. If there's a location near you, you need Game Day Men's Health. I'm telling you, I love what they do. They got peptides for everything. They got answers to make you feel great. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell live at Texas Card House. Just love it. If you are a poker player, this is the place to be. And as a matter of fact, in a little bit, Scott is going to come up here and talk about hijack poker, which you can play at home, but only in the state of Texas, because it's a Texas Card House deal. Download Hijack Poker app, and you can start playing today. We are at week 6 of the Texans schedule, which is a bye. Early bye last year was like week 14. Remember, that was a long time before they got to their bye.
I don't love early buys. It doesn't help you injury wise. Typically,
no,
not with as many players.
About halfway through is a good one.
I mean, C.J. Stroud gets hurt in week 5, then you sure do like the buy in week 6. But usually you like
Why are you saying something
week
like that?
10 and on, or week 9 or 10 and on is where they're starting to accumulate bumps and bruises.
You're really making me start to worry with the Rams offensive line. Then you talk about week 5 against Baltimore.
The Rams defensive line is the most active in the NFL. Like, it's just the Texans, I don't see them being ready for that week. But the Texans defense is really good. So,
well, 33rd team said the Texans were the most disruptive of any defense.
Yeah, so I don't know that the Rams put a lot of points on the board either. So that should be a lower scoring game, I think. Although, you have Stroud and hey, let's see what Nick Caley can do. Nick Caley, we're going to find out a lot about him because you got a great defensive front. What can you do to take them out of play? Is it going to be through play calling with quick hit stuff? Is it going to be like, this is really going to give us a feeling for who Nick Caley is. This is a good game for him. You got Jared Verse and Fisk, and you got Taylor. I mean, you got some rushers up there. And Kobe, what's his name in the middle of the defense? Kobe,
Not Murphy.
No, really good.
Yeah.
Really active, disruptive guy. Hold on. I'll pull it up right now. You're Kobe Turner. So look at who you got. Poona Ford. You added Poona Ford. You got Brandon Fisk, Poona Ford, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Jared Verse, Ty Hamilton. You just drafted, who's a run plugger from Ohio State. Josiah Stewart, they got a front now. And so it's going to be interesting, but this is where Nick Caley's good plays come in.
Yeah.
The bad plays would have been that Bob Slowick called and that were 100% responsible for the Texans' downfall. He would have called really bad plays.
Right.
But what the fans have noticed is that Nick Caley calls good plays.
Right. Right. Well,
and then CJ's going to be really good.
And that'll combat.
Because CJ didn't have a bad year.
Defensive line.
It was just the play calls and I also heard the
offensive line,
the passing scheme, and the route combinations. I heard the route combinations were a problem from some of
what about adjustments?
Some of the coordinators.
He didn't make any adjustments.
Now there may be something to that. I'm not going to joke around about that. They didn't do anything in the second. Gary Kubiak never made good adjustments.
So you come back after the bye and you got Monday Night Football at Seattle. So that'll be interesting.
That's a W.
That's a dub. Then you come home and play San Francisco.
Win.
Then you're at home again against Denver, and then again at home against Jacksonville.
Win.
You got a 3-game homestand.
Yeah, to me, it gets real tough after this next stand. After that is where it gets a little tricky. But I think the Texans could start off with 6-2, 7-2.
See,
how many games in
last year you had 2 stretches that were almost impossible. Remember when you
really tough?
They were really tough. 2-3 game stretches that were really tough. It really isn't.
It's not that brutal this year.
It's not that brutal. Even though you got a first place schedule, after the 3 games against Denver, Jacksonville, and Tennessee, after the 3 games, San Francisco, Denver, and Jacksonville, at Tennessee, which is not brutal. They're going to have a rookie quarterback. You got Buffalo on a Thursday night, which is, for whatever reason, Buffalo comes here and you beat them.
If the Texans beat the Rams, it's not crazy to think they could start 9-1 with the loss being at Baltimore. That is not crazy because you're at home versus Tampa. Your road games are to start the season. Your road games are at Jacksonville, at Seattle, which whatever. We'll see what Sam Darnold can do. You are at the Titans. Through week 11, you've got road games at the Titans, at Seattle, at Baltimore, and at Jacksonville, and at the Rams. So the Rams and Baltimore are going to be tricky. I think you handle Jacksonville.
Even if you're, wait a minute, 7-3 or 8-2, it's just fun. It's great.
Oh, 8-2. But I'm saying I think you got to if you can beat the Rams out of the gate, if your only losses, look, it's not a layup to beat the Broncos at home. The Broncos are a pretty good team. Anytime you go to Seattle, it's loud and all that stuff, but I don't think San Francisco is going to be that great. I think that, the Denver Broncos, and I think year 2 is going to be tough for Bo Nix because teams are going to have a little book on him. It's never super easy your second year. I think this really sets up well. But once you get past the Titans at the Titans, and this is where we're going now, week 12, it gets a little trickier.
Buffalo on a Thursday night.
But they're at home.
But for whatever reason, they play Buffalo well.
And they're at home.
Right?
Yeah.
They beat Buffalo at home last year.
You're at the Colts, which could be very easy or very tricky.
Well,
depends on.
Will the Colts have a quarterback situation settled by week 13?
I think it'll be settled. Will it be good? That's.
I'm not sure it'll be settled.
If it's settled into Daniel Jones,
then it's a problem.
It means Richardson's done over there.
Well, that means Daniel Jones. Somebody's playing well if it's settled.
Honestly, Daniel Jones
has going to be an unsettled situation all year.
Daniel Jones has a much better chance to have a good season under Shane Steichen. I have doubts that Anthony Richardson's ever a good NFL quarterback.
No.
So, I just don't know that he's built and wired for it. So, Daniel Jones could be an average NFL quarterback. I think with Shane Steichen. An average can be good enough sometimes, and it could be a little bit tricky in Houston. Then you go at Kansas City. Well, you're right. Where's the brutal stretch? That's as bad as it gets. On paper, it would look like at Baltimore, at Seattle, San Francisco at home, Denver at home. On paper, you'd say, Well, that could be tough, and there's a bye week thrown in between. But I don't think that's actually that tough. You got Buffalo Bills at home, then you're at the Colts, then you're at the Chiefs. Okay, then you got Arizona back at home. You got the Raiders at home. You're at the Chargers in Week 17, and you got the Colts at home. This is not – the Texans have what's considered the 14th easiest schedule in the league. Opponents had a .481 winning percentage. Their Vegas over is 9.5 wins. I think it's over that.
You think it's over that? You finish up at Kansas City is a Sunday night game. So the Texans have a Thursday night game against Buffalo. They have a Sunday night game against Kansas City. They have a Monday night game against Tampa and a Monday night game against Seattle. So while they were abysmal at the end of the season last year and really a disappointment, they still were a playoff team last year, and they're still getting a little bit of respect.
Still got through round one.
The Cowboys, I mean, it's almost – the Cowboys got week one. The Cowboys got, I think, the first Sunday night. Yeah, they got the first Sunday night game as well, or the Sunday night game again. I mean, it's just ridiculous what the Cowboys – and they're gonna suck. And our Texans are probably going to be 16-1, 15-2, right?
There it is.
Right? I mean, if we're gonna go 10-1, we're gonna carry this throughout the season, Del. Lance already predicted a 9-1 start.
The very best record I see is 14-3, and I think it's doable.
See?
No joke.
That is not a joke.
I think 14-3 is doable.
I want to see the offensive line first. I really, really do.
I'm just assuming they're going to be a lot better.
Are they?
Based on what?
Yeah. Based
Power
on
of friendship?
I don't think. I think the worst you can do if your quarterback stays healthy is 9-8 is the worst.
That's a lot different from 14-3.
Yeah, but their over/under is 9.5. I mean, the Vegas total, it is a lot different. I think the very floor is 9-8. I think the ceiling is 14-3, 15-2.
That's one seed territory.
Yeah.
So they finished.
I thought they could do that next. I thought they could. Now that's a big. You got to take on a really good defensive line in week one. You got the Ravens, which I'm already marking as a loss. But if that division is as stinky as it was last year, and the Colts don't make a move up, and you got the Titans being the Titans and Jags being the Jags, you could end up 6-0 in your division. You got Buffalo at home. Your road games are Chargers. I mean, in theory, Rams, Ravens, Chargers, Chiefs. I mean, it could get a little tricky on the road.
Anything to
Seahawks.
You've got to go to the West Coast to start the season. You've got to go to the West Coast mid-season to go. Well, it's week 7 to play Seattle. I mean, and that's a long trip. You got to go to the Chargers. It's another long trip. You got to go to the Chiefs. Which isn't nearly as long, but you get a little traveling now playing in the AFC West and the NFC West this year. That nothing easy about those road trips, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't see two losses in this schedule though. I just don't. Maybe you see it because you're a negative Nelly. Okay, but
you do this every year. If historically, how dead on have you been?
I've been dead on. Are you kidding me? What about the 14-2 year the Texans had?
What 14-2 year?
I don't remember what year that was per se.
Do we remember 14?
Wasn't one that I recall.
No.
What about the 12-4 year that the Texans?
There was
had?
one of those.
There was one of those.
There's one of those
that ended disappointingly.
That's the one where Matt
Shot got
you
hurt.
could hear him screaming. No.
Well,
No,
that was when he got his
that
ear
was the
chopped
next
off
year.
in Denver.
No, it was the next year when he went to when they went to New England and.
Oh yeah, they wore Letterman jackets.
Well, that's not what. But I'm talking about the playoff game they lost.
Oh, that little thing.
Yeah,
that was no big deal, really.
We'll never beat the Ravens or the Patriots in the playoffs. Maybe never.
No. Now we could beat the Patriots.
It feels like never.
Now we could beat the Patriots in the.
I'm looking at some of the notes from NFL. Our NFL research people has some of the notes. Do you know one of the things that's listed is your top? I'm looking for a tough spot for the Texans, travel or otherwise. You got Monday Night Football against Tampa, but then you go to the Jaguars. That's not a tough flight on September 21st. You've got Monday Night Football again at Seattle.
But that's off a bye.
But that's off a bye, and you come back and you play the 49ers. So you're already at home the whole week. You're not going back and forth.
Yeah, right.
So that's not too bad. Thursday Night Football, Buffalo Bills. That does come off a game against the Titans. So you have a division game, but it's a home game against the Titans.
Yeah, you don't.
And your next game is at the Colts. Not exactly murderer's row there. Sunday Night Football, the Kansas City Chiefs. You come back at home against Arizona. Like, there's nothing here that's brutal.
No.
They don't have a brutal turnaround like they had last year. We saw some last year.
Oh, they had
2-3
game stretches that were impossible. And it showed on that Christmas Day game against the Ravens. They were beat up. CJ was beat up because of the offensive line.
And there was no
this whole season.
No, the Tank was still there. Yeah, Tank was still there.
For Christmas?
Yeah.
He was?
He was no. He was already hurt by that time. Yeah. So top 10 revenge games. You don't have the Texans on here anyway. They had Cooper Kupp versus the Rams, Sam Darnold versus the Vikings. It's basically players playing against their old teams, with the exception of Chiefs Eagles week 2, Mike Vrabel versus Titans, Michael Penix versus J.J. McCarthy is considered a revenge game. I don't really know why.
They played in a national
title game. Yeah, that's right. So there's that one. So there's none for the Texans. And the top 10 quarterback matchups. You have
CJ's in 6 of them.
Wow, he has none of them.
No. Well, he's not. Dude,
he takes on.
He's about the 13th or 14th.
He takes on Pat Mahomes.
Remember
last
year when
Allen?
he was a top 5 quarterback? This time, yeah, not so much anymore.
CJ Stroud's not even considered an honorable mention.
No.
Jalen Hurts versus Pat Mahomes. So he plays Pat Mahomes. He plays Lamar Jackson.
He plays Josh Allen.
Those 3, none of them are considered best quarterbacks. Him and Trevor Lawrence?
Not really.
Trevor Lawrence?
Not.
Yeah, CJ's bringing down the averages.
Yeah.
Look at this. Caleb Williams versus Jaden Daniels, week 6.
Well, but
Caleb has more hype than CJ going into year.
Caleb, little brother, has more hype than
Pats
CJ.
him on the head.
I mean, Jaden Daniels does.
Yeah.
But Jared Goff is in here, Matt Stafford. I get it, I guess.
Your boy needs to come through this year.
He does. Yeah, well, he needs a little help.
Got to change
How about
the narrative?
An offensive line that can actually keep
change
him
the
off his
narrative.
butt?
He's got it. Well, that would help. But
led the league in sacks.
Top wide receivers, cornerback matchups, none. Surtain versus Nico Collins doesn't even hit the board. Not even in best of it. Well, I take Stingley versus Marvin Harrison Jr. is an honorable mention.
When you disappoint,
that's the best.
It should be Nico versus Surtain should be in here 100%.
What about Stingley versus Puka or Devontae Adams to start the season? I mean, what? That Stingley doesn't even show up. The best cornerback in the league doesn't even show up in the best matchups.
No,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it kind of speaks to what they think of the Texans' schedule being easy. Frankly.
Well, I'm going to tell you this: what I think of Robin and the Houston Powder Coaters, I think greatness. That is what. If you're looking for the best way to make your stuff look new again, it's Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is the premier place in this city to get whatever it is that you need powder coated, whatever it is that you need to look new again. Houston Powder Coaters is the place. Houston Powder Coaters is awesome. They got the experience, they got the expertise, they've got the facility. You can go and see it, or you don't even have to. You know what? They'll come over to your house, pick up all your patio furniture, your boat parts, or your car parts, whatever it is that's metal that you need powder coated. They'll pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. You don't have to see them. You can text Robin and ask her exactly what the issue is, and you can ask her, "Hey, can I get this done?" And she will text you back, yes, yay or nay, or you got to buy new stuff. And you know what? Houston Powder Coaters save stuff. They'll even repair your patio furniture. So you're looking for the best way to get that powder coating? It's HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, we're back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 live from Texas Card House, where it is on the Poker Atlas, $650,000 in guarantees for the rest of this month. So go to Poker Atlas, you download the app and see exactly when you can get over here and play for $650,000. Guy won $400 buy-in, won $21,000 last night, right here. $400 buy-in. The big events here, $100,000 that's starting up today, just $200 buy-in. $200 buy-in, and there's $100,000 on the line. How about that? That is awesome. So this is going to be a busy, busy place. Get on over here to Texas Card House, Green Ridge and Westheimer. All right. I'm just how many games do the Cowboys have on national television? At Philly.
6, and they were turds last year.
At Philly to start the season. Yeah.
Well,
Then
they're being carried by Philadelphia
Sunday
and
night
Washington.
Green Bay game.
They're being carried by Philadelphia and Washington.
Yeah.
And Green Bay. I've noticed the same teams over and over.
Arizona, they got a Monday night game against them. Vegas, a Monday night game against them. They've got a Thursday Detroit 7:15 game. They've got a Sunday 7:20 game against Minnesota. I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, you're front and center are the Cowboys, who've done literally, they can't even make the playoffs. They don't even make the playoffs. It's ridiculous. The Texans don't even come up. Lance is looking through all his notes, and I can tell he's getting a little pissed off.
So I'm sending this to somebody with the Texans, just saying, hey, you just might want to use this in the future. The NFL research. So we have schedule release research packets. NFL research is phenomenal. These guys are phenomenal. I think they missed some stuff here, but I'm reading through all these notes. They've got top quarterbacks, matchups of top quarterbacks. CJ Stroud never in there he doesn't hit the board against Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes. Well,
so
okay.
they don't figure that the Texans game against any of those guys is a notable matchup.
Nope. Then not for quarterback. Then they have wide receiver cornerback. They don't have Nico Collins versus Patrick Surtain, which is a tremendous matchup. They don't have that. Okay, not even an honorable mention. Then I look at
what about the best corner in the league, Stingley?
Yeah, Stingley is an honorable mention once against Marvin Harrison Jr., which
who was mad.
Yeah.
He was mad last year.
You could come up with somebody way
better
than that.
What about Puka?
Yeah.
Stingley and Puka.
Yeah.
Or Stingley and Adams.
They may think Puka's going to work in the slot, and they may not travel the corner.
How about Adams?
Adams. You could look at that. So then you have all the big quarterbacks. So the ones I'm looking at, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson. They'll have 6 different things like notable matchups. And they'll have Max Crosby in there. They'll have the Tua in there for a quarterback. They'll have, for Josh Allen, it's Tua. Jets defense.
Is Will Anderson Jr. still in this league?
He's not mentioned. The Texans defense isn't mentioned by name. The CJ Stroud isn't mentioned at all. CJ Stroud is ice cold. I'm just telling you now, in a weird way, Texans have been forgotten. Last year, they were the hot team.
Well, they disappointed.
They were the hot team.
There's a reason.
They disappointed. And the hot team now is Washington.
Yeah.
Washington's a hot team now. And
how many nationally televised games they get?
6.
They did. 6. Who got the most?
Chiefs 7.
7.
Cowboys, Eagles, and Commanders all got 6. Texans finished tied for 11th for most national.
At least they got, 2 years ago they had 0. 0.
Well,
remember they had every game that started at noon.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
They were atrocious.
Right. And now they jumped.
And last year, how many did they have? 5?
They jumped up. I think was it 5?
There's 4 or 5 last year, yeah.
They were definitely.
They were the hot ticket last year. ESPN, is this the Texans' year to take over the AFC? We were the talk, and and rightfully, I was on all over the Texans and my quarterback, and then just some things just didn't go our way. We had too many injuries that we had to fight through, and then some bad, scheme. And
all those other poverty
designs.
Quarterback teams.
Yeah.
And the Texans, look at what CJ did.
My quarterback looked like
River Oaks.
My quarterback looked like he got hit by some high property taxes the way he was playing.
Yeah, at River Oaks. That's what I'm saying. You know what those people pay? Okay, in property taxes? Ownwell.com. Ownwell.com. So, listen, they got 4 nationally televised games. I think that's pretty good for them. The way they showed up. The way they showed up at the end of the year on national television, not so bad to get four nationally televised games, if you want to know the truth, especially with what they did this year. I mean, listen, everywhere you look, the only thing that, as soon as you mention the Texans, what's the first thing that comes up? As soon as you mention the Texans, with every analyst, the first thing that comes up.
Hold on.
It's easy. The offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
The offensive line. Every single
if you're analyzing it,
yes.
yeah.
It's the offensive line.
Well, defensive line
Have they
comes up
done
too.
enough? No. Defensive line is a positive.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You talk about their secondary taking the ball away a ton.
The only thing they can't protect CJ, and they got worse because they got rid of their left tackle. They picked up Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson. They added stuff, but what did they add?
Yeah.
I mean, every single analyst, the thing that comes up with the Houston Texans, if they don't get the offensive line play this year, you're going to be an afterthought. It's going to be even worse next year.
Their offense, remember now, they had a really good running back, but and they have a very good number 1 wide receiver, but their offense is a 6 to 8 win offense. Their defense is a 12 to 14 win defense. You've got one of the top takeaway units in football, I think the top, and you've got a great rush unit as well. Those two things, like you've got a defense that legitimately gives you a chance to win anywhere from 12 to 14 games.
Yeah.
But your offense is a 6 to 8 win offense. Well, you combine the two, and you can see that's how they ended up getting into, the 11 win. Were they 11 or 10 wins? They were 10 wins last year, right?
Yeah.
The regular season.
They were 10-7 2 years in a row.
Yeah, they were 10, and I think it's because the defense pulled them along, and they were in a bad division.
Yep.
That's how they got to 10 wins.
They still had that first place schedule, and it was a more brutal schedule. This is an easier schedule.
Way easier.
Playing the West and the West is much easier this year.
Way easier.
Yeah. So you got.
Although AFC East wasn't as tough as you thought it was going to be.
Oh, except when you went
Jets,
to the Jets.
Patriots.
Wait.
Well, but it wasn't
Look what you did.
It was supposed to be good, but they weren't good last year. We were just a footnote of their crappy season. Everyone got fired. They fired GM, head coach. We lost to one of the worst teams in football last year.
Right. You lost to the Jets. You beat the Bills.
You beat the Bills.
You beat the snot out of the Dolphins.
Beat the snot out of the Dolphins. Beat the Patriots. In a game that was closer than it should have been.
They won by 8. They won by a score.
Yeah.
But it was a beating.
Okay. It was an ass whooping.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes the score is not indicative.
Whatever you have to tell yourself that when you beat a mediocre team who never beats any good teams, you beat them by a score. So I don't know if the schedule is easier when you have a playoff team in the Broncos, right? The Chargers, playoff team as well, and then you have the Chiefs.
Yeah, but you beat the snot out of the Chargers in the playoffs.
Well, we'll see what happens this year. I was thinking about this. You're mentioning Ownwell. CJ Stroud exercised his squatter's rights year 1 as a top quarterback. Hey, you don't belong here, don't I? Get me out of the top 10. And then next year they got him out of the top 10. He's got to prove himself this year. And as you said, it has a lot to do with the offensive line. But hey, he was a squatter in year 1. Prove you're not a squatter as a top quarterback this year.
Do you think he was squatting?
He exercised his squatter rights in year 1. Didn't leave, just stayed. And then in year 2 they got him up out of there. Maybe the homeowner called a couple uncles and threw him out. This year, maybe pay for your spot, CJ.
CJ lives in River Oaks, okay?
Well, he lives there. Does he pay to live there, or did he just walk into someone's home and not leave?
Well, he's paying high property taxes with that offensive line.
Well, yeah, he is being punished.
He is being punished. That's for sure. All right, breaking it live at Texas Card House. Lance is talking a little John
Daspit is the personal injury lawyer who I saw an article about a personal injury lawyer who is being sued because of his behavior. And it was colluding with insurance companies just to get the quickest settlements possible so he could get a check and get out of there. And was not working in the best interest of the people he was representing. John Daspit understands, look, the people I am representing are going to be, this is extremely important that they have one chance to get this right for their medical bills, for their time missed from work, for their pain and suffering. And he's going to go out of his way to make sure, he and his lawyers, to make sure that you are treated the right way. And that's the difference with John Daspit and Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Go to the website, look at all the law they practice, and you're going to find an opportunity to be at the very, to be at the forefront of making sure that your settlement is one that you deserve. And John's going to fight hard for you, and he's going to win. His winning percentage is phenomenal. Most of the time it won't even get to court. It's DaspitLaw.com. That's DaspitLaw.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Neither one of them are here. I don't know where they are. I guess they're on their way back, so it's just me and AJ for now. AJ back with us. AJ, we found out something about you last time you were on my show. You're not a Texan fan. You're a Cowboys fan, right?
Yeah, I'm a Cowboys fan.
So they went through. We're just going to do the AJ show until they sit down. So
Okay.
after finding out that you got to play the Eagles in week 1, where you're like, okay, cool, we're back on prime time. You're like, oh no, not the Eagles week 1.
I'm excited for it because I don't know if you know the stat, but there hasn't been a repeat division champion in the NFC East since like 2004. So I'm not scared of them. I don't like the Eagles, so you know how I feel about it. I'm ready for it.
That used to be an NFC South thing where they never had repeat champions. AJ just informed us there hasn't been a repeat champion in the NFC East since 2004. Yeah. So he's a Cowboy fan, if you weren't aware.
Well,
he's not afraid of the Eagles.
He's not afraid of the Eagles. He's a Cowboy fan. Well, listen, the Cowboys aren't a player. I just saw a stat: 6 of the last 9 head coaches the Cowboys have had did not make the playoffs in their first season. So, AJ, your Cowboys suck. Live with it, okay? If anybody's going to win that division this year, it's going to be Washington.
The Commanders, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. No. We will see.
The
okay?
Cowboys almost swept them last year with Cooper Rush in lineup, by the way. So
no, almost. Wait a minute.
He's not afraid.
Wait a minute. Did you say almost or
yes,
they did?
in the second game? In the second game, Marcus Mariota started. So Trey Lance started when we barely lost at the end.
So he's not afraid of any of the top teams. He goes, the Cowboys are right there. As long as they still
as
long as they stay healthy, right?
No. Everything I've seen out of the Cowboys the last 10, 15
Pickens,
years.
CD, Dak, Micah, all good. No volatility there. You'll be fine.
I'm not delusional. They'll be better than last year for sure, as long as Dak stays healthy. That's the main thing. But yeah.
Thank you, Bill. 713-780-3776 is the number. I just got sick seeing. The Cowboys are on this Thursday.
What? Why? They're the
first.
Knicks or the Lakers. We know what's coming every year. We know they're going to be a team we have to watch or not watch, but they're going to be in our face every year. It's for all time.
How do they get the first game of the year?
I gave you the scenario. AJ's very confident in them, but maybe the networks aren't. Hey, let's get a Cowboys game when they're relevant, when they're healthy as they can be against the defending champions, and it's a good thing for us no matter what they think. I don't want to be forced to watch them against the Eagles in November in a game where the Eagles are running away with the division, or at least competing with the Commanders, and the Cowboys are trying to get their 7th win. I don't want to watch that game as a standalone. Just put it during the first week of the season, Thursday night.
They're still in it.
Yeah, and they can get embarrassed on national TV. And if you want to avoid the sports talk shows the next day, mainly like ESPN, then you're good because you don't have to watch Stephen A. Smith put that hat on and do a little strut because the Cowboys have lost again. We're all good because the football weekend is there. We get the Cowboys out of the way on Thursday, and Friday is all about the rest of the games. So I'm with it. Just get them out of the way.
Chase says, hey, what about the Monday night game in Seattle is a 10 p.m. game? It's actually a 9 o'clock game, and it's on ESPN Plus only. How about that? Talk about
it's a little disrespectful.
ESPN
Plus.
ESPN Plus.
We know they used to make jokes about we're going to put this game on ESPN like 7 or 8, but ESPN Plus is a thing, and the Monday night games there. Why?
They did that.
They've done it before,
too.
right? Yeah, but only ESPN Plus.
Only ESPN Plus.
So ESPN
I was wondering,
2 is unavailable.
They would do a doubleheader. They do a doubleheader on the week 1, right?
Yeah, and
this is week 5.
They're going to have multiple of those. We're going to have 2 games, and they've done it later in the year, more recently, where it's not only week 1. There's been, like you said, week 5. They've had them later as well. But ESPN Plus is a slap in the face.
So they play here at 9 o'clock. ESPN Plus only. It's a 9 o'clock game here, which means it'll last till 12:30 here.
Mm-hmm.
By the time they get out of after showers and load and all, they get about 12:30. It'll be over probably about 2 to an hour and a half to 2.5. They will, and then a 4.5 hour, 5 hour plane ride.
Oh crap!
They don't get back until 7 in the morning.
Into their beds.
7:30.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get into their beds until maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. But they got a bye week after that, which is no. That's leading into the bye.
Into their beds takes 2.5 hours from the facility.
No. Well, it'll take them. By
from
the time
the
they get
to the
from the airport to the facility, it's about 45 minutes, a good 45 and 40 minutes or so, and then especially at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Monday.
Well, I don't know where they're flying into. Is that where they're flying
out of? They always
fly
into George Bush, especially a big plane like that.
I'm parking my car,
but they get a police escort. But even still, it's going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, so that's okay. So that's a rough one.
That's
a rough one.
That's about as hard as it gets. Mm-hmm. That's about as hard.
Now
as it
for
gets.
us, we keep saying
international is probably as hard as it gets.
Yeah, but you are going to play. Well, no, you're
jet lag and all that stuff. It's pretty.
Well, we keep mentioning ESPN Plus, but normally for the local side, for local teams, they'll just put that game on ABC.
Yeah.
So people will be able to watch it even if you don't have.
But that's
ESPN
not
Plus.
considered national. They're going to call it nationally televised, but that's not.
It's not really.
No,
it's an ESPN Plus game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that one that you got to pay $40 for now? Thanks, Wendy. You need to have her do something about this.
I'll talk to her. I mean, I talked to her this morning. I forgot to ask her about that. And how I tell her how pissed off you are.
You call your boy Trump and tell him, can you do something about this Disney crap? Talk to Bob Iger. Is he still there?
Maybe. Did you trick her into thinking you actually paid attention to what she said? And did you ask, hey, Wendy, how did the upfronts go? Did you ask that question?
I still don't even remember what you're saying. I don't know. I know actually she's got meetings tonight and stuff. I don't know. The Houston Rockets according to this at Bovada, I saw a different one on somebody else. Jimmy Shapiro sent out a different one, but the Rockets are the favorites right now to get Giannis.
I saw a different one. I saw that that San Antonio's the favorites.
Yeah, I had the Rockets at 4-1. This has the Rockets 2-1.
Yeah, I saw Rockets 4-1. Spurs, they had plus 260. They had them as a favorite, but I think the Rockets are the favorite. If the Rockets are interested, but
if he's interested,
yeah, but I would think you got a chance to win with a good team. Like, why would he not be interested in the Rockets?
You just never know why a guy puts a team on the list. Why did Kevin Durant pick the Suns out of all the teams that he wanted to go play for? Because was Devin Booker that attractive? One guy?
Maybe it was.
Yeah,
maybe.
So you never know.
Maybe it was a coach.
You mean the guy they fired, Monty Williams?
Yeah.
You never know why.
No, you never know. But I would think that all things equal, without knowing what anyone likes and doesn't like, Houston is a pretty good destination. It's got we know Giannis wants to win. We know that he's not a lifestyle guy necessarily. He's a win guy. Houston gives you that chance. They were 2 in the West without a player like him. Now, you would subtract good players to add him, but you've got a serious-minded coach. He's a serious-minded player. You've got a culturally diverse city, if that matters to him. I don't know if it matters to him or not. You've got 2 Greek fests here, the Festival of Greece and Greek Fest.
Yeah.
So there's 2 of them.
That's true.
He's got 2 of them. We can bring in
Nico Nikos.
You got Nico Nikos, multiple locations of that.
Yeah.
Well, I get the odds thing is for fodder and people talk about it. Until that guy tells, well, first he needs to tell him about Milwaukee trade me. And until he says, this is my list, it's all like, okay, we can have the conversation. And you're right. The Rockets have all the assets to make a trade happen, and they also would have what's left over to have a championship team if that's what Giannis wants. Potentially. This guy could say, you know what? I like the East Coast. I'd rather stay on the East Coast.
But he could say, my best chance is playing in the East.
In the East, it's easier to get back to Greece if I want to go there. Travel, like the whole thing we do with the Japanese players and they play on the West Coast. Maybe he's thinking that way. I understand. Make the odds, put them out there, but
if you're talking East, like the Celtics would not have unless they moved Jaylen Brown. Even then, I don't think you have what it takes to get like the Bucks would want to find young players. The Rockets are uniquely suited. Where Giannis would want to go in the East, I mean, I suppose he could go to the Bulls. There's a lot of places he could go where he thinks he will elevate them, but there's really not as many teams in the East. You got 4 teams really in contention. Do they have what it takes to add him and subtract? I don't know. I mean, the idea of the Lakers, that is you are literally just buying a casket. If that's what you do, you go to the Lakers, you're buying a casket because I don't know how the Lakers could make it work. Number one, Lakers fans just assume that's going to happen. Spurs fans, what do the Spurs have to offer that is so enticing?
Well, I think
to the organization,
you got the piece
to the organization.
You got
to the Bucks.
To the Bucks,
they control the Hawks picks, and the Hawks aren't going to be good, so they don't even have to send
the picks.
They don't even have to send the Spurs picks because the Bucks are going to need picks. They don't really have any, so the Hawks are going to be bad. So you have the opportunity to take advantage of those picks. They have young players that they didn't have to give to get De'Aaron Fox, whether it be Vassell or Sohan or Keldon Johnson, whatever it might be. You think about who's untouchable for them. Probably Castle.
You're going to have to
Wemby, and Fox. The rest of those guys can be sent
No,
to
Castle.
Milwaukee.
Well, then too bad. Then Castle, it's a no deal.
Well, we don't know that's no deal.
We've got Alperen Şengün, and we assume he's part of the deal. If you're Milwaukee, I'm asking
which
you,
one would,
as general manager of Milwaukee, wouldn't you demand?
Well, you keep operating in the way that it's going to be open for business. I understand if you're comparing the 2 rosters. Yeah, sure, the Rockets are ahead, but you know what? All Giannis has to go and say is trade me to San Antonio. That's the only place I would sign.
Well, then you don't trade. Then you don't trade him.
Well. Or you do because they'll give you enough that make it worthwhile.
You can't give me enough to make it worthwhile if Castle's not part of it. Like you've got to give something to get. You can't get Giannis.
We talk about this all the time. The only time this is played out where a guy demanded to go someplace and it didn't work out for him is Dame. The history of the NBA shows you no matter what you think the star normally
he's
gets
not
an
a-hole. So here's the difference. He is not. He's shown no inclination to be a public nuisance and a-hole. He would have to play out of character and out of type for him to do that. I don't see him doing that. And if you're Milwaukee, you just watch Nico Harrison literally get burned at the stake for that trade. You show me a trade where he doesn't even get
if they
Castle
get the, if they
back?
get the second overall pick,
No.
that'll help. Nico did
what's-
well. You're
all right.
speaking from a perspective of a guy who says the Rockets have more. But if the Spurs are saying, "Hey, we're going
I
to give
swear
you,
to God, I'm
we're going to
not.
give you a jump start with Dylan Harper as a second overall pick,"
But
a guy being compared to Cade Cunningham, whatever you might think of that projection, that might be something
Dell,
they really like.
You're talking about one of the best players in basketball.
I understand, but
You got to give us more.
that's fine.
I
But
don't even care if it's the Rockets. If the Rockets say we're out on him, we want to run it back. I'm still saying I just saw Nico Harrison not get enough back for Luka, and Anthony
James
Davis
Harden
is
was
one of the best
players in basketball. What star player did the Rockets
Well, they got
give up?
tons of picks, and they
Or
were
get back,
they were in a
excuse me. Exactly.
They were in a reset.
The Spurs have tons of picks to give away. That's what I'm talking about, and young players.
But-
the Rockets didn't
Right.
give up nearly as much
All
or
right.
get back nearly as much.
All right, we're going to break it here. We're way behind. 713-780-3776. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Giannis. But we do have Ime talking about Fred for the first time, so we will hear that on the other side.
I bet it's glowingly.
Well, you will see. You'll see for yourself. But right now, I'm going to see about Air Team LTD. I've used Air Team LTD. I think Air Team LTD does an excellent job. Air Team LTD is airteamltd.com is one of the premier air conditioning places in this city. And I saw it firsthand. I had to put in a couple of air conditioners at the house, and I got to tell you, they were so professional. The expertise, the knowledge that they had, the price that I got. There are rebates going on right now. There's no interest and no payments for 3 months to start this thing. The summer heat is here. We got 90 degrees every day. Have you looked at your air conditioner? And if your air conditioner needs something right now, if it needs Freon or if there's something going on with the motor, now is the time to do it. Not when the 100 degree weather is here and it's going to break down. This is the time right now to go to airteamltd.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. Get your stuff checked out, especially if you haven't done it in a while. airteamltd.com.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Card House.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you'd like to get in here with us, 713-780-3776. Astros won. That was a fun win. That was a good one. I mean, the game was really, really boring until the Astros Isaac Paredes with another home run, a shot. Now he's starting to hit like we thought. Coming from the statistics of how many balls he hit in Wrigley that would have been home runs at Minute Maid or at Daikin, they're starting to come through now. He had the game winner the other night, and he started the scoring last night. It was Jeremy Pena night. 4 for 4. The game-winning RBI, 2 RBIs, the game-winning RBI, doubling down the line. He is on fire. Dude has got over 1,000 OPS this month, only surpassed by Jake Meyer's OPS this month. But the two of them are in the top 10 in OPS this month in all of Major League Baseball. So a really, really nice night. And Mauricio Dubon with 2 bloop doubles down the line. But coming through big time as he got the tying run home, and then Jeremy Pena knocked him in with the game winner in the 8th inning. So that was a fun night. That was a good one. It was boring and terrible for about the first 6 innings, and then the bats finally came alive.
It's a little bit boring baseball this year. I'm not going to lie.
It is.
If I'm being honest,
It
some of it is because new guys that I'm not emotionally attached to throughout the middle of the lineup. That's part of it. Bunch of new relievers, new starters yesterday. In that case, it's kind of a different team. It's just I don't have an emotional attachment to a lot of the guys,
okay,
so it takes time.
Wisniewski started. Gusto is a starter.
Yeah.
And now we got Colton Gordon, a starter. I mean,
and look at the relievers too.
Well, yeah, the relievers doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, but I mean, it's new guys too.
Yeah.
But that's the nature, frankly, of it's rare to give the 3-year deal to the Monteros. What you usually do is say thanks for your service, and then you bring in other guys. You don't run it back because relievers there's too many outliers. Like a reliever can be really good one year and bad the next year. And Jeff Bagwell and the Astros bought into we can't possibly lose Montero after this World Series. Let's give him a 3-year deal.
All of the guys that
money.
they gave money to. Yeah.
Well, Neris wouldn't have been much better.
Yeah. No, Reese wouldn't have been better, but neither of them. Why are you doing that? And then you had Presley and his antics last year. 713-780-3776. So you're saying that the Astros, when they didn't have a GM, made some bad decisions. Is that what you're trying to come?
I'm saying
is that what you're trying to put
giving
across?
A 3-year contract of any amount to a reliever that's not a closer or a premier setup man is stupid.
What's the list of top 5 guys you'll never forgive as far as making decisions? Silas is on the list. He'll always get reference for ruining the first couple years of this team.
It's not decision, but Jack Easterby is one.
Easterby, Silas will get a mention. Bagwell will get his.
Bagwell's going to get a mention. Bill O'Brien should get a mention. I mean, Bill O'Brien's the one who he, along with Jack, orchestrated what was eventually tearing down people's careers and an entire organization. And they were bad people behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I have no respect for that. So
Easterby
and O'Brien. Silas is kind of a patsy. I guess we put him in there, but
I mean, to me, he's Bo Porter. He just inherited a crap team. And
he
was just the sacrificial lamb.
But he wasn't ready to be. He doesn't have the personality to be a head coach.
Bad decision. Did he? P. Did he?
He's not a
he's not a Houston guy. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure he did stuff here.
No.
Jeff Bagwell?
Kind of. Yeah. He mentioned kind of AJ Hinch. 2019.
Oh, that was a bad decision.
But we love AJ Hinch, but that decision's not going anywhere.
No.
2019, not bringing in Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
Like, what can we do about that?
It's just pulling Greinke, period. I mean, in favor of Harris, that was, oh my God.
Is there any other basketball ones? Not really that I can think of. I guess Daryl, Daryl continued to give James all that power, but that's kind of Daryl. You know what? Kind of Daryl, after doing a good job, he didn't understand how to take the next step, and he ran us right into a cul-de-sac and killed us.
Yep.
Literally ran it into
the
ground, killed the organization. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's because of Daryl's just
I feel like I died, but okay.
Yeah, it was literally like a Titanic.
Pro basketball was dead for several years.
Here it was.
Yeah.
For here. All right. John Chill on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, let's talk a little Gulf Coast Chevy.
Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick GMC. My son went down and he said it was great. Went to get his oil done. They took a look at everything. He said, what else do I need for schedule maintenance? They said, actually, we're going to check your air filter, but you're good. They don't want to do unnecessary maintenance on your vehicle. That's not how they operate. He drives the Buick Envision, and I'm here to tell you right now, there is a great deal on the Buick Envision right now. 0.9% APR financing on Buick Encore GX or Envision for well-qualified buyers. The Encore GX also comes with a $3,000 purchase allowance, while the Envision has a $1,000 purchase allowance for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees, and no monthly payments for 90 days. Find your Buick at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Craig DeSurf wants to make you a great offer. He's going to give you tremendous trade-in value for your vehicles right now, and you are going to end up having a vehicle in the Buick that you love. I drive the Enclave right now. Handles smooth, and the interior is like a home away from home. It's beautiful. Buick, exceptional by design.
All right, welcome back. Texas Card House, where we're at. We're the big poker atlas extravaganza begins today, 5 o'clock. Get on over here. $650,000 going to be on the line all month long right here at Texas Card House. Joining us now to talk a little gambling, our good friend John Chill from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, here with us this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What up, John Chill?
How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Yeah, just watching the NBA playoffs and some NHL. We got all kinds of things going on this weekend. So, everything's looking good. The playoffs, we talked a couple weeks ago, the favorites, and starting to see a little bit of the dogs coming through. So that's definitely helped us out here at the book. And, we continue to see that. We're seeing way more handle than prior years, which is interesting in the NBA. So there's some growth there, and so it's shaping up to be a good playoff. The NBA playoffs. So
I would imagine, if you're gonna bet on the NBA playoffs, that you guys are taking care of business because Cleveland going down this early, the Celtics in trouble. And in those games when you thought for sure the Celtics were going to come back and destroy, they got beat in game 4. I mean, this is a little bit surprising what's going on this postseason, no?
Yeah, and it's not only they're losing against the spread. A lot of these teams are winning straight up, which is definitely killed a lot of parlays out there and a lot of futures and all that. So we definitely saw in the early when. I think Nuggets one game, they were getting 10. They end up winning straight up. So, when they start winning the money lines, that starts hurting parlays here. And so it's been a good couple of weeks here for us. Again, you want some winners out there as well. And, but handle's been good. We continue to see, that Knicks Celtics series is good. You can just see that kind of looking at it went down from 4-1 down to Knicks are minus 275. Celtics looked pretty good last night. They're at plus 225, so you can't count them out. Knicks look tired, and they got to win Game 6, I think. And if it goes to Game 7, I think Celtics have a shot there. But I think the Nuggets are the same way. I think they played good for 3.5 quarters, and they just don't have a bench, and they wear out as well. That series, if you like the Nuggets, they're plus 750 right now to win that series. But I think it's going to be tough for Denver. They look tired, and Jokic needs more help. You can see that here in the fourth quarters at the end of these games. So those are doing pretty good there. As far as the futures, big changes there. You got Thunder at minus 125. You got the T-Wolves at plus 550. The Pacers are 6-1 right now. They're actually ahead of the Knicks. Oh, they're flat right now, 6-1, both Knicks and Pacers to win it all. So. Definitely looks like the Thunder's the big favorite here to win it all right now. So.
Well, they got to get through this one. They had a tough one in Game 5 for sure. Game 6 is going to be in Denver, so we'll see whether or not they can even get through. If they don't get through, I'm going to tell you what, Indiana. Anybody thinking, feeling like this team can do it all?
They're a little bit of a. They got a hot Tyrese Halliburton. The team knows who they are. They don't play. They're well coached. No one talks about they're well coached.
Yeah.
They seem to. There's something about the playoffs when you have a dude who's hot and a team who knows who they are. There's no the Rockets kind of don't know. They don't know who to go to at different times. There's no doubt on the Pacers.
He's clutch.
And they seem fresh.
He's more clutch than guys.
Think about this: seen. The Knicks and the Knicks got their asses kicked. Like the Celtics, you remember, we talked about it yesterday. They were more than just Jason Tatum, and everyone else showed up. Derek White was huge. The entire team showed up yesterday.
Well, you called out Jaylen Brown yesterday.
Jaylen, he was okay, but Derek White was really the really good one. But it's interesting, John, because now as a handicapper, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, Knicks are in a must-win spot. However, what's the line on that one?
For the Knicks, it is
about 3.5?
2.5 now.
2.5.
Yeah.
So it's a short price. So I'm either thinking, okay, I'm probably playing money line with the Knicks if I'm gonna play the Knicks and we'll close out the series, or I could hedge with the Celtics to win the series. and I could go Celtics to win the series. I could hedge and go Celtics, to win the series if I wanted to. But what's Celtics to win the series? They'd have to win 2 in a row.
It's plus 225. Yeah, hedge those.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
Plus 225 to win 2 games in a row. That's
I believe.
And the first.
I believe they were like 4-1 before the game last night.
Well, if you parlayed them, you're parlaying plus. You're basically parlaying
Mm-hmm.
as a favorite of like -2 something in Game 7 if it gets to a Game 7. So I think you'd rather play it plus 225 if you like the Celtics now as opposed to.
Yeah, if they win Game 6, it's going to be tight. Yeah, it's going to be real tight.
But the Knicks are going to be desperate, and New York is rocking. You know what? They do look tired, but I think the Garden is going to be rocking. I think that's a low number. I'm playing the Knicks and saying we get it done here. And the Pacers are sitting there just relaxed.
Yeah.
Just waiting.
Yep. And getting rest. Yeah, absolutely. 713. Oh, no. We got John Chill, 713-780-3776. What else we got going? How about this golf, John? What's everybody coming in on?
Yeah, I was looking. I think I was just looking at there's 5, I think, at -3 right now. I was kind of looking at Rory and his odds. He opened up at 4.5 to 1. He's up to 6-1 now. He's even. So it's interesting, just to go into live betting. You can get 6-1 odds, an hour or 2 into this. I think he's even. I think that the issue is we got there's 6 people -3 right now, and he's at even par. So, but I kind of like Jordan Spieth 9-1 and to make the top 5 there. I was going to go Lowry, but I think he's like +4 already. So, but you can get some good odds, live bets if you're watching it. And, like I said, Rory, he's up and down, in the last hour, he went back down to 4.5, but now he's at 6-1 right now. So definitely whatever better or whatever golfer you like, check out the live odds and maybe you can, get some more money on that, better odds as this goes on. But, it was interesting. I was looking too on this to see if these leaders were playing the front or back 9. It's kind of a mixed bag to see, if, the front 9's playing better in the back and that. So, but yeah, Rory, I like Jordan Spieth. The favorites I think they're all even par, all the big 3. DeChambeau, I like him as well. He can bomb it. So, it should be a good tournament. I think weather will be good. And, but yeah, whatever golf you like, check out the live odds and, you maybe get some extra money out of it. So we got that. We got NHL. Kind of like I like the Jets tonight, minus the puck line or plus 210. Hallebuck, the goalie, he's a wall at home, and so they're playing at home. He on the road, he's up and down. So kind of like him to hold the fort and take that to a game 6 there, and then you got another closeout game, the Canes and Caps. I think Carolina will win that, and I kind of like Edmonton and Florida to make the Cup. It's a 5-1 right now. I like those 2 to make the Cup and see what happens from there. We got that. We got some UFC going on. We got Morales 750 minus 750. Huge odds. I haven't seen any of the prop bets. I probably will take he'll either KO him in round 1 or 2, just to get the odds down a little bit. I doubt that'll go more than 3 rounds. So I kind of like that today. But definitely be on the NBA and golf all weekend. So it'll be interesting. Schedule came out, so talk a little bit about that next week. I was kind of looking at that. I did see what was interesting. I don't know why the Patriots went from plus 105 to minus 120 overnight. So I just didn't have a chance to look at that. But I did see those odds movements for the Patriots over under. I believe it was 8.5 wins. So we'll look at that and see what.
Wait, say that again. What were you looking at?
The Patriots over under. I think it was 8.5 wins.
For total wins was
for total
8.5.
wins. Yeah.
Wait. The Patriots are 8.5.
I think it's 8.5. Let me look at it. I just
How
saw the
would they
line
be
move.
that high?
That doesn't make any
Maybe
sense.
7.5. Let me look. I just saw the juice move from minus 1 or plus 105 to minus 120.
Wow, that
So
would seem
I
like
don't know
a high number of
why
wins for
people
them.
are playing. Yeah, let me get to those and see it. But we could talk about
How many did they win last year? They were better than expected last year, but man, 8.5 still seems high for May as a full-time rookie for the first year.
And I don't Yeah, I don't know why there was so much action on them.
Yeah, I got one where one book has
Yeah,
them at
why that
8.5.
line moved. But
And they're playing the over 9 to have a winning season already.
That's crazy.
I mean, they had a good draft, but it's still, draft players.
Well, they picked up Stephon Diggs, Drake May in his second year.
No, they don't. Oh, the Patriots have Stephon Diggs. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
They
Yeah.
gave Milton Williams from the Eagles a lot of money. Robert Spillane. They signed a lot of guys who we would know of. Now, there's a reason they're available, but they had to give them money. The Patriots had to pay that we suck tax, and they gave a lot of guys a lot of money to come play there.
Yeah. Well, they had a lot of money.
Yeah.
To give a lot of money. That is John Chill right here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, talking a little gambling and what's going on. Maybe the Patriots are. Maybe there's something to this.
yeah, no, over 8.5. Minus 115.
Minus 115. No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is John Chill. Hey, John, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, there's John Chill every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Go just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Get on over there, and if you want to get your gamble on, I'm telling you, I love that place. Thanks, John Chill, for being with us. What about if I need some jewelry, Lance?
Zadok Jewelers. Zadok Jewelers is, the best in. They're considered the jeweler of Houston, really, and you'll understand why if you go into the location. It's 28,000 square feet. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But everything you look at Zadok is incredible. Like the quality is beyond compare. They have unique pieces that because they're a boutique location for many of the top designers. All the best designers are there. Look, what you need to know is that you have a budget that you want to stay to. If you go in, everyone who works there are experts at different fields. And so you speak to them if you want earrings or bracelets, necklaces, diamond, no matter how big you want to go or how small you want to go, they're going to find something that's incredible. She's going to love it. And most importantly, you are going to be educated on the process if you so choose. You don't have to know what you're looking for to be able to find the perfect gift because that's their job. And they do it really, really well. Diamond engagement rings, forget about it. Nobody beats Zadok Jewelers. Zadok.com is the website, Zadok.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 at Texas Card House. And it is just a great day. 5 o'clock tonight starts the liftoff for the big event, $100,000 guarantee. Starts tonight. We had one last night at 3 o'clock yesterday, actually, a $400 buy-in. And the dude won, the champ won $21,000. It's $200 for the buy-in. And you got $100,000 on the line. $100,000 on the line. And a guy who knows a little thing or two, Scott Delaney, bracelet winner at the World Series of Poker in a mixed game. You had a round of each of Hold'em and then PLO.
That's right.
And you won it in 2023?
Yes, sir.
2023. And now you are an ambassador for Hijack Poker, which we've talked about a lot here. It's the app where you can play, and it's a Texas Card House app. And you can get your poker on at home. But, okay, so a lot of people with the buy-in, with the credit card and everything online, that you got to do online. How about this? You can come to Texas Card House and put money down at Texas Card House and then play online.
That's exactly right.
Right? I mean, that is neat because some credit card companies are still not down with poker.
Yeah, there's a little
bit bad ones.
The stupid ones.
There is a little bit of a gray area with some of that, but that's why Texas Card House, it's exclusive here to Texas, and they go by a different business model than pretty much every online poker app out there. This one, they do it just like the Texas Card House model. They charge by time. They don't take any rake out of the pot. There's no agents or anything. Like I said, like you just said, you deposit and withdraw money at any Texas Card House location, and there's 6 of them across Texas. And you can also deposit and withdraw with Bitcoin, which is pretty cool too.
Okay, cool. Scott Delaney with us here on ESPN. You were on with us a couple of years ago before you won your bracelet. You were, and Mattress Mac was started up some kind of a team, right? Was it a team event?
That's right, the Poker Stallions, and that was really a team created by us, the players, and Mac backed it. My brother Rockets Will, he was really in charge of the thing, like a team captain, and I was his first-round draft pick. And it was a bunch of poker players from Texas, and we went out to the World Series. And instead of us just kind of being on our own, it was a lot cooler and a lot easier on all of us for us to be together as a team. We shared houses and we shared meals and things like that, and we supported each other. And it really gave Houston a team to look at instead of just a person. If we want to get the community involved with poker, I've always thought that it needs to be around a team or something, just like, all sports.
Right.
And so that was kind of the idea we had going forward with that. The next year, Mac decided for whatever reason not to do it anymore. I wasn't on the business end of it, so I'm not sure. But us Stallions, that's friends, we're the poker players of Houston. So we stayed together and we all started kind of doing our own thing. And the next year I went back and like you said, I won my first ever world championship bracelet. And right after that, I became the face of Hijack Poker and the chief ambassador for the Texas Card House. So
awesome.
I'm on the come up.
Tell us about the grind. We were talking about the grind earlier of winning an event, especially the World Series of Poker. It's 8, 9, 10 days of nonstop. How long was your event?
Well, mine was very unique. Most of the events throughout the summer are going to be about 3-day events, and except for the main event, like you said, is 10 days. Well, my event, the $600 buy-in, no limit Texas Hold'em, and pot limit Omaha tournament was supposed to be 3 days. I came in on day 2 and demolished the whole field in 7 hours. The final table only lasted 2 hours. It was really
crazy.
just a crazy thing that happened. Yeah.
Would you go on just a jag of unbelievable hands, or did you bully? How'd you go about it?
Yeah, I bullied.
You bullied.
Well, I had played a high-low tournament the night before, and when I get in this mode of momentum and confidence, and I won that tournament the night before, and so I came into this WSOP event I was feeling really confident. And by day 2, I realized that, I'm a real poker player. I play Pot Limit Omaha for a living. And I'm looking around the field, and a lot of these people had never even played Pot Limit Omaha before, and they certainly weren't real actual cash game players, And so I realized I had a huge advantage and a huge edge. So at that point, I started folding almost all of the No Limit Texas Hold'em hands, and I just put the pressure, leaned on them real hard on the PLO.
Really?
And I steamrolled them.
That's awesome. That is what a great story. You've lived in Houston your whole adult life, but you're from West Texas.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, well, congratulations. We got a Houstonian that's a world champion right here, and at Texas Card House, and Hijack Poker. How is Hijack? Now, Hijack Poker has been around a little while. We've just started to advertise it a little bit out there in Houston. But tell us about Hijack Poker. Can I find a game there all the time? What's going on?
Yeah, they pretty much have round-the-clock action now, and it's small limits for the beginners. So if you're out there listening and you're like, I want to try my hand in poker, but I'm a little bit nervous to even walk into the Texas Card House until you get a little experience. Well, this is the perfect opportunity because they have it as little as 5 cent, 10 cent, no limit hold'em. I mean, really small stakes. And then they have your what I mostly play is like a 1-2 no limit hold'em, 1-2 Pot Limit Omaha. The games are really good on there. And if you download the app now, put in promo code Fireman Scott. And that'll make it to where I make a little money off of you.
Good.
But we have this, you basically pay for time. And so you put in my promo code and I'll get a little piece of your time. But if you already have a Hijack Poker app, you can tell your buddies to put in your username in the referral code and you'll get a little piece of their action for the next couple of months.
Well, I've got Cash 20. So I want you to put in Cash 20 as your promo code. Okay. Or Spring 20. Spring 20 is if you're new and if you've been on a Cash 20. So put whichever one you want. Thank you for your service, by the way, as a fireman. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I tell you, my son's joined the fire department first time as it's his official career now. And one of the things he's having to get used to as a dad with, he's married, 2 kids, and he had been in the restaurant business for a while, got into, this is really his passion, this and Muay Thai. And he, it's different. I'll call him. He said, I'm working, I work today, I work, Wednesday, and then I'm off for 5 days. Like, what?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's 24 on, 24 off. And he said, so, we hit 40 to 50 hours pretty quick, obviously. But he said, there's a lot of guys, once they realize, he said, your recovery from a 24-hour shift, you're dead the next day. He said, but there's a lot of guys who pick up other, like they say, I've got time. Why don't I do something else? Make a little money doing something else. That's kind of how you got started, right?
That's exactly how I got started. I was in the Army before I was in the fire department.
Thank you for your service there, too.
Thank you for saying
and for your poker service.
Yeah,
Thank
poker.
you. Well, I always tell people out of Army, fire department, and poker is the most difficult, and it's not even close. Not even close. But yeah, when I was in the fire department, we did have a lot of downtime. The Houston schedule was 24 on, 24 off, 24 on, and then 5 days off. And even there at the fire station, you had a lot of downtime. So that's really when I got into poker, and I would sit at the station for some days. Sometimes I'd stay for a week straight, and my head would be in the books or online. And I would actually watch poker with all the guys. And I would put pieces of paper on the TV and I would cover up their cards and I'd guess what their cards were. And the guys at the fire station, they always got a kick out of it. And we used to play poker every day. And then I learned one of my first big lessons because we'd play poker every day and I'd win every single day. And after a few months, they would never play with me again. And I was glad that I learned that lesson right there in that small little
every day.
Even rats know it. You can't win every day. They did this experiment one time where they had big rats against little rats, and the game was geared more for the big rats to win. Well, the big rats learned that they had to let the little rats win every once in a while, or they would stop playing altogether. And so even rats know that.
Yeah,
And,
so-
Wow.
And I learned it right there at the Houston Fire Department.
Can't win every time.
That's right.
You got to feed the fish, is what they say.
That's right.
Feed the fish, otherwise the fish will stop biting.
Feed the fish.
Feed the fish.
That's fun.
That is great. That is great stuff. A lot of great lessons in poker. And if you're somebody that loves poker, well, this is the place to be. First of all, you can download, like you said. Maybe I don't like to go to a card house. Maybe I don't like to play with people. Maybe I'm an introvert, or I just like to play at home. I love to play.
You sound like you're saying Dell.
It's
If
perfect
Dell
for
Gamble, it sounds like you're
He
saying,
hates people.
I'm an introvert. I don't like people.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay
Right.
at home.
I really got my start playing poker online. Back in the day when I was at the fire station, that was before Black Friday and all of that. And my first ever big 6-figure score was playing online poker. And people used to tell me, they'd say,
Six figures?
Yeah, I won
Oh, my,
100.
wow.
I
In
won
one
100.
match? In one game?
It was like a promotional thing where I
Uh-huh.
won 6 tournaments in a row, and no human had ever done it before. They were small tournaments, and they had this promotion where if you win 6 of them in a row, you get 100K. And they thought it was just really not humanly possible because no human had done it till I came along. Yeah, till I came along and I got them. But people used to say, man, online poker is different because you can't get tells. And I said, actually, it's opposite of that, because online I can read your soul. I'm not covered up by what you're wearing and all the other thing. I can really see you. And so online poker is a very cool, interesting aspect. So don't think that it's not real poker. It really is.
Best way for guys that are I watch poker all the time. It's probably one of the only things that I watch on TV. I love to watch. I love to see the strategy and everything else. And sometimes you're like, how did you get here with that move that you just made? Better to play online, read books, watch on TV. What do you find is the playing is obviously gives you the most experience, right?
Yes. You need to constantly take lessons, learn whatever you can nonstop. I mean, as I was telling you earlier, I used to study at the fire station. I mean, nonstop. I'm into an almost 20-year career here.
What's a good book that you've read?
The number one is Super Systems. That's the Bible of poker. Doyle Brunson, godfather of poker, Texan.
Still holds up.
Still holds up. I mean, the
game's changed a little bit since I know.
Yes. Now, strategically, you might think Super Systems is a bit outdated, but that doesn't matter. It gives the real important lessons, the ones that are forgotten about, and nothing else matters. I'm teaching my kids right now how to play poker, and the first lesson I tell them is you have to have someone to play with. So no matter what you do in poker, the most important thing is behave in a way to where people want to play with you. The most people, they want to give you action every day, every hand. You know, they want to invite you to the games. That's the number one most important thing. All the pot odds and SPRs.
So what about if you talk
later.
trash about everybody and you constantly make fun of them and things like that?
Well,
does that make them want to play with you if you're constantly saying bad things about them?
It
Like
can.
that?
You know,
See?
it's a social game.
He's talking about me.
It's a social game, so you treat everybody a little bit
What if you're
differently.
really disliked? That also can put people on tilt. But
What if
Sure
you're
can.
loved because you make people laugh at how much you make fun of them?
well, make fun of other people?
Yes, right,
Yeah,
right.
not them.
It's like one of those things where when I'm at a poker table, if I look and I see that there's a newcomer to the game, or there's an obviously recreational player, this lady just came tonight to play the tournament and have fun. Well, I try to be very welcoming and nice to them. Welcome to the game. And then if there's an older person, I want to show them respect. You've been around a long time. I'm the new guy. But when I meet guys who are a little bit like the young bucks, the guys that are right on my heels,
Yeah.
well, I'm a little bit harder on them. It's just like pickup basketball or any other sport. Yeah, I'm going to stick an elbow in your ribs.
Assert the dominance.
And I'm going, yeah, that's the way. This is an ego game. We're playing with money here.
And sometimes if you piss them off, they make bad moves.
Yes. And when you're talking about how you get people to play with you and all of that, well, I have this thing about my personality that people just don't trust me completely. They're like, this guy might have a bracelet, but I think I can beat this son of a gun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I invite people, hey, test it out, you know.
Let's go.
And guys who have money. Well, they got that money because they have egos, and they don't care if you've got a bracelet or not. They want to test their luck and their money against your skill, and that's what poker is.
That's
really.
it. Well, and taking advantage of and in your wins, getting as much as you can, and in your losses, losing as little as possible, right?
Yeah, you do have to understand that poker is about
maximizing and minimizing.
That's right. And I compare poker a lot of time, especially Texas poker and PLO. I compare it to bull riding. If you're going to be a championship PLO player, you're going to be the same as a bull rider. You didn't get there without getting knocked in the dirt many, many times.
Mm-hmm.
And poker is just as much about getting back up and getting back in the saddle than it is about anything else. So you got to be tough, and you got to endure the long haul of poker, and it's fun. That's why the poker community is so tight knit, because we all go through the same aches and pains together. I can sit up here and say, "Oh, I'm this great champion player," but every player in Houston has seen me through the up and downs.
Absolutely.
They've
sometimes
been with me
you catch
through the
it,
thick
sometimes
and
you
thin.
don't. That happens.
That's
Are you
right.
playing in the series?
Yes, I'll be playing certainly this week. Thank God I'm not old enough to play the seniors event yet.
I'm going to be playing in that this afternoon. As a matter of fact, it's an hour and 26 minutes away, so get on over here.
They'll be coming in the door soon. The old guys like to show up on time.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the tournaments they definitely wanted me to highlight starts today. The flight for the weekend. You talked about it. $200 buy-in, 100K guarantee, and that prize pool will probably get 200,000. So if you're a beginning poker player out there and you want to take your shot,
$200,
$200, yeah. Not only that, next weekend we have the main event, which is a $600 buy-in, and the prize pool guarantee for that is 300,000. Now you win a first place in that event.
Holy crap!
That's a good launching off point for now. You got a poker bankroll.
Yep.
Now I can go to WSOP for the summer. I can play more cash games here at Texas Card House. I can do whatever. So definitely, if I was in Houston or Texas or anywhere close, I would definitely get here for this weekend for that 100K guarantee. And without a doubt, next weekend, this is the last tournament series before the World Series of Poker. So this is a bankroll builder for a lot of people.
How about that? This is the last one. So get on over here to Texas Card House, Westheimer and Greenridge. Let's go. Hey, Scott, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for your insight, and congratulations on the big win. That's great.
Thank you all for
bracelet
having
holder.
me.
They can't ever take it away from you. You're a champ.
No, sir. I'm going to come back at the end of the summer and talk to you all again.
Hopefully you'll have a few.
Yeah, that's right.
That's great. That is Scott Delaney right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking right now about how about ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com is where you are going to get your basketball on, right? If you're looking for a great way to get those kids outside and playing, all right, there's one way that you can do it. And your kids are watching the NBA playoffs right now. They love to watch the guys. They love to watch the athleticism. They love to watch the shot making. They love to watch all of this stuff. But you want them outside. You don't want them sitting in the house just, hanging out, watching TV, playing video games. You want them out in the driveway. And you know what? You want them in your driveway so that you know where they are. And the whole neighborhood will be in your driveway. And that's fun. That's what we had at our house. And I hope you have that at your house too, because it's great camaraderie for the kids. And it's great for you because your kids are where they're where you know they are. Okay, right there in your driveway. So you're looking for the best goal to do that, the one that raises and lowers so that the kids can actually enjoy it. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate that you heard it right here. The best goal, period. ProDunk.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
She was there.
John was just talking to his wife.
She
he
was
won't
at
mention the upfronts.
So Jimmy Kimmel apparently, the Mannings did a song and dance thing, Peyton and Eli, and apparently at this upfront thing, I've just heard of it. I don't even know what it is. But it's what is it? An unveiling of everything that ABC is going to do, or
back when we were more traditional with our television, when you had like 22 episode seasons, it would just unveil the fall lineup and stuff like that. But now it's because there's digital stuff, so I'm sure there's more of that. But yeah, it used to be, hey, this is our new Thursday lineup, and this is all the shows, and maybe you meet some of the stars, stuff like that. Every network would do it.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was hosting it, and she said it was uncomfortable. The Mannings did that song and dance, and he was criticized. And then he said that was worse than what the Menendez brothers did. And apparently Jimmy Kimmel's catching hell. Some people agreed. Other people were like, that's, you've gone too far. And he even said too soon because I think the audience groaned and was like, oh. And then he went after Bob Iger, and she said, well, okay, all right, that dude's paying your, but Jimmy Kimmel's got FU money, so it doesn't matter, right? Jimmy Kimmel don't care. He don't have to care.
The day that Bob Iger tells him to get out, if that ever happened, Jimmy would be just fine.
Jimmy's going to be fine.
It might be embarrassing.
The next time I worry about Jimmy Kimmel
will be the first time.
Yep, that's never going to happen. But yeah, she's there, and she's Dal, I'm glad you told me what she was at.
You should have known before I did.
I probably did know, at least I was told.
You just didn't retain the information?
I didn't.
Do you think at any point you registered what she was talking about and forgot, or you never registered?
Yeah, I don't.
You just heard she's off to New York, and that was it.
It was just
maybe
funny.
that. Did you even know what city she was in?
Yeah, I knew she was in New York because she's going to see Frankie.
Okay.
She's actually hanging out with Frankie today, and then going on to I don't know what, to something tonight.
Something else.
Said,
who knows?
She said she's got to do something tonight.
Whatever.
I don't know.
I know what she's doing. She's going to the. Well, no, the Knicks game is not tomorrow. So it's not today. It's
tomorrow.
Yeah.
She might go to the Knicks game tomorrow night. Who knows? You don't know.
You think you should get tickets?
You can sit next to Timmy.
I hope she's not sitting next to Timmy.
Who's Timmy?
Then our marriage
Chalamet.
is over.
No, does she like Chalamet like my wife?
Everybody loves Chalamet.
Why do women? Women kind of like that body type. They've had a huge
little skinny.
No, there's been a huge thing online. Lance. No, there's been a huge thing online where they don't like the big muscular. Like the women like dad bods. They like the Timothy Chalamet types. Most women,
he's
high
not
percentage.
A dad bod, really.
No, he's
just
not.
A little.
He's not.
Guy.
Yeah, there's a high percentage, but it's for them. For men, it's more about the urges. So we're attracted to a certain type of, and then for women, it's different. They're more,
Are you explaining to me that women like thin, successful men who make a lot of money? That you're telling me?
Well, thin.
That's something.
He's a waif.
I've never been sitting next to him. He's like 5'10", skinny dude, whatever.
He is wee.
Yeah.
He is a sports fan, which kind of.
But he's not that short,
actually,
though.
he's
5'10".
He's like
5'10",
yeah.
He's very skinny.
Yeah.
My son Alec, who used to be bone skinny, is like 172 now. He lifts 5 days a week. Doesn't even skip leg days. You wouldn't even recognize him if you saw him.
Who's going to win, him or Snacks right now?
Well, Snacks is preparing for his first fight in June.
Ooh,
so he's got.
I want to see those two go at it.
He's got his.
Because I'm sure.
Look, he's lifting, so he's in the mirror. Snacks weighs like 6 times a day. He's eating. He's trying. You need to eat your body weight in protein. Like what? No, you don't.
What?
Your body can only use so much. Snacks. You don't need to get 150 grams of protein.
He's gonna be on the toilet all day.
Yeah,
he's eating his body
and
weight.
He got
protein.
mad at me because I wouldn't let him because I don't like some of his grades. So I told him he couldn't go to a different gym for jiu-jitsu. I'm like with his friend. I'm like, no, you don't. You look at these grades
Get
right
your
here.
Stuff done.
I got a 4.3. I said a 4.3. I said, look at these grades. You got 3 quizzes. You haven't passed any of them in this class.
Oh
what are you
my
talking
God!
about?
Yep, you're right. No,
you're not going. Oh, it was the end of the world yesterday. I can't go to the gym.
Nope.
I can't go to the gym.
Do what you're supposed to do.
I've got 7 days in a row I've been going. I'm like, you're supposed to take breaks too. Like you don't lift, you let your body recover. But he's on a heater now. He wants to I'm gonna get big enough that I'm gonna choke everybody in this house. Like, all right, shut up.
I want to see him take on Drake again.
Yeah, he ain't gonna like that. They get in the yard and it's not great for him.
No. All right. So, okay, what did we miss today, Del? This is our.
Well, you missed that Todd Callis went on air and pretty much told us Wisniewski's done for the season.
Yeah.
On our air?
It was a bit of an accident, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I don't know, not our air. The broadcast last night. He just let it out. I don't think it was official. It's not official from the Astros.
What
yet.
was I was gone. What was his injury?
He's got
Was
the
that-
elbow inflammation.
Yeah, he got elbow.
We got another guy with an arm.
Elbow.
When is more going to be made about the fact that every Astros?
Oh, you mean
pitcher-
I've been saying it for months now? The
Butcher's
Butcher
not
of
here
Bel Air.
anymore. He's not here anymore.
The practices remain.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
Well,
seriously.
his disciples are here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm being serious here. You got this guy. You got Wisniewski. You've got multiple Lance McCullers. Javier's not going to be back for 2 years. It
Luis
looks like
Garcia.
Luis Garcia's may never be back. Urquidy. You had what's his name?
JP.
Who?
JP France.
JP France.
Oh, his was arm too, right? Oh, I forgot about JP France.
Yeah, don't forget.
And of course, Justin Verlander missed, basically 2 years, 20 and 21. Like, look how many players for the Astros are out for the year with arm issues.
I don't think that
this
I
has
think-
got to
I think
be.
if you go to other teams, there's plenty of it too. We have
This
an
is seven.
extraordinary
This
amount,
is
yeah.
7 pitchers in 5 years.
Yeah, we have an extraordinary amount. Yeah,
This has got to be some of the highest amounts.
and yet we just keep on coming back. I thought it's. I don't even want to think. Hunter Brown going against Jacob DeGrom tonight.
Why would you even say his name out loud after that?
I just am worried. Okay,
Just keep throwing fastballs.
That's all.
You know who doesn't? Although they do say throwing as hard as you can does damage
right.
too. But I don't believe the fact that it. They say one of the big problems. There's See, this is the problem. It's multi-pronged. I think pitching year-round travel baseball does a real disservice because your arm, unless you really take time off that you're supposed to, your arm, because the muscle is not fully developed, the ligament is not fully developed for the UCL as you get older.
Yeah.
So that's a tremendous, Tom House would always say, and Dr. James Andrews would say, when your season's over, you should not even pick up a baseball for 6 months. Like you shouldn't even pick one up. I think it's that. I think it is because we didn't used to have full on. You can only play one sport the whole time. You wouldn't specialize. I think specializing. I talked to. It's funny. Your son went through this. I think your son went through this. Who was I talking to? Whose son was a really good baseball player? Oh, good. No, 2 different ones. One was an AAU basketball player, and he got burned out and never, after basketball was over his sophomore year. Oh, my good friend Mac Jones. After he said, Mac played college baseball at Baylor, but his dad was a college basketball. Mac was a really good basketball player. And he said his son played AAU, all this stuff coming up. And after a sophomore year of high school at Westlake, he's like, I'm done. I don't want to play. I'm burned out.
JT got burned out on
and he said he could have gone to a smaller college,
JT got burned out on
That's
baseball,
what you
but
said.
mostly because he loved football so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I asked Mac, I said, man, you played all 3 sports like we did coming up. Would you do it different? He goes, no, this is just how it works now. You can't be good. You can't be as good as you need to be in baseball and basketball unless you're in these travel sports and all that. So that's one of the things that hurts arms. I think the fact that, more breaking pitches and spin rate is a bigger deal, more torque to create spin. But the other thing they say could be an issue is that you simply, because there's way more arm injuries now than we've ever had before. And yet our technology's better, our nutrition's better, people are getting bigger, they're getting stronger. But they say the specialty pitcher, the idea that you throw as hard as you can, because you'll notice it's usually starters, not relievers. The idea that you throw as hard as you can, because you're now in a 5 to 6 inning sprint. So your fastball, you're letting it rip. It used to be you would try to go 7, 8 innings.
Yeah, right.
You're pacing. The first 3 to 4 innings, you're pacing.
Exactly.
You're pacing. You're not throwing as hard as you can. So this idea that you're throwing as hard as you can and fastballs are also doing damage, that would scare me a little bit.
Yep.
But they say, you're not really supposed to hold back in baseball anymore. If all you can go is 5 innings, give the best 5 you can and throw as hard as you can.
And then lose an elbow for a couple of years. Anything else we missed today? We got all the.
Did we talk schedule release at all?
We did.
Yes,
Okay.
early
We did
and late. Yes, we did.
Early and late.
Hold on.
Mhm.
We didn't really get into the fact that the Golden State Warriors are stuck.
We haven't talked any basketball.
Put in a grave.
Yeah.
They're buried.
Bye.
They're done. The Golden State Warriors, they're done. They're finished. They're cooked.
Because the Rockets have been going along, the Astros have been going along on the same kind of trajectory with them.
Uh-huh.
I hate to hear that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of
theirs
people probably
lasted even longer.
I think a lot of people buried the Astros last year after Scooble.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But
Golden State's lasted even longer. Their run.
yeah.
And yet now I think they're cooked.
Well,
But-
actually, I think we're more like the Chiefs. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's
The
fine.
Astros are more like the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's fine. And then you've got probably so. And then you've got we didn't talk about that. We didn't talk about huge game for the Celtics. I mean, it was close, and then they just went on a run in the third quarter, and they played like a desperate team, and they played like a team that realized, hey, we're pretty good. We're not just one player. And they looked good enough. They defended well. I mean, the Celtics still look good enough to win the East.
Do you think you riled up Jaylen Brown, and that's why
I
they
hope
got
so.
him?
I hope so.
Uh-huh.
Wake your ass up. You don't
Calling
get
him out.
Supermax. Don't be asking for Supermax
Well,
unless you're ready to step it
He
up
doesn't
and
have
get
to.
Supermax.
He's got
player.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then he should take all the blame if they don't get
Derek White with 34. He had a big night last night.
Derek
White,
was awesome.
a guy who
So
may
ugly.
be worth. That's not what I was going to say.
Oh.
May be worth the 10th pick in the draft if the Celtics want to cut salary.
They'd want more than that, wouldn't they? That's
Yeah,
fine
you're
with me.
you got to trade a player, but sure.
Now, Derek White
Derek White would be
for the 10th. Now, Derek White is
10th
100%.
and a player
A
fit
10th.
that way.
and Ime.
And a young, cheaper player.
Jalen,
I said a cheaper player.
how much is Derek White?
Less than Jalen.
Yeah.
I was you throw a Jabari in the 10th picks, and Celtics
I
want to get
you
young.
know what?
Jabari
I
in a
do
10th
that.
pick?
I do it, and I love Jabari.
Tari in a 10th pick?
Whatever.
Yeah, I would do it because this guy can shoot from range. He can score.
Yeah.
He comes from. Was he there with Ime?
Did he?
Yeah,
he
he
I
was
think
there.
so. Yeah. He's 30
Did
years
Ime
old.
bring him in?
I don't. Well, it'll have been Brad Stevens, but sure.
I mean, he won't cost you your key core pieces. I don't think.
And particularly if the Celtics want to cut some salary because they know that Tatum won't be back, and they're going to do that anyway. He's making about 17.5 a year.
I think they should still consider Jalen.
Sure you do. Actually, sorry, he signed an extension. It goes up to 28, so maybe
Yeah.
Jalen would work.
All right, we got a break. We got news of the
Well, then
weird
why would
coming
they
your
do
way.
that?
We're
'Cause
going to finish up
it's more
strong
money, yeah.
here at Texas Card House, where the seniors are going to go in an hour and 8 minutes, and then at 5:00 starts the big extravaganza, $100,000 on the line for just $200 buy-in. So that is happening right here at Texas Card House, Westheimer, and Greenridge, right next to Fuad's. Been here forever. Give me the
Fuad's is
vid.com.
still open, isn't it?
Yeah, heck
Yeah.
yeah. You think they're ever closing?
I don't think so.
It's still packed it late at night. Time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. Time to talk about selling your car. Time to talk about if you need some money to play poker, how about John Clay Wolf giving away $25,000 a month? All you have to do is go to his website, GimmeTheVin.com, find out how you can register. You mail in an entry, and you get 225 little entries in the hopper. If he buys your car, you get 1,000 entries in the hopper. If he buys your car. Now, if you want to sell a car, if you're going to sell a car, there's one place that you have to go, and that's GimmeTheVin.com. Because at GimmeTheVin.com, John Clay Wolf promises he will beat everybody else. If he can't beat CarMax, then he is going to send you $100. So on top of everything else where you could register for absolutely free, just go to the website. He will send you $100 if CarMax buys your car, and he can't beat that price. That's right. Send you $100. John Clay Wolf is guaranteeing that he is going to beat everybody, but that $100 offer. So if you're going to sell your car, there's one place you have to go. GimmeTheVin.com. A cat has a $5,000 gold tooth. Do you want to get your cat or your dog? Lance, you have a dog, right?
I would get.
No, you don't have any pets, right? Would you give your pet a $5,000 tooth?
No.
You're not going to do that?
No.
These people did this. They got the cat a $5,000 tooth.
I'm not sure I'd pay $5,000 for a life-saving surgery. You talking about for my cat? You talking about a tooth?
A tooth.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. You know what?
I know it's a lot of money.
Yeah. When they told me how much it was,
I'd let my cat. I'd let my dog. I don't have a cat, but I'd let Splits have a gold tooth if somebody else would pay for it.
Yeah.
Just
sure.
because I could say, look at his
if
gold
somebody
tooth.
paid for it,
Yeah, not me.
Yeah. I'm
not sure I'd pay for that for my kids. A life-saving, something to save a spleen for the kids. Like,
what do you need?
They
don't need that.
You can live without a spleen, probably,
Yeah.
right?
Well, yeah. If it was life-saving,
Life-saving,
What about giving your kids?
I'd do
What
it
the hell? When you have a kid, you're gonna get a kid a gold tooth?
A grill? What about a whole grill?
No.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. First, the question of Dell when you have a kid is ridiculous.
Okay, so that's
None of their grades.
ridiculous.
How are their grades?
Spend extra money on a grill?
Yeah. Apparently, Jordan Hudson is turning down Dancing with the Stars.
Oh.
She wants to host a show called First Look. Have we heard of this show?
I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
It's after Nick Wright. So it's Nick Wright and then Joy Taylor and then Jennifer Hudson is how.
No.
Not Jennifer Hudson.
She actually
Jordan.
does have a talk
Jordan
show.
Hudson, yeah.
Oh. Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
This is Jordan Hudson.
I mean, when you look at the Chiefs and what the Chiefs have done, Nick Wright, and then what do you think, Jordan? And she could be on there with Nick Wright. And it's called First Look.
Yeah.
So
no, that's different. That's different.
First Look is a weekly American travel show.
She wants to host
broadcast on NBC.
Yeah. She wants to wear what she wants to wear.
This has been a whole.
Although
this has been a whole setup this whole time, hasn't it?
What? All she's doing is
It's just a run for her next career.
Yeah,
her career
that's all.
That's
She's
all
just
this has been.
stepping on everybody to get.
Well, I
where
bet,
she wants to go.
but no harm, no foul for Bill Belichick.
Well, I don't know. Is this not hurting Bill Belichick at all?
Well, it hurts maybe what people think of him a little
Well,
bit.
yeah,
like,
that.
but it's not
that whole thing.
But does he care? He's got multiple Super Bowl wins. He's with the 20-something year. Like Bill Belichick's probably like this. Oh, I'm so sad. You guys don't think highly of my Super Bowl wins.
To be fair to Jordan, the current First Look host is Johnny Bananas from MTV, Real World Road Rules. So if he can do it,
and Jordan Hudson can do
it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to watch either of them.
Exactly.
Want to know the truth? People are apparently upset. Apparently, there's an ancient UNESCO site in Peru where a dude came up and he drew a giant phallic symbol on this.
Oh.
Is
he going to jail?
He should be
dude,
executed.
I think he would in Peru. I don't think. Should you be able to just draw?
I don't think you should be drawing phallic images on ancient sites. No.
I mean,
Have some-
not only that, but he's he's recording.
Well, everyone
himself
has to
to
record
it.
themselves doing something.
What is wrong with you?
Well, why do it if you can't record yourself doing it?
Well, because you do it and you try to get away with it. That's why.
No, they don't want that. They want to be seen. They want to be heard. They want this story out about them.
Then give him a real story. You remember when China had that rattan cane and remember that kid was acting an ass over in China back in the 90s?
Yeah.
What was his name?
It wasn't China. It wasn't like Singapore.
Oh, no,
or
it was
something.
Singapore, yeah. And they hit him with the rattan. They're like, he didn't get to come home till we hit him with this rattan cane on his ass. And you know what? And every mom, well, Gen X moms and Boomer moms all said, go ahead.
And
take your ass whipping.
That's what my mom would have said. If he's acting the ass, he's going to get his ass whipped.
Dell, did you ever get hit by an extension cord?
No, my dad was a big switch guy.
Was he?
Yeah.
You didn't have to pick it, though.
He didn't do it on the back
On the
side. It was on
arm?
the arms.
That's
Yeah.
more painful.
Yeah, and the thing was, I guess you got to wear a long sleeve shirt to school tomorrow, or you can tell all your friends why you got these welts on your arm.
What if I tell police?
Oh, now you're going to prison.
Oh,
Your dad's going to prison. You do
couldn't
that
pull
now.
that. Well, yeah, you couldn't pull that with black parents back then. You talk about CPS. Oh, okay, fine.
All right.
I want them to take you. Less trouble for me.
I watched a stand-up comedian. I went to Comedy Cellar in New York and saw Lynn Coppolis was one of the stand-ups. And she said that very thing. She has no kids, but she was getting on her niece. And she goes, if I were your mom, I'd beat your ass. She goes, and I would call the police. And she goes, you think I care about that? That's my exit strategy. I get to do macrame. She goes, I get to do macrame, get meals whenever I want, and get rest. She said, I'm either going to do it in a home or in prison. You think I care which one?
All right, we're done. It's time for Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you, Texas Card House, for having us here today. Dell's got 2 more hours here. We got the senior event, which is starting in under an hour, and then at 5 o'clock tonight, it's on for $100,000. 5 o'clock, $200 buy-in. Are you kidding me? Let's go. I got to talk right now, finishing up strong with Access Vascular Health. I love what Doc Benavides did for me. I feel great. And it's I didn't even have an enlarged prostate, but she figured out exactly what was going on. I had all of the symptoms, and she said, you need these pills as a muscle relaxer, and it has been a lifesaver for me. See, Doc Benavides she's Yale smart, okay? She knows stuff. She knows how to get you feeling great. She knows about the blood flow down to your feet. So she knows how to get those veins opened up so that blood continues to flow. If you're starting to feel in the mornings, or you're sitting all day long and your ankles and your feet are like, you feel like I'm not getting the right amount of blood, well, go see Doc Benavides and go see her if you have any issue with your prostate whatsoever. She is the best. Access Vascular Health, 975prostate.com. Guys, if you've got a prostate problem, go see her. Do not get surgery. Go see Doc Benavides, 975prostate.com.
Welcome into the show. We remain at Texas Card House. I think John just sat down either to play or maybe just shook some hands. But the man loves his cards, so it's a big day for him. Of course, the PGA Championship, so there's golf there. It does say something about Texas Card House that they took precedent over his love of golf. Didn't even mention it once. So I thank Texas Card House for that. Of course, we're going to be at East River 9 tomorrow. So a lot of the golf talk will begin. If you were looking for John updates on the PGA Championship, the big story, other than another Astros win, we'll get to that. A guy you never heard of until a couple of days ago started from the Space Cowboys, Colton Gordon. We'll talk about what he did and what Dubon and Pena combined for in a couple innings to get the Astros the win. But we had the schedule release, and Sean kind of ruined it for me yesterday. I was very excited thinking about the Texans schedule until Sean did his thing on Google and found, or at least on Twitter, and found out that the Texans were going to play the Rams. And after that, I was done for. I knew week one, I didn't care after that, because much like the players and the coaches, I'm all about one game at a time, even when it is the schedule. And that's my way of saying I couldn't work up the care. Honestly, I know it's a big deal. We will certainly talk about it. We won't go through all 17 games and make predictions, because none of that takes into account what could be injuries and other things. Who knows who's going to be on the team when the season begins? But the Texans released theirs to middling results, or middling response. If you look at how people took note of their schedule release, the one that made the most noise beyond the Chargers, because they've solidified their spot at the top of the schedule release game, it was what happened with the Colts. And the story on ESPN today is that the Colts have had to apologize. If you don't know why, they were trying to capitalize off of the Minecraft sensation. I'm never going to watch that movie. No interest in it, but it's a big movie. Got to acknowledge that. A lot of people have seen it. So the Colts went on Minecraft with their schedule release and did a couple things. They had Patrick Mahomes. Well, Patrick Mahomes as a frog refereeing a fight, or he's trying to stop a fight between John Rocker and Patrick Mahomes' dad. If you don't know that story, they were in, was it New Orleans? And drinks were being had, and they were in the street. And I think John Rocker was messing with Mahomes Sr., and Sr. didn't like it, and they almost got into an altercation. So they did that in Minecraft. They had Kyler Murray riding a chicken in it, and the one that got them in the most trouble and caused them to delete their video was a Minecraft dolphin with a Tyreek Hill jersey on being detained by the Coast Guard. So because of Tyreek Hill's issues, it sparked some controversy, and it led to an apology. The Colts have apologized to Tyreek Hill for their now deleted video, but once you put it out there, people grabbed it, so enough people have seen it. But who they also apologized to was Microsoft. This is the statement, or at least part of it, from the Colts. We've removed our schedule release video because it exceeded our rights with Microsoft and included an insensitive clip involving Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill. We sincerely apologize to Microsoft and Tyreek. So Microsoft got the first mention in the apology. Business partners, I get it. Tyreek's just a player for the opposing team. So what do we offend him? I was talking to Sean before we started the show. Of all the people who we probably shouldn't care if we offend, it's Tyreek Hill. Like, if Tyreek Hill's getting disrespected, maybe the whole, hey, we want to be cordial to everyone thing applies. But if there's one player in the NFL who may be in line for some disrespect, and hey, if you want to make a little fun of his off the field stuff, you're more than welcome to. So Microsoft and Tyreek get an apology for the video. I think we have reached a point of maybe we've gone too far. Maybe we've gone too far with the schedule releases. Maybe we just simply put them out there. Just, hey, throw the graphic out there. Maybe have a player, or at least a couple of them, announce the games. But if we are at a point where we're apologizing to Tyreek Hill for a Minecraft version of him being detained by the Coast Guard, maybe we've gone too far. And when I was thinking about this, I was trying to figure out what's the appropriate level of excitement, because I don't care that much, honestly. The games are the games. I'm happy that we got football in September, but as far as schedules in May, not that big of an interest. So I was trying to rank the levels of excitement. So you help me out with this, Sean. What if you go to McDonald's and get the good fries, like the ones that are hot and salted? Because you never know sometimes. McDonald's makes a good fry, but you could get the ones that have been sitting in there under the lights for a while.
Yeah.
And you can tell they're not crispy. You can tell they're not hot. They may have salt on them, but not the best ones. Would you rank that above your excitement of schedule release day? Getting the good fries from
getting
McDonald's?
the good fries?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a baseline for it.
Yeah, pretty easy.
Now, this one probably wouldn't work for you because you work at a radio station. But what about when you were a kid and you went to some event and your favorite radio station was there and they handed out a free T-shirt? More excited for the free T-shirt or any free T-shirt?
Yeah.
T-shirt doesn't have to be a radio station T-shirt.
At like a
any free
Rockets
T-shirt.
game or something. Yeah. Come on.
If you caught a shirt from the T-shirt gun or schedule release day?
T-shirt gun.
Okay.
High-fiving Junction Jack at an Astros game when I was 6. Higher than
we talked a lot about the parks in Orlando yesterday. Meeting Mickey Mouse, even as an adult
today, 29-year-old.
Yes. More excited for that or schedule release day?
That one's close because right now, I can't say I'd be
that excited
super
about Mickey
psyched
Mouse?
About.
Is there a grown man or woman in a suit at Disney that you would be excited about more than schedule release day?
No.
Like if you got to meet Gaston or Belle, none of those people, because they don't even wear suits. They just put on wigs
that's just
and a little
person.
makeup. It's some random ass person you could have met at Buc-ee's. Same thing.
And I would be trying to get them to break character, and they wouldn't because they're well trained.
The Disney. I forgot what they're called exactly.
Characters.
They aren't allowed to. It's part of the gig.
Maybe if I met Aladdin. Aladdin would be cool.
I don't know. Jasmine, I think for me. We will see.
All right.
Depends on the version of Jasmine I'm seeing. I want a proper representation of Jasmine.
I think getting my schedule, like the schedule that Joe sends out every week,
is more exciting.
And
seeing you don't have to work an extra couple hours.
Yes, or like next week, seeing that I'm off for 2 days, that is more exciting. I'm more excited about that.
Okay, so
something I already knew, just like the schedule release, where I know. Hey, guess what? They play the Colts and Titans and Jags twice. Cool,
but it's confirmed.
Yeah, once in week 3.
That your request has been put in and acknowledged, and
exactly.
You don't have to come in.
And it just reminds me of like, oh yeah,
I got a couple days off. That's cool.
Thursday, I'm not doing it.
What about a 7-day free trial from a streaming service that you can take advantage of? More exciting than schedule release day?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, and the final one, which I think is going to be a clear win, finding a random $20 bill.
Oh, yeah.
Guilt-free.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
I think you have to go down to like $1 before
you just
I'm like
spit on it and like
no. I still pick it up. Just like the schedule release. Like I still looked at the schedule. Now I didn't watch the video until it was sent to me, just because I was like, I literally went to the Texans Twitter page and just scrolled past it to find the here's all the graphics lined up, because that to me is an easier way of seeing the information of
than actually having to sit through the video.
Yeah, where they show it for a quarter second of like, oh, okay, or they have Bun B yelling at me, or not yelling at me, but yelling at people on the phone.
Sure. Yeah, I just appreciate you want to put in a graphic so I know home and away. I'm good.
That's all I need. But note, take off preseason. I don't care about the preseason game.
That's
Get out of
here. Give me the 17 games that matter, and we can go from there. We will tell you if you missed it, if the Texans get primetime games and how many and who they're against. But other than that, we kind of gave you the first 3 weeks yesterday.
Yeah,
it is because Sean
we're
broke
first
the
on
news. Yeah, we broke the news on ESPN 97.5 that the Texans will begin with the Rams, host the Bucks, and then head to the Jags. That's their first 3 games. So 2 trips to the state of Florida, which led to our what would you do in Jacksonville besides going to a game. There's no reason to just go to Jacksonville and watch the Texans. You have to have a separate part of the trip planned. And we figured become a Disney adult or something, or wind up at Universal. So, and Art was disappointed with us or at least with me, because I didn't use the term park hopper, because apparently that's the term you use when you go from park to park. I was unaware. That's on me. So we will get through some of the Texans, I guess you would say, premier games, the ones that may mean more to you than others because they're in prime time or against a rival, whatever it might be. We'll get into that. We'll also talk about the NBA. We'll do our what it should probably be called is playoff risers, but I like the term beat the slander or beat the allegations. The guys who have been slandered for their play or maybe because they're simply disliked and have shown themselves to be guys who perform in the playoffs. I'll get into that. Also, Raheel Ramzanali will join us at 11:15. He'll tell you what's good to focus on in the city of Houston. He is the host of CityCast. He joins us typically Thursdays at 11:15. He texted me this morning, so we'll get him on at 11:15 to talk about that. And we'll take your calls as well, 713-780-3776. So we got the NBA playoffs to get into. The Celtics keep their season alive. The Warriors do not. So a lot to get to, including the Astros, Texans stuff, and Todd Callis breaking some news that the Astros have yet to confirm. But on the broadcast last night, he let us know that an Astros starter is likely out for the year. So a lot to get to. We're just getting started here at Texas Card House. We will be back.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Don't think I didn't notice that there's no Texas Card House mentioned in my rejoin. All right, Michael. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Me. That's on me.
Okay.
I just didn't have the special rejoins up.
Got it. So, of course, never
that.
think about blaming Michael for that.
Tap on the chest.
All right, that's on you. Yeah, I love when guys do that. Yeah, everyone saw you screwed that up. Appreciate your acknowledging that. But if Sean doesn't tell me, I'm just going to blame Michael. So I do take account of his accountability. All right, a couple things. If you are a jersey wearer and you want to synchronize your jersey with the Texans' special jersey days, typically their first home game is the whiteout game, and that's happening again. It's week 2 against the Bucks. If you want to wear your white jersey, it's there for you. Battle Red is against the Bills in week 12. And then if you did buy that H-Town jersey, got excited about it, that'll be week 8 against 49ers. So those are a couple of the special days for the Texans. And when they're going to wear the all whites and the Battle Red and of course H-Town. Okay. Texans schedule. We won't do a week by week thing. I almost think it's kind of pointless at this point. There's plenty of time between now and when your team is finalized. Could a trade happen? Could a surprise release happen? Injuries, all those play a part. So I will step away from making a schedule prediction. But we can talk about the team who actually is playing right now, and it's the Astros. And Todd Callis, in the middle of the broadcast yesterday, gave us some news that maybe the Astros wanted to release themselves. Who knows? But the news came down earlier this week that Hayden Wesneski was dealing with arm issues and he was going to go on the IL. Well, here's Todd Callis last night kind of talking about the extent of that injury.
Big seasons out of both Spencer Arrighetti and Hayden Wesneski.
Yeah.
Arrighetti can still fulfill that as he is slowly coming back from his injury. He is not obviously going to be out for the season, but Hayden Wesneski is likely to be out for the season. We'll find out more as we go along, but
yeah, that's too bad. I miss him.
Spencer's a big part of things.
Look, Todd Callis was like, what did I say? Likely out for the season, but it feels like Todd would know some things, certainly around the team. So that's the first word we heard that one of the Astros, and at this point, he was one of the replacements, one of the replacement starting pitchers who came over in the Kyle Tucker trade, won't be available the rest of the way. And of course, they hope for Arrighetti's return. He has the fluke injury when a batted ball hit him on his pitching hand. So that one seems like as soon as the bone heals, the hand heals, and he can do some rehab stuff, he will be back. But as far as Wesneski, that's disappointing. It's a hometown guy. There was a lot was made of him being able to pitch for the hometown team, and it just didn't work out. That's unfortunate. And it's been a consistent theme with the Astros that arm issues continue to plague their starters, which is it's not simply centralized to the starters, but it feels like all starters suffer from this. I'm sure I can go into injury problems over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, but it always feels like it hits a starter, someone you're counting on, and luckily they've been able to overcome, which speaks to the depth of their pitching staff and the way they've been able to kind of get around their injury issues. But at some point, you're going to lose that depth, whether because guys move on like Urquidy and Verlander, or guys simply don't come back. And that's more in the Javier and Luis Garcia mold. And of course, Lance McCullers is finally back, and we're still trying to see what Lance will be. So as it stands right now, you've got obviously your top two and Brown, Fromber, Ronel Blanco, who is beginning to pitch better. You hope he stays healthy. And then Lance. And then you're dealing with Ryan Gusto as your fifth guy. And then maybe you get a guy like Colton Gordon, who pitched last night and kept this team in the game. That's all you can ask for. I was watching the highlights back today, and they flashed his family, and they were very excited. When he got out of the first inning, he gave up a triple that he worked around. So all in all, at the time, the leader in ERA in the PCL, they brought him up from Space Cowboys. He got his start. And when it's a spot start like that, that's all you want from him, to keep the team in the game and let them have a chance to fight back. And they're down early, but they came back And credit to Dubon and Pena because they did this a couple times where Dubon would get on and Pena would drive them in, and that resulted in the winning margin. They win the game 4-3. Hader got in a little bit of trouble. He walked the guy with 2 outs and then the stolen base, but he got a fly out to Jake Myers. Jake Myers came in, a routine play to get the win. And Jeremy Pena continues to hit. He went 4 for 4 last night, including the 2 RBIs, driving in Dubon in the 6th and the 8th inning. And then, of course, Paredes hit another home run to the Crawford boxers. So the Astros win a couple in a row against the Royals. They take that series and go. Now they're 22-20, and nice to get a series win over a good pitching team. The Royals aren't a good hitting team, and they showcased that in the final couple games of the series. But when you're pitching, it takes a hit like Wisniewski, and then we have McCullers start. Obviously stretching back to the weekend. It's nice to get a bounce back and get good pitching performances from your guys. And of course, the only blip in the series was Gusto, who, as your 5th starter, is going to be a guy you're going to have those type of outings right now. But he's not had a bad year, so they'll be able to scrap and claw, and they'll be a team I think that is right around this range where we're always wanting more, and sometimes they're going to drop a series that you don't like, and other times maybe they'll go on a long streak to kind of get themselves righted. But the division's very forgiving, so no matter what it is, if they're an 85-86 win team right now, as they're playing, they'll be in it. The Mariners and the A's and the rest are going to allow them to be in it. Just hope you can find some help someplace. I guess it would begin with Eric Getty coming back when he can, but there it is. Todd Callis kind of revealing that Wisniewski is going to be done for the year. I wonder if the Astros are, hey, Todd, one message. We like to put that in a press release and a graphic that winds up on social media. That news generally does not come from the play-by-play man, but it happened last night. There is one thing I did want to get to, because while the Astros have had good pitching and the hitting while picking up with Pena and Paredes, it's been up and down. The defense has been solid. And they wanted to be better defensively. It's one of the reasons they moved Altuve to left. They thought that would certainly help their defense. And some of the numbers, we'll hear from Espada on it here. But some of their numbers, going into last night, they had the fewest errors in Major League Baseball. Errors per game, they're number 3. And runs prevented, best in the AL. So they've been getting it done defensively. And that was a main focal point of this year, because they were probably going to have to win a little bit differently. You know, Espada talked about their approach at the plate had to change this year, and that's been to middling results. They also needed to find ways, particularly if their pitching and hitting was going to have some ups and downs, to keep runs off the board, and they've done it with defense. Here's Joe Espada on the improvement defensively for the Astros this year.
Outstanding. I think that's been a highlight of our season. We take pride on our defense, and we spend a lot of time making sure that we cover all the fundamentals. So we have played some really, really tremendous good defense. I got to give credit to our coaches. We made some coaching staff. You know, we're trying to bring Parachiga to take over with the infielders. I think he's done a really good job developing some relationships and highlighting some things that I thought we could be better at, and he's done a really good job. Jason Bell and Dave Clark with the outfielders, developing 2 young outfielders in the corners. That's not easy to do. And we are also blessed with having some really good athletes. We have some really good players that care about defense, and we have been defense has been a priority for us since I got here in 2018.
Jake Myers made a good play in center last night, and the young outfielders, the reference to Cam Smith and DeCenzo. You know, they've got a new infield for the most part. When Altuve's not playing second, you've got the 2 new corner infielders in Walker and Paredes. And Paredes is the surprise, I would imagine, because we're coming off a Gold Glove season from Bregman. And while he has been really good in Boston, we talked about the story about how he has kind of transformed or at least gotten off to a better start. And he attributes that to several things. And some of that has to do with the Boston hitting coaches finding some things from his swing or in his swing that were missed. The question about Paredes was, beyond how he would take advantage of the Crawford boxes, was how could he replace Bregman at third base playing defense? And there's been little to, if any, drop off there. So credit to the coaches that you heard Espada run down as guys who have helped this infield become better. And of course, Pena's been great on defense, and you match that with what he's done at the plate, and you're talking about a guy who, at this point, is the team's MVP. And he's shown that type of talent in spurts. If you think back to 2022 in the postseason, nice to see him do that through the first 40 plus games or so at the plate and in the field. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with what happened in the NBA last night as the Celtics keep their season alive and the Warriors do not. So we'll get to that. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. I am out at Texas Card House till noon, and we'll have more Astro stuff because there is I guess you have to now call him a one-year wonder who no longer is with the team. We'll get into that a little bit later. More NFL, more NBA when we get back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's Del Olaleye.
Last night in the NBA, we had the Celtics extend that series in a game they had to win. Beyond the simple, okay, if you lose, you're eliminated and your season is over, that team in that situation at home can't lose in 5 to the Knicks. Because if they don't make any moves, that's a team that they're going to have going forward. I think moves will be made just to lessen the burden on, at least the financial burden on the new owners. But when you look at the team overall, now Porzingis offered them nothing, and it led to the annoying phrase, the Luke Cornett game. Like, Luke Cornett had 7 blocks, was a factor in the paint against the Knicks and helped the Celtics pull away. So now Celtics fans can utter that phrase, and it'll mean something to them, which is disappointing, honestly. But overall, I expected it. The Knicks kept it close for a little bit until the Celtics got going. The 3 started falling, and they ran away with it. Derek White, who I think, if the Celtics are going to make a move to lessen salary, is a guy the Rockets should be paying attention to add to their backcourt if it's possible. But while he is still a Celtic, he is probably undervalued, considering you do have Tatum and Brown, so his role isn't as big as it could be someplace else. And he was a star of the night. Jaylen Brown played well in a game he really needed after what has been a not great series for him, and they win that game. I do expect them to go down in 6, but taking Game 5 made sense. If we watch NBA basketball and NBA playoff series, this is generally how that goes. The favorite, once you get back home, goes and takes that series, unless your name's the Cleveland Cavs. But kind of the way, honestly, the series has gone, except when the Knicks are coming back in Boston. The Celtics have dominated the Knicks in Boston, and it went that way again. The Knicks have probably played one good full game in this series. They've had quarters where they've made Boston revert back to some of their problems, and those problems have existed kind of throughout the Tatum Brown tenure. A bad offense in the fourth, getting stagnant, and the credit to the Knicks for taking advantage of it and winning the 2 games in Boston. But you give them credit fully for what they did in Game 4 after getting their doors blown off in Game 3. But Game 5 has kind of gone the way the series has gone. The Celtics get up big. They were just able to not allow the Knicks to come back and win. So that series is tied at 3. The Knicks are up 3-2. We'll see if they get Game 6 and end it. As far as the Warriors and the Wolves, that one went the way I expected. The Wolves turned the ball over so much. You kind of don't know what they can be, because they're sloppy with the ball. Ant has had his issues. I think he turned the ball over 7 times last night, did have 12 assists. He's kind of a remarkable player when you look at him, because you think athletic, can get to the rim anytime he wants. But his footwork is kind of special, man. You'll watch him in the paint. He'll take that Euro step, and then he takes another step. He always has that one counter for guys, and he rarely runs into guys. He rarely gets called for charges in the lane. He's just a pretty special athlete. And, of course, when the 3 ball goes down, he's kind of unguardable. But Julius Randle's been the star of that series, mostly because you did not know what to expect from him. If you go back to his Knicks days, some of those playoff series could be rough. His inefficiency, his willingness to take the long twos have always been concerns for people when they're trying to gauge how good of a player Julius Randle can be. He'll have an all-NBA year one year, then he'll revert back to the guy who got traded by the Pelicans and the Lakers. But in that series, he got pretty much whatever he wanted. Draymond was going to defend him in a certain way. He was going to give up the jumpers, and when Julius Randle will hit a 3, it makes it very tough. And he got into the lane whenever he wanted. He played bully ball with Draymond. If it wasn't Draymond, there was no Warrior who could handle him. And they go down. And the question for the Warriors will be, how do you reconcile what you were for most of the Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry pairing with what you saw from Butler when Steph wasn't out? I heard Steve Kerr talk about how he thought they had a shot to win a title with Steph. Now, if you go by what their regular season was at the end, I mean, he may be justified. I don't buy it. I don't think that team had enough juice to win a title. And he also said that Butler, if he was playing in the regular season would still be out. He wouldn't have come back, and maybe that's the reason he looked like a shell of himself. I mean, he was fine in Game 3. I just think that's an older player who doesn't have the ability to be great night after night, and that's something they're going to have to deal with. They're paying him nearly $110 million over the next 2 seasons. It's right around there, 50, 54, 55 or so each year. So how does that team go about it? Draymond's due for an extension, so I'll ask you, Sean. Draymond can get an extension that syncs up with, I believe, Steph and Butler's end with the Warriors. If they give it to him, which would be one of those, hey, we want you to spend your entire career in a Warriors uniform. Clay, not so much. We have to make a decision, but Draymond, we would do that. Do you have any fear of that Warriors team after watching them for 7 games, nearly fully healthy against the Rockets? I think Jimmy missed a game, and what they showed against the Wolves as a real threat? Because I've heard people say they're going to be really good. I think they're going to be a 5, 6 through 9 team, like maybe battling for the 5 or 6, but also could be a potential playing team because of the age and how many games is your second best player going to play. And Steph, I guess is he going to be a LeBron type who can still play 70 games at his age? Where do you think they stand right now?
Yeah, I think that they'll be a playoff team next year, assuming they run it back or, run it close to back as much as you can. But I agree that, like, just how this works is that when your best players start getting to 37, 36, 35 years old, every year they are worse. Like this was the best, probably going to be the best version of this team. Maybe if you want to say that they can get some continuity with the whole season playing together. They're young guys that they keep. Shout out to Jonathan Kuminga, not you. But if those guys can play a little bit better, then maybe they can get better on the margins. But like you said, like this was a team that was in a fight with the Rockets team that doesn't seem very close, or doesn't, you watch these other teams and you're like, oh, that's what it looks like when a team has a best player that can really grab a game by the horns. And the Rockets just didn't have that, and they still almost came back to beat this Warriors team. So yeah, I think they're a playoff team. I think that if you want to just keep Steph Curry around, like you just build around this older core with re-signing Draymond to sync them all up. And yeah, you just give it a run. But as far as title contention, like, nah, they're not a title contender next year.
Yeah,
they weren't really one this year. What are we talking about?
Yeah, as much as how good they were when they were on that run to get into a spot late in the season, they still were a playing team. I mean, as good as they played, and the West was great, and it was going to be tough, and a lot of their positioning had to do with them losing a couple games late. Shout out to Harrison Barnes for his 3.
Yeah, but don't lose those games. Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, they did lose them. They did lose them. Now, they were much better with Jimmy Butler, but they did lose important games. And can this Warriors team at that age go full tilt like they were in the back half of the season over the course of the year? I'm going to say no. I don't think it's something they would even try to do. So are they good enough to manage their way into a 5 or 6, or are they going to be in the same spot they have generally been in over the course of the last 5 years, outside of the 2022 team, which was a firm playoff team and then went on to win the title? They're going to be fighting for the plan. And if the West goes the way people are suggesting because of potential trades, and if they're not in on one of them, I don't think the job gets any easier for them. So as crazy it is to say, I think this chance was their last best, because the West was a little unsettled. We see Denver pushing OKC. If they could have gotten a healthy Steph for the rest of the playoffs, who knows? And that's probably Steve Kerr and Steph's lament that we had a real shot this year. I don't think that shot gets better next year. I think it actually gets worse, even with all the continuity, which I acknowledge could help them in some regard, unless Pods becomes a real dude they can count on night after night, and maybe they sign and trade Kuminga for somebody. I think the best of what the Warriors can be is what we saw. When they struggled to put the Rockets away.
Yeah,
in
that's
7.
That's like the crux of it. Is like if we're gonna sit here and say that the Rockets need to make big moves to make the next step, then the team that barely beat them in 7 games, that's a bunch of guys in their mid to late 30s. They also need to make a step to be a real title contender.
Yeah, when you beat the Rockets by guile and smarts, you're not going to run into a team led by 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds over the course of an entire playoff run. You're not going to that isn't going to be your opponent, and you're just going to get older, as you mentioned, and probably less talented as age saps that from you. I was listening to a show, and they were consistently calling Jimmy Butler not playoff Jimmy, but pump fake Jimmy, because that's the only way he could get to the foul line or get his shot off. And that was a thing in this series, and it was somewhat of a thing in the Rocket series as well. Okay, so that was the NBA last night, and that'll lead us into we'll do it quickly in the next segment because we're up against it a little bit as I keep talking. We'll do our playoff risers, the guys who have beat the slander. I mentioned a couple of them by name. We'll see if we have any other guys as we're getting very close. We have 2 teams in the conference finals. We're looking to see who the other 2 will be, with the OKC Thunder and the Nuggets. That series going to Game 6, and of course, it's Knicks Celtics Game 6 as well. So, a couple things to get to before we get to Raheel. He'll join us at 11:15. I am at Texas Card House for the next about hour, 10 minutes or so. We will be here till noon, and then Paul Gallant, and then the Killer Bees after him. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's Del Olaleye.
Hey, number 10. And number 10 in Golden State, if you can hear me, do something.
Let's get it, man.
Dwayne Wade is every Warrior fan watching that game. That's Dwayne Wade on playback. He and Jimmy are friends. They spent time together in Chicago. Some people credit Dwayne Wade for getting Jimmy Butler to Miami. But just like anyone who was watching the game and had any hopes that Jimmy Butler was going to do something to save the Warriors, Dwayne feels just like you. Didn't happen. The Warriors are out. So Jimmy Butler was not a playoff riser, but a guy in that series that was Julius Randle. Julius Randle is a guy who has made himself a lot of money, whether it comes from the Wolves or someone else. He is a guy who got off to a slow start with the Wolves, he wound up averaging just under 19 points, shot the ball from the field well, about 49%. But his numbers have gone up in these playoffs, and particularly in this series, right after the Game 1 loss that they had, the Warriors were coming off the Game 7 win over the Rockets, and they went into Minnesota in Game 1 and beat them. That's the game that Steph Curry got hurt. He wasn't great in that one. Neither were any of the other Wolves. But since that point, 24 points, and then 31 and 29 in Games 4 and 5. So Randle, a guy who a lot of people questioned. Why would they trade Cat for him? And beyond the money reasons, not a lot of people saw the value in bringing him in DiVincenzo in when you had Cat with Anthony Edwards and Gobert, and they made the conference finals. Well, Julius Randle's shown himself to be, at least for this postseason, a riser, and it kind of flies in the face of conventional thinking. He is a bigger power forward who tries to be physical, and he doesn't mind taking long mid-range twos. It's worked out for him, again, at least against the Warriors and in their previous series. So Julius Randle, got to give that man a lot of credit. A guy who, if he keeps going this way, it will change the narrative on him. I don't think anyone's going to say playoff Julius, but he's a guy who probably deserves a little bit more respect after what he's done so far. And of course, I think the guy at the top of the list is a guy we talked about a little bit. And mostly he got talked about because of his dad. But Tyrese Halliburton has been special. He's a very good player, maybe even great. He has just played with the Kings and the Pacers, and people were questioning him in this team, and they got off to a bad start too. They were a team coming off a conference finals appearance that didn't start well, but once he got going, once he got over, I guess you want to call it the Olympic hangover, where he didn't play, and he funnily tweeted that he's like the kid who didn't do anything on a class project and got an A when he got his gold medal. He's been the Pacers' best player, and maybe if we just look at the teams who still remain, would you say he's had the best playoff so far, Sean?
Of the players that remain?
Yes.
In the East?
Let's go overall.
I think Jokic. is still better.
Okay.
He's got at least one 40-20 on his resume.
He's got a couple 40-point games.
Yeah.
So Jokic
and Tyrese Halliburton did throw up a 4 spot in
that's true.
In game what was that? Game 3?
True. And Jokic did shoot the ball poorly in game 4 against the Thunder. He didn't shoot the ball very well. I was never going to say he's the reason they lost, but he was a guy in a game where they could have a game they've taken a 3-1 lead, didn't shoot the ball particularly well. But yeah, I think Jokic.
I think Jokic
can maintain that top spot.
Yes, especially when you grade on the curve of he's doing the defenses that he's doing this against versus Tyrese Halliburton is doing it against the Cavs, sure, but then the Bucks in the first round was kind of just a dead team walking. So I'm not trying to, I'm not overrating that or whatever, but there's one guy still in the East. I think he has a case. That's why I asked to clarify, because in the East, I think he has a pretty slam dunk case. The only guy I could think of that comes close or that passes him is Jokic. I mean, Shea, it wasn't he wasn't really asked to do much. We didn't really do much in the Grizzlies Thunder series.
Didn't. Yeah, you're right. Didn't have to. I will say this. I start to look at Tyrese Halliburton's numbers, and maybe this is more about moments than anything else because he's pretty much the same guy in the postseason and the regular season. He has just had big moments, like he knocked down 3 after 3 to get them back in the game.
He made 2-game winners
against the Cavs in Game 5, and then of course the 2-game winners. He the one that eliminated the Bucks, and then the one that beat the Cavs. What was that game 2? So yeah, he's got moments.
Meltdown.
Yeah, where they were out without all their guys and still had a lead and then blew it. So yeah, it's not a bad call to throw Jokic in there as far as the best player this postseason. I guess maybe my judgment was clouded by the fact that his team is down, but that hardly has much to do with him and more to do with the fact that when he has no outlets, he's got to throw the ball to Russell Westbrook and pray. So, if Russell Westbrook would knock down a couple more shots, maybe I'd have put Jokic at number 1.
But the turnaround 3 that he made,
that
alone,
man.
you're just like, come on.
We talked about it yesterday. It was yesterday where I said the feeling of watching him knock down that 3 was in complete opposition of watching Russell Westbrook miss wide open jumpers from 3, where he not just miss, he's missing them by 3 feet. And then you make the comparison to Jokic and that 3 that at the moment kept the Nuggets alive in that game.
And the best part is that they had to check. I forgot if they called the timeout. If they checked,
they did the little swirly finger thing
check
to make
see
sure
if it was a 3. And so you got like, I don't know, an extra 2.5 minutes of doing OKC crowd shots, and they're all like
disbelief.
They're all doing the hands on their head,
surrender cobra.
Yeah, just different versions of like, WTF was that?
Because they were rolling, they finally had gotten over the hump to take the lead, and and they feel like the place is going nuts, and he knocks down that 3.
You can see it in real time, like watching the crowd behind the court, like on the sideline behind the court that you can see, and like you can just see like, I don't know, like 100 different reactions. It's just like, damn.
Yeah. If they had gone on to win that game, I would have probably Sabruder filmed that 3 and just looked at the crowd shots. I love doing that when a guy knocks down a big shot on the road just to see all the crowd reactions. But, they wound up being very happy about the end because the Nuggets were dead tired and could not turned out at some point you wear down. You cannot get out to shooters from Jalen Williams knocked down a shot. And, of course, I think we did talk about Jokic was in a drop. They let Shea walk into a 3, and that helped them win the game. So, Jokic, I barely would call him a playoff riser just because I always think he's great. But if we're talking about, if we transition to best players in the playoffs so far, he should get on the list. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else besides Halliburton and Randall who have done something to help their resumes and the narrative surrounding them so far.
I think should Brunson get a little bit of a shout?
Even more, you think he's done more? I'm trying to think because he's already looked at as a dude.
That is true. That is true.
But he's had his moments. He did not play that well yesterday. No one did for the Knicks, so I'm not going to just put that all on him.
Does Mikal Bridges get the Knicks as far as
rising?
It's
not a bad choice. It's not a bad choice because the 5 first-round pick thing was hanging over his head for a while. It was always going to be something brought up, and then he has been a key contributor to the first 2 wins in Boston, and then in Game 4, he was one that helped keep them going and steady when Jalen Brunson has his normal sit-down time at the start of the 4th. So Mikal Bridges, he's got the steal from I guess they're both classified as steals because Tatum wasn't actually trying to shoot at that moment. So he's got the 2 game-ending steals in games 1 and 2, and then what he did in Game 4. So I'd throw him on the list.
And then to round out the list, Steven Adams for what he did in the first round.
I mean, if you go by Steven Adams' stats, he should be 1.
Look at the net rating.
I have heard because I listen to an NBA podcast or 2 throughout the day, and Steven Adams has been mentioned as a guy people should be looking at to add to their team. In fact, teams who are looking for a center and need a backup who's going to be impactful, it was a name. That's the first name being brought up for free agents. Now, of course, you might want to trade for Daniel Gafford or something, but Steven Adams, I think, has done a lot for his future earnings as well, beyond just what he did here and how people love him and want him to come back. And maybe the NBA world was reintroduced to Steven Adams, a guy who may have priced himself out of the Rockets range. Could be Steven Adams. I don't know if he's been here enough to give them a bit of a deal on it, but that's a guy who's done quite a bit. You're like, oh yeah, Steven Adams is alive and can play and can still help a winning team.
At the start of the year, we're just like, sure, whatever you get out of Steven Adams, however healthy he can stay. And it was like the backup center was him and Lando. Like we just mentioned them together as like,
yeah,
whichever.
they're like one and the same. Yeah.
Yeah. And now, like you said, he's, I mean, with how bad this free agent class is, he might be like a top 10 free agent.
For the value and the price, I wouldn't say you're wrong there. We'll see if Steven Adams gets a massive. Well, that too. We'll see if Steven Adams gets a massive overpay. That'd be pretty funny change in direction as far as where he has been as a player. Okay, we'll go to break with that, as it looks like the camera died again, and I'll try to fix that before we're done for the day. I mentioned Derek White earlier. Well, there is a NBA reporter suggesting that the Rockets and Celtics could have a deal to be made if the Celtics are looking to cut salary. So we'll play that when we get back in the second hour, and then Raheel will join us right around 11:15. So 1 hour down here at Texas Card House. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. Welcome back to the show. We're in hour 2 here at Texas Card House. Sean, check and see if you can pull up the camera. Hopefully it holds it. Hopefully that phone holds a charge. See if we can get back on stream for the next hour or so. Okay. So I mentioned going into the break that there is a reporter, an accomplished one, Mark Spears, and he mentioned the fact that the Rockets and the Celtics may be two teams where a deal can be made. We were talking earlier in the day, John and Lance and I, about the 10th pick, where the Rockets land thanks to their trade with the Brooklyn Nets. They got the Suns pick, didn't result in getting into the top 4. You don't get Cooper Flagg. So what do? Are you going to draft a player who has a bit of a stacked roster with young players already ahead of them? Are you going to draft that player to maybe sit and go through the redshirt year that Reed Shepherd got? And I don't know if you can call Cam Whitmore's second year another redshirt year, but it played out that way, where he didn't get the minutes he wanted, and he feels like a guy from the outside who may be on the move. Are you going to add another guy to that list, or are you going to try to find yourself an accomplished player who can help? Celtics are cutting salary, maybe. They're still playing, but the belief is that at some point, whether their season ends here against the Knicks or maybe they make a conference finals because they have a comeback, that at some point they're going to have to make decisions about players. Porzingis has been a non-factor in these playoffs. That's a guy who could be on the move. And also Derek White. He's been a stalwart for them. He's made big plays. He's a really good guard who is being overshadowed because you have the 2 J's there, and Brown and Tatum, and of course you even have Drew Holiday there, who at least by name alone is a bigger factor to people. But Derek White's going to be turning 31, so while he isn't as young as the rest of the Rockets core, at least the young core, he's more on their timeline than Kevin Durant. We heard earlier this week that Kevin Durant is someone the Rockets are maybe a little lukewarm on because he's older and not necessarily on the timeline of their best young players. So while the Rockets need help in the backcourt, at least more consistent scoring in the backcourt, I think Derek White would help. If he's on the move, could the Rockets be interested? Well, here's Mark Spears on the potential for a Rockets-Celtics deal.
For Tatum's injury in the first round, there was an NBA executive from another team that told me that he expected major change with the Celtics no matter what happened this season. And I certainly expect such to be the case when you have a payroll where you have 5 players making at least $28 million or more, 2 superstars that are making $50 million or more. And I'll tell you what, the 2 teams I'm keeping an eye on for a couple of these guys perhaps is one is the Houston Rockets. Why? Ime Udoka's there. They've been certainly rumored to wanting to upgrade their roster, and he knows these guys, and they probably would be attracted to returning to play with him. And then another team is the San Antonio Spurs as well. They got the number 2 pick, and I'm told that the Spurs are quite happy with the talent that's available at number 2, but they're going to explore potentially trades as well.
So if you run down the list of guys that may be on the move, I don't think Jaylen Brown's included in that, but Porzingis, White, Drew Holiday, all guys rumored to maybe not be Celtics. So let's exclude Porzingis from the list because I imagine, Sean, you don't want anything to do with Porzingis. At least even just rooting for Porzingis might bother you. What I know about you, just having to root for Kristaps may bother you a little bit. So let's go the 2 backcourt guys where I think the Rockets need some help. And of course, Mark Spears is just speculating. He connected all the dots. Ime, the Celtics need to remove some guys from the roster, so on and so forth. So it's not really that much of a report. Only just the Rockets would make some sense. If we're talking about players and the salaries, I hate doing the salary thing, but Drew's got big money remaining. Derek White has an extension coming up, so just know that you're going to be paying guys quite a bit of money going forward. Drew Holiday into his 35-year-old year is going to be making quite a bit. So there are big salaries that will be coming. So if we're doing this, if you're trying to add to the Rockets from the Celtics, Holiday or White?
I mean, I think White's the better player. I think well, no, I know that White is younger than Holiday as well. So I think Holiday would be the one to target if they're both available. I'm not sure if you're the Celtics how available you make Derek White. Now it might be a situation where it's like, yes, he's the better player, therefore we can get better things for him. So that's what makes him more available, as you're going to take, essentially a gap year as a championship, a team with championship aspirations. But I would try to target Derek White more than Holiday, and definitely more than Porzingis.
They're both Tinkus Pingus. They're both making around $30 million next year. The difference is that White would be 31 and Holiday's 34.
Yeah.
And Holiday's deal goes, he's got a player option up until he's 37, while White has a player option up until he's 34. So it's a clear one for me. I think White's a better player. He's got more left in the tank. And if you can get a solid backcourt guy, now what does it mean for your current starting backcourt? I just don't think it would be Fred. They seem to want him quite a bit, and considering the decision he's made to push back his option, feels like he's coming back.
Them agreeing to push back the option tells me that, like, okay, they're at the very least they're working together here.
Certainly.
And whatever benefits the Rockets, I think Fred is down for.
Yeah, and Fred going to Boston in some type of trade doesn't make any sense. He makes more than Derek White, and Jalen would too. So I think if Jalen was on the move, it wouldn't be to Boston; it'd be to a different team in a separate move, because you're making room for Derek White.
And
if you made that trade.
That's what's tough with the Celtics. No matter who that they're trading or trading with, is that chances are, if you're in the market to get Drew Holiday or Derek White or even Kristaps Porzingis, you're probably a team that's looking to compete. And so it's a tough trade to make, the challenge trade of we're both trying to get better with this trade, or at least trying to get useful pieces when it comes to winning in this trade. So it's not just a Rockets thing. It's basically anyone. Like I kind of think this has to be a 3-team trade, which gets very complicated, but that to me seems like the, I guess, logical way that this can happen. Maybe not with the Spurs. Mark Spears threw in the Spurs. I do think that the Rockets and Spurs are just going to be thrown into every single one of these conversations. Yeah. But the Spurs, like, you can kind of see it a little bit easier if the Celtics want a Vassell or Keldon Johnson just to take a swing on a younger guy. But for the Rockets, or really any team that's currently competing, I think it's hard to make it like a 2-team trade for any of these Celtics veterans.
I would agree. If the Rockets and what they're giving out, I think that 10th pick is on the table, and a young wing, whether it be Jabari or Tari. I think the Celtics would value a young player plus a pick, two guys who they don't have to pay very much to. By two guys, I mean whatever player goes the Rockets' way, and also the draft pick as a maybe a team in a bit of transition. They don't want to bottom out, but they also don't want to be paying the money they're going to have to pay for a team who's not a real contender without Jason Tatum.
Like, they're probably not that interested in Cam Whitmore.
I would agree. I would agree. I think they love a guy who can defend. And Cam Whitmore, that isn't his calling card, and
a guy who's not 21. They're not doing a full rebuild. Like, they're just trying to save a little bit of money so that they can try to win a championship in the 26-27.
And who fits best around Tatum when he comes back? It's probably a wing defender who's capable, and I'm speaking more in Jabari's realm, of a guy who's capable of standing beyond the arc and knocking down a three, because that's what the Celtics want to do. I'm not sure the ball dominant nature of Cam Whitmore, although he'll fire off a jumper, but he'll fire off anything. That's part of his game. So we'll go to break with that. It'll be a lot of speculation throughout. Sean told you the Rockets are going to be mentioned quite a bit. The Giannis conversation came up earlier with John and Lance, and in my eyes, it's betting odds. Whatever the books say, whatever the reporters say, it really doesn't matter. Beyond the fact that Giannis hasn't stated his intentions, If he makes a list that your team isn't on, then it doesn't matter what assets you have. The NBA has shown you over the last 20 years that the player will tell you where he wants to go, and then it's up to the team to make it happen. Rockets could outspend almost anyone as far as assets. OKC, maybe the only team they couldn't beat out. And if Giannis says, I don't like Houston, then the Rockets won't be getting Giannis. No matter what you think the Bucks should do, they generally listen to the star, even if that star wants to leave. Okay, we'll go to break with that, and then we'll be joined by Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast, when we come back.
You're back inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Raheel Ramzanali joins us right now. He is the host of CityCast, and Raheel will send me a list of things he wants to talk about. And normally I just go in the order of what he sent, but we're going to start with something different because we have someone who can be deeply involved if he wanted to in one of the conversations. But first, let's welcome Raheel. What's up, Raheel?
What's up, Del? How are you, man?
I'm good, man. We're at Texas Card House. How are you? How are things?
Everything is good. Yeah, I heard y'all this morning at Texas. What is it again? Texas Card House. My bad. Texas Card House.
Thanks for the promo, Rahil. We appreciate you listening. Texas Card House is where we are. So we appreciate you listening early, and we are at Texas Card House. We've been here since 7. We'll be done at noon. And I mentioned you send me a list of things to talk about, and this one, or at least one of the things on the list, means something to Sean, or doesn't mean something to Sean. He doesn't want to be associated with it. Sean drives a Jeep, and this weekend is Jeep weekend down in Galveston, and Sean will let you know. Well, actually, Sean, tell the people what you want them to know so they don't accuse you of being something.
Yes. When I got my Jeep, I was unaware that I was joining a club. Someone called a cult. I thought I was just getting a car. I knew of how much Jeep people love their Jeeps. I wasn't aware to the extent of it. And the Galveston Jeep weekend fits into that. Falls into that bucket of, you guys are really, really excited about this car, huh?
There's even a wave. There's a Jeep wave that Sean doesn't participate in.
Now, Sean, this is where it gets kind of weird for me. Like, I think a lot of car owners like gravitate towards other car owners of the same brand, right? Like you rally around them. But to me, like Jeep Weekend is it's like more of a party. So it's called Jeep Weekend. I think it was initially called Top Down Weekend, right? So you take the top down of your Jeep. That got a little too like sexual in nature, right? Because people are like, wait, is this like a Mardi Gras weekend? Is this Girls Gone Wild? Like it got kind of weird, right? So now they just call it Jeep Weekend. But where I step in with the Jeep ownership stuff, like I don't care about like again, as I mentioned, everyone does this. Where it gets weird to me is like the duck thing y'all do.
Yes.
Like if y'all haven't heard about this, Jeep owners will go to other Jeep owners in a parking lot and give them a plastic rubber ducky, right? Like the bath ducks. And you guys like start lining them up on your car dashboard. Like it's one of the strangest things.
Don't include him. He doesn't want to be included.
Don't you guys?
How many
He's not one of
have you
them.
gotten, Sean?
I've received probably like 2 or 3 in the 3 years that I've had my car. None of them are proudly displayed anywhere in my car. They're probably proudly displayed in a landfill right now. So yes, that's another tradition or whatever you want to call it that I do not participate in.
I like going to Camry owners, Toyota Camry owners, and putting ducks on their car, like really messing up the whole algorithm. Like, why is there a duck on my 2008 Toyota Camry? Why are we doing this?
So they don't hand it to you specifically. They just see your car and put a Jeep and put a duck on it, and you come out to your Jeep after wherever you were, and it's sitting there.
Yeah, I think they put in or both times it's happened to me. They put in the door handle. So
they don't want you to miss it.
You can't miss it. Yeah.
And they don't want anyone to take it, so they put it in the door handle of a Jeep owner and go, "Hey, man, we saw you. We appreciate you. You're one of us."
They'll also do the thing. I've noticed this where Jeep owners will in a parking lot. They'll always park right next to another Jeep. Like you'll always see like 2 or 3 in a row. And every time I roll my eyes when someone's parked next to my car.
That is so weird.
We just want to be close to.
So weird.
We just want our car to be close to your car, even though we may never meet.
That's
or is
what
it
I'm
because,
talking
or do they believe, hey, if we come out of the store at the same time, at least we'll see each other and start a conversation?
No, luckily that's never happened.
Have you not investigated this particular aspect of the Jeep cult or club that you don't want to be a part of?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to get any further in because I don't want to get sucked in. Then they, give me a pamphlet. I'm going to a meeting, and next thing you know, like I don't know, I'm living in a compound somewhere surrounded by Jeep owners.
Yeah, you end up on a Netflix documentary.
Yeah,
like how I did with that cult in L.A.
Wild Wild Country. Oh
no, not that cult. He's talking about the Nexum cult. That's what he's talking about, right? What was it called? I forgot what it was. Nexium. Yeah, where it was a sex. It was a sex cult
or something.
Yeah, Superman's best friend from that TV from Smallville tried to get him and his wife indoctrinated into a cult.
Yeah.
If you missed it, Rahil's told that story.
I did miss that. That's
Yeah, I went to LA for a movie junket and I forgot the actress's name, Del, but basically
Allison Mack.
Yeah,
Allison Mack. Yeah. Tried to recruit him.
She tried to recruit me, and then like,
well, she really
literally
wanted
the
wife.
Yeah, my wife. The day I got back, like it broke that this was like this cult, and there's all sorts of really wrong things happening. So I'm glad I didn't join. But it looks like you joined your cult, Sean, which is great, and you got Duckies to talk about. Well, Jeep Weekend is happening in Bolivar, which is part of Galveston County. Bolivar is the peninsula. You take the ferry over, or you can come on the backside through Highway 87, I believe that's what it is. Yeah, I love Bolivar. I used to go all the time when Jackie used to live there, and I still go from time to time. But it's one of the cool places because you can drive on the beach, and that's why Jeep owners were like, "Hey, let's make Bolivar our place for Jeep Weekend." Because you can drive on the beach, you can set up shop on the beach, put your tents up and hang out. Well, the problem is there's 100,000 people coming to Bolivar. So one, like for the local Bolivarians,
Is that what they're called, Bolivians?
I don't know what they're called, but 100,000 people, flocking to this little small community is a lot. Like it takes up all of their resources, law enforcement, restaurants, gas, all that. So beyond that, it's also dangerous. Like there were 300 citations last year. One man actually got shot and died at Jeep Weekend. So it turns into this wild party. So this year, their new sheriff, Galveston County Sheriff, was like, let's just cancel this. Why are we doing this? This isn't good for us. There was a lot of pushback because people really like this weekend. So this year what they're doing is there's only one way to get into the beach and one way to get out, okay? So they're going to keep things moving. You can't park. You can't set up shop. You just go there, show off your Jeep, and then I guess make a U-turn and come back around. So it's not going to be as wild, I don't think, but there's still going to be a lot of people.
So we did stories around spring break where local law enforcement in different parts of the country are like, hey, we don't want you even to come here because all you guys are going to do is cause trouble. So apparently that is potentially an issue in Bolivar where the Bolivians may not want outsiders coming in. They can't possibly call themselves Bolivians, but either way, Bolivarians. Either way, it is Jeep Weekend this weekend down in Galveston County. I don't know if we gave a ringing endorsement for it, but if you have a Jeep, you want to go down there, you probably already know about it, and you're taking your rubber ducks with you. Beyond Jeep Weekend.
Rubber ducks are so silly.
I don't get it. The guy who's on the show who has a Jeep doesn't get it. But hey, it's their thing. Your first topic, but I could not ignore Jeep Weekend, was STAR testing. STAR testing might be eliminated. Can you give us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, right now. So if you don't know what the STAR test is, it's that standardized test that all public education students have to take starting in the third grade. And it basically assesses you to see if you're ready for the next grade. Now, for a time, it was used as like a pass or fail to the next grade, but it's no longer the case now. Now, in high school, they still use that for like certain subjects. But for example, my fourth grader, when she took the STAR test a couple of weeks ago, if she fails, there's like remedies that you can do to get to the next grade, right? So it's no longer like as stressful, but it's still very stressful because one, it's like a whole day of testing for a student. Two, it also ties into like performance ratings for schools and teachers. So basically teachers are just teaching for the test, right? And there's a lot of issues that come with that you can look up on your own. But it's universally disliked. All right, this is like what everyone agrees the STAR test is not the right thing. So right now at the state legislature, which is in session, the 89th session, they're trying to get rid of it, okay, and replace it with 3 smaller tests. That one you take at the beginning of the school year to kind of assess where you are, one middle of the school year to see how you're doing, and then the third one to see like, are you ready, right, for the next grade? And basically they're using these little small tests now to hopefully make sure that students are ready. So it passed the House side. It has to go to the Senate side now at the state legislature to see, are we going to get rid of STAR testing? And this is a pretty big deal because, again, everyone dislikes it, yet we never get rid of it.
Let me ask you something. Who would be more disappointed? You mentioned the hypothetical scenario of your 4-year-old failing. Who would be more disappointed? You and her, or your parents and you for allowing your child to fail?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think my parents will always be more disappointed If there's a South Asian parent can find some disappointment in their child, they're taking it.
Look, there's not. I'm sure there are differences, but the one thing that isn't different, the South Asian parent and the Nigerian parent, we have that in common. There's no chance that if I ever decided to have children, my dad would even would ever be more disappointed in the grandkid than he would in me. There's too much ground to make up for my kid to be disappointing. He's always going to allow that to fall on me. So STAR testing, no one likes it. No one wants it, but it's going to continue. Is that what we feel like? It's just going to be a thing. It's a staple. People are used to it, and they don't want to get rid of it. Or at least the people in charge.
Yeah, we'll find out because, lawmakers are there in Austin until June 2nd. So they have, about 2.5, 3 weeks here to figure all of this out, unless they call a special session, which I don't think they will based on what we're hearing right now. So they got to figure it out. Like the Senate needs to figure out, what do they want to amend on this bill or what they want to change? Because the House, they're like, hey, we want to eliminate this next year. Like this will not be part of our public education curriculum next school year. So there's a lot to be figured out. Now it's, the politics of this, what will they come to a decision regarding STAR testing? So that's what we're waiting for. But this is a lot of movement, which is positive because, again, teachers, schools, principals, parents, students, lawmakers, we're all agreed, this isn't right. But can we find a solution? That's the problem. Is can you write a solution and can you implement a solution in this fast?
Gotcha. So that's Raheel Ramzanali. He is the host of CityCast. You can listen to that podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Wide, it's I won't say wide release, but anywhere you want to, you can find it. And you can go to houston.citycast.fm if you want to go to the website. They have plenty of topics beyond what we just talked about. So if you're a person who has a Jeep and you didn't appreciate that first 5 to 10 minutes of us, there are other things on the website that you can take a look at that may suit you better. Now, Raheel, what some people don't know about you is you were, and still are, but you were someone who got paid to do social media. You had to put together campaigns, not just for your time on radio, but when you ventured away. And of course, the big stuff going on in the NFL right now are all the schedule releases. Have you heard about what happened with the Colts?
No, what happened? I've been totally out of the loop on schedule releases because I was, getting ready for all the episodes. I saw the Texans one, and they were doing the WhatsApp, and I like it. It's cute, I guess. That's fine. It did its job. But what happened with the Colts?
So the Colts took advantage of the Minecraft craze, not just the game, but the fact that the movie made so much money. So they used a Minecraft setup to tell people who they're playing and at what times. And in that video, they showed a Minecraft dolphin with the Tyreek Hill jersey being detained by the Coast Guard. They had Patrick Mahomes' father and John Rocker about to get into a fight with a frog version of Mahomes breaking it up. They had Kyler Murray riding a chicken. And what was the other one that might have bothered people? They had Will Levis being run over by a bus and murdered. I don't know if he was murdered, but he was run over by a bus. They had to pull it down, and they had to apologize not just to Tyreek Hill for what I guess some people called offensive and over the line. They also had to apologize to Microsoft for using Minecraft stuff, and Microsoft got the first mention in their apology. We want to apologize to Minecraft and Tyreek Hill for what we did.
No. You want to apologize to Microsoft because they're a multi-billion-dollar company. They have deep pockets, and they will make sure that they will get whatever money they're owed for you using Minecraft. So you always apologize to the bigger company first, and obviously it's not good taste what they did to Tyreek Hill. Is he going to be a Dolphin, by the way, next year?
We go back to the final game of the regular season where he asked out and didn't want to play, and then right afterwards said he wanted to trade. I would say that if the Dolphins could have gone the offseason without him getting in trouble again, which is maybe one of the reasons that he wound up being arrested in that Coast Guard video, in that schedule release video, I think he would have been traded. But that video of him with his now, I guess, soon to be ex-wife and the daughter on that, yeah, it got a little sketchy. So I'm not sure about him. And of course, the only thing Tyreek can do to punish the Colts is if he sell it off and go for like 150 in their first game of the season. But I think they would like to move him. I just don't know if they think they can get great value, and it won't happen until, at least it won't be set up to be a trade until June 1st because it costs them less to make the trade after that. So we'll see about that. He could be on the roster, but I think that's a question up until training camp if he'll remain a Dolphin. But it is what it is. So apologies to Microsoft and Tyreek, and apologies to people who own Jeeps. We were very disrespectful. But hey, a cult or a club is what you're in. Deal with it. All right, Raheel, thank you for joining us. Once again, CityCast is the podcast. Listen to Raheel. He gives you the best and maybe some not so great things going on in Houston. But either way, you're going to be informed. He'll keep you up to date on what's going on in town.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Del. Always a pleasure, and enjoy the rest of your day and weekend, Joker's Wild. I thought it was a good nickname for you. Like, maybe.
It's better than the other one. Oh, it's better than the other one that you always used to lead off with. Oh, before you go, because this has been something I've forgotten to do a couple of times since one of your favorite musical artists has been on a tear. And it's been on a tear for about the last 6-7 years, but he's really been on a tear this year. So there was a time where you were firmly on the side of Kanye West in the Kanye versus Taylor battle. You were very, I won't say disrespectful, very dismissive of Taylor's talents. And you said Kanye was justified in that back and forth. Do you believe you were still on the right side of history, or were you wrong?
Houston.citycast.fm.
All right. We'll talk to Raheel next week. Thanks, Raheel. Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast, adeptly getting out of my question. Hey, sometimes you got to ask tough questions, Sean, and he has every right not to answer them.
Yeah, he does have every right not to answer them, but
yeah,
the silence is deafening.
Yes, soft ass Raheel wouldn't answer a straightforward question. Okay, we'll end with that. Okay, we'll come back with more. If you want to get in, maybe call us out because you own a Jeep. You can. 713-780-3776 is the number. But before we do that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now, it's the series we've all been waiting for. I don't know if we've all been waiting for a mid-May Rangers-Astros series, but I've been waiting for a mid-May Rangers-Astros series, and tonight I'm getting in the action on Prize Picks. There's a lot of different ways you can attack this. There's, of course, all the hitters, all the pitchers individually, or you can do a combo lineup or a combo Prize Picks projection with Hunter Brown and Jacob deGrom combined 12.5 strikeouts. I'm going more on 12.5 strikeouts for both these guys. Obviously, Hunter Brown, we've seen what he's done all season long, and Jacob deGrom, as long as he's healthy, he's a really good pitcher. This is an Astros lineup that has its spots where they'll strike out. They'll give you a couple strikeouts. So I think that they can combine for 12.5 strikeouts. And since it's Prize Picks and every sport's available, not just baseball, you got the NBA with the playoffs, you got PGA going on right now, you have soccer all across the globe, you have F1, you have MMA when that is on tap during the weekend. So I'm combining this Hunter Brown, Jason deGrom combo, strikeouts, Prize Picks with Nikola Jokic to have more than 44.5 points plus rebounds. I think he can do it. It's their backs against the wall in Denver in Game 6. I think Jokic shows up to play. You can make your own lineup when you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Texas Card House. Here's Del Olaleye.
It's our last segment here at Texas Card House. John's over there playing. He's corrupting Sam, our social media leader. Well, she's just a team itself. It's a one-woman team, and she's over there watching John play. You can come out here and play as well. We had a couple guys on from Texas Card House earlier today talking about all the great things happening here. It's on Westheimer. It's actually right down the street from the station, so it's not that long of a drive if you're in the area, if you want to come out here and check it out at any time. Okay, a couple things to get to before we're done for the day. Once again, I want to thank Raheel for joining us. You can go to CityCast and find all the things he provides, podcast related. And also, if you go to houston.citycast.fm, you can find the website and take a look at the page too. Okay, couple things. Joe Mixon in a boot, according to Aaron Wilson. He is in a walking boot. Doesn't appear to be something that's going to be long term. Just something that popped up. I don't know if there's any reporting going on that he had surgery, but Aaron Wilson is telling us that Joe Mixon is in a walking boot. Don't be too concerned. It's not expected to be serious. I don't know how you wind up in a walking boot in May. If you did not end the season one, maybe just a workout, turn an ankle, who knows? But don't worry, Joe Mixon should be fine, but he is in a walking boot. And sticking with running backs, Derrick Henry at 31 years old, and coming off a 1,900-yard season, gets $30 million over 2 years from the Ravens, about $25 million guaranteed. So we've been talking about the Warriors and how time is something you can't really fight against. Derrick Henry is one of the guys suggesting that maybe you can, as long as your name is Derrick Henry. 1,900 yards in your 30-year-old to 31-year-old season. The Texans got a taste, and he's on a Ravens team the Texans simply can't compete against, and they are rewarding him for what he did. And he was one of those guys last year that people were wondering about. Of course, the speculation was that he was going to be a Cowboy. He wanted to be in Dallas. The Cowboys were hesitant, didn't really make him an offer, so he winds up torturing the AFC, and he helped the Ravens continue to be a contender. Of course, if Mark Andrews could either not fumble or catch a 2-point conversion, we may be talking about the Ravens in the Super Bowl. Maybe they give the Eagles a better game. I think they probably would. I think they are a more talented team than the Chiefs, but the Chiefs have proven over the course of the last 6-7 years, yeah, we're talented and we just know how to win. That just came to an end in Philly. So so Derrick Henry, a guy who was a torturer of the Texans when he was a Titan. Now he'll see the Texans at least this year. And considering the deal he got, as long as those two teams finish in first place, there'll be at least a couple times between now and when he decides to hang it up that the Texans will have to deal with him and probably not tackle him, because that's just how it's going. Sean, you've been in the area for years now. Is it T.Y. as far as non-quarterbacks? Is it T.Y. than Derrick Henry, or has Derrick Henry taken over for T.Y. as far as torturers of the Texans?
I think there's something about the fact that it was T.Y. Hilton and someone who was a good receiver, a really good, he's
Pro Bowl level receiver, Pro Bowler type, yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, it still is T.Y. Hilton. It's not like
an all-timer, Hall of Famer type like Derrick Henry.
Yeah. And I think that is what keeps T.Y. Hilton in the top spot. Also, his size is another thing. So it's not like he's physically dominating. Where Derrick Henry, it's like, hey, listen, obviously he has 3 200-yard games against the Texans, maybe 4 200-yard games against the Texans. That he also has dominated the Texans in the past, but part of it is that it's Derrick Henry. What
he does that against everybody.
Do? Yeah. T.Y. Hilton, it's like, no, wait, what? This guy again? With whatever crappy quarterback was throwing him passes? Because it
didn't matter.
It wasn't all with luck. I think there was a Hasselbeck one in there too, where it's just like, what is happening?
Yeah, it really didn't matter. And talk about his career accolades. He did lead the league in receiving once as far as yards are concerned in 2016.
Yeah, 'cause you
Four-time
got to
Pro
play the
Bowler.
Texans.
Yes, yes, that helped. That did help. Four-time Pro Bowler, good player, but nothing like Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry's like probably going to make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Derrick Henry has at the moment 3 200-yard games against the Texans, and they all came consecutively. So it was. I'm looking at it on StatMuse. I don't know what happened in the first game in 2019 where he only went for 86 yards. That was a time where they played 2 times within 3 weeks. The game in Houston, the game at home, he only ran for 86 yards. In the game in Houston, he ran for 211. The next time they saw him, he ran for 212, and the next time after that, he ran for 250. Excuse me, you're right. It was 4 200-yard games in a row.
Yeah, because I knew he
you're
got
right.
like a Cully one.
Yeah, 211, 220, in 19 and 20. Excuse me, I kind of, and then in 21, 250, and 22, 219, and then he just tapered off and got 126 in the second game in 2022. So yeah, 4 straight games, 200 plus yards for Derrick Henry. And, he had 147 in their meeting last year.
Yeah, no, that there is a little bit of like, cool. You got interim coach Romeo Cornell and interim coach David Culley, interim for an entire year, David Culley. Whatever. T.Y. Hilton was doing that against the Brock Osweiler Texans. He was doing that against a division champion Texans team. If this is a first take segment that anyone would care about.
Yeah, if you were deciding to figure out whose numbers against those very average Texans teams mean more.
If the Texans were the Cowboys, this is how they would talk.
Yes, if the Texans had the history of the Cowboys, who was the all-time torture of the Texans would probably be a topic, and T.Y. Hilton and Derrick Henry would be at the top of the list. Either way, that man got paid. He'll continue to be a factor, I guess, until he's 33 years old. That's how the Ravens are paying him. At some point, he's got to fall off, right? At some point, I mean, I guess he will remain bigger than most people. He's trying to avoid, but how long will he remain faster than everyone, still running away from people at the age of 31 years old? And the Ravens rewarded him for that. But if you want to laugh as opposed to crying, the Cowboys could have had him, and they said no. Another bad decision by them, and a slew of bad decisions, and that's why they are where they are. Okay, that'll wrap it up for us today here at Texas Card House. Of course, they're not closing. The poker is going. I'm probably looking at about 6 or 7 tables active right now before noon. So, of course, you can get out here if you want. Paul Gallant is next, and then he is followed by the Killer Bees. Tomorrow, John, Lance, and I will be out at East River 9 to celebrate the PGA Championship. And, we've been out there quite a bit. If you like pickleball, it's there for you. You want to play golf? If you just want to come into the bar and the restaurant and have a drink and have great food, it's there for you too. So we'll be there 7 till noon. But we're done for the day. So since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
You're going to get a lot out of that going forward. The context is, I can't explain it in a minute, whatever. I may do that at some point tomorrow. And that's when I'll talk to you next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
center field, coming on Jake Myers. Astros win 4-3, taking 2 out of 3 in this series from Kansas City. They had to fight from down in this game, 2-0 and 3-1. Blummer, that's a nice series win.
That's a great series win. They're playing great baseball at home, but this Kansas City Royals team has been pitching and playing well of late. And they came into Dyken Park with the expectation of beating the Astros again, but they came back late. They put some runs and hits on that bullpen tonight.
Astros win it 4-3. They even up the season series at 3 games apiece. 2 teams that end the regular season tied. Will they see each other again in October? That remains to be seen.
We stayed in the game. Bullpen did a nice job keeping us in the game, and our offense just never stopped pushing till we got those big hits by Jeremy. Nice bat by Dubon in there. That was a great team win, great team series. That was a good win.
Astros, bang! 2 games above 500. 2 of 3 against the Kansas City Royals. They're looking pretty good at Dyken Park. And there is one man that we need to begin the show talking about. Since moving to leadoff for the Houston Astros, Jeremy Pena has been one of the best players in all of baseball, and not arguable, he's their best player right now. On top of that, he's playing better than he played in the 2022 playoffs. 4 for 4 last night. Not 1 clutch hit, but 2 clutch hits with runners in scoring position. I'm actually stunned by how good he's been. Stunned. And I'm not alone. Joe Espada, manager of the Astros, was asked about if this was his expectation for Jeremy Pena when he moved into that leadoff spot. Here's what he had to say.
He is really being something more than what I expected. I knew that he's got the potential to be a really exciting all-around player, but right now what he's doing, it's incredible. He's not backing down from the moment. He's getting pitches to hit, and he's not missing them. The double, that pitch was in. It was off the plate. And he just keeps carrying barrel on the ball. The job he's doing is outstanding.
Joe Espada might not have entirely expected it, but you know me, Mr. Diamond Hands, a man who created a brand thanks to Jeremy Pena during the Astros 2022 World Series campaign. We sang songs of his glory. And now, Paul Gallant, Mr. Jeremy Pena, things are looking up. Jeremy Pena had 4 hits yesterday. Jeremy Pena, unbelievable play. Jeremy Pena, gonna get the Astros single-handedly to the top of the AL West today, because they're playing the Royals, they're playing the Texas Rangers, whatever. The Texas Rangers for 4 games starting this weekend. It's rivalry weekend, baby. Yeah. Let's go. We do hope that our friend Tab, the Rangers fan, who was a frequent caller of the Paul Gallant Show when it was 10 to noon, is still kicking it. We'd like to hear from him, but I'm very excited for this 4-game series against a Texas Rangers team. But hey, take a look back at what the Astros have done the last couple of nights. They have shown something that we haven't seen a lot of to open up the year. Last night, what the Astros did was something that they had only done once to begin the year. They were 1-18 last night going into what inning did they get things started? Going into the 6th inning. They were 1-18 when trailing after 6 innings. Get this. They won 4-3. And I'm assuming, because this was a stat that was relayed on the Space City Home Network telecast, that the previous time that the Astros had come back from trailing in the 6th inning was the night before. Because guess what? They were down 1-0. Not a very hard lead to get over, but 1-0 against the Kansas City Royals on Tuesday night. Is Clutch City back? Never underestimate the heart of a champion? I don't know. Sean Maves behind the glass. These look like the old Astros. Paul, you're crazy. You always say the most overreactive thing after every single one of these 162 games. It's because I care. It's because everyone knows I'm the most passionate baseball fan in this city, in addition to being baseball's greatest mind here in Houston, Texas, and clutch back.
Yeah, they definitely look a lot more like the the dynasty Astros when they are winning every game, which they have the last 2 days. They've won every game they played in the last 2 days.
Last 2 days, they're 2-0.
Like you said, clutch city coming back from behind for the first time this season, and then the second time this season.
Yeah,
more or less
back to back.
But yeah, I mean, how can you not be excited about what you've seen by Jeremy Pena and his play? I mean, since moving to leadoff, I don't know how much the simple act of him leading off has led to this, or if this is just kind of convenient timing with this tear he's been on. But yeah, I mean, he's not just 4 for 4. He's hitting with decent amount of power too, hitting a home run last night or 2 nights ago, and then double last night. So he's not just a singles machine. He's not just striking out on sliders outside. He is actually turning into a legitimate, like, all-star level player.
2 clutch doubles with a runner on second base.
2 doubles, yeah.
I mean, last night was awesome. 4 for 4. And he did get some help. Mauricio Dubon was surgical, like, I don't know, certain drone-friendly administrations. I mean, those 2 things that he plopped down the left field line, just out of reach of the Royals left fielder. He did it twice. It was like the same spot. I can't remember the last time I saw a guy back-to-back at bats just bloop, pop one deep enough in the ballpark in pretty much the same exact spot. So he had 2 big hits last night. Isaac Paredes, Dyken Park monster, like we were all hoping he could be. He had another home run. You're getting contributions from guys that needed to step up going into this season. I think a lot of our preseason conversation was about what are they going to get from these guys? What are they going to get from Pena? Because listen, for Pena, it's been a couple of seasons since we saw what he looked like in those 2022 playoffs. It's time to see a little bit of development. We didn't really see it as much in 2023. Maybe you could argue that over the course of 2024, you saw that his approach at the plate got better. But on top of that, the guy you brought in, Isaac Paredes, who is the Dyken Park monster, has been exactly that. He had the walk-off home run on Tuesday. He has that home run to get the Astros offense going yesterday. You're getting contributions from guys that you were hoping to. Now it's a matter of where are the rest of the Astros? When are they going to come back? Obviously, Jose Altuve may be dealing with a hamstring injury. He also had that scary moment early in last night's game where he fouled the ball off of himself. I thought to myself, oh, crap. Oh, great. Here we go. Now it's not just a hamstring injury. It's potentially injury of some sort. He did play left field yesterday, so at the very least, that probably is a good sign for his hamstring. But is Yainer Diaz going to get going? Is either Cam Smith or Zach DeZenzo, who seems to be getting the majority of the reps, and he did have a hit last night, are they going to get going? But you're getting it from Jeremy Pena, and you're getting it from Isaac Paredes. The rest of the guys, if they do show up, you feel pretty good about this team in the playoffs. Because they do have those 3 guys at the top of the rotation with Ronel Blanco, a bit of an asterisk next to him. Maybe if Spencer Arrighetti comes back, he'll be okay. It sounds like Hayden Wisniewski's out for the year based off of a passing comment that Todd Callis made last night. I feel good about this team right now, today, May 15th, 2025. Could I feel entirely differently after this 4-game series over the weekend in Arlington? Yes, you know me. Am I the most enthusiastic baseball fan in the city of Houston, Texas? Yes. Am I the greatest baseball mind in the city of Houston, Texas? Yes. But more than anything, I am the most overreactive baseball mind and fan that exists, perhaps, in the United States of America, who hosts a sports talk show for a living. And I do it for you. I have passion for you. I show up with a big old smile on my face or pep in my step or anger over what went down for you. I'm doing my part.
Voice of the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought you were going to say you're the most overreactive person in the city of Houston. I was gonna say, I don't know about that.
Yeah, there's definitely some worse ones.
I don't know.
There was something I saw last night, and I decided to troll people a little bit with it on Astros Twitter, which is a hellscape inside a hellscape, which is the actual act, the entire app, Twitter X, whatever you want to call it. Someone proposed hey, who says no? And we were talking about this yesterday jokingly. Justin Verlander for Cam Smith, for Bryce Matthews, and for Ryan Gusto. And I was like, hell yeah. The amount of people that believed I was okay with that, it's just the 2 eyeball emojis. The amount of people that thought I was okay with that, a little bit alarming. But you know what? We're just going to keep going. Bad Astros trade ideas, bring them to the table.
Keep them coming.
We will throw the fresh meat out there so that we can get engagement. And then on the air every single day, I'm going to talk about all 162 games, just like it's one of 17 NFL games. Passion, baby. That's what sets me and John Mapes apart. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Bonus points today if you call in and you sing a Jeremy Pena song. We're bringing that back. Also, the Houston Texans schedule was released last night. Thank goodness we didn't have to lead off with that, because if the Astros lost, we would have. Anything of note? What are my gut reactions to seeing every single one of these 17 games? We'll be quick. You'll hear it on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay played.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros took down the Royals 4-3 last night. Jeremy Pena with a couple of clutch doubles, helping them rally from down, what was it, 4-1? 4-0? I don't know. 3-0. There we go. Yeah. See? The clutch just happened.
Clutch City.
So much.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of all of said clutch. Rockets came back from down 3-1 to force a Game 7 clutch. Houston Texans almost covered the spread against the Chiefs. Clutch.
I'm sure they're down against the Chargers at some point.
They were. I think so. Houston Cougars were clutch until the last minute of their game against the Florida Gators in the national championship clutch. Clutch City, it's back. It's back, folks. A couple of comments in the last segment. I did ask the question, is Jeremy Pena, the Houston Astros, best player? Someone on the text line from the 832 said, you're forgetting Jake Myers on fire. Yeah, Jake Myers had a very nice catch last night. And after the game, Joe Espada called him one of the best players at his position in the game. So that was nice. We'll play that a little bit later in the show, Sean. And then another texter says the Astros could use a number 3 type starter and an upgraded second base. Yeah, you're probably right. At this point, they definitely need a number 3 starter. And I think at this point, though, they are just waiting for health. Wisniewski seemingly being out for the year based off of what Todd Callis said in a passing note in the midst of last night's broadcast is frustrating. Really, what they were hoping for is Spencer Arrighetti to get healthy, and that Spencer Arrighetti can live up to his promise, which I don't know what the ceiling is for him. I really don't. I'm not expecting that much out of him. I'm also not expecting that much out of Ronel Blanco. But to Blanco's credit, he's been pretty good the last couple of starts, which is something I was a little bit skeptical about going into this year. The Houston Texans released their schedule last night. Did anyone see the way that they went and did it? They posted this on all of their social media channels. It's a minute-long video that's a callback to a Budweiser commercial.
Just waiting on the schedule to drop. What's up with you?
Nothing, man. Just waiting for the schedule to drop.
True.
Hey, hold up, another phone ring. Hey, y'all jump on this call, man. Hey, Parker, you're preaching to the choir.
True.
Hey, I got another call. You getting this?
Yo, what's up, brother?
H is up!
So we're gonna drop that schedule? Drop the schedule now.
Louis Vuitton umbrella when I walk through the rain in the kitchen whipping chicken kind of bread like kind. This dog got a Mexican liquor like Johnny Dine. Yeah, what's that? Hello? Is everybody gone? Did I miss it?
So if you watch the video, you probably have no idea who anyone in it is outside of Bun B and Dennis Quaid. If you're me. There are some people that you recognize, like Jonathan Joseph. I think Travis Johnson, some former Houston Texans were in it. But this is one of those videos that I felt wasn't great. Was that the Mexican OT perhaps was in it?
Yeah.
I can't believe they brought Sketch back for not one, but 2 videos that he was included in. Noted Houston Texans fan who also may or may not be stealing valor of those with disabilities, and definitely a former porn star of the OnlyFans variant, and then a couple other people that I didn't recognize, and then some guy named Dookie at the end. Who is Dookie?
I have no idea who.
Okay, I was wondering if you knew. I don't know who. I got to say, going back to a Budweiser commercial from what 1996 or something like that, 7, 8. I'm gonna give this an F, just an F.
It's also tough that you try to showcase like celebrity fans, and you and I are like, yeah, that's Bun B and Dennis Quaid sketch.
Sketch is the third person we're saying. I'm not sure
Yeah.
who the woman was in that.
And the Mexican OT who I think we've combined heard like 2 of the songs
right
amongst the 2 of us, and so like it. And yes, everyone else in there is either a former Texan or like, who is this person?
Yeah, there's a lot of
the women. No disrespect to the ladies in this video, but off facially, I cannot recognize who these women are.
Right, exactly. There's a blonde girl. I was like, is that Lauren Leal? I'm not 100% sure. And then I looked further and I was like, is that Alex Hurl? I don't know. Like I have no idea who any of these people are in this video. And also Sketch, who's back in our lives. Paul Wall too, and some other young person. F. This was terrible. This does not reflect well on our city. And it's not just that you're going back to a Budweiser commercial. It's also that you continue to pander to the exact same hip hop culture that you've been pandering to for 3 years. It's time to find a new grift. Yes, I said grift. You have won a lot of people back. You're kind of cool again for some, not everyone. It's time to start bringing in other groups. We can't always go back to 90s rap. Okay? That was the 1990s. That's a long time ago. I'm 36. I was born in 89. At the very least, we're talking 25 years ago. Okay? So speed it up. As far as the actual schedule itself, here's some really quick gut reaction thoughts on every single one of their games. We'll get through this quickly. September 7th, 3:25 game to kick off the season on the road, SoFi Stadium, Texans at Rams. Will CJ Stroud be distracted? Number 1. Number 2, on this Fox afternoon broadcast, which has a chance to be national, will there be a feature package talking about CJ Stroud's upbringing with his father in jail? There's a very good chance that you're going to see a story that pulls at your heartstrings. One of the things I do wonder about, too, with CJ Stroud playing in LA, does this mean that he plays the best game possible? I know some on the Twitch in particular who aren't the biggest fans of CJ Stroud constantly say, I bet he's going to be a Rams quarterback down the road. I suppose we shall see. Week 2, a Monday Night Football game. The Texans have 2 Monday Night Football games. They're both the first half of doubleheader Monday Night Football games, which sort of goes to show you that the NFL does not exactly look at the Texans as a ratings bonanza. Texans versus Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. Last time we saw those 2 teams play at NRG Stadium, a classic. CJ Stroud's first clutch moment with that last-second touchdown pass that he had to win the game. I think the Texans are going to win that game. That's my thought on that one. Also, I don't think there's any danger of Texans fans being outnumbered by Bucs fans, but there is danger for a 6 p.m. kickoff on a Monday of Texans fans being in their seats on time. So that might be a little bit embarrassing as the cameras are panning around NRG Stadium right before kickoff. Week 3, Texans at Jaguars. Going to be interesting to see how Azeez Al-Shaair is received when he returns to the place where he allegedly, for the people in Jacksonville, tried to murder Trevor Lawrence. I just thought it was unnecessary roughness. They thought it was the worst thing that's ever happened. He will be booed. The Texans will be booed. And I imagine the game will be chippy. Is this new look Jacksonville Jaguars team one of consequence? We will see. I think they're the only threat in the AFC South to the Texans. By the way, the Jaguars released in their schedule release on TikTok a bunch of Sabrina Carpenter explicit positions that she's been in her concerts. She's a singer, for those who don't know, this tiny little blonde singer, strong, powerful, independent woman. And she is famous for, in the midst of her songs while dancing, doing lewd poses. Lewd. So the pose that she had for the Texans in this, that was released by the Jaguars' actual account, was her lying on her back with the microphone in her mouth and her legs flailing in the air like a bicycle. Just saying. Week 4, home game, Texans, Titans. These are my least favorite games of the year. Week 5, road game, Texans at the Ravens. They're going to get smoked. They're going to get smoked. That's what happens when the Texans play the Ravens. They get clobbered. They get fired into the sun. That's what we've seen the last 3 times, even with CJ Stroud under center. Week 6, bye week. So they have a bye October 12th. Could ball going on an Oktoberfest trip? Monday Night Football, October 20th. They play the second half of a Monday Night Football football doubleheader on the road against the Seahawks. I think I'm going to go to that game and cover it. October 26th, a nooner on Fox against the San Francisco 49ers. There will be more 49ers fans than Texans fans in attendance for that game. Lock. A nooner, November 2nd, the next week, against the Broncos on Fox. Once again, there will be more road fans in attendance for that game, just like the last time the Texans hosted the Broncos. November 9th, Texans-Jaguars. Will the Jaguars actually be fighting for a playoff spot at that moment in time? We shall see. November 16th, Texans at Titans. It's on Fox. That's the only noteworthy thing about that game. If the Texans lose either game against the Tennessee Titans, yikes. Fire somebody other than Bobby Slowick. Thursday Night Football. Ooh. Texans-Bills. Texans hosting that game. I'm curious. This is going to be a tricky one for Bills Mafia to attend, but since it is right before Thanksgiving, maybe some people are able to get away. I don't know. That is one of those games that is a potential nominee for more Bills fans in attendance than Texans fans. November 30th, on the road against the Colts. I think the Colts are going to stink this year. Who's their quarterback? No one knows. Sunday Night Football, December 7th, against the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City. Again, that kind of sucks, right? Third straight game between these two in Kansas City, which has been the big brother of the Texans for the past decade. Hopefully that one doesn't get messy, and hopefully no one's knee spontaneously combusts like Tank Dell did last time. December 14th, Texans-Colts. Again, snoozer. December 21, 3:25 game at NRG Stadium. Texans versus Raiders. Pete Carroll. I'm going to try to say hi to Pete Carroll. I might shirk my post-game responsibilities to go to the press conference room so that I can see Pete Carroll and see if he says hi to me. Not even kidding. Might do it. Then the last two games, we don't even know when they're going to be played. We don't know a day. We don't know a time. TBD, Texans at Chargers. Playoff rematch. How many fans will actually be in attendance for that game? Period. It's around Christmas time. It's in LA. That actually might be one of the first games of the year where the Texans fans outnumber the opposing fans. And then the last game of the year, home game, Texans-Colts, which is now becoming the end-of-season classic. So there you go. That's the Texans schedule. 713-780-3776 to call to text if you have any thoughts. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. The Texans only got 4 nationally televised games. The disrespect. Doesn't that make you mad? And it's Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Everyone thought the NBA draft lottery was rigged. Old, tired subject. What else in sports do people think are rigged? And the Astros? Did they do a guy a service by firing him? I'll explain how on the other side. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also call in at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. It is the most interactive sports talk telling. That was not English. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. So I know a lot of people have spent a good deal of this week talking about whether or not the NBA draft lottery was rigged. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it isn't. It just looked like it was rigged, and they should have rigged it to make it look like it wasn't rigged. I know that seems like a wild take to have, but no. Maybe people in the NBA like that everyone's sniffing around for some sort of conspiracy. But I am curious as to what else you believe might be rigged. I think a lot of people felt that Texans-Chiefs last year was rigged in the playoffs.
The Chiefs' entire season was rigged.
A lot of the videos, Sean, that were released by teams across the league to announce their schedule featured the Chiefs either doing black magic or bribing referees. There was a lot of that. I think there was one by the Raiders featuring Penn and Teller where they made flags appear, penalty flags out of nowhere.
That's fun.
It is kind of funny.
I would only do Penn and Teller stuff if I was the Raiders. I'd lean into like the Vegas.
They should.
Yeah. I'd have who's the other magician? Chris Angel.
Yeah.
I'd have him.
Hell yeah. There's Chris Angel. There's that guy that does street magic, David Blaine.
Yeah.
There's David Copperfield.
Yeah.
I don't know if Celine Dion's still a resident anymore there, but there's all sorts of things.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Instead of having Bun B and people that we don't recognize. Bun B, Dennis Quaid, and people we don't recognize.
Why couldn't we get Beyonce? We got Sketch. We have again, listen, the game is the game. Do what works online. But we have a young man who is a Madden Twitch streamer that pretends to have a disability. This is a fact. As a bit, who has also in the past, not that I'm judging, game is the game. Get paid how you got to get paid. A boy's got to eat. But it seems like he was eating some interesting things on an OnlyFans account.
He was doing the Sabrina Carpenter positions.
A lot of that, right. It would be cooler if our scheduled release featured the many cool things that Houston has to offer. We have done enough of the 90s rap scene. No offense to the 90s rappers, many of whom are cool. Slim Thug's been on my radio show before. ESG's been on. Lil Flip's been on. Like, I love it. But come on, that's not all we are. We're not just slabs. We're not just swangers and bangers, you know? And it's weird. Like, we're going to just keep pandering to the same audience. Why don't we pander to the, I don't know, majority population here? Why couldn't we get a mariachi band? Why couldn't we get, like the Rangers do, a mariachi band playing Creed? I hate that the Rangers stole Creed from us. I hate it. Astros Rangers, the rivalry. It's back on. Time for a tinfoil hat Thursday. Indeed, it is Tinfoil Hat Thursday. So we asked the question, what else in sports do you think is rigged? Last night, NBA not rigged for the Golden State Warriors. ... When Steph Curry isn't healthy. Because the Timberwolves took care of business. Also, NBA could be rigged because in Celtics Knicks last night, Jaylen Brown may have gotten away with grabbing a New York Knicks Ramalama Ding Dong. Yes, there's video of this. It definitely happened.
Yeah.
This is before Sean, before Jaylen Brown got elbowed in the nads by Jalen Brunson, who passed the ball to, I'm not sure who. Was it Josh Hart? Who went down into the lane and got clobbered by the new token white guy for the Celtics.
Yes.
Who was awesome.
Luke Cornett,
dude.
The sharpest elbows in the league.
Unbelievable. I've never seen a guy bleed like that. But
Josh Hart was leaking.
Listen, Jaylen Brown didn't get ejected, and he pulled something worse than Draymond and Dylan Brooks have ever pulled. He literally, he pulled it.
I was going to say, it was like he was opening a door. Like, he twisted.
A little twist. Not cool, man.
Not cool.
Anyway.
So, NBA rigged it for the Celtics. Got to get a game 6 in the Garden.
Yeah. Oh, the Garden, God.
And then a game 7 in the Garden.
The other Garden, the Boston Garden. But the Boston Garden is different than the Garden.
The Garden, yeah.
Anyway, tinfoil hat. Is this fishy to anyone? Seattle-based University of Washington was playing an NAIA team, Warner Pacific, Monday night. They were trailing 5-4. And then, out of nowhere, the lights at Husky Ballpark went out. The game was suspended, hasn't been rescheduled, which means if it never gets finished, the loss won't count. Is the University of Washington ducking a loss? Seems like it. That is crooked.
Definitely seems like it.
I mean, not even come on. At least play the game out. I mean, when this game resumes, I would assume that you would win, but the lights just go out.
Just pull the cord.
Yeah, this isn't California with rolling blackouts. Like that doesn't happen in Seattle. It doesn't. I lived there for a couple of years. The power is pretty consistent there. The power just went out? Sure, Jan. I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah. No. I mean, was there there's like was there high winds or something? Like
a little rat gnawing on the cables? Dead. Not that I've seen. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. Pour one out for Taylor Scott, a real one. The Astros DFA'd him so that Colton Gordon, who started for the Astros last night and actually looked all right, could get a roster spot. I don't know if Taylor Scott will return. I will miss Taylor Scott, his South African accent, and his interesting tattoos. I think that this is my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think the Astros were trying to help him out because maybe they would have DFA'd him at the end of spring training, but he wasn't quite an American citizen yet. These things are a little dicey now if you're not a citizen. If you're unemployed and are from another country and you don't have a job, I don't know what's going to happen on that front. But guess what? The Astros waited until Taylor Scott was an American citizen to DFA him. Tinfoil hat, Astros giving back to the community. And we'll see if Taylor Scott returns to the Astros. But I think they did him a solid there.
Yep. They didn't want to have him be shipped back to wherever he came from. Just there. Keep him here, just in Sugarland.
And look, that's not a place from what Grok tells us about. Literally any sports conversation, Grok now just answers by talking about what's going on in South Africa. Doesn't seem like he would want to go back to South Africa right now. Yeah, might not go so well.
He'd be genocided.
Yeah,
according to Grok.
Grok just, whenever you ask Grok a question about sports, it'll bring up South African genocide. It's kind of weird. And then it says, like, we're not sure if it's happening. It's like, hey, we're asking you about not that. Like, literally anything but. It's weird. Makes me feel comfortable in my job as a sports talk show host. And we were talking about this yesterday. Artificial intelligence ain't replacing us anytime soon. Scotty Scheffler wore an orange polo almost exactly a year after he was arrested. Why did he wear that orange polo almost a year after he got arrested? Many are wondering, is he having a little fun here? Is he goofing around? Having a piss? Is he doing that? I think he is. Unless, Sean, there is some attachment that he has to the University of Texas because it looked like it was burnt orange.
Well, he graduated from the University of Texas.
Did not know that. Learn something new every day. Big golf guy, me.
Also, Scotty Scheffler doesn't seem like the guy who's like, remember when I got arrested about a year ago? That's the other thing. It's like roughly a year ago.
It's close to a year ago.
It is close.
He's wearing it in a practice round before the PGA Championship.
Now, if he was in the Ricky Fowler all orange look where it actually looked like a jumpsuit, then yeah.
I'd actually call him out for stolen valor if he did that because that's Ricky Fowler's game. But that would have been also funny. Has he gone all orange?
Yeah.
Like a really plunging neckline like, the prison uniforms have these days.
Or a gray shirt underneath. Yeah.
Also, tinfoil hat. Did Donald J. Trump just save golf? Serious question. Golf Week reports Meetings this week in Saudi Arabia feature Donald Trump, and he is expected to tell the Saudi government a deal between the PGA Tour and LIV will be on the tour's terms and not involve a long-term future for LIV. He's kicking the Saudis out of golf. Wow. And apparently Tiger Woods went to the White House to help him craft the messaging. Donald Trump saving golf? Should he focus on other things, or do you want him to save golf?
Save golf.
713-780.
Save golf, save college football.
3776. The important things.
And keep Taylor Scott in America.
Yeah.
Those are the big three issues.
USA. Anyway, that is your Tinfoil Hat Thursday. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Thus far in the program, we have wondered whether or not Jeremy Pena is the Houston Astros best player. We'll talk to our Astros front office insider, Jeremy Booth, about the Astros at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Up next, though, really interesting stuff going on across the National Basketball Association, including, boo-hoo, the end of the Golden State Warriors. And it wouldn't be the Warriors without a, excuse from them as they hit the road. Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
That ball's going to be a base hit. Dubon's going to score the go-ahead run. Jeremy Pena makes it 4-3 Astros in the 8th. 4-hit
Pena is in fuego.
I wonder how Jeremy Brandon would have handled that. Getting stepped over by the color commentary guy. And we like Jeff Blum here. We like Todd Callis, Syracuse guy. But I don't know if Jerry Bear would have liked that.
Definitely a dirty look, right?
Yeah, you don't want to feel the wrath of Branham when you're interrupting a voice that could make a cougar purr. You know, so lots of cougars purring for that. He is the voice of the Cougs, after all. And all of a sudden, whoever his color guy is for Cougs baseball, or whoever his color guy is for the Cougs themselves, isn't it?
Elvin Hayes.
Elvin Hayes, yeah. He gets stepped over.
I think Elvin Hayes can get away with it. I think he gives a look to Elvin Hayes. Elvin Hayes gives it right back, and he's like, all right.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah, he definitely stepped on that one. And again, I can't believe the Astros haven't done what I've been trying to push for a while, which is after every single Jeremy Pena big moment to sing Jeremy Pena did something. Today, I get it. You don't all have my voice, because my voice is pretty wonderful as well. Could it make a cougar purr? I am the number one Cougs fan in the city of Houston, so sure. And on top of that, am I the best singer among sports talk show hosts in Houston, Texas? That's not debatable. Have you seen me at karaoke? I haven't heard myself at karaoke, but I'm told I'm a hoot, and in a good way.
Okay, the second part was a necessary cleanup. Told me it's hilarious in a good way.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. You want to get in 713-780-3776 to call up the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, on the gram at ESPN 975, and at Sports Gallant, Facebook.com/Paul Gallant Sports, and on X at Gallant says and at Sean A. Mapes. Yes, we are making ourselves more interactive than we already are. Some basketball happened last night. Want to hear Steve Kerr go, woulda, shoulda, coulda, after his Dubs got dunked out of the playoffs? Let's do it. Hit it. Play the saddest little violin in the world for the Golden State Warriors, who are dead. And this might be the furthest they'll ever go with Steph Curry again. 37 years old. Might be the furthest they go with Jimmy Butler again. 35. Draymond Green, 35. After the game was done, Steve Kerr asked a kiss-ass question by a local reporter, had this to say about the Warriors' chances if Steph Curry had been healthy.
When you look back at this series of the playoffs, the way you guys played to get out of Houston, the way Steph and you guys were playing that game one right before he got hurt, will you wonder what if, like, what did you think, how far this team could go, the potential?
Yes, the next few days. You know, I mean, I don't even have to think whatever. I know we had a shot. I know we could have gone the distance. Maybe we wouldn't have, but it doesn't matter. Again, everything in the playoffs is about who stays healthy and who gets hot. You know, are you playing well at the right time? Do you have multiple guys step up in key games, make shots? And do you have good health? And, you know, you see it every year in every series. And so there's a little bit of luck involved, you know, and we, like I said, we've been on both sides of that, and that's just part of it.
That sounds like an excuse. You know, playing football at Shorecrest Preparatory School in St. Petersburg, Florida, there was something that we had in our gym room. It's on the wall. Excuses. Skin of a reason. Stuffed with a lie. That was an excuse. You know who didn't make any excuses last night? My beloved Boston Celtics. No Jason Tatum. He might never play basketball again. Who knows what's next for him? He tore his Achilles. I mean, he had surgery on that Achilles less than 24 hours after the injury even happened. I'm kind of honestly a little alarmed that they went that quick, that they get the best possible doctor. But they go out there and once again put a whooping on the New York Knicks and actually were able to stay ahead. Jalen Brunson fouled out with about 7 minutes left, so that certainly helped out. There's a guy that I just discovered, and thank God he played because Kristaps Porzingis, good God, I never want to see that guy play for the Celtics again. I don't know what he's dealing with, but it has been brutal in this series. He has just been bad. But there's a new guy. His name is Luke Cornett. Yeah, dude, I was outside Cumberland Farms ripping some dots with Luke Cornett, dude. That guy's an Attleboro legend. Luke Cornett steps in, and I don't know where he's been this whole series, but he should have played the whole series because he was frustrating Karl Anthony Towns, who made Towns honestly look less like the Towns that we've seen for much of this series. He was awesome in this game. I don't expect that level of him to happen again, but holy smokes, Luke Cornett.
Yeah.
Let's go, brother.
7 blocks for Luke Cornett.
Yes. It was insane. I was like, when I saw him on the court earlier in this series, I was like, not to be racist against my own people, but I was like, who's this guy?
Who's Zeller out there?
Yeah. But in this game, I mean, the 7 blocks that you mentioned, he wasn't that far away. Where's his numbers?
He was 10 points.
10, 9, and 7. Yes.
10, 9, 7.
Almost had a triple-double.
Triple-double in play. Probably if it wasn't as big of a blowout, he probably gets it.
He was awesome.
Yes. Also,
Derek White also awesome.
Plus 20 in his minutes.
Yep.
Replacing Kristaps Porzingis.
Minus 12.
Who was minus 12 in a game his team won by 25 points. Now, it was tied at halftime.
It was.
And Kristaps Porzingis didn't play in the second half.
He shouldn't have.
Maybe that's why they outscored the Knicks by 25 in the last 24 minutes.
I think they finally figured it out. I've been thinking this all series long. Like, stop playing Porzingis. Like, something's up. Either it's playing his whole team or he's sick. Whatever the case, like he does not have it. Just stop playing him.
Yeah, and you have the perfect excuse if you want to use it. It is the skin of a reason. I don't know if it's stuffed with a lie or stuffed with more truth, but he does look like he's dealing with some illness.
Yes.
They talk about how he's dealing with an illness. He missed time in the regular season with some illness.
But they laid out the numbers that he has.
Illness.
Right, exactly. But Sean, it is some weird mystery illness, but they laid out the numbers and oh my God, I didn't even know they were that bad.
No, and like watching him play, he just looks like he's like, I don't know, playing in like slow motion or like there's just no force to anything he does. He just gets like pushed over. So yeah, I think you got to go with Horford and Cornett as your big men. And I thought they played pretty well without Tatum. You see this a lot when teams play their first game without their star, is that they kind of run the offense the way it like quote unquote should be run, where the ball didn't stop very much last night for the Celtics.
And it never should. And this is the weird thing with Tatum this year. They are 10-2 without him. I mean, it's strange because Tatum, there's no denying how great of a player he is. I don't know where he ranks. Definitely top 15. But I trust this team without him. I still think they're going to win this series. And I don't know if they're going to shoot as well as they did, but I trust Derek White implicitly. Peyton Pritchard, pretty damn good. It's really a matter of, can they get that again, what they got from Luke Cornett and Sam Hauser in the minutes that they came in off the bench? Because they were the difference. They both did enough in this game. Honestly, it was a bit of a shaky game for Peyton Pritchard too, but he was doing the little things that the white guy typically does based off of stereotypes of basketball players, guys. Also, Jaylen Brown did grab Josh Hart's penis. Look it up.
He did.
He did. There's no denying it. I don't know if it was accidental. I'm assuming it wasn't.
Didn't seem like it.
It was very weird. And interesting timing. People posted pictures of Jaylen Brown at a Diddy party in 2023.
Wow.
Like right after that happened, as if the two are related. I feel like that's unfair to Jaylen Brown, who I trust on the basketball court with my Boston Celtics more than anyone on the Boston Celtics. So there you go. That's around the NBA. That's around the NBA. The Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Up next, let's talk to Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider. Is Jeremy Pena now the Astros' best player? What should the Astros do about their suddenly rather banged up rotation and more, including injury updates? All of that next. Stick around. The Paul Gallant Show.
Dubon trying to find that same spot. Marcano will have time. No, he won't. That's a fair ball. Chaz McCormick heading to third. He's going to be waved around. The Astros have tied the game up on a Doobie double.
Doobie, do it. Mauricio Dubon chipped in last night as the Astros rallied from down 3-0 for a 4-3 win against the Kansas City Royals. They take 2 of 3 against Kansas City before they take on, up next, the hated Texas Rangers. I feel like we got to go back in time, Sean, and we got to remember one of our favorite moments with Mauricio Dubon. I don't even remember what the context was for this. I just remember Julia Morales was on the call, and the way that she says Doobie do it is better than Jeff Blum saying Doobie.
Doobie do it.
I don't know what it is. There's just something about it. It's awesome. I love it. And Doobie did do it last night.
Doobie do it.
Oh, yeah. As did Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena. Doobie do it. Fantastic night last night for your Houston Astros. By the way, just a side note, a side tangent as we wait to hear from Jeremy Booth. Guys, what is it about our country that we have allowed 4 American professional sports teams to violate our Constitution with the glorification of non-democracies? What the hell's up with that? The Kansas City Royals, excuse me? The Royals? The Meghan Markles? The Prince Harrys? You serious? The Sacramento Kings? Ugh, what? What are we doing? The Los Angeles Kings? Ew. LeBron James' nickname is King James? Like, what? When did we green like this? I thought I was born in the USA, and we've got 4 teams that are glorifying monarch culture. Everyone's mad about the Native American teams. Everyone's mad about teams that feature animals that kill people from time to time. But where, oh, where are the people holding up signs? Where is the outrage for people who are looking at the Royals and the Kings and the kings of the world and saying, no more? I mean, we fought a revolution to be done with this. And I think that the general reception to now suddenly royal and not star from the television show Suits, Meghan Markle, like, I think we've kind of made it known, like, yeah, we don't do this. We don't do this here. We do have some weirdos who are obsessed with the Royals and stuff. But, I mean, what is up with this in our country? What are you, a Tory? Yeah, that's a slur. It should be. That's what it used to be, the terminology for all those who were loyal to the King of England back in the Revolutionary War. Get this. About a third of the colonists were Tories. About a third wanted a revolution. And a third were like, I'm just going to sit off to the side. Anyway, hate it. Absolutely hate it. Virginia Buddenweed says, Paul going to tell us he hates 2 Princes. Is that by the Spin Doctors? It's a good song, but it's glorifying monarch culture. I wouldn't call somebody by their title, Prince, Duke. F that. You're a man, just like me. I think it's weird that we have titles for our politicians. President, senator, congressman, mayor. I think it's weird. I think it's weird that we give out honorary doctorates. I think a lot of things are weird, including myself, because I've been going off on this tangent for a while. Yeah, I don't like that. What are we doing with this obsession that we have with royals? Prince, the artist, a little different. He's so good as an artist, fine, I'll allow it. And I suppose with LeBron James, you could say the same thing. But LeBron should call himself Prince. How about that? Why King? We should not allow anything higher than a prince in our country. You're welcome for this tangent as I filibuster, hoping that we would get to talk to Jeremy Booth.
Reports from the Booth camp, and that means Joe texting him is that he got his time zones crossed, so he'll be available in like 2 more minutes.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's push this to 1:15.
He had to move some things around.
Okie dokie. That's fine. Anyway, Thomas CH comments, Paul, you got a point. I thought this was America. Yeah. What the heck's going on? On the Twitch, Virginia Bunweed brings up the Twitcher at Queen Bee Spice. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that kind of thing. You know how much America hates monarchies? We ended one in Hawaii and then just took it over. Actually happened.
Is that because we hate monarchies or we wanted Hawaii?
Well, we're just showing them democracy.
Okay.
We're just showing them democracy.
Wow.
That was
pretty close to Japan over here.
Yeah, that was a little sketch. It's a little sketch, and then like Maui burns down and we don't do anything about it. Whoops. Our bad. Our bad, everybody. 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 832, Paul, has anyone asked you to talk hockey yet today? No, thank God. Thank God.
Oh, yeah. What's going on with the Stars? Our Stars.
I don't know.
The state of Texas's Stars.
From the 747, don't forget about the WNBA team, the Monarchs. I don't think they exist anymore. I don't think they exist. Sacramento Monarchs were a professional basketball team based in Sacramento, California. They played in the WNBA from 1997 through 2009. And then, bye-bye, the way of the dodo bird. From the 228, Paul Gallant standing for the Patriots. That's true. The team I root for fought against tyranny and oppression. The most American team nickname that there is. And everyone talks about America's team being the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know about that. Joining us right now on the HRNP listener line, the one, the only, our front office insider, Jeremy Booth, with the Astros having put 2 wins together. They're 2 games above 500. They've had a couple of clutch wins all of a sudden. And no one, Jeremy Booth, has looked better than a man who shares your name, Jeremy Pena. He had 4 hits last night. Question, is he the Astros' best player right now?
Yeah, I don't know if he's the Astros' best player, but we've talked about how positioning players for success over time is going to bear out, right? I mean, ultimately getting away from the, I don't know, let's call it paralysis analytics and getting guys in spots where they're not successful hurts the entire club. Alvarez hitting second last year, as an example, something we saw, pretty consistently. Now, you've got a system that's starting to work where guys are thriving. You have to keep riding that, and you'll see the best of the entire club.
It's really working out. Yesterday, Joe Espada was asked if he expected Pena to look like this in the leadoff spot, and he said that he has exceeded expectations. It's only a couple of weeks sample size, but we're talking about a guy who's pushing around 400 from a batting average perspective since then. And we have talked a lot about lineup structure, Altuve volunteering to get out of that leadoff spot. Why do you think it is that Pena has been better in this spot than he was in other spots of the lineup?
Well, it's comfort. I mean, comfort is so important from a player's perspective and undervalued, quite frankly, in analytical lens. When you look at a guy like Pena, who is a speed player, who is a defensive player, a Gold Glove winner at different points, a former MVP, and a guy that drives on 4-seam pitches for power. When you're able to put a guy in that spot ahead of a guy like Altuve and Alvarez and other guys that are more feared hitters, going back to the same thing we talked about with Alex Rodriguez with the Mariners years ago, they're going to have success. We put him into one spot and see success now. For Joe to be surprised if that surprises me. We talked about putting him second since he got out of that spot, right? Putting him back into the 2-hole. And now in the one spot with Altuve sacrificing for his comfort level, putting himself a little further in the lineup to get put more runs on the board. That's why you're seeing the results.
We're seeing the results from Pena, that's for sure. Jeremy Booth with us. He is our Astros front office insider here at ESPN Houston. You can also catch him on the Extra Bases with Bristol and Booth baseball podcast and on KHOU talking about baseball. So we have not had the best news on the injury front for the Houston Astros pitching staff to open the year. And before we inevitably get to Lance McCullers, I do want to talk about some of the injuries that they're currently dealing with. Who knows when we'll see Spencer Arrighetti back out there. And to make matters worse, this was mentioned in passing last night on the Astros broadcast that it seems that Hayden Wesneski could potentially miss the rest of the year. So right now, you got a rotation that at the top if Framber Valdez stays as good as he has been the last couple of starts, and if Hunter Brown keeps on doing what he's done for the last year, you feel good about your 1-2. And Ronel Blanco's seeming to settle back into the same form that he was in last year, at least to begin the year. But there's definitely some questions about the depth of the rotation. I don't think they would have brought up Colton Gordon and DFA Taylor Scott otherwise and put him in there for a spot start, and AJ Blueball making spot starts as well. Are you concerned about the Astros starting rotation right now?
Been concerned about the Astros starting rotation all year. And they're talking about the guys that we mentioned, Valdez and Brown and Blanco, even coming out of spring training. We talked about where they would settle, how they would form that 1-2-3. What was going to happen in 4 and 5 was always a question. I'm not Arrighetti for me. Look, we go back and forth. He's earned his position. Whether that plays out long term, he'll determine that. When it comes to Wisniewski, jury's still out for me. I get it, but the jury's still out. And the guys that are in AAA that can come up, they're supposed to fortify the bullpen. They're not supposed to fortify the rotation. When you're putting the inevitable, where you know where I'm going with this, Paul.
Yeah.
When you put the inevitable Lance McCullers back in the rotation, you're screaming, we don't have him starting pitching. He's not a starter. He hasn't been a starter. I understand he has the ability to take the ball for the first pitch of the game. That doesn't make him a starting pitcher. And when you do that type of, let's call it scramble. Let's call it scramble. You type of scramble with your 4 and 5 spots, it tells you don't have anything there beyond those 3.
Speaking of Lance McCullers, let's go there. So he stunk on Saturday. He was awful, and that became a side discussion to the death threats that his family received after the game. And baseball's looking into that. The Houston Police Department also looking into that. But no hiding what happened on Saturday, where he's chased after 7 runs in just a third of an inning of work. What does that mean for you, Jeremy, as far as his return? I mean, I think that growing pains, expecting those were natural as he comes back from not having pitched in a couple of years. Like, it's probably going to take him some time to get into any form, whether it's as a starter or in the bullpen. But does that start have you worried about how he'll look, period, not just as a starter or reliever?
No, it has me worried about him being a starter. He hasn't been a starter since 2010. He's not a starter. We're just going to blanket that. I've been on record with that for years, and he continues to prove it. And if we didn't realize that when he came back in 22, then we're just not going to realize it. At some point, you look at the Astros organization and you say, and I hate to say this because I love Dana and I love the guys over there now as far as people making decisions. And I had a good relationship with James Click, who's now at Toronto. When you look at Lance McCullers, and if he's telling you he's going to pitch, you're letting him down. He needs to be in the bullpen in the 7th inning, turn the lineup over once, be a guy that can fill a number of roles when needed because he pitches every 5th or 6th day somehow. And if you're going to run him out there second to start and throw 95 and hold up and do those things again and again and again, it's not going to happen. You need to be in a role where you have somebody behind him consistently. So I actually blame the organization for what happened with him in the start. I don't blame Lance because the organization's one writing the check. And they're the ones that have to turn around and say, hey, man, look, this isn't going to happen anymore in this spot. Moving beyond that, I'd say, look, you and I have had these conversations off camera, and we've had these conversations off the air. The Houston, some people in the Houston landscape have a very interesting interpretation of what it means to have access to people and what it means to cause some turmoil. I went through it myself with a couple of other members of the media. You're aware of that. And at one point, one guy served in my house over it, right? That's not anything what's happening to do with Lance McCullers. You know, MLB security being involved is not something you want to play with. You do not want to have an issue where those FBI and intelligence officers will find you and knock on your door and say, what are you doing? It's a sad state of the game and of sports in general if we feel a performance in a sporting event that little kids deserve to be threatened. That's disgusting. I feel for Lance. I feel for for his family, for his wife, and for anybody that's been impacted, certainly his children. But as you look forward, hopefully we find more ways to put Lance in positions of success to help him build some comfort back, and he can swallow his pride a little bit and not go back in the rotation because while it doesn't justify, it'll certainly help the situation and the ball club if he's in the right role.
We'll see what they do with Lance McCullers. Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider, with us on the HRNP guest line. So now the Astros go from taking 2 or 3 against a good Kansas City Royals team in the playoffs last year to a 4-game series as part of the rivalry series against the Texas Rangers in Arlington. Texas is 0.001 percentage points behind the Astros in the American League West. Both the Astros and Rangers trail the Mariners in first place by 1 game. The Rangers, though, have
have
won.
to talk about that. We really have to bring that up.
Why?
You and me both.
The
Mariners in first place.
They're
I mean,
scoring runs this year.
You
They've
gotta
got 201 runs this season, which is shocking, honestly. I mean, it's top 5 runs in the American League at this point. So Mariners in first, but they're 3-7 their last 10. The Rangers have won their last 5. When you look at the Rangers, this was the preseason darling of a lot of people that were making preseason predictions. What are you expecting out of the Rangers, I guess, big picture this season? Do you feel like if you were to compare rosters that they have more than what the Astros currently have?
I thought they were neck and neck. I did think going into the season, the Rangers were a better club. I just did. Now, with Donnie Ecker, who is an excellent coach, it was his time to move on. I'm not a fan of that move from Donnie's perspective. It was his time to move on. And Brett Boone's a different type guy. It's a little bit of a let's go swing it. Yeah, Brett was a student of the game. He's a Bloodlines guy. His grandfather, his father, obviously his brother Aaron, and his younger brother played a little bit too. So they're a baseball family. When it comes to what he can do with how he's injecting some life into that offense, that's how they're gonna win games, right? And if they're out slugging clubs, for me, the Rangers have a chance to get pretty deep into the postseason. The Astros, I think, can paralyze themselves, and you don't know what club's going to show up every night. The Rangers are getting ahead of them with allowing their players to play with a little more freedom. And, again, that's a philosophy thing. And so if I put them neck and neck on paper, it's going to depend on what club shows up. But I'm giving philosophically, from the staff standpoint, I've been around Boach and been around Booney and listening to the stuff with Joe. I'm going to give the Rangers the edge at this moment in time. That does not mean that the Astros can't turn around and lighten up a little bit, put some guys in the right spots and lighten up, continue some momentum. The Astros have some good things going right now. They're starting to figure some things out, but the Rangers are in the same place. And so today, as we said on May 15th, I believe, I'm giving Texas the edge this weekend. I don't know that's the same in 6 weeks.
An oft-debated topic of late, Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider here at ESPN Houston. A lot of people have been wondering, given that now all of a sudden Cam Smith is not getting every single day at bats, and that Zach DeZenzo was also a guy who made the opening day roster for the Astros and has been actually doing all right when he has been given an opportunity. They are wondering if it was a mistake to put Cam Smith on the opening day roster. He hasn't been bad. I feel like he's had his moments to open up to this point. But, of course, the consistency definitely not there. Would you expect it from a rookie? You had very measured expectations for Cam Smith. But do you think it was a mistake to give him a shot opening day going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I said that before the year. I said, there's no reason I'm bringing a guy with 30 games of minor league experience to the big leagues. That is, to use the term again, rarefied air, man. People just don't do that. There's only a few guys in the history of the game that have made that type of jump. Now, I understand when they had a great camp. And I understand we need to show some return from the Cubs trade with a fan favorite, although unsignable fan favorite for most people, and Kyle Tucker going back to Chicago. I get it, but at the same time, you're looking at a kid who you think is going to be in your long-term plans, and bringing him to the big leagues, you better be sure. If he's not playing every day in the big league level right now because they're thinking they got a chance to contend a little bit, unfortunately, he needs to go back to Sugar Land, which is and maybe even Corpus, frankly, but that's where you're. That's the fear, is you bring him to the big leagues without that much time and that much seasoning, and he's back on the shuttle right away. If you bring a guy up to start the year, he's got 30 games in the minor leagues, he better be there to stay. And you got to run him out there, and you got to live with it. Otherwise, you're just hurting his confidence. So the Astros need to let me back up. The decision or the surprise of Cam Smith's performance right now, to me, or whether or not we should have him in the big leagues, that's baffling. That we even had that concern, that we didn't know we had that concern beforehand. Now that we're here, you got to play. And if you don't think he's got to play, then you got to get him out of the light and reset him so he doesn't lose any more development time and get him back here as soon as you possibly can. If we're going to live in the middle ground, you're going to hurt the kid and hurt the club at the same time.
Philosophical question. If you have been called up from the minors to the majors, can you ever go back and truly develop?
Yeah, it's tougher to play going backwards. For a kid like Cam Smith, who's really in his first full year of professional baseball, it's a mental thing. He's going to have to get over the mental part. You know, hey, I got a taste of the big leagues. Look at it the other way. Now you started in Corpus and you had a good first month, and then you get to Sugar Land, you have a good second month, and now you're in the big leagues and you struggle in June. It's still happening in the first year. It's just happening backwards here, right? For me, he's got another week or so to feel himself out. If the Astros don't think he's going to play every day, he's going to go back and take a deep breath and start going back to decentralizing what he needs to do and get himself back to Houston as fast as possible. He's not going to go down forever. Like, he's not gone forever. You know what I mean? You don't come to the big leagues that quick and then disappear and people forget about you. But does he need to go down now if he's not going to play? Yeah, and he's going to have to be the professional that we all think he is, that they all think he is, and that he got to the big league so quick and take that same approach down there with what he's learned and hopefully sooner rather than later show he's done with minor league pitching and belongs in right field every day.
He is Jeremy Booth. He is one of the hardest working dudes in Houston sports media covering baseball, whether it's at KHOU or just the Extra Bases podcast he does with Jason Bristol or joining us here on ESPN Houston. We appreciate you so much for joining us. And I know you're also running the Future Star Series. You can check out more information about that at futurestarseries.com. What's the latest going on with Future Star Series?
We are rocking and rolling, man. We are getting rocking toward the summer in our city of Houston with our nationals and our selection combines as we lead towards our signature events. I'm currently on location out of the country dealing with some league setup and some growth, some expansion. So it's a good time for the series, a good time for New Balance baseball as well, and for our home city of Houston. So look forward to getting back, and I will be back in town next week and in studio next year.
He's Jeremy Booth. Jeremy, appreciate you joining us, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, man.
Jeremy Booth, everybody. You can follow him on Twitter as well. And make sure you're checking out that podcast that he does with Jason Bristol over at KHOU. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can also get in on X at ESPN 975. Gallant says that Shawnee Maves behind the glass. The Graham at ESPN 975 or at Sports Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in the history of the world. Stay put. Indeed, it does on the most interactive sports talk show in town. So, yesterday was NFL schedule release day. We gave out the Houston Texans schedule a little bit earlier. You knew who they were playing already. It's just a matter of when. 4 primetime games. Week 2, a Monday night football game that's part of a doubleheader, September 15th, home against the Bucs, 6 p.m. kickoff time in Houston on a Monday. Good luck. 9 p.m. kickoff in Seattle against the Seahawks, October 20th. In November, right before Thanksgiving, 10-day break for the Texans around Thanksgiving, November 20th, the Texans will play the Bills. They host them at NRG Stadium. And then Sunday Night Football on December 7th, the Texans go to Kansas City again to play the Chiefs again.
It is weird that they host the Bills 2 years in a row and go to KC 2 years in a row. That's just like, I know that's just how it works out sometimes. But with these teams that they play, because they play both these teams because they won the division alongside the Ravens and these two teams.
It's just where the game's located is designed completely randomly.
Okay.
And I know that it's designed so that every 4 years you play all 31 other teams. Because you're going to play in each stadium. So, for example, the last time the Texans played the Seahawks, which is what led to me coming back on the air here, that was at NRG Stadium. The next one will be in Seattle. So it's basically designed that, you play every single NFC team home and away over a period of 8 years. But from the
AFC, they just kind of do it.
It's completely random. AFC, NFC.
Because you're going to get to them at some point.
Right, exactly.
Either way.
So sometimes it does feel kind of BS. But as far as the other big games on the schedule, I mean, the good news for the Texans is there's a lot of teams on the schedule that are not on the same caliber as I think last year. I think last year was a little bit more difficult going into it on paper, but the toughest games in no particular order, just in order of this. Actually, yes, in a particular order in terms of when played. Week 1 against the Rams, week 2 against the Bucs. Those teams on your level. Week 5 against the Ravens. They're better than you. It's on the road. You're probably going to get smoked. Right after playing the Seahawks, you play the 49ers on a short week at home. More 49er fans in attendance than Texans fans, for sure. That team is on your level. Then you play the Bills, Chiefs. I guess you could call it the Chargers if you want playoff caliber. You could call the Broncos if you want playoff caliber. I know both teams made the playoffs. I'm a little bit dubious about both of those teams, but I think this is a pretty favorable schedule for them.
Yeah.
And the AFC South, it's the worst it's ever been.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, worst it's ever been, but it is pretty bad. And I think the schedule seems a lot easier from last year just because they trade out the NFC North was their division where even the Bears, when they played them week 2, we didn't know that they're that bad.
And we thought
they weren't that bad.
Right. And we thought the Vikings would not be that good, and the Vikings were awesome last year.
Yes. And now they play, I think both Wests is the divisions that they play. They play the NFC West and the AFC
Which
West.
seems to be on the decline, the NFC West.
Yeah.
AFC West may be a little bit better outside of the Chiefs.
I think they're all frisky outside the Chiefs.
Raiders definitely have a pulse with Pete Carroll.
Yes.
And
same with the Broncos and with the other team that I'm forgetting right now.
That's the Chargers, who are very forgettable. Yeah. Very, very forgettable. All right, continuing to go through the 10-minute drill. Here are the other things that we learned on schedule release day. The Chiefs have 7 primetime games.
Ooh.
8 are standalone, if you count an Eagles-Chiefs Week 2 matchup. That'll be on, I think, Fox.
Oh.
One of them will be on YouTube. They're going to play the Chargers to open the season in Sao Paulo, Brazil on YouTube.
Wait, I had no idea that they're doing this.
Yes, this is a first.
So, I just can pull it up on here and I could just watch it.
I don't know if it's going to be because the Astros are playing on Apple TV on Friday. I don't know if it's going to be
free or if it's going to be paid
or if you have to have a premium subscription. I have a YouTube premium subscription because I can't deal with the commercials, but I know not everybody has those. So, yeah.
I had no idea that they're on YouTube.
Yeah, this is a first, I think.
But they're in Sao Paulo.
Also, it's going to be a rough game. Yeah.
Didn't Kelsey? I think he if not broke this leaked it because he was complaining about he was like, I can't believe I have to go to Sao Paulo.
Oh, you know what? I didn't know that.
I think he talked about it like the day before the schedule came out.
Second most primetime games. Guess
Second
Sean.
most prime Cowboys.
Yeah, easy. 4 Thursday night games. The first team in NFL history with that many.
I guess one of them is
Thanksgiving
and
against
one of
the
them
Chiefs.
And one of them's normally the week after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they usually give them that because they'll also have another Thursday night game generally over the course of the year, so they do it the week afterwards. Yeah.
But that's not like a good thing to play that many Thursdays.
No.
Right? Oh, I guess one of them's to open the season, right? Yeah.
One of them to open the season.
So they get one to open the season and one on normal rest after Thanksgiving.
And they probably have another one too, and I bet that'll be around the
after
week.
a bye week.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're not getting totally screwed like that sounds like, but that is still a pretty interesting scheduling quirk, but also not surprising that they play all the time.
From the 737, the U2 game, by the way, will be free. That's nice.
Oh, okay.
Primetime games, 5. The Eagles have 5.
Deserved.
The Lions have 5.
Deserved.
Commanders have 5.
All right.
Bills have 5.
Okay.
All those make sense.
Yeah, those are all earned. I have some reservations about the Commanders. They, could have a little bit of 2024 Texanitis.
Yeah.
But everyone else, that's completely makes sense with the quarterbacks and the teams they have.
49ers 5.
That has a potential to be a tough watch.
Chargers 5.
Don't love that.
Falcons 5.
Is there a different Falcons team that I don't know? Is
Michael Penix.
Is Michael Vick back?
Yeah, maybe they think Michael Penix is Michael Vick. That's racist, NFL.
Yeah, they're both lefties.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing they have in common. And
Lefties don't all look the same.
Yeah.
Dolphins with 5. That one's ridiculous.
Are there a bunch of teams with 0? Because that feels like a lot of teams with 5.
There are 3 teams with 0. Can you guess them? One of them doesn't have a quarterback right now.
Saints.
That's one.
Browns also don't have a quarterback.
Both of them don't have. So that's 2. And one has a rookie quarterback.
Rookie quarterback. Giants?
Titans.
No, it's Giants. Oh, okay. Yeah. Giants. Terrible.
New York.
Yeah, that was a terrible guess.
Right. 4 primetime games. Ravens should be more.
They should have a Falcons primetime game.
Bengals 4. We'll see. Joe Burrow. Steelers have 4. Get a quarterback.
Yeah, that's a lot of Steelers. The logo doing the talking.
Exactly. Broncos, same kind of deal where logo's doing a lot of the talking. They made the playoffs.
They're good enough, and we're now at the part where it's like 4 isn't like offensively high.
Packers.
Okay, I get that. The Packers, I'm surprised aren't at 5. That's crazy.
Vikings.
Okay, that's a little
bit of a reach.
Yeah.
Bucks. That's a reach. Bucks don't have that many fans.
That's crazy.
With Baker Mayfield under center.
And they're not going to be that, they're going to be good.
They're not great.
Yeah, they're not going to be 11 wins.
They won't be an embarrassment, though. Every single time they're on, you're like, okay, this should be a good game, assuming they're healthy. The Rams also, and the Seahawks. I don't like either of those ones. The Rams, at the very least, it's McVay, it's Stafford. I get it. Seahawks, I do not. I think the Seahawks are going to stink with Darnold. I really do.
Yeah, I think that they're definitely going to below 500 is where I'll put them.
3 games: Giants, Raiders, Patriots, Bears.
Giants, Raiders, Patriots, Bears. So this is all teams that would have 5 if they were good, but all these teams missed the playoffs last year, so we can't give them 5.
I think so. Yeah,
because they're all big fan base teams
mm-hmm.
that just won 7 games last year.
2 Jets. Thank God we had too much Jets last year. 2 Cardinals as well. 1 game, Colts, Jaguars, Panthers. Damn. The South gets disrespected.
Jags, Panthers. Yeah. That is tough. And then the Saints and Titans got 0. So that's half the 2 divisions right there.
Right. That's rough. 5 Monday Night Football doubleheaders. The 15th, the Texans are in both of them, or 2 of the 5. The 15th, the Bucks at the Texans, and then it's Chargers at Raiders. The 29th, it's Jets at Dolphins, then Bengals at Broncos. 13th, it's Bills at Falcons and Bears at Commanders. And the 20th, it's Bucks at Lions and Texans at Seahawks. The last one, They don't know. TBD. We have no clue.
Is it week 18?
Yeah, or 17 actually, because it's Monday night. So it'll be the last Monday.
Oh yeah, it'll be week 17. Then.
Yeah. Everyone's wondering who has the best schedule release. I think it's got to go to the Indianapolis Colts because they had to delete it and they sent out an apology.
Yeah, too hot for TV.
To Tyreek Hill and to Microsoft because I guess that they used a little bit too much Minecraft there. But in this video, they depicted Tyreek Hill as a dolphin who was arrested by the Coast Guard. It dubbed Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray a chicken jockey, which was their caption for the post. For those who like Minecraft, I don't know why that was a big deal, but people like teenage boys were screaming that in movie theaters
nuts.
while that happened. I don't know why. I know that the loading screen for my Roku, if it goes to a screensaver mode, there's a chicken jockey running across it. Chicken jockey does sound like a slur, the more you think about it.
That when you said they called Kyler Murray a chicken jockey, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
It showed Patrick Mahomes as a frog that jumps into a boxing ring to stop a fight between Patrick Mahomes and John Rocker. It also featured Will Levis getting hit by a bus. The bus was filled with a Nashville bachelorette party that was puking all over the party bus.
That's funny.
The Colts video was actually funny, and people still can find it because the internet, nothing ever dies.
Yeah, they can't delete, like they can delete it, but everyone can save it still.
And they apologize. Whoever did that for the Colts, that person's really good at what they do. It actually was pretty funny. The Jaguars also, the Jaguars regular schedule release tame. The Jaguars home schedule release by their own TikTok, I'm surprised this is still up, just features clips of Sabrina Carpenter, the blonde, pint-sized pop star, doing the movements that are lewd that she often does at her concert. Some find it sexual, what she does. Definitely not kid-friendly. You're posting this on TikTok, which is the kids app?
I know.
You're sexing up the Jaguars? I mean, it's better than posting that old broad that goes, we're going to steal the show. That old leathery broad. And I was in Miami with my new beach house.
That is a good pivot for the Jags to go like word association away from that lady.
Yeah.
To Sabrina Carpenter.
Right. I mean, I would love to associate the Jaguars with Sabrina Carpenter if I were a Jaguar.
I wish she was in the Texans video.
I do too. So there you go, guys. That's the 10-minute drill in the NFL schedule. It has been released. We knew what was going to happen. We just didn't know the order. Now we do. Make your travel plans accordingly. Up next, it really looks like the Rockets are going to be bringing this guy in this offseason. Who? You'll find out next. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. You want to rise up, rise up. You want to rise up. Listen, there's no need to be embarrassed anymore when things aren't working the way that you want them to. You know what I'm talking about. It's not fun. But guess what? We all get older. And now we have the power to stop age from slowing us down. If you're looking to recapture the spark of the old bedroom, you should take a look at risehealth.com. Why not? Go to the website. 5-minute consultation with a board-certified physician. They're going to ask you some questions. You answer those questions. Guess what? You're going to get an incredible product that's going to help you get back in the game. It's called the Rise Max. The Rise Reds Max, to be specific. It's a rapid enhanced dissolving strip combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Boing! It's not a pill. You don't have to chew it. You don't need any water. It works in 5 minutes. It dissolves in seconds. You take it out of the discreet packaging that looks like a condom wrapper, put it underneath your tongue. You're going to be ready to go in moments. It doesn't melt, doesn't get crushed in your pocket. It works on a full stomach, and you can do this without anybody knowing. Rise Reds Max at risehealth.com. Enter promo code 975. You'll get 20% off your first order. That's, again, promo code 975 at Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. Rise up, you'll rise up with risehealth.com.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros took down the Royals last night to win 2 of 3 against Kansas City. They're 2 games above 500, 4-game series in Arlington. Starting tonight, we'll see how they do. Texas has been on a roll. They've won 5 straight games. We'll be talking a lot about Astros Rangers in the 2 o'clock hour. But we're still wondering what the Houston Rockets are going to do next this offseason. If you are paying attention to what Las Vegas is predicting, per the odds, the Houston Rockets are the favorites to land Giannis Antetokounmpo. Per Bovada, the Rockets are the favorites at plus 200. The San Antonio Spurs, who seem to have more assets, are at plus 300. Nets plus 550. Raptors plus 550. Heat and Thunder plus 900. Cavs, Mavs, Pelicans plus 1,000. Everyone else on the board, highly unlikely. The Lakers, the longest odds listed at plus 2,500. That would be annoying, wouldn't it? LeBron, Giannis, Luka. I don't know how it would work. But why is it that the Rockets have the number one odds to land Giannis Antetokounmpo via a trade when first in the interviews you heard with Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka at the end of the year, it does seem like the Rockets are open to rolling the same thing back that they had this past season into the 2025-2026 year. And on top of that, since the Spurs got the second overall pick in this year's draft, they clearly have more capital than the Rockets, who in this year's draft ended up with the 10th pick from the Phoenix Suns. So what gives? It could be this. On ESPN, and I don't know what this guy's name is, Sean, off the top of my head. It's not labeled in the clip that I saw online, but an NBA draft expert said that he's 99.9% sure that the Spurs will make a selection with pick number 2.
Dylan Harper is going to be the number 2 pick in the draft. I am 99.9% sure about it. He looked also really, really good, tested very well, shot it well. His body is in a great place. He's lost 15 pounds in the last years. He's also grown. He has measurements comparable to those of Dwayne Wade coming out of college. The San Antonio Spurs are signaling to teams that they are very excited about the opportunity to draft Dylan Harper. They are not pursuing trades from what we're hearing. They think that they can play Dylan Harper together with Steph Castle and De'Aaron Fox in the same backcourt.
6'6", 215 pounds, played at Rutgers, was third team all Big Ten and Big Ten all freshman team this year. And I guess he was, as a high schooler, the McDonald's All-American Game co-MVP and the Morgan Wooten National Player of the Year in high school. I had honestly never heard of this guy, and I'll admit I'm a casual follower of college basketball, but they really like Dylan Harper, or are they perhaps trying to drive down the price for Giannis Antetokounmpo? I suppose that we will see, but this guy seems 100% certain, 99.9%, that the Spurs will take Dylan Harper second overall. So they're not going to move that pick. That definitely helps the Houston Rockets out if they want to go and get Giannis Antetokounmpo. And a lot of NBA pundits keep on drawing ties between Giannis and the Houston Rockets. First, here's regular ESPN contributor and basketball media pundit Frank Isola talking about how Giannis and the Rockets make a lot of sense.
Something tells me whatever ship he's on, it only goes to L.A., New York, or Miami. But don't discount Houston. Houston, to me, makes a lot of sense. Well, you get them. They have the assets. You get them out of the Eastern Conference. I mean, you're the Milwaukee Bucks. You're trading him to the Knicks? The Brooklyn Nets?
No, Knicks don't have any assets. No.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've just been in terms of, well, you trade them to Houston, they have the assets, and Houston always does this. They got Clyde, they got Charles Barkley, Scottie Pippen, they got James Harden. They always go out and get a player like that. Ime Udoka, where's Ime Udoka's family from? Nigeria. Where's Giannis's family from before they came to, went to Greece? Nigeria. Who's the greatest player in, well, one of the greatest players in Rockets history? Hakeem Olajuwon, probably the greatest.
Yeah.
Nigerian.
I mean, you got information, or are you just piecing it together?
Right here.
Using your noodle.
Right up here.
It's pointing to his head as he said that. So interesting, because he mentions the places that everyone wants to go to. At least we're told whenever they start thinking about asking for a trade. But then he thinks that Houston makes the most sense. And, you know, to go a little bit further with that Giannis Hakeem Olajuwon connection. I mean, the two have worked together during the offseason. He has been down here working with Hakeem before. So as far as where he might want to go, that certainly makes it seem like this is a place that would be high on his list. And obviously they were the 2 seed in the West this past season, showed a lot of fight, play physical, young core to grow around him, potentially help him get that next title. And then there's more. Here's another basketball reporter. This is Mark J. Spears, suggesting Giannis Antetokounmpo for the usual suspects, the Spurs, yes, but also the Houston Rockets.
You know, even before Tatum's injury in the first round, there was an NBA executive from another team that told me that he expected major change with the Celtics no matter what happened this season. And I certainly expect such to be the case when you have a payroll where you have 5 players making at least $28 million or more, 2 superstars that are making $50 million or more. And I'll tell you what, the 2 teams I'm keeping an eye on for a couple of these guys perhaps is one is the Houston Rockets. Why? Ime Udoka's there. They've been certainly rumored to wanting to upgrade their roster, and he knows these guys, and they probably would be attracted to returning to play with him. And then another team is the San Antonio Spurs as well. They got the number 2 pick, and I'm told that the Spurs are quite happy with the talent that's available at number 2, but they're going to explore potentially trades as well.
So Spears is making it seem like they're looking at trades potentially, but that other draft expert who was on ESPN,
Jonathan Givony.
Okay.
It's tough because his brand is like Draft Express, which is the website that he used to run.
They didn't have a graphic for him on that
then
video clip that they posted.
So it's taken him quite a few years to go from, hey, that's Draft Express. Like he's just a Draft Express guy.
He's Draft Express. Okay.
Yeah.
But Spears is suggesting that the Spurs are perhaps looking at that number 2 pick and shopping it around. He says it's 99.9% though, Draft Express guy, that Dylan Harper, Jonathan Givony will go to the San Antonio Spurs. So we'll see what happens. And as a couple of people are asking on the Twitch, how long will this be a topic? This is probably going to be a topic every single day if we get new tea leaves about a potential addition of a star. We're going to talk about it. Here's the thing with the NBA offseason. Low-key, conversationally, it's better this time of year. It is. The regular season, how much stock do you put into it? A 2 seed goes down in round number 1, 7 games. Where the offseason, you got a young team, and you're looking to add players. Offseason NBA talk, I don't know why it rates the way that it does, but it rates. And if you do not think that we are shills and or hers and or sluts for the ratings, you got another thing coming. Another thing coming.
Yeah. It's either this or more
Texans schedule talk.
Texans
Texans OTA talk. Texans minicamp talk. Texans pre-training camp talk.
Yeah.
Texans training camp talk. Texans preseason talk. Listen.
Choice is yours.
But there's also something else we could talk about.
No. What? Oh, other teams schedule talk.
No.
Jags schedule talk.
No, Sean. The war is back on. Roll up your sleeves, get out your brass knuckle, and get your giant pepper shaker, because the war on I-45 is back tonight. Astros, Rangers. You ready for this? You ready for war? I'm going to get you hyped up for Astros, Rangers like it's the actual playoffs. Next, stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in? You can. 713-780-3776 to call or text, as Voice Guy said, on the HRNP listener line, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can get after us too on X, or watch along on X at ESPN 975. At Gallant says at Sean A. Mapes, if you want to get in touch with both of us. On the gram at ESPN 975. We can keep on going. We got a Facebook page too at ESPN Houston. You can get in touch with us on the gram and on Facebook as well at Sports Gallant at Facebook.com/Paul Gallant Sports. Astros, Rangers, it's back. The rivalry is back on. And I feel like the only way for us to dive right back in is to go back to a segment that we stopped doing last year because the Rangers sucked. It's called Rangers Watch.
In the eyes of a ranger, the unsuspecting stranger had better know the truth of wrong from right. 'Cause the eyes of the ranger are upon you. Any wrong you do, he's gonna see. When you're in Texas, look behind you.
Also in front?
'Cause that's where the Rangers gonna be.
Walker told me I had 8.
Now, technically, the Astros at this moment in time are ahead of the Texas Rangers by 0.001 points. Okay? I forgot that we had multiple opens for that. Listen.
It was a back and forth year where sometimes the Rangers were behind you, sometimes they're in front.
You never know. And I want the Astros to go into this weekend series, Sean, with the mentality that the Rangers are in front. Because guess what? Since the ALCS of 2023, which the Rangers won in 7, doesn't matter where the Astros are in the standings. The Rangers are in front. Now, what have the Rangers been this year? You take a look at them. This is one of the worst offenses in the American League. There is only one team that has scored less runs than them this year. The Chicago White Sox. And they've scored 6 more runs than the White Sox. That's it. They are tied with the Royals. Get that. As far as fewest runs scored. But their pitching has been good. Good enough for them to win the last 5. And coincidentally, it was about a week ago that the Rangers, maybe a little bit longer than that, moved on from their hitting coach and hired Brett Boone. Yeah, that Brett Boone from the Seattle Mariners back in the day to be their hitting coach. So they have won 5 in a row since that moment in time. Everyone was, as the kids say, glazing them going into this year, saying, this is the year. And it might be, I don't know. It's early. I'm very skeptical about the Seattle Mariners, who have lost 7 of 10 and who did pretty well to open the year offensively, but do seem to be coming back to earth. It also helps to play the Rockies, who the Rangers did just play 3 times in a row and swept them 2-1, 4-1, and 8-3. But this is a team that has finally back Jacob deGrom. There are names that you recognize across the lineup. And I do not think this will be a pushover series. I do think that the Astros are better suited playing the Rangers in Arlington. That's what we remember from the 2023 season. Because in that 2023 season, there was a series in September where the Astros just killed them. And I even made a movie trailer about it. I declared the Rangers dead after this moment. A movie trailer I put together about the Texas Rangers massacre.
1-0. This is the movie that Rex Reed called the most horrifying motion picture I have ever seen.
4-0 Houston.
This film is positively ruthless in its attempt to drive you right out of your mind.
Houston has 8 home runs so far. Well, check that.
It accomplishes everything it sets out to do with brilliance and unparalleled terror.
Before we can really make ourselves comfortable tonight, we're uncomfortable. It's 8-0.
This is the horror movie to end them all.
Martin Maldonado has hit his 2nd home run of the ball game. It's 12-1. Ball hit hard out to center field. That ends in the bullpen. 2 more runs for Houston, and they lead it 14-1.
The Texas
Baseball
Massacre from New Line Cinema.
I mean, that's what the Astros did to him. That one series in Arlington, and I called the Rangers dead. Whoops. Did not age well. Did not age well. Astros' fault. I mean, they had that thing dead to rights. They had the AL West done at the beginning of September. And then they're like, all right, hey, Mariners, Rangers, want to come back in? Come on down. I think it's got a little dicey at the end of the year, but they were able to, at the very end of the game, at the end of the season,
still won the division.
They stopped procrastinating. They put their batting helmet on and they got to work, and they were able to fight their way to another American League West championship.
Unfortunately, though, that meant that they had home field advantage when they eventually played the Rangers.
Yes. I remember Astros Rangers, the playoff series in 2023, for a lot of different reasons. First off, because my car got assaulted in the parking lot. Got assaulted. Just a brand new car, just assaulted in the parking lot. But also because the Astros were down 2-0 after that Framber Valdez start. Good God. But they go to Texas. They win they win game 3. They win game 4, and they win game 5 with that Altuve clutch-ass home run. And I'm like, oh, no way the Rangers bounce back from this. But they did. They win game 6. They win game 7. Game 7 was a massacre. They go on to the World Series, which I did not watch at all. I saw some clips last night people were posting of like when the Rangers won the World Series. Can't believe my favorite team did this. And like dramatic music in the background as Adolis Garcia hit a walk-off home run in game 1. I didn't know that there were walk-off home runs in that series. I just buried my head in the sand, did not watch a second of it. That led to a lot of gloating. First off, it led to gloating from a friend of the radio program. When we were on 10 to noon, we used to have this caller named Tab from Beaumont call in. Tab, if you are listening, we miss you. We haven't heard from you in a while. We hope you're doing well. I would like to do a wellness check for Tab, but Tab called in after the Astros lost to the Rangers, and he gloated. Season over. And people like this guy get to call in and gloat. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Tab, congratulations to you. Oh, God, you suck. You suck. Congratulations to your Texas Rangers. He's giggling right off the top. I tip the hat to you. Only you. I would bow, but I'm sitting. Congrats on your win.
And I do have a suggestion for Houston. This is going to be my biggest gig. I was going to lead off with singing "We Are the Champions," but no, I'm going to leave that alone. But they are I don't know what, I know NRG is a company of some kind, petroleum, whatever. But I think they are to give it a true name. It's now Rangers Ground.
Oh. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Tab, we love you. We're just Tab was so gleeful. Now, the obviously Astros play it, not NRG Stadium. They play it at the time Minute Maid Park, now Daikin Park. I get where he was trying to go with there, and whatever. Tab is the one Rangers fan that we like. He's the one Rangers fan that we love. But yeah, that was tough for me because I did kill the Rangers. Like took them out back. Killed the Astros last year too. Whoops. Maybe I should kill more things because they tend to come back as soon as I do it. Now, the worst part about losing to the Rangers really was this moment. Because remember, Alex Bregman, after the Astros were able to pull off the American League West championship at the end of the 2023 season, said, a lot of people were wondering what it'd be like if the Astros weren't AL West champs. I guess we'll never know. Champagne pop. Boom. Well, Corey Seager, Rangers shortstop, did this at the Rangers World Series Championship Parade.
I just got one thing to say. Everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
I hope this gets you angry, riled up, mad. I hope this bothers you. I hope that now you look at the Texas Rangers with the fire you used to. Because last year, let's be honest, Astros Rangers needed a little bit of rise. RIIZE, risehealth.com, promo code 975. It needed a little boing. It needed to rise up. All right. It was lame. I think there were some fireworks and some fisticuffs and stuff last season, but last year was lame. The rivalry that had been dead for basically 8 years or so, since 2015, where they used to get into scuffles, in 16 as well. It had been dead for a while. And then it comes back and you're like, yeah, all right. Well, at the very least, I have someone new to hate. And then it was gone. So here's my question. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Among the sports teams you dislike, where do the Rangers currently rank? You answer that on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, the Gram at ESPN 975, and on Facebook at ESPN Houston. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get aboard. To call 713-780-3776. You can also text that number. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, or on Facebook at ESPN Houston. On the Gram at ESPN 975. You can get in contact with me on both of those. Facebook.com/Paul Gallant Sports. Also on the Gram at Sports Gallant. On X at ESPN 975 at Gallant Says. The question I have for you: where do the Rangers rank among teams you dislike? I'm seeing a lot of people talking the Rangers down. I mean, they did win a championship more recently
than any Houston sports team, and they beat a Houston sports team to get there. Last year, they stunk. Sure, the defending champion belt, it's gone. That belongs to the Dodgers now, who I think a lot of us dislike more. Maybe we dislike the New York Yankees more as well. But, I mean, it's an in-state rival. Some comments. First, from Sean Martinez. Rangers blow. Desert Stros. One-hit wonder. The Rangers. Fake Tony Stark. I will never care about the Rangers World Series. We're not talking about the Rangers World Series as much as we're talking about the Rangers. Like, do they make you mad? Do they get you going? He did say, I am excited about Hunter Brown versus Jacob deGrom. I don't like regular season pitchers duels. I don't. Playoff pitchers duels, those are awesome. Regular season pitchers duels, I mean, I've definitely seen some growing up. I think there was one between Houston's own Roger Clemens and Pedro Martinez that I was actually allowed to stay up for back in 1998 or 1999 or something. When I was, how old was I? Like 9 or 10 years old. I mean, that was fun. But I don't know. There's something about pitchers duels when you're 36 where if it's the regular season, you're like, okay, I mean, respect to the pitchers, but I'm mad about the offense. I'm mad about that. But that's the game tonight. It's Hunter Brown against Jacob deGrom. If you are in to pitchers duels, and deGrom to open the season 3-1 with a 2.72 ERA. So he's at least looking like a plus pitcher. Maybe not the pitcher he was before the latest of his many injuries. Now 36 years old, deGrom.
That's crazy.
I thought he was way younger than that. That jumped out to me when I was taking a look at his profile. I was like, wait a second, he's 36? I assumed Jacob deGrom was like 31, 32 or something like that.
Yeah, I would guess like 32. That's it. I guess when you do miss that, I don't know, 75% of the last 5 seasons or however much it is, like he hasn't been active for most of his early 30s. So I guess he's still in our brains just in his early 30s because we haven't seen him pitch in that long. But yeah, he's. Do you think that the Astros, if this Astros team was different, you would enjoy the pitchers duels a little bit more if it wasn't like, oh my God, this Astros offense might be the death of this team?
Yeah, I think that's it. 100%.
There's just anxiety around like, oh my God, these guys need to get it together.
Especially because of the pitching injuries, they just keep adding up. I mean, listen, the Astros get the most out of their pitchers, but you could also argue that their training staff, medical staff are maybe at their worst with them. I mean, how long did it take to see Lance McCullers again? You've got Spencer Arrighetti dealing with something. You've got Hayden Wesneski out for the rest of the year. You got Christian Javier and Luis Garcia trying to come back from injuries. I have no idea what Jose Urquidy's doing or if he's even on the roster. I don't think he is, but I mean, that's another one where like the guy got hurt. JP France, is he still alive? Like, I mean, there's
Forrest
a lot
Whitley.
of right. That's good. We want that, but is he still pitching for the Astros? Is he going to be pitching for the Astros anytime soon? Because that was something else we were talking about. We had talked about this offseason. Are we going to see him? Yeah. And at this point with JP France, if he ever comes back to the major leagues, good for him. I'm not expecting much, but right now, Colton Gordon, who you had to DFA Taylor Scott to bring up. Scott was good for you at times last season. And AJ Bluebaugh are guys that you are forced to rely on in your rotation. So, yeah, you're getting the pitcher duel from time to time when you have a good outing from Fromber and you have a Hunter Brown performance. But you're asking a lot out of the starting pitching, and I just get stressed about how taxed that they might be potentially getting during an early season game where the offense is struggling to score runs because outside of Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes at home and Jake Myers, I guess. Like I don't know where the Astros offense is coming from. Jordan's banged up, and Altuve of late has not been Altuve. At least he was back in left field. Fake Tony Stark had this make Altuve great again. That is MAGA. I didn't know the hat was about making Altuve great again. We do want to make Altuve great again, but is that going to happen? I don't know. Is Yonder Diaz going to get back to what he was his rookie year? I don't know. Is Christian Walker just going to be this guy who strikes out a lot? I don't know, but it's trending that way.
And then you got two rookies and Cam Smith and Zach DeZenzo, who like any expectations that you have for them are unfair by default. So, yeah, just to bring it back to the pitcher's duel tonight. Hey, for some, if you like pitching, great. For me, it's a reminder that, oh boy, the Astros offense, it takes a while to get going. And you've seen it highlighted the last two nights against the Royals, who have some good pitching and a good bullpen. It took the Astros until the 6th, 7th, the second, third time through the lineup to finally get moving. And pitcher's duels are not the games that you should be in when you have the bats that at least exist conceptually in our minds in this lineup.
Yeah, we thought that at the very least, the top of this Astros lineup was going to be the strength of this team. Like when we talked about this team during the offseason, we talked a lot about the starting pitching. We talked a lot about the bullpen, basically outside of Abreu and Hader at the end of the bullpen. We're like, oh my God, who's going to join these two guys as a trusted bullpen arm? And we talked about the outfielders who are going to be in the bottom of the lineup. We really didn't give a lot of talk about Altuve, Jordan, even Christian Walker, Paredes, and Yainer Diaz. We thought like, oh yeah, that's 1 through 5. That's going to be what the Astros can hang their hat on. And really, besides Paredes, the last couple games, or just at Daikin Park, someone should tell him that like, hey, I know you should feel comfortable at Daikin Park. You should feel more comfortable wearing an Astros jersey at Globe Life Field in Arlington.
Yeah, that's batting practice for the Astros.
And maybe show them some clips from 2023. But
yeah, listen to Dave Raymond, the Rangers broadcaster, being sad. That's another fun part about this series. Don't worry, I will be DVRing the Rangers broadcast so I could get sad Dave Raymond, which amuses me because he used to be an Astros broadcaster.
Yeah,
I think.
And he wears his heart on his sleeve.
He really does. You can tell when he's just he's like, oh.
That's Martin Maldonado's second home run of the night.
that one. Boy, twist the knife a little bit. Give up 2 to Martin Maldonado.
Yeah, but I mean, this Astros lineup, the guys that have been hitting have been Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers. That's been the consistent guys through the first part of the season. And that's not what we thought we were signing up for with this Astros team. The guys who have struggled the most are the middle of the order bats. It's Jordan when he was healthy. It's Christian Walker. It's Yainer Diaz. So those guys getting back on track, or as soon as they can get back on track, that I think is really going to at least hopefully help alleviate some of the anxiety that we have watching the Astros
for sure
strike out a bunch.
That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Hunter Brown's looking great. Jacob deGrom not looking like he does in a Mets uniform, as Desert Stroh points out. All that's true. But what if he does tonight? It's certainly possible tonight.
I mean, the Joe Blow that the Royals had the last couple nights, so they looked all right.
I think the guy who pitched last night for
Michael
the Royals,
Lorenzen, yeah.
Michael Lorenzen,
I've
actually
heard
pretty good. Yeah,
I've heard of him.
But I don't think he's like he's not a killer. DeGrom was a killer.
Yeah.
3-1 with a 2.72 ERA, 46 strikeouts, which is 40th across baseball to this point. So that's neato. But 7 home runs allowed this year.
Okay, there you go.
That's got me going.
Jeremy Pena, do your thing.
Jeremy Pena going
right
against the Rangers.
7-10 tonight.
Right. It is weird that they're playing on a Thursday. It felt like last year they never played on a Thursday.
They really did. Yeah.
And now it's a 4-game series in Arlington against the Texas Rangers. Should I demand a sweep?
4-game sweep is.
I know. They haven't done that yet.
No.
I mean, I'm still waiting for something that I've asked for. And I'm sorry to be greedy, but like once you've tasted the top, you can't go down to the bottom. And the Astros this season have yet to sweep an American League team based in the United States of America. They have yet to do that. The only sweep that they have this year is against the Toronto Blue Jays from April 21st through April 23rd. That was at home. But, I mean, they lost 2 or 3 on the road against the White Sox. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that really took the wind out of the sail.
Right, because we were excited for, I mean, they had lost 2 or 3 against the Royals, and they were struggling to score runs, but they took 2 or 3 against the Tigers, and you're like, all right,
Yeah.
Tigers are good.
And you pencil in at least 2 wins against the White Sox. If not, you pencil in all 3.
But then you lose a 7-inning game in Chicago against the White Sox
because they
of stupid ass rain.
They pulled the lights out like University of Washington did. Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah.
it was actually
Honestly,
rain.
that if they were playing at that old ballpark that they used to, like Comiskey Park, talk about dumps. Comiskey Park was an all-time dump. Hey, let me tell you about the south side of Chicago. Anyway, Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to jump in the most interactive sports talk show in town? 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros Rangers on the table. The idea of Giannis Antetokounmpo with the Houston Rockets does seem to be trending in the more likely direction. And the Texans' schedule is out. All of that on the table on the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Want to get freaked out a little bit before Astros Rangers tonight? So first there's this. And I am not a weatherman, okay? I'm just a man who reads what he is told about the weather. But damaging winds and hail are coming to the Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. a cold front is pushing Thursday into North Texas and is going to hang around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex Friday with the additional possibility of hail and heavy winds. So luckily the Rangers play indoors now and not at that weird-ass donut. It was a fancy-looking donut, but a donut nonetheless. It was outside. So we'll see if the Astros and Rangers have to play through a storm, perhaps a power outage or something like that, huh? This will freak you out even more. I have no idea what this is, but astronomers, Sean, stop laughing. This is serious. This is serious.
I'm nervous. I don't know if Independence Day is about to happen. The way I don't know what these signs. I don't know what they mean. This is just what I'm reading.
Oh, this is just what I'm reading. Okay, but get this. Astronomers weren't far off with the Independence Day. Astronomers saw something happen on the sun on Tuesday.
Oh, God.
A bird wing eruption. It sent waves of superheated plasma surging across the sun's northern hemisphere. This thing is 600,000 miles long and more than twice as long as the distance from the Earth to the moon. So this is a big old bird wing eruption from the sun. You know?
Okay.
It's like an eagle scream. Scientists predict part of this eruption could hit Earth tomorrow.
Jesus.
I'm like, this is terrifying, dude. This is the scariest thing I've ever read.
What? The sun can just do that?
I guess so. The sun every now and then it's like, hey, buddy.
Tomorrow?
Barely tomorrow.
What? Oh,
listen, I'm
not
trying
sorry,
to.
astronomers. Can we get 48 hours?
Astronomers say Earth will probably receive a glancing blow from the wake of the passing
Jesus
storm,
Christ.
but the full force of this eruption could trigger a severe or even extreme geomagnetic storm. Just as Astros Rangers gets underway, the stakes are the highest they've ever been. Listen, we'll probably be okay, right? There'll probably be some storms somewhere, but this could be the last Astros Rangers game ever.
I just don't like the phrase geomagnetic storm.
I don't.
That's just like I don't want that.
Is that like extreme lightning storms or something? I don't know.
Who can know? Who could possibly know?
Astronomers.
Apparently not. They didn't know until they woke up this morning.
It might hit us.
That there's going to be a geostorm tomorrow.
The geomagnetic storm. Hang on.
Geomagnetic storm.
Geostorm is the movie with the guy that
Gerard Butler.
Gerard Butler, right? That guy. The guy who's in a bunch of things.
He's in a bunch of movies like Geostorm.
And
yes.
And he's almost memorable, but he's not quite memorable.
You think like, wait, is that Russell Crowe? No, wait, that's Gerard Butler.
He was in a movie about the end of the world with Morena Baccarat called Greenland. I actually watched the beginning of this. This is where do you know what happens at the beginning? The astronomer's like, there's going to be a comet passing by. And guess what? The comet hits Tampa Bay. Gone.
Ouch. That's
Gone.
Nice. Is that when you turned it on?
No, I kept watching after that. I was like, whoa, end of the world? Damn. Crazy. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call to text.
Hug your loved ones.
I'm not saying that. I'm just I saw these two things in the commercial break and I'm like, damn, at the same time as Astros Rangers, is this a sign? Big storms in the DFW, a solar flare. Like it sounds like if the apocalypse is going to happen anywhere tomorrow. Like if you can make a bet on where will the apocalypse take place today? If you're into that, you can bet on Dallas.
All right.
Of course, it would
see
all
if I
end.
can put that bet in.
It would end in that hellhole. Like, of course, it ends in Dallas, the place that got a president killed. 713-780-3776 to call text on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Sean Martinez says they call Gerard Butler when they can't get Jason Statham. Oh, damn.
He very much gets he gets the first pick of the leftovers for action movies go. Where it's like, these aren't the bottom of the barrel, but this is definitely not the top of the barrel.
It's time for How Far is Too Far every single Thursday at 2:30.
All right. Is this too far? Is allowing Nick Cage to play John Madden in a movie that also features Christian Bale as Al Davis, is that too far? I mean, I don't know that I'll be able. I'm excited for Nick Cage. I love Nick Cage. Sometimes ironically, sometimes 100%. I don't think I'm going to be able to separate Nick Cage and John Madden. I'm going to see Nick Cage playing John Madden, which means the movie could be amazing unintentionally, but maybe he will be a good John Madden. I'm just having a hard time imagining Nick Cage talking about turducken and actually pulling off Madden voice. Like, oh, boo! Like, you got to pull off the Madden voice.
Yeah, the voice is imperative, especially because, like you, when I see him dressed up as John Madden, I just think that's Nick Cage dressed up as John Madden. Like his face, like that's just Nick Cage's face. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. So I think he needs to nail the voice. I have no question, or I have no questions about Christian Bale's ability to play Al Davis. I think he'll be fantastic. Which helps me buy into this movie. It adds a lot of legitimacy to this movie. That you'll have Christian Bale giving, I assume, a real performance.
He signed on to this script. It can't be that bad.
Yes, this won't be Nick Cage slop, but I need Nick Cage to pull through one more time.
The thing that would work against someone like Frank Caliendo, the comedian who's great at impressions, from doing a Madden, and Caliendo was famous for doing a John Madden impression on Mad TV before he really blew up as the impression guy. Yeah. Sadly, Frank Caliendo is not a tall guy. Madden's a big guy. Madden was 6'4".
Yeah, was he an offensive lineman?
John Madden, you know what? I forget. He played for the Eagles in 1959, but only during the offseason as a practice squad guy. He played, let's see, what position did he play? Tackle. You're right. Offensive lineman. And he was drafted. This is nuts. In the 21st round of the 1958 NFL draft.
Wow.
I guess there were less teams back then, so it's the NFL.
And a lot more people were just like, no thanks. Right. I don't want to go to this.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't want to get drafted. I'd rather work at the mill or whatever.
Yeah. So he's a big guy.
Yeah.
Frank Caliendo's small. Nick Cage is 6 feet tall.
He can pull it off.
So he can pull it off, at least from the look.
The size, the body, it's just the face. It's Nick Cage's face. Like, it looks like it is photoshopped. Like, it looks like it's a picture of John Madden with Nick Cage's face photoshopped on it. So
yeah,
I'll give it a chance. I think he can do a good job, but I, like you, share my reservations that for 2 hours I'm going to be sitting there saying that's Nick Cage.
How far is too far continues. I'm with you. Would you take $25 to $32 an hour to hold spots in line so that somebody else could go inside and watch the Diddy trial? Because that is what's happening right now. There are massive lines outside the Diddy trial. There's all sorts of commotion happening outside of it too, because they can't televise it since it's a federal trial. $25 to $32 an hour to just sit in line and wait for somebody else. I feel like if I'm getting in line, I'd want to go myself. I think I need more than $25 to $32 an hour. So at what point would you say this is enough? I think $100 an hour I would do.
I was thinking 75. Okay. I was thinking like 75 an hour. Because I'm
scab.
Yeah, exactly. What 99. No. I think like you, I don't know. Seems like it would be boring because you're doing all the boring part. The only exciting thing is, like you said, the people watching outside the courthouse. But even then, doing that for $30, like doing it for 1 hour and you have $30 afterwards, like that's nothing. That's two trips to Chipotle. That's $30. So I'm gonna need a little bit more.
I'm with you on that one. Also, how far is too far? Is this too far by the defense attempting to defend Diddy? The defense that they're going to use is this. He was a freak
into freaky stuff and had friends who were freaky and liked that too, everything was consensual, including the video of that girl that got Ray Riced outside of an elevator. In case you haven't seen
that was part of it too?
That was just freaky stuff.
Okay.
Freaky stuff. It's part of a consensual swinger lifestyle, not criminal conduct. His legal team argues the sexual encounters, and you can read the details online if you so choose, including the so-called, quote, freak-offs, end quote, were consensual events involving adults who willingly participated in these gatherings. Do you think this would work? Or is this too far by the lawyers? Honestly, with all I know about this, which is more than I would like to, I think that this is the only way they can go. So I think it's exactly as far as it needs to go. But goodness gracious, imagine being a defense attorney and saying, yeah, my client is into this stuff, and so are his friends. They're just freaks. They're dirty freaks.
Yeah. That's my take as well.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, my client is a pervert, as they say. God forbid, this man would not be allowed in church on Sundays. He is a pervert, I say.
And not just him. Everyone else there also giant pervert.
Yeah.
They're all pervert. No matter what they're having to do. They're a pervert and they liked it. Hey, listen. Diddy made a lot of money in his life. He can afford very good lawyers. This is as good as you're gonna get with the case that they're handed. That this is the best spin zone that they could make. And honestly, like, I'm not gonna say I could never see this working. Like, this might work. I don't know. Crazy things have happened.
They have. How far is too far? One last one. Is this bleep post that was posted on Astros Twitter, which is a hellscape within a hellscape, was this too far? Because it was clearly done as rage bait. And there's some posts that are out there that are clearly rage bait. But this is what was suggested. The Astros make a trade with the San Francisco Giants. They get Justin Verlander and cash considerations for right fielder / third baseman Cam Smith, shortstop Bryce Matthews, and right-handed pitcher AJ Bluebaugh. Is posting that too far? I thought it was funny. I assumed everyone who saw it would think it was a joke because there's like a graphic that shows the trade online. A lot of people seem to believe that this is actually an idea that's being floated out there, including when I retweeted it by just saying like, whoa, 2 eyeball emojis for it. People seem to think this is a real offer. Did I go too far in reposting this? Should I stop trolling on my ex? Should I be more serious? Should I be less sarcastic on the internet and on this radio show?
No, I mean, I would never say that. You got to be you, Paul. But if I was Dana Brown, I'd be insulted by the fact that people thought this was real. I think that's what it is. Or like Jim Crane.
Rumor, right.
Or Jim Crane. That if people look at this and think it's possible, that is a reflection on their lack of faith in Astros decision making.
They kind of did this with Yusei Kikuchi. They kind of did it.
Yeah, but it was Loperfido and Jake Bloss.
But we were excited about Loperfido at the time. Bloss was the Bloss thing and the
Will Wagner.
Yeah, Billy Wagner's kid. That part was like, all right, whatever. Everyone was like, what? But it was 3 guys for 1, and it didn't matter to the Sugarland Space Cowboys at least.
No, they kept trucking with
1 time, 2 time, 3 time champions last year. Space Cowboys lasso. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's weird
because
they got laser pistols.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for picking up what I was trying to do. Not a real pistol, laser pistol.
Laser pistols. What was that movie? There was a movie where it was Harrison Ford and he's like a sheriff and there's aliens invading or something.
Cowboys versus Aliens.
Yeah, or was it Daniel Craig? I forget.
They were both in that movie.
Oh, they were both in it.
It was an awesome movie.
It was actually awesome?
No, not really.
Okay, I was about to say.
But it had both of them in it.
Hell yeah.
And Olivia Wilde.
Oh, yeah. Pre-Sudeikis or during Sudeikis or post-Sudeikis?
Either pre or during.
Okay. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. That's
if you want to know more about Cowboys versus Aliens.
Cowboys versus Aliens. Is that too far of a reference to go back in time to make? Up next, we got a little garbage time before we get out of here. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Astros and Rangers, you want to talk about that with the Houston Texans schedule release, you can. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, on X at ESPN 975. You can catch clips after the fact on our TikTok at ESPN 97 at ESPN, I think .97.5. I think there's a dot actually added on the TikTok handle, and that's interesting.
Someone took ESPN 975.
They did.
What the hell, Sam?
I don't know.
I'm blaming Sam.
I don't think it's Sam's fault.
Probably not. But
I think
can I blame Sam?
I think someone lost the password. What? I don't know though. I'm not 100% sure because I definitely have seen it out there, and I think I don't know what happened, but we have an account. Just follow the one with the people on it. We're doing something crazy on it tomorrow. I'm excited about that. From what I've been told, the rumor is we're doing something fun on it.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see. But yeah, lots of ways to follow us here, and you can jump aboard the show in a variety of different ways. We are the most interactive sports talk show in town. Easiest way to get in contact with me is by calling or texting, but you can also make comments on our YouTube or Twitch and watch along with the show. You can get after us on the gram at Sports Gallant, at Sean A. Mapes behind the glass for X, at Gallant Says for me on X, and on Facebook at ESPN Houston at Paul Gallant Sports. We are super interactive. No matter what way you want to talk, we'll bring you in. So Astros Rangers begins tonight. You got Hunter Brown, you got Jacob deGrom. I'm hoping it's not a pitcher's duel. I want it to be batting practice again at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Will it be? I do not know, because the Astros offense has been sus of late, especially without Yordan Alvarez.
Do we have a demand for this game, or do you want to save it for the entire series? Or
the demand tonight is to just win, baby.
Okay.
And then we'll take a look at the weekend to determine whether or not we can realistically ask for our first sweep of an American League team of the year, because the only team they've swept this season are the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yes. Or this is a 4-game series, so they could win 3 straight in this series without it actually being a sweep.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of ways out of this, but yes, I think a win tonight would go a long way for us and the psyche of Astros fans everywhere. Basically, every win would go a long way for the psyche of Astros fans until the next game, and then psyche back on the line. But yeah, I think they have a chance. Obviously, with Hunter Brown out there, that's who you'd want if you're the Astros pitching game 1.
Also, Texans schedule's out.
Oh yeah. How did we not talk about this?
The release video I thought was lame. I think they've got more creative people on the social media team than that. I tell it to their face. And I'm sorry, social media savant Sam Rico, but I have no idea who the Mexican OT is, or Liza Koshy, no idea. Don't want to know, don't care. Garbage time. Houston ranks number 7 amongst most polluted cities in the United States of America. Top 10, baby! Clutch City!
Honestly, I'm surprised we're number 7.
Clutching at your throat city, because the allergens and the pollution in the air.
Yeah, I thought we'd be top 3 at least, but I'll settle for 7.
Houston, Pasadena ranks 7 out of 228 metropolitan areas. It's Houston, Pasadena.
Oh, they're counting Pasadena. How are we not top 3 with Pasadena in there?
Yeah, just let's just cut Pasadena out of here.
Oh, they won't be on the list. Definitely.
On the American Lung Association's most polluted cities by ozone. I don't know what that means. Between 2021 and 2023, the Houston region's annual weighted average of high ozone days was 34.8. Ozone air pollutions can be referred to as smog and can cause lung inflammation. Wait, I thought ozone was good. Don't we want the ozone layer or something?
The ozone layer. Yeah, that's good.
But not ozone.
No. Ozone pollution.
Gotcha. Well, we got a lot of that going on. Not surprising. There's refineries.
Again, growing up, I always thought that we were fighting with LA for number 1 most polluted city in America. So this is actually surprising to me that they're number 7.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. And so shout out to Houston for not being number 1 overall in this.
Also, let's cut out Pasadena.
Yeah,
get on that.
Doesn't count. Also, get this, guys. If you've seen this video, police will not charge a couple that went viral for towing their truck, where the car that they were towing was basically like a windshield wiper going back and forth across 2 lanes of traffic as they were trying to tow it. The people who were driving the car said they could not afford a tow truck, so they towed the vehicle themselves using a chain. In the middle of the vehicle, the sedan's axle broke off, leading to what was shown on video. By the way, the driver was arrested for an active warrant he had out in Georgia, but no citations given out for this, towing a car that was wildly swerving back and forth on the highway, endangering everybody around it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When I first saw this video, I thought that it was just driving in reverse like that.
Yeah.
And I was
you're trying to escape.
I was a little impressed by how well they're driving backwards. I was like, wow, they haven't killed themselves yet.
They couldn't afford a tow truck, and then they destroyed their car in doing so.
Probably more expensive than a tow truck.
Would agree.
Just not to Monday morning quarterback this.
Also, this guy again had a prior warrant out, so he's arrested. So whoops. Sean Hayes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Big thanks to everybody who tuned in. Big thanks to our Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, texters, and everyone else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Pretty good. He is Blank. I am Branham. Brian behind the glass. It is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. Schedule came out. Can you believe it? We thought that it might come out, and the schedule came out. Primetime games for the Texans, a few of them. Are you upset with the amount of primetime games? Did they get snubbed by the NFL scheduler committee? Is it a committee or is it a dude? Or is it one person? I think it's one person, actually.
You think it's just one?
I'm pretty sure that it is one that oversees the process. Because I remember reading The Athletic that he's supposed to retire. I think this was his last schedule making. So he went out with a bang. Scheduled 18 weeks worth of football.
You think about some of those things sometimes, and that has to be a nightmare, all the things that you have to factor in. Like, you would think it takes a committee when you start thinking about, it's not just making sure every team plays every team and doing all 82 and all those things. Now you got to factor in, well, what weekend is the NCAA tournament? What do we want to stay away from? When is the NFL going to actually claim the entire market and take away our Christmas Day game? Or what are we going to do to combat that? There's so many dates with so many things that you're after the fact, and when things pop up going, damn, were they actually having to think about that too?
Yeah, they think of everything. And I'm sure they get a lot of requests from the league too, like teams, hey, these are I know that they do. Here are dates that were booked and we can't host, right? Here are dates we would like. Can you do this favor? Things like that. So yeah, it is a challenge. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We'll get into to Bad Take Boulevard. It is Thursday after all, so we got to get to Bad Take Boulevard. But the Astros, the lead, IMO. Astros win a series against a good baseball team. The Kansas City's been playing pretty good. The Astros lose the first game of the series. They come back. They get a Fromber start in game 2. And then they come from behind yesterday and win in the first start of Colton Gordon's career. Didn't get the win, didn't factor into the decision, but a good win. The rubber game goes the way of the Astros, Blinkers.
Yeah, look, you and I have always said, don't look to try and sweep every series, but win the series. The fact that you survived in the last 2 series, really horrendous pitching performances, to come back and still win a series against good baseball teams is a very good sign for this team. And again, we're still sitting there going, could it be better? Yes. Could the guys that you were counting on to be big parts of this offensive lineup get better? Absolutely. But in the meantime, this team is finding ways to win games. Their bullpen continues to be solid. They're finding ways to beat good teams. And those are all positive things. I said to you, early in the season this is a different Astros team when we were talking about what we were watching as opposed to the years past. And I said, man, I'll tell you what, this team is tough to watch offensively. When they get down a run or two, I basically write them off, think that they're done. And it's really tough to watch. Now, again, last night, they come from behind. They dink and dunk if they have to, but they manufacture runs. And the come from behind win where Kansas City was in a really good spot after 5 innings is a good kind of brand of baseball that I like watching again.
Yeah, they got, leave it to Mauricio Dubon to spark the team, huh? Little bloop doubles down the left field line. I thought TK and Blum were onto something because a lot of left fielders, whenever they play at the Dike, they play the gap. They play the gap in left center because of the Crawford boxes, because anything hit over their head's probably gone. And anything that's hit in front of them, it's going to be a double anyway. So they play that corner. They play that left center field corner.
Tough, yeah.
Yeah, they play right on the notch a lot. That's where they line up. That way they can get back and don't have to navigate the wall. If they have to cross across to the line, they cross to the line, depending on the hitter, obviously. But a lot of times, left fielders at the Dike will play the gap more than other ballparks. I'm not sure if the Astros were on the road yesterday, if Dubon gets those 2 doubles because of where they defend him. But, you play the breaks, you play the ballpark. And Dubon with a couple of doubles. Jeremy Pena, he's on fire right now, gets 4 hits in that game yesterday, a couple of ribbies. Isak homers again. So they did enough offensively. It still wasn't like this offensive outbreak like Joe Espada said that was coming. But you win a game. You hang it in the left side of the column. That's all you got to do. You rack up enough of those, you're in the playoffs, and you have a chance at the end of the year.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that as much as we talk about the guys that aren't hitting and then, some of the guys that weren't expected, what Jeremy Pena is doing right now is absolutely, hyper impressive. And the fact that he goes 4 for 4 last night, gets half of the Astros hits, that's not something I saw coming. And the fact that he's getting clutch hits and he's really productive is something that's a lot of fun to watch. And I'm really glad to see because, we talk about it from a Jake Myers perspective, where some of these guys that we didn't expect that much from, and Jake got hot, but he's done it before. But you're getting it from other guys. Pena's more consistent than I thought he would be, maybe more consistent he's ever been in his career. Zach DeZenzo, again, is a guy that's contributing, that seems like he's earned the right to be in the lineup more times than not on an everyday basis. And it's fun to kind of see that Paredes is another guy that maybe he was a little slower. Maybe it wasn't exactly the way we had written it up, but he seems to keep continuing to produce when they need him. And now maybe this is a hot streak for him with a little more power in it.
Yeah, I like me some Isak. Alex putting the E in the sock emoji. I wonder if people are still mad at me that I misspell his name and spell it phonetically on the Twitter. I don't know.
Maybe someone in TV is, but I'm not.
Yeah, I don't really. I have seen it catch on. I don't know if I've started it. I don't know if I'm the maverick that started it, but I have seen some people do it, which I feel. I've been working on that. I feel that's a maybe a Killer Bee thing. Desert Stro says, Taqueria Arandes. I owe them a visit next time I'm in town. Yeah, I wonder if Jeremy Pena having this offensive surge, batting average up to 315, OPS up to 840, the handsome looks is all Jeremy's have. I wonder if it is leading to an uptick of fajitas sold and tres leches that are being dispensed out of Taqueria Arandes.
I
bet they are.
I would doubt it, but at the same time, good on them for sticking with their guy and now getting to ride the wave of the hot streak of Jeremy Pena. But yeah, I think that it's plural. I think it's taquerias, but that's just me. I mean, if you listen to it, maybe I'm being picky, but I don't think he says the S on the taquerias.
Well, it's taqueria,
but it's spelled taquerias.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yes.
Like it depends on the location. It looks like.
Really?
Like Google, whenever you type it, it says Taqueria Arandes is a chain of Mexican restaurants, but then each store is taquerias. So I don't know. I guess I don't know. That's confusing. No, there are a couple of the stores that don't have the S at the end. I'm looking at the Google map in Houston right now. That's weird.
And I would assume that they're all owned by the same family, or at least they control the chain, right? They control the marketing rights for it.
Maybe it depends on who like franchises it. I don't know. That's interesting.
Franchising, because like Carrabba's the original on Kirby, and now there's Carrabba's all over the country. But I would assume that Carrabba's still dictates that that's exactly the spelling and where the apostrophe S is there, and that's what we're going to do.
There's a lot of them in Houston, a lot of them. But there's one I'm looking at right now on, I guess, 59 South. I guess this is heading your way a little bit. That is an A. It's not an S. It just says Taqueria Arandes.
Huh.
That's interesting.
It looks like they might be two separate restaurants, but
maybe
the website address is Taquerias Arandes. It has the S in there.
I don't know if it's two though. Like I only see the one website though.
Well, you're right. No, so like I went to the website and it has the S there, but when you go into the website, it has two different logos, one for a Taqueria Arandes and one for a Taquerias Arandes. So it looks like there may be two different concepts.
That has to be what it is. That's interesting. We might be uncovering a mystery.
Yeah, because normally wouldn't you say that, well, if you've got, like, I don't know if I'm looking for an example where you could say one is more of a sit-down restaurant, more of like a to-go. So you would say this is Taquerias Arandes to-go, or, quick bites as opposed to full-blown Tex-Mex. I don't know, but I would think that normally there'd be some explanation rather than just trying to have you catch on to the fact of whether the S is there or not.
I'm looking at the website now. Like all of their locations have an S, but whenever you pull them up on Google Map, a few of them don't. Like I bet you whoever just inputted it in the Google messed up.
Probably right.
I think that's what happened. But yeah, I mean, looks like all of these have an S unless you look at it on the Google Map. Anyways, what'd you think of Colton Gordon's first start?
It wasn't great. I still think that his stuff is decent. I think I like his competitive fire. I think that, as a lefty that has some good pitches that could be out pitches, that sweeping breaking pitch looks like it can get some guys out. I think that he can continue to improve. I hope that he can be a guy that they can kind of look to as a guy that might be able to fit into their plans, at least short term, as they try and kind of patchwork the rest of the starting rotation until they get a guy like Arrighetti back. But you don't know. It was better than Blue Ball, in my opinion, but yeah, I hope it gets better with his next start. But I liked, some of the things I saw from him.
Yeah, for the situation, big league debut, like all of that, I think it was solid. Like I know that, well, his ERA was this, it was high, and his WHIP was ridiculous. Like if you pull context into it, I think it's fine for a major league debut. Now, can he go 4 1/3, give up 3 runs the rest of the year? We're going to be happy with it? No. Like, so you have to, in my opinion, put context, allow the excuse or the defense of major league debut, first time seeing big league hitters, consistently, all of that. So I thought it was solid considering, especially with you call him up because you've had some injuries and you need him to log some innings. And like you mentioned, Blue Ball had a bad start. Lance McCullers didn't get out of the first the other day. Gusto got lifted in the third the other day. Like, if you would have told me at the start of the day, Colton Gordon goes 4 1/3, gives up 3 runs. Okay, major league debut, I'm going to take that. I'll take that. And then the fact that you also win that game because the bullpen pitched really good, I have to be pleased with the outing. Over the course of the entire year, he has to be better. Completely agree. But the one game isolation, when you add into the context, it was fine. It was fine.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said, I think his stuff is good enough that I believe that it can translate to him improving. He was obviously hyper successful at the start of the season for Sugarland, but I like having the ability to have another lefty that's available that looks like he can get some guys out. So I'll take that aspect.
Yeah, I think he profiles to me as a bottom of the rotation starter, that's fine. That's fine with what he can be. Other notes that I have here, yeah, Pena's hot, Isak's hot, Gordon's hot. See what Jose Altuve's numbers are down to? 0 for 4 game. Did you see what the numbers are down to?
I didn't see the average
it's down to 256. 671 OPS for Jose Altuve after an 0 for 4 day. I think you got to get him out of the 2-hole. Move him down a spot. Let him flip-flop with Isak. Now, if you want to wait for Jordan to come back, that's okay. I can't have Jose Altuve slumping like this with a 302 on base batting second. I just can't have it.
The easiest thing you can do, and we talked about Espada yesterday too, and also you're talking about a guy of the magnitude to the organization as Jose Altuve, but as easy as he was to be able to say, I probably would like to come out of the leadoff spot, I would love to have him be the guy that go, look, I'm just not, on my game right now. I need to kind of snap out of this. I'm going to move. I would like to move down to the 3-hole and put Paredes at the 2. That'd be the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, for Joe Espada, I wonder if he has the stones to be able to just go, Jose, you're not hitting it right now. We'd like to slide you one. Just hope you're okay with it, because I just don't think Joe's that kind of guy.
I don't either. That's kind of what is funny about like the Pena move is like you can't really give Espada the praise there. Like Pena's killing in the leadoff, but if we believe that Jose Altuve is the one who asked Espada to move him down to the 2 spot, it wasn't even Joe Espada's decision.
Right.
So, like, I would love to give Espada some praise for, like, his stroke of genius. Oh, yeah, we're going to move a Pena to this leadoff spot. He's going to take off for us. He's going to lead our offense. Well, it was Jose's idea. It was Altuve's idea. So I can't even give Espada any praise for it.
And, I brought this up in the past, and you and I have talked about it over the years as Jeremy's moved around in the batting order. And it's weird to me, but I guess I understand it the same way, like, you say a designated hitter. Some guys aren't set for the DH position because they lose focus or they just can't keep dialed in if they're just hitting. But from a Pena perspective, it certainly seems like when there's an internal kind of switch that's flipped with him and his hitting when he's higher in the lineup. And, he was 2 in the past when they moved him around before, and then they moved him down to 6, and it wouldn't be the same. Suddenly you put him in the leadoff spot, and look, if that's what it takes, and it's a weird, quirky mental thing for part of it, for motivation, leave him there, because boy, is he on fire.
Look, I was a 400 hitter in high school, as you know, 2 for 5, and I was way more comfortable at the top of the order than I was in the middle. Like, it's just like my personality. Like, get on base, get a base knock, set the table. I believe in it. Like, I know sabermetrics people, and oh no, if he hits 400 on base in the 4-hole, he can do that in the leadoff. I fundamentally do not believe in that. I believe that each hitter has a personality, each hitter has a profile, and there's some guys that are better suited for the top. There's some guys who are better suited for the middle. There's some guys who are better suited for the bottom. Now, there's some guys that it doesn't matter. There's some guys where you can hit them wherever in the lineup, and they're going to be the same exact person. I fundamentally believe that there are certain hitters that hit better at the top and hit better in the middle. And I think Pena's a better top of the order hitter. And I think Jordan's a better middle of the order hitter. I think Jake Myers is a better bottom of the order hitter. He should never be in the top or the middle, no matter how good he's doing.
I agree with that. You know me. But I think that, you go across sports and you think about this. We used to, talk about Odorizzi all the time because of the fact that he just couldn't even fathom doing anything but being a starting pitcher. And that was just something that he's willing to do and didn't want to do. The same thing with guys that play in the NBA that don't want to be a 6-man. It's different. I prep differently. I've got my routine screwed up. I don't like it. And other guys, are all hell bent on the fact that if I'm a starter, that means something more to me. I'm going to be more dialed in. It's weird. It's not pleasing to the people that just want to go through analytics, but I think it's real in certain cases with certain players and their personalities.
Oh, I 100% agree. I could not agree more. Like there's some things where we're just comfortable, like more comfortable. Like I'm more of a night person than I am a morning person.
Yeah,
How could you define that analytically? Like it's just like my mindset.
Exactly. It's like Lance. Like, remember, we were sitting there and wondering, well, is he better suited for the bullpen? Is he better suited as a starter? But then all of a sudden, it took a while. But when he finally came out and said it, he just basically said for him that the pen wasn't an option. That he's always been a starter. That's what he sees himself doing. And that again speaks to the fact that certain guys, whether they set it up in their own minds or they're just hell bent on the fact that, look, this is who I am and who I want to be, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also the fact that you're also going to get better pitches to hit. Like, I mean, Pena sees more fastballs batting leadoff, and he's a better fastball hitter. So, like, that element, like, that's actually, like, something you could define because of the pitches that he's getting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on the Game 3 rubber game victory, Astros over the Royals. Also, did Todd Callis spoil the injury news of Hayden Wesneski? We'll get to that. Who's the Astros' best player a little bit later on in the show. Schedule breakdown 1 through 18, weeks 1 through 18. First blush, the Texans are going to win how many games? We'll talk about that a little bit later. And then also the top storylines from each one of these Houston Texans games. It's the news that you want to hear. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Branham's at Brian's at Sack by BMac. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Branham's going to be at Two Creeks Crossing Resort here in a few weeks. I'm looking forward to it. Cannot wait. I don't know what I'm going to do first. I don't know if I'm going to hike their 92-acre property. I don't know if I'm going to kayak. I don't know if it's going to be a little pickleball. Not sure about the competition. Maybe it's going to be a little fishing. I don't know. I got plenty to choose from, and I got plenty of time to do it. Why? Because it's only 90 minutes from Houston. I'm not wasting all my PTO time by traveling. I don't have to hop in the car for 4 or 5 hours. I don't have to jump on a plane. I'm going to be there in an hour and a half having a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever's causing you stress and anxiety, and get some rest and relaxation, and do it at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Also, you can save 20% right now on your next 2-night stay, up to 5 nights if you want, from Sunday through Thursday on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, tents. Now, minimum of 2 nights, a max of 5 nights. Open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees, and again, some of the best fishing that you're going to see in the state of Texas. Two Creeks Crossing Resort takes care of their customers. They'll throw a barbecue cook-off one weekend, a crawfish boil the next. A fantastic time to be had at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From glamping to cabins to tree houses or pull up the RV, they have the perfect stay for just about everybody. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
The ball's going to be a base hit. Dubon's going to score the go-ahead run. Jeremy Pena makes it 4-3 Astros in the 8th. 4-hit game.
Pena is in fuego.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Come on, Blummer, get off our man's toes now. Blummer talking over TK. Get out of the way. Let the play-by-play guy do his job, TK. Blummer.
How are we feeling about the Vince Vaughn blummerisms when the guys go yard?
I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, I think some of them are a little forced.
I'm not a huge traditionalist about a lot of stuff. I am a pretty big traditionalist when it comes to the arts of play-by-play. So I don't love when the color guys immediately talking after TK. And plus, it's TV. Let it breathe a little bit.
Yeah, what's his Isak one? I was like, maybe not, but okay.
I don't remember the Isak. It's like, but I don't know if that was just because of the walk-off or is that like his
No,
normal
this was
one?
again. I think he did it again last night.
Last night. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was.
No, it's like Isak Sunrise or Isak on an island. I'm like, what?
The Chaz one where it's Ma the Meatloaf.
Yeah, for the Vince Vaughn thing. Yeah,
sounds like the Florida Panther hockey guy. Waka Waka.
And I mean, nothing's as forced as what's his name from the Yankees was about all of his
John Sterling.
Yeah,
I kind of like Sterling though.
Oh my God, they were creative. I'll give him that.
What do you know, Robbie Cano? Yeah. It's an A-bomb by A-Rod. The Yankees win.
I think later in life he had help with the nicknames for the calls.
Probably. Here was Brian doing the work of a producer. Brian got sick of us saying that he was half, whatting it these last couple of days. He just pulled the Blummer part of that Isak home run. Here's what Blummer says about the Isak homers.
And he skies this one deep to left field. For the second straight night, Paredes visits the Crawford boxes. Last night was a walk-off. Tonight, it makes it a one-run game.
Isak in paradise.
It's not a bad line. It's kind of funny. I just don't like that he does it immediately.
Is that like from the Cheeseburgers in Paradise? Where's the
cheeseburger, the Jimmy Buffett song?
Yeah,
I don't get how that connects to Isak,
I don't either.
though.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't. No. I don't know. Is he calling Isak fat? Like I don't.
Maybe he's just saying he's cool. Like he's just chill. Like he's
I guess. The connection there seems odd.
I think he's just saying he's like a cool dude. Like he's just very chill, laid back. So since he's chill and laid back, it's kind of like he's in paradise. Isak in paradise, like he's just smooth. Or maybe it's the paradise of hitting at the dike with the Crawford boxes.
Yeah, I was trying to find the correlation, going like, what? I don't know how that works, but okay.
Either one's a reach. I'll give you that for sure. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, just I don't know. Let it breathe a little bit.
At least he laid out for a good 3-4 seconds before he jumped in.
I mean, the walk-off, pull up the walk-off from Isak the other day. Like
because his timing right there was okay. He wasn't stepping on him.
Pull up the walk-off. But here's the thing, though. Like we're listening to it in the audio form. We're not watching it visually.
True.
So like whenever you hit a walk-off, like make the home run call and then leave it there for like 30 seconds. Like just let the picture capture the moment. Here was the walk-off the other day. I think Blum gets to it very quick.
In the game, Walker faced him again last night as well. This ball hit well to left field. Ball game over. Isak Paredes starts the party for the Astros.
Isak Paredes walking him off with a blast into the Crawford boxes.
It's too fast. It's too fast. Like it was 3 seconds, and you hear the fireworks. And again, remember that we're watching this game on TV, so you're seeing everybody party. You're seeing the dugout empty. You're seeing the flood of Astros attack Isak Paredes with bubble gum. Let TK do the call. Let the moment calm down. Let it calm down, and then Blummer can get in there.
No, I get it. Look, this is a tough situation for me to get into because I'm like you. I've been a purist about all this ever since I got into the broadcasting side of things. But then I also worked with Gene and Jim and also Calvin and Bill, and I realized that that's just thrown out the window. Like, there's no way those guys understand or want to participate in any kind of pauses or give each guy their space. They're going to do what they do.
Gene and Jim would be different, though, because it's radio.
True.
The radio and the TV would be different calls. Like radio, to me,
like
you don't
that.
have
That's
the
what I'm saying.
opportunity. Yeah,
Murph with Worrell, too. I mean, I remember so many buzzer-beating calls where Worrell hasn't even finished the sentence, and Murph's like, there it is, there it is, ah! Just screaming and yelling. Then you hear the headset go as he throws it off to tackle Clyde on the floor or whatever, and you're like, okay, well, there you go. We got the emotional side of it anyway.
Oh, man.
Did you ever attempt to reel him back?
Yes.
I can't imagine
that
was received.
But I didn't want to take away the emotion, right? I loved, and people loved, that Calvin was just so passionately a homer. And I didn't want to take away that. So it was like just kind of walking him through like the timing thing. Like just we would go back and watch tape to just say, hey, love all of it. But if you waited another, say, 15 seconds, Bill finishes his thought, and then you can go, and then people are probably screaming with you. And he was good. He was open to it. Foley and Peterson, forget it. It just ain't happening.
King says BMAC talks over you all the time. What's the difference? Oh, come on, Kinger.
You're not
come
gonna
on.
read that. No.
Brian, you're not going to read bad things about Brian. 713-780-3776.
I think you'll encourage it.
I lost my train of thought.
I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. You remember the Vince Scully home run of Kirk Gibson?
Yes.
Like he calls the home run and then doesn't talk for like 90 seconds.
Yeah, you're right.
It's awesome. It's the best.
Yeah, I mean, from a TV perspective, and that's like the broadcasting 101 that I think a lot of people lose sight of these days, which is that the most important voice of the two on radio is obviously play-by-play, because they're painting a picture you can't see. But on TV, you're right. It's the analyst in terms of, because you can see what's going on with the play-by-play. However, that changes on big moments of the game when you realize that even from a team perspective, a marketing perspective, from so many different angles, that call and description that's where it changes. It sits in the H-Air's hands, and then you get the analyzation, because you don't have to analyze. It's one thing to analyze why a decision was made with a fielder, going to second or throwing home. But it's another thing to say, what just happened. You saw it go through the basket. You just want to capture everything before you get analysis.
See, I think a lot of times the video can do the work for you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So your play-by-play, I'm saying on TV, your analyst becomes the more important voice for the most part, because play-by-play is already something you can see.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time where that changes is when there is a buzzer beater, when there is a game-changing call at at a certain point in the game. That's where the analyst comes in after. And that's where a lot of people have difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to just like super simplify it, they have to know when to shut up. They have to know the moment to shut up. And a lot of guys don't, to be fair. Like most of them don't. Most of them, you listen to any broadcast in any sport, how many times is the color guy in a big moment screaming over the play-by-play guy? Like, it's all the time.
I think a lot of times too, in the credentials that they carry from their careers, they think matters more. So that's why they just feel like,
I'm not sure they think it matters more, but it's probably why people don't tell them what to do.
I think there's definitely that aspect of it too. Cause it's tough when I was dealing with Murph, and Murph's a Hall of Famer as a basketball player, regardless of anything else. So I'm minding my P's and Q's when I'm first hired, even with Worrell, to understand this dude's a legend here. And Gene and Jim, I got to get to know him first before I start just coming in and throwing out suggestions.
For sure.
But I also think that in a lot of cases, what you're talking about, when you go around the dial, and either I'm watching League Pass, but particularly when it comes to the radio side of it too, that if you're working with a guy that was an ex-player and whatever, it does, in their mind, it doesn't matter, because whatever they say is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's probably case by case. I believe that you're also correct. Dick Vitale says, somebody, I love Dickie V, but there's some times we could get out of the way a little bit. 3D player, drive, draw, dish. It's awesome, baby. Big man on campus. Oh,
Patrick Ewing's got more rejections than the dean at Harvard.
New home run call. Socked another one out of the park. Grade the call. 713-780-3776. I
don't mind that.
I'm not a huge fan. I think it's like a 3.
That sounds very John Sterling.
I was going to say, that's a Sterling.
Yeah, it's very John Sterling.
Yeah, I don't think I like that one.
He socked it out of the park again. I think that would work.
That delivery wasn't bad. You helped it for sure. Your delivery did help it. I didn't like it, like the transcript of it, but that sounded better.
Well, would Blummer do that? Or would Blummer just go, Esock, slapped it on again?
Probably that one, yeah. A texture that was so uncomfortable, Brandon. Please never do that John Sterling impression again. It's an A-bomb by A-Rod. What do you know? Robbie, you know. I think it's a good
his
impression.
worst one was the Mark Teixeira one. Do you remember that
You're
one?
on the Mark Teixeira.
Well, okay, I didn't remember that one. The one I remember he called for Mark Teixeira was a text message to right field from Mark Teixeira.
That's right. He did have that one.
He
I
had
wonder
a lot
if
for Stanton, too. I remember some really corny ones for Stanton.
He would speak in Italian, wouldn't he?
For one of them, he did. Yeah, for sure. I don't remember how he said it, but yes, he did. Yeah. And then I think he would say like a Stantonian blast or something like that.
Right.
There were some that were
alternate calls.
There were some that I really liked, and then there were some that were dreadful. That were really, really bad. A texter saying that Paredes sounds like paradise, so that's why he says it. That makes some sense.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the connection I was looking for. Okay, that makes some sense.
That makes a lot of sense. There's your answer for sure. What do y'all think about who do y'all think from the Astros would be a good manager?
Wow.
Catchers make good managers. Give me Victor Caratini.
That was where my head went immediately.
You know who's probably a better one? Cesar Salazar.
I could see Christian Walker.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think he's played.
What has he done?
He played at the highest level in college. He's played at the highest. He's playing at a very high level in the major leagues. He seems like a guy that. It was weird. I was watching part of the documentary this morning on the South Carolina baseball team, the year they won the World Series, and he was on Jackie Bradley Jr. But just the interviews and stuff with him, it seems like he's the kind of guy that after playing would want to stay in baseball like that.
Interesting. I haven't really seen that I haven't really got to know him like that. Yeah, I think taqueria is the singular form and taquerias is the plural form. There's no doubt that is true, but the store names doesn't seem like it cares about the singular or the plural. Texter, I grew up with a guy whose family are the original owners and operators. I'll get clarification. I'm intrigued now about taqueria or taquerias. Aranda by Ritz has no S. You spend a lot of time around there, do you, Texter? What the Astros do at home is almost smoke and mirrors because of how terrible they are on the road. Big Art. It's crazy how differently it is. Because remember not so much last year, but the year before, they can never win at home, and now it's the opposite. Yeah,
all of that.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Let's get to the TK soft launching Hayden Wesneski being out for the year when we come back. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So did TK, did he soft launch that Hayden Wisniewski's out for the year? And look, we all think that. Like, dude missed 14 days or whatever because of arm fatigue, and then he came back, and then, oh, it's inflamed, and he's on the IL, and it's an elbow, and it's the Astros. Like, we've all jumped to the conclusion. Was it in Office Space, the jump to conclusions map? Like, we've jumped to the conclusions on the jump to conclusions map when it comes to Hayden Wisniewski, but usually we wait for, like, a reporter or the team's going to come out and tell us, like, a spot up before the game. Last night, TK was kind of talking about Arrighetti, was talking about Wisniewski. Did TK let it slip here?
Well, the local guys, they were anticipating big seasons out of both Spencer Arrighetti and Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Arrighetti can still fulfill that as he is slowly coming back from his injury. He is not obviously going to be out for the season, but Hayden Wisniewski is likely to be out for the season. We'll find out more as we go along, but
that's too bad.
Was that a tip? Was that a giveaway? Did he break the news that Hayden Wisniewski's done so?
I got to let you know that when he did it, I felt for him immediately, because I'm like, that's one of those when the camera's not on them, the camera's on the game, and your partner is already kind of bug-eyeing you, like making faces like, oops, because been there, done that with our guys again. But that's one of those deals where the minute it comes out of their mouth, you're like, oh my God, what did we just do?
Like the likely there, like I think the likely might have been more incriminating because you could tell he was like kind of trying to cover it up a little bit.
That's what I was going to say. I think that's one whether the producer got into his ear or he just caught himself and just was like, I got to do whatever I can to quickly kind of cover this up. And then the likely came out, and I felt so bad for him.
Yeah, that was, I'm pretty sure that he broke the news.
I think you're right.
Was it a party foul for me to post it?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think in today's day and age, if you didn't, somebody else would. And multiple people have been kind of trying to catch on to it or mentioning it on the radio as well. I think I heard Paul talk about it. But it's just one of those things where if you didn't do it, someone else was going to do it. So it's tough because you know what? You're so close to them. And I've told stories like this before, but I can remember before games when coaches would say, we already kind of understood it was off the record. We'd talk about an injury of some guy similar to this. And then all of a sudden in the course of the play-by-play, oh my God, here it comes and more. And we're like, what are we doing? And you just kind of, the conversation's casual, and sometimes you just aren't even thinking about it when you're also trying to do play-by-play.
Is he still going to come on the air with us on Friday?
Yeah, I don't.
Is he going to be mad at me?
I mean, I do think he's on social media. I don't think he's that kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't think if I was like sincerely worried about it, I wouldn't have done it. Schwab did steal my content about it because Schwab actually posted a video that I posted a video of, and he did it like 5 minutes later. So Schwab's in my doghouse. He stole my content. He's a content thief. That's Swabby. Didn't appreciate that. But at the same time, it's not my content, so I can't really do anything about it because like I kind of stole the content from the Shin. So like, what can I do? I can't be like, Swabby, you thief, you stole my idea. Like I borrowed somebody else's stuff. So I don't know if I can be mad at it. Can I be mad at it?
Well, Schwab, yes.
Because Swabby posted a video like 5 minutes after I posted the video.
Did you post the video with it, or did you just tweet?
No, I posted the video. Well, originally I just tweeted to TK, give it away. Okay. And then I pulled the video during the next commercial break.
Uh-huh.
And then Schwab, like 7 minutes later, had his own video of that moment. So I'm pretty sure
you absolutely you definitely can grind an axe with him on that one.
I'm pretty sure he saw my post and was like, oh, this is getting some pretty good feedback. Let me do my post of it so I can get some pretty good feedback.
Oh, I think you definitely have an issue with him then because, yeah, I mean, everybody listens to and watches the Shin. So that's basically like free for all. But I think the fact that you were first on it, I don't think there's any doubt that he probably just swooped right in to try and capitalize.
It was 5 minutes. I just pulled it up. I posted it at 7:50. He posted it at 7:55. He was trying to steal some. He was trying to steal some of my limelight.
He absolutely was.
He saw me influencing. He's like, let me get in on that influencing thing. He's out influencing me. So I got to copy his influence.
I mean, that's dirty.
I know. I thought so. I thought it was Bush League by Swabby.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it now that you've pointed it out. I think that's dirty pool. He should have given you credit for it.
Todd says TK might be mad, might not be happy tomorrow at 4:30. It might not be, although he does have the day off tomorrow. They're on Apple TV, and then he has the day off Sunday. I think they're like a Roku game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like some Roku game. You know who's broadcast? I saw it in the. I think it was Greg Rajon who had it. He does like a series thing. Yes. Where he posts where you can watch the game and stuff. He might have actually tweeted. I think he tweeted it. I think. In fact, I know I saw it on Twitter now that I think about it. Greg Rajon tweeted it. You know who's calling the game Sunday? It's a crossover between the two teams. Dave Raymond's doing the play-by-play. Jeff Blum's doing the color, and Julia's doing the sideline reporting. And we all love Dave Raymond in Houston.
Oh, do we?
We all love Dave Raymond in Houston. Of course, remember he made everybody mad a couple of years ago.
He did. Yep.
And he's going to be the national call, the only place you can watch Sunday's game on Roku, whatever, with Dave Raymond, Jeff Blum, and Julia Morales.
I guess you get 2 out of 3, and so you're okay. It's better. I obviously prefer TK, but at the same time, at least it's not. What was it? Was it TJ or whatever that works with Raymond that was even worse than him in trying to just go with the Astros?
Who?
It was an ex-pitcher that's his analyst.
Oh, for the
Rangers. That kind of just got all over the Astros during that same time that Raymond was catching heat.
Yeah, Raymond was like kind of joking, but it still irritated everybody.
Yep.
I know exactly who you're talking about, but the name's escaping me.
I think it's his first name is like initials.
Yeah, I want to say he was a
Nitkowski.
lefty.
Isn't it CJ Nitkowski?
That's it. Yep.
There you go.
Yep. CJ Nitkowski. Yeah, he was a lefty, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I could see him and I could see his playing days. CJ Nitkowski pitched for the Astros for like a year or two, didn't he?
Did he really?
Pretty sure that he did.
Yeah, I know that he annoyed the hell out of me when he was doing Ranger Astros games.
Nitkowski, 1998, pitched in 43 games with the Astros, 3-3 with a 3.77 ERA. Yep, he was a lefty. Remember me saying, I forgot that it was Nitkowski. That's funny. You had Raymond, who used to be the Astro broadcaster, and then Nitkowski, who pitched with the Astros in 98. And then everybody hates him in Houston because they started to run their mouth a little bit. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who is the Astros' best player as we talk today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who is the Astros' best player? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll get to that in just a moment. First, my buddy sent me a video of TikTok, and it was a couple of Royal players. I think it was Hosmer and Muskauskas. But they were talking, and they had Dayton Moore on, who's currently like an assistant GM with the Rangers or whatever, but used to be the general manager of the Kansas City Royals. So that's why they had him on, connection there. And on the podcast, Dayton Moore told a story about a trade offer that Jeff Luhnow presented to him. Here was Dayton Moore with that story.
We were in Houston in 2013. I got a call from Jeff Luhnow. I was sitting at the Starbucks coffee, and he said, "I got a deal for you." I said, "Okay." He said, "I'll trade you Altuve for Eric Hosmer."
Is that real?
Yeah, it's real.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Said, "Nope."
Oh,
Nope.
man.
That's a tough target at first base.
Tough target at first base. So he turned down a Jose Altuve for Eric Hosmer offer in 2013. This was, I don't know what point in 2013, but Jose Altuve's rookie year was 11. He had 234 plate appearances, hit 276. 2012, he had 630 plate appearances, hit 290. And then that was 2012. So, I don't know at what point, if it was before the 2013 season, if it was during the 2013 season. In 13, he was fine, 283. And then he really took off in 2014. So, Jeff Luhnow was at minimum shopping Jose Altuve before Jose Altuve became the Jose Altuve we all know and love.
That's crazy.
It is nuts.
That to hear that, and then I started thinking about how many GMs and how many would be honest about the ones that the deals that they either didn't do, should have done, like the regret file of how many are there for each of these GMs, and who would be honest enough to just say, yeah, I passed on so-and-so, or I gave up so-and-so and I regretted it the rest of my career, things like that. Because he said I was in Houston at a Starbucks. So I would assume that means it was probably in season.
And I don't know if he said he was in Houston.
He did. He did. If you play it, I don't know if Brian.
I like the way that he said it. He said, "I'm at the Starbucks coffee." I didn't catch the Houston thing.
You got it, Brian? Okay, run it.
We were in Houston.
Oh, dang.
In 13.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That had to have been in season then.
Yeah. So then, and I assume Hosmer was still pretty damn good at that point.
Yeah, Eric Hosmer in 2013, I have it right here. It was only his third year in the bigs, but he was a better player in 13 than Altuve was. He had 303, 801 OPS. Now, that was kind of close to his peak, Eric Hosmer. He never became he was good. He was
pretty good.
He was an all-star a couple of times, but he was never the best first baseman in baseball. Like Jose Altuve was the best second baseman in baseball.
This has the feel to me of a Daryl Morey move. And what I mean by that is a guy that has such an ego and such confidence that he can pull off any trade that ends up looking like he pulled the wool over somebody's eyes, that it almost feels like Luhnow was calling him going, "Hey, I'll give you this guy for one of your best players." Huh? Come on. You want to.
See, this kind of checks out with the story, too, that the Astros, didn't love Jose Altuve because, early in his career, he was a good contact hitter, but didn't hit for any power, didn't walk at all. That's who he was in his first few years.
Was it Luhnow himself that said when we first brought him up, we had him as a bridge?
I don't think he said that himself. I think somebody else relayed the information. I think Jose Altuve said that.
Yeah, because it got out and it was kind of spread around a little bit that it was he knew or they told him that he was just going to be a placeholder or a bridge until they, got better.
Because Jose Altuve in 2012 and 13, again, he wasn't a star. He had an OPS plus of 101 in 12, and he had an OPS plus of 89 in 2013. And then did you all of a sudden think that he was going to be a 341 hitter the following year, that he would lead the league in batting average 3 of the next 4 seasons, that he would eventually have 31 home runs in a year, that he would eventually win an MVP? So this is one of those examples where even a general manager has no idea what a player is going to become.
Right. Yeah. And I think, like I said, I think that's one of those where he was like, let me see if I can get one over on the Royals, take this guy that, he's been better than we thought he was going to be. But maybe I can get him to bite on Hosmer, who I thought at that point in his career was, one of the better first basemen in the league.
Probably top 5-ish first baseman
Yep.
at that time.
Yep.
And he was still young. I
Yep.
mean, he was only 23 years old. Like in 2023, Eric Hosmer was better than Jose Altuve. That to me, you can't even argue.
No,
Like,
not at all. I'm sorry, but that's kind of like Daryl, how Daryl used to do it. He'd take we knew he wasn't big on draft picks and younger guys, but he would take the flyer always of, hey, I got this guy. He's really going to explode and be phenomenal. Why don't you give me so-and-so for him? And the other GM would hang up because it was like, yeah, nice try.
That is funny though. Like the alternate reality of what would have happened. So I pulled up when Kansas City and Houston played each other in 2013.
Okay.
This would have been May 20th through May 22nd. And Jose Altuve, like 2 weeks prior to the series, had an average up to 342, 345. And by the time the Kansas City series ended, it was down to 312. So he tried to trade him like while he was in
Get
a
him while
slump.
he's hot. Yep.
And then he actually ended the year Altuve down at 283. So he did fizzle the rest of that year and then became, one of the greatest second basemen of all time in the years to come.
It also told you kind of what he hasn't publicly said, which is that he probably still didn't believe that we were going to see this Jose Altuve the rest of his career.
I mean, I think it's very obvious with that news and with what Altuve said in the past that he did not think that. I think we can make that conclusion.
Yeah. I think that's unbelievable. Like I said, I would be so intrigued if on a podcast or something that you could get GMs, even from all different sports, to just kind of talk about the deals that they should have, they didn't, or that they regretted. Because you're going to offend people along the players that were involved along the way, but you can't. I mean, it would be so amazing to say, God, I had a chance to get so-and-so and said, are you kidding me? And now, 10 years later, I'm going, what the hell was I thinking?
I would pay money to watch that.
That'd be awesome.
That content would be great.
There's our Netflix show.
I've been watching the Boston Red Sox Netflix show. I think I finished episode 8 last night.
Is that the one where they walk on treadmills talking about like when Abreu got cut?
Yeah, I posted that this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it just follows them around. Like it's clubhouse stuff. It's pretty cool. Like I like the behind the scenes. I don't love the Red Sox and I don't love Cora and I really don't like any of their players. I'm starting to really dislike Tristan Cassis, but it's cool though to see the behind the scenes of that. And like, they talked about Jose Abreu on the episode last night because it follows him around all year. And if they were following him around whenever the Jose Abreu news went down, and then Casas walked into Giolito. Giolito used to be a teammate with Abreu in Chicago. And he's like, dang, they cut Abreu. They're paying him $30 million not to play.
Yeah. And then isn't that also the same series when Jared Duran opened up about contemplating suicide and everything, and then that fan went off in Cleveland?
Well, they didn't. Yes. So that I've seen that episode. Good episode. I'm surprised he has like confidence issues because he's so stinking good. But there was a fan that went after him last year, but the fan that went on after him this year was not in that. That was separate.
Okay. Yeah. I just know that that's the story. And when it aired, that is where the Cleveland fan got the ammunition to throw it at him.
Yeah. What is it? Jalen? How do you say his name? Duran? Duran?
Yeah.
Duran. He's I always get confused between Duran and Duran. Yeah, he's interesting. He's an interesting cat. Like obviously a very good baseball player.
He's hyper talented.
But he's interesting.
Didn't he like a year or so ago also get caught dropping the slur to a fan behind home plate?
Yeah, well, I mean, this episode, he actually won World Series or All-Star MVP last year, and it follows him around to the All-Star, and he had this tailored suit, and inside the tailored suit, it had like "F you all," like
really,
embroidered on the jacket.
Because it was like a homophobic slur that he yelled at a fan that the hot mic caught.
Right? Yeah. He's an interesting cat, man. He's a great player. He's kind of Johnny Damon-like to me a little bit.
Yeah, but Johnny Damon was pretty squeaky clean, right?
Damon?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't think that Johnny Damon would ever be a guy that you'd think would say that kind of stuff.
I don't. I mean, he was one of the idiots.
Yeah, but
I don't know if he was throwing homophobic slurs, but I don't think Johnny Damon was known as like the sophisticated, like buttoned up dude.
I mean, they always said the chicks dig the long ball and the long hair, and Johnny Damon was like the heartthrob of all the Red Sox back then. But I thought he was pretty squeaky clean image wise.
Yeah, I don't really. I guess I don't know enough. Who is the best Astro right now? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Who is the Houston Astros' best player as we talk today? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Blakers, who's the Astros' best player?
See, the obvious answer is Pena and the hot streak that he's been on since he started batting leadoff. But maybe it's because I still have the doubt that he's going to be able to maintain anything close to this for the rest of the year, or that he's going to maintain this. I'm going to say Hunter Brown.
Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah. He entered my mind. I didn't think you were going to go there. So you don't think Pena can sustain this, which, I mean, I don't think he can sustain an 840 OPS either. What do you think that number is for him? Like when it's all said and done, we'll go OPS plus. It's easy to translate. He's at 138 now. Like his career averages have always been 100 prior to this year, around 100.
I would go 117.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think that's out of the equation. Hunter Brown's an interesting one. That's I like
just
that
think
answer.
Regardless if you want to call him the diesel or whatever they're calling him, I mean, the guy is he is lights out lately. And every fifth day when he gets the ball, or sixth day if they go to the sixth man, this dude is going to put up a hell of a start for you that, has more people, again, retaking notice of the fact that he might be one of the best pitchers in baseball. So I think he's definitely in the conversation.
This is going to sound funny coming from me based on the conversation we had yesterday. I'm not a huge back of the baseball card matters, because back of the baseball card. Thank you, Joe. Does do a good job of kind of predicting the future, giving us a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. I still think Jordan's the best player on the Houston Astros. And yeah, I know he doesn't play defense. It doesn't matter, because if he hits the way he's capable of hitting, can carry any baseball team that he's on. So even though Jordan's off to a bad start, even though I was bad-mouthing Jordan a little bit yesterday, and even though, again, he's been abysmal to start this year, and he always gets hurt. If he sneezes, he gets hurt. I believe that Jordan's the Astros' best player. Brian, who do you got?
Yeah, I guess it depends on how we frame this as actually available to the Astros right now, or just best player on the roster. Because if it's best player on the roster, it's obviously Jordan. But if we're opening up to outside of that, I would agree with Joel and go Hunter Brown.
Okay. All right. I thought you were going to go Pena.
I mean, offensively for sure, but just best overall player, I would go Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say it like you mean it. Talk about your guy.
Look, I will eat crow on that one, because I don't remember the exact phrasing that I used when conversations about Pena came up in the past, but I was certainly very out on his offensive potential. Maybe it's just as easy as a flip of his spot in the batting order, or maybe this is a Jalen Green hot streak that'll cool off.
Or what if it's a player reaching his potential?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is a young player. Players get better.
Yeah, but in year 4, and he was kind of an older prospect coming in. So, I mean, I guess that's possible. It wasn't what immediately popped to my mind as what's happening right now with him. But certainly, I mean, 16 games since becoming the leadoff guy, he's been amazing.
Yeah, I think that I'm kind of with BMAC in the fact that it depends on how we phrase this. Because if it's just the best player on the roster, I think it's Jordan. I think you're right, Jeremy. I think that, just everything we've talked about in the past prior to yesterday was his unbelievable ability to hit for average, hit for power, have a good eye at the plate, that he could be a top 5 hitter in baseball pretty much every year going forward. You're right. The injuries factor in as well. But I just think if you just asked me, hey, if Jordan's healthy, who's the best player on the Astros? I think it's Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to go Jordan too. Now, if you went strictly off numbers and you eliminated Hunter Brown, it would be Pena right now. Pena's got your best WAR currently, 2.2. Isak is at a 2.0. I mean, sometimes it takes players a little while to click. I mean, Jose Altuve became the batting champ his 4th year in the league. He went from being a guy that was being offered for Eric Hosmer to being a batting champion 3 of the next 4 years and winning an MVP. So I think sometimes we are too quick to judge players. And look, I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth here, because I also don't think Pena is going to be able to sustain this level of play for the entirety of the year. But I do think he's going to be better in year 4 than he was his first 3 years. And I think he's probably going to be better next year than he is this year. I think it's the development of a young player. Even an older rookie. I remember when the morning show was trying to get Mauricio Dubon to be the everyday shortstop over Jeremy Pena. You remember that not too long ago?
Yeah, and wasn't it?
Granado called our show during our show whenever we were kind of mocking the idea of playing Dubon over Pena.
He killed us, didn't he?
Yeah, he's like, oh, he can't hit. He's Tim Bogar. They're calling Pena Tim Bogar, and they were calling for Pena to be benched for Mauricio Dubon. And now he's arguably on the short list of their best player. He has been their best player so far through 40-something games. Through the quarter poll of the year, he is their best offensive player. They're calling him Tim Bogar, and they should have benched him for Mauricio Dubon in the playoffs.
Well, was it when Correa left, wasn't the push that Aledmus Diaz should be in the mix instead of Pena, that Pena wasn't ready?
Whenever Correa left as a free agent?
Yeah.
Was Diaz still on the team, or is Diaz already gone?
No, I think that it was a conversation between, do you go with the young guy and you go with Pena, or do you go with, at that time, a guy that they really liked all the different things he was able to do in Aledmus Diaz?
Yeah, I don't remember if he was on the team.
I think that's right. We can look it up and see, but I believe that's how I remember it.
You remember? I'm looking it up right now. Do you remember? You know what I remember out of that one though? I remember Cody Stutes banging the table for Andrelton Simmons.
Oh, that's right.
Do you remember that?
Was he a free agent, or was it? I think he was a free agent. He was like, yeah, this is the guy. I totally remember that.
He was banging the table for Andrelton Simmons, and I was like, oh man,
table's never going to be the same.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that.
Neither was Andrelton Simmons.
No, I'm just saying.
Man. I mean, it was a strong joke.
Yeah, it was exactly.
I don't know. That sounded like a fat
It was
joke.
a joke. Let's put it that way.
What was the movie with Eddie Murphy? Was it where he played all the characters?
The Clumps?
Oh, Nutty Professor.
Nutty Professor. Whenever the mom was like, Hercules. That's what I just thought of whenever you said Cody Stutes banging the table.
Jeez, Cody's catching straight.
No,
we're out here talking about Jeremy Pena and Mauricio Dubon. All of a sudden, we're making Cody Stutes fat jokes.
No, it wasn't a
It didn't have
fat
to be a
joke. It
fat
was a
joke.
strength
Come on,
joke. It's a
man.
strong joke. Hercules
He's
wasn't fat.
pounding the
Hercules
table.
was strong.
Stick to the Red Weasel jokes. Leave Cody
It's not.
alone.
It's
I don't
not
think I need your
fat,
advice.
Brian. You're taking this completely out of context. The table's not going to be the same, not because he's fat. It's because he's strong. A fat man doesn't break the table. A strong man does. Hercules was not ever synonymous with his size and his obesity. Hercules was synonymous with his strength and his muscles.
Except for in the specific example of the Clumps movie you just mentioned.
I wasn't Clumps. It was Nutty Professor.
Okay, yeah, but that wasn't
But it involved
a
the
strong man. That was a fat guy.
He was very strong, though.
Okay, a fat guy can be strong though.
I think you want it to be a fat joke. It wasn't meant to be a fat joke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you're running from it.
Now you're adopting Jeremy's.
I think you're running from it.
22. So
I'm
let
not.
Diaz. No, Diaz. Yeah, you're right. Diaz's last year in Houston was in 22, and Correa left after 21. So he would have been on the table. Yeah,
I
Now,
know
was
that
he-
it was one of the possibilities.
Yeah, they were calling for Andrelton Simmons.
Ugh.
Should we put that on? I mean, we have bad take a little bit. Should we put that on there?
Andrelton Simmons did play baseball in 2022, though. He played in 34 games and hit a $173 and never played in the big leagues again.
Yeesh.
That might be one of the all-time worst takes ever.
Added to the list today.
I mean, what? It's been 3 years.
Yeah, but I mean, have we put it on before?
Yeah, I remember it still to this day.
All right.
Pretty sure. Fat guy can be strong. Life goals. Ledmus was on a heater at the end of 21. Some were saying Breggs moved to short and have Diaz at third for 22. I do remember that now you mentioned that. I do remember the Breggs play shortstop conversation. Joe George jokes. No one even brought up Joe George.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. Would you believe that Tim Bogar's career average is within 10 points of Kyle Schwarber? Dude raked. Tim Bogart did not rank. Kyle Schwarber is not a batting average guy. Kyle Schwarber's an on-base home run guy. So it doesn't shock me that Bogart was within 10 points. Tim Bogart probably has 3 career home runs. So that's not a good comparison. Need to bench Rodgers for Dubon. What do you think about that?
I think for right now, I think you ride the hot hand. If Dubon's got a couple of knocks last night, then you want to play Dubon at second base. And until he cools off, I think defensively, I think both of them are equal to me.
Yeah, same.
So it's whoever the better hitter is at the time is who I would go with.
Yeah, I agree with you. Dubon had a couple of doubles yesterday. Give him a start
That's right.
today. If he goes 0 for, then go Brendan Rodgers tomorrow. If it's a fly ball pitcher, then go Jose Altuve that day. Jordan in his glass jaw starting to get annoying. Can't be the greatest if he can't be on the field. That's a fair point.
Now I did look it up this morning. He's off the tee now. He's actually taken he's swinging in the cage. So I guess they're kind of, as MLB.com wrote it up, that he's more day to day now. Like he could be coming off any day. I hope that's the case.
That's the way that Dana Brown. I listened to the Dana Brown interview on the way home yesterday with Salisbury. I went back and listened to it, and he kind of gave that same thing. Like,
Okay.
we expect him back, not necessarily like today, but very soon. He's getting close. And then he said the whole "it's not hurting, it's lack of comfort" type of deal, which is Jordan ever comfortable?
What the hell does that mean?
If you have a little bit of an achy hand, it takes a little while for the bat to feel
comfort.
good.
You know, Brian, it's like
maybe he's
when
got a callus or something.
when you go with the banana hammock instead of the boxer brief.
There's just no way he could have made Jordan sound more soft than saying, "Oh, it's not hurt." He's just, just discomfort. It's just
I don't
not
disagree
lack
with
of
that.
comfort.
It doesn't portray Jordan in a very
portrays him
tough way.
so soft.
Yeah, it does. Y'all said today, as it stands, Jordan keeps playing in the IL, rotating door. Fromber can be a head case. This exact moment right now, if not Pena, it's got to be Paredes playing Gold Glove caliber defense, getting on base at a high clip when healthy. Of course, it's Jordan. Yeah, Isak's been really good.
I was going to say, let me say this. I didn't expect his defense to be as good as it's been. But overall, the entire defense I didn't expect to be as good as it is right now.
Yeah, he's been nails. Rackham Pete, when healthy and on his game, Jordan is the best player on the roster. Certainly has the most PTO. He's got Palula level PTO. In the Matrix. Have you seen the Matrix?
Yes, a long
I've never
time
seen
ago.
the Matrix start to finish. Is it Neo? Is his name Neo?
Brian, what's his name?
I've never seen the movie start to finish.
I think it's Neo. In the Matrix
are you asking
Part
about
1,
Keanu's character or Lawrence Fishburne?
I don't know, dude. In the Matrix Part 1 where Neo finally realizes his powers, Pena has finally realized his powers, and I don't think it's going to stop. I hope not. He certainly looks the part. Got to vote for Hader as the best player on the Astros.
He's quietly doing lights out work too.
You should ask the hottest player, not best player. Well, then it wouldn't be a tough question then, Texter. Best player would be Jordan or Altuve. Go Twins. It would not be Altuve. Altuve is not even close in the conversation as the best Astro currently on 2025. Sorry, he's not.
How far down the list would we have to go right now?
I mean,
to
we
get
just
to
named
Altuve?
we just named 4 or 5 players. Like Isak would be higher than Altuve.
Yeah.
Jordan would. Pena would. Hunter Brown would. Fromber is.
I was going to say Fromber is one that we're not
Is
mentioning
Hader?
yet.
It's hard for me to put a reliever ahead of him, but maybe.
There's no chance Altuve's in the top 5,
No.
as you just illustrated.
No, he's not in the top 5. Best player is the closer. Hunter Brown is the best Astro.
This might
Hunter
be-
Brown, and it's not close. Pena and Paredes deserve some love, but Hunter's right there with Cy Young.
Well, what did you say about he really started going when Altuve got going? Since maybe in 10 years, this would be the lowest Altuve's been. Right now,
Probably.
Like, where would you put him right now? Most times.
Oh, for like best player on the
yes,
Astros?
yes. This would
This
be
is
the
his low
lowest
point?
he's been. Yep.
Maybe 2020, whenever he was terrible in the COVID year.
Okay.
Because they were loaded. Like, they still had Springer, Bregman, Correa, Fromber. Verlander was out that year. Jordan got hurt like one game in. I'd have to go back and look. But maybe I would certainly say the lowest since 2020.
Yeah.
And maybe more than 2020. But he was awful in 2020. He wasn't good that year. A lot of the Astros weren't good that year, though.
Yeah, his OPS plus that year in 2020 was a 71. So
That was the year he asked Dusty to move down in the lineup. He hit 6 for a couple of games at his suggestion. Remember that? Knocked on Dusty's office, said he would be down.
Yep.
Which is admirable. I appreciate that. A couple on Twitter, Jordan, but Hunter Brown's having the best season. Hater in the conversation between Hunter Brown or Pena. Hunter Brown, Jordan, Pena, Hunter Brown. Someone gave us 4. Altuve, Jordan, Valdez, Pena. See, that's an SAT question. Which of the 4 do not belong? Would be Jose Altuve. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The NFL released their schedule yesterday. What do we think of this Houston Texans schedule? Did the league do them favors? No favors. How many are they going to win of the 17? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texans schedule release, Blankers. What hot takes do you have of the Texans schedule?
I don't know about hot takes. I feel more confident in this schedule. I think everything is just fine for them. I mean, I like the national games that they got. Everybody hates Thursday night games, but I think overall I'm good with it. I feel like it's going to be a good year for them. And I mean, like we talked about, I wasn't all that giddy. I already knew who they were going to play, but
I don't like the bye in week 6. Way too early. I hate that.
The early
I wish it was in week 12.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
I like the bye as late in the week as late in the year as possible. I'm not a fan of the bye in week 6.
See, I kind of more like it in the middle. Like
I like it late. If you're going to be a playoff team, I like it late because
last year, because last year was week 14.
Yes.
Ugh,
yes.
Okay.
Get me healthy and get ready for the stretch drive.
Yep.
See, this is the thing. Like we all I like it at the midway point of the season, but we all make that calculus based on an 18-week year. The Texans are a playoff team. The Texans have been a playoff team the last 2 years. If they're not a playoff team this year, it's going to be highly disappointing. So it should be 3 years in a row where the Texans are a playoff team. If the Texans are a playoff team, last 2 years have been in the divisional round. They've played 20 weeks into the year. So the halfway point's really week 10. Not week 9.
Week 10. I just
week
don't like,
11.
I don't like the week 14.
I like it as late as possible. If I'm a playoff team, give it to me as late as possible.
Yeah, it just felt like they were dragging a bit going into the week 14 bye last year. Week 10, I'd be great with because, like you said, you're trying to play 20 weeks. That makes sense. Dead middle. But I'm with you at least though. Week 6 far too early. That's probably my biggest negative that stands out on the schedule.
That's really my only negative. I mean, everything else is meh. Like whatever.
I mean, you already knew you're playing these two, but I mean, at Chiefs, at Ravens is tough. But overall, I think this is a pretty favorable schedule.
Yeah, at least they're not like back to back. Remember the Murderers Row last year at the end of the year? Like at least you don't have that. How about the Monday Night Football game being the second game of the doubleheader and starting at 9?
I hate that.
Week 7 at Seattle, a 9 p.m. game on Monday Night Football.
I was surprised the Seattle game was even Monday night to begin with.
Well, you know why? I mean, they needed a West Coast team to be starting that late. I do like that the NFL schedule, not limiting the Texans for a second. I hated the Monday Night Football games that started within 30 minutes of each other. I like that they're going back to the true doubleheader of it. I thought it was so stupid when they started them roughly at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I hated that. Like, I want to be able to see as much of both games as possible if I have the opportunity to see 2 NFL games on a given night. I really don't want to be like setting up 2 screens or just, staying more in tune with which is a better game of the two. I would like to just watch both of them in their as much of their entirety as I can.
Texture, do you think the NFL would ever go to a same week bye week for the entire league? Never. They're not giving up a full week of inventory. No chance.
Oh, no way.
I do think they should condense the bye weeks. I think they're spread out too much, but yeah, they're never just doing one complete league bye week.
What are the spans?
I believe they start in week 5 and they go to week 14.
And you rather see like week 8, week 12?
Like week 7 to week 11.
I remember the Packers had the week 5 pretty recent. I think in one of Rodgers last year's, and everybody killed it. They were just like, this is the worst possible time that they could ever get a bye week. They completely. I think if you polled players, all the players would love to have them at least after week 10.
Oh, for sure. Here, I have them winning 13 games, 13 and 4.
Ooh,
yeah,
you're Brian this year.
13 and 4. No, what do you mean? Whoa, look at this. They're going to go the week 1 at the Rams. I don't care. I know that they're underdogs in that game by 2.5 points. The wrong team's favored in 6 months. Give me the Texans are going to go into LA, beat up the Rams 1-0. They're going to beat Tampa at home 2-0. They win divisional games on the road. So they'll win at Jacksonville 3-0. Of course, they're beating Tennessee at home. They're 4-0 at Baltimore. No, 4-1 going into the bye. They'll beat Seattle on Monday Night Football 5-1. They'll beat San Francisco at home 6-1. They'll beat Denver at home 7-1. They'll beat Jacksonville at home 8-1. They'll beat Tennessee on the road 9-1. They'll lose to Buffalo at home 9-2. They'll beat Indy 10-2. They'll lose at Kansas City 10-3. They'll beat Arizona 11-3. They'll beat the Raiders 12-3, and then they'll beat the Colts. I lost one there. Oh, the Chargers. Yeah. I have them losing to the Chargers. So 12-4. Then they'll win the final game of the year against the Colts 13-4. Texans go 13-4. And the craziest game that I had them winning is what at LA.
13 and
13 and 4 is in play.
Beat one of the some of the teams are considered the top teams in the AFC.
The only team, I have them losing to Baltimore. I have them losing to Kansas City. I have them losing to Buffalo. Like the best, I have them losing at LA.
And
the Chargers. The best win I have for them is winning on the road against the Rams. Like 13 and 4 is on the table.
It's not insane. It's not what I picked, but it's not insane because this schedule is
13
light
and 4.
years softer than it was last year.
So much softer. So much softer. I didn't really realize they had 3 home games in a row, 8, 9, 10, and they actually have 4 or 5 at home.
Yeah,
and 8,
in
9, 10,
the
11,
closing
12.
stretch, no less. Like like you said, the last 5 games, 4 of them are at home, and as you went over, like those 4 home games are Cardinals, Raiders, and 4 of the last 3 of the last 4: Cardinals, Raiders, and Colts at home to close the year, with the game at the Chargers in between. So a soft closing stretch. You know, you're always going to have the uneven home road split because of the 17-game schedule, but that's in your favor this year.
Yep.
With 9 home games and 8 road games. Yeah, as you mentioned, there's no murderer's row like there was last year with the Dolphins. I believe it was Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens. There's nothing like that this year. They don't have to go to either coast back-to-back weeks. Like the schedule makers actually did them some favors this year.
Other than the bye week in week 6, this is as good and as friendly as a schedule as could be.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really, really conducive schedule to them.
Yeah.
For them for the year. I think that's accurate. I just think that there's going to be some slip ups along the way. That's why I didn't go as high as 13.
And they did, like Kansas City and Buffalo aren't back to back. Kansas City and Baltimore aren't back to back. So there's no fear of a losing streak and losing tons of momentum and stuff like that, or knocking your confidence. Super favorable schedule. What do you have them then?
I had them at 10.
Woof.
I had them at 10.
Who do you have them losing to?
Oh my God. I mean, I had them at 10 and 7, maybe 11, but I don't have them winning the opener. And I do have them beating Tampa Bay and Jacksonville and Tennessee. I have them losing to Baltimore. I have them losing to the Niners. I have them losing to the Bills. I have them losing to the Chiefs. And I have them losing to the Chargers.
That's 11 and 6.
Right. But then as I said to Brian, the one thing is I just don't think they're going to run the table on the division. I think they'll drop one to either Jacksonville or the Colts.
Okay. But then you don't think that they could win one that they wouldn't?
They could. That's why I said the lowest I'd go is 10. I felt my first gut feeling reaction to every game, I had them at 10 and 7. I could easily see them being 11 and 6.
13 and 4. Take that for data.
You are Brian this year. That's crazy.
He's outdoing me. I had him at 11 my first run.
I thought you said you had him at 16 and 1.
No, you should check your hearing there, pal.
Oh, that was last year.
That was last year, yeah.
13 and 4. Yeah.
What'd you have him at, Brian?
11 and 5.
Okay.
13 and 4.
No, I'm sorry, 11 and 6. Yeah.
Good math, though.
Yeah.
Junior Broncos.
I caught it at least.
J-Bo and Beer Bong in the Kool-Aid, Barrett Sports Media Effect. 13 and 4, baby. 13 and 4, Brian. 713-780-3776. Wood and Keith.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Hang on, Wood and Keith. We'll get to you on the other side. The Hype texting about it as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
13-4, baby. Bookmark it. 713-780-ESPN. Texter, boy, this is worse than Will Levis take. Is it? We'll see. We'll still see about Levis, too. It's a cam battle in Tennessee, they say. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Wood, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Wood?
Man, y'all drinking the Kool-Aid.
13-4.
Break this down, y'all. I'm gonna break this down. 9-8 is what
9-8.
9-8. I'm realistic here. You got to remember, we have an offensive line that Nick Casario has put together that he has proven he can't put together in the last 5 years since he's been here. We got rid of our book-end tackle, the blindside tackle, Larry Thompson.
Yeah, he's soft.
Who
Tunsil's
can
soft.
only protect. Hold on. He can protect CJ on that end. That's one thing that we knew he could protect on that.
He doesn't
end.
help him up the ground, though. Whenever he gets sacked to the ground, he doesn't help him up.
But now you got these projects that we brought in here from other teams that we hoping that we can gel together as one offensive line unit together, which we haven't proved we can do that when we had a good offensive tackle. And the only tackle that we have now that's worth a dime is Titus Howard. And we're moving him back and forth from guard to right to right tackle, and he's the best that we have. And then you got to realize every time that we were getting killed in the middle, and everything. And they are that right side. They were never killing us with the left side when Towns was there. But now we going to get bum rushed. CJ going to get killed. That's the reason why we playing against these teams. The Rams got a defensive line. Tampa Bay have a defensive line. Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City. That's the reason why we're going to end up going 9-8. Because then you got to remember the first two games we coming off with the offensive line. They don't get physical during training camp. They had a softest training camp rules now because of the union. They can't get too physical out there, so it's gonna take them a while to get gel and get physically strong enough to handle them big old 300-pound men that's gonna be whooping it upside their head.
Wood. No, stop. Here's the thing. Let me ask you this. So you got them at 9-8, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't think there's any chance that they could back into an extra win? Because you think I've drank the Kool-Aid and I lost my mind because I said 10-7?
I think he's talking to me.
Oh, because I'm like, and here's the other thing. How many rookies and young guys do you think are going to be starting on this offensive line? The majority of the guys that they brought in are all veterans that know how to handle 300-pound guys.
If they were veterans what they saw, they'll still be on their team that they were with. And the veterans that was worth the salt, we didn't during the first.
So your phone doesn't agree with you.
Did his phone just censor him?
Yeah, his phone doesn't even agree with him.
Well, appreciate the call, brother. Good call, and those are good points. Like, I'm not going to sit here in front. Like, those are really good points. Like, that is the biggest question about the Houston Texans and how good they can be and if they can reach their potential. We all know that. Like, and Wood described it very well. Like, their offensive line's the biggest question. If their offensive line stinks, they're going to struggle to get 9 to 10 wins.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're going to scheme it. I think the offensive line is going to be a little bit better than we think. I think it's going to be the sum of all parts. Yeah, Tunsil was their best talent, but they were still pretty bad offensive line-wise, even with Tunsil. So I think the sum of all parts will help. And I think Nick Caley is going to bring out the best of them. I think Nick Caley not only is going to bring out the best of them, but I think he's going to scheme for what is an average at best offensive line. Get rid of the football quick. Run the ball. Stop trying to run all these plays that take forever to develop. I always remember last year, Slowick, whenever he was asked about the identity of the team, and he said that they were top 5 or whatever in explosive plays. And football was football. Like, if you're top 5 in explosive plays, that's great. But also, what does that tell you? It means that you're taking a lot of shots. You're taking you're calling a lot of plays looking for explosive plays. Usually explosive plays, yeah, you can give them, an athlete in space and he can turn it into an explosive play. But the easiest way to get an explosive play is you catch a deep ball downfield. What does it take to catch the deep ball downfield? It takes time to throw it. I don't think Bobby Slowick was calling good plays with the offensive line that he had. I don't think he schemed it very good with the offensive line he had, and I'm hopeful and optimistic, clearly, 13-4, that Nick Caley is going to be able to scheme around an average offensive line. And obviously they're going to have to be at least average to be 13-4. So, Wood's points are solid, though. I mean, that would be their negative.
I am on board with Caley, and I believe that the combination of Caley and Popovich, I think, are going to help. And I agree with you that the scheming is going to be, I think that that he's going to bring in a totally different philosophy with the O-line. I think he's going to scheme it differently. I think that he is going to get the best out of it, and they obviously consulted with him when they started restructuring this offensive line in the offseason. So I am optimistic the line will be better, even if the names aren't bigger.
Their offensive line stuck last year, and they won 10 games. And this year, they'll be a little bit better with a softer schedule, put them down for 11 wins. Isn't there still time for the Texans to make a move for the offensive line? There is, but they don't have tons of cap space. And, who are you bringing in now? They did bring in, who was that swing tackle? Noah Fant. They brought him in during camp a couple of years ago, who was their swing tackle. He backed up Laramie and Titus. Ended up playing quite a bit that year.
Right?
One of the fans. I confuse him and the tight end, whichever fan it was.
George.
Whatever. They brought him in during camp. So there's still time, but there's also some cap restrictions that the Texans are facing. And then there's also talent restrictions that most of them that are already, anybody who's a free agent right now ain't great. I do like Will Hernandez. I wouldn't hate the idea of that. Who's the O-line coach? They have Greg Popovich's baby boy, Nick Popovich. El Jefe Jr. is their offensive line coach. Was the assistant offensive line coach last year, but we're going to kind of ignore that. You don't think Nick knows how to handle 300-pound guys? Nick Caserio is kind of small. I think he would get eaten by 300-pound guys, Nick Caserio.
I think he's talking about Caserio or Kaylee.
I don't know. They're both named Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's a good question. You're probably talking about Kaylee.
I think so.
Yeah, you're probably right. Tell Wood that Houston had a top 5 defense in the NFL. They'll be better. Wood should be on Bad Take Boulevard. Hey, Wood, the Texans have a top 5 defense in the NFL. They'll be better. Can't put them on Bad Take Boulevard yet, though, because it hasn't materialized. We don't know if it's a bad take. He might be absolutely right whenever we're talking at the end of the season. So if he's wrong, then we'll put him on Bad Take Boulevard, but he's not wrong yet. We might disagree, but he's not wrong yet. 713-780-3776. Go out to the HRMP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Jeremy. I love the show, guys. I think your win total and your record of prediction is one off.
13.
The fact that you just guaranteed a win against this new look Las Vegas Raiders team like it was automatic is insane. New GM, new coach, Pete Carroll won a Super Bowl. Geno Smith, a top 15 quarterback. That an A+ draft. Ashton Genty comes through. Brock Bowers is a beast. They added some really key free agents. That is not an automatic win. The Texans will win 12. The Raiders will win that game.
Okay.
Any chance that Keith's a Raider fan?
It's cute that Pete Carroll has 1 Super Bowl ring. You know how many Nick Caserio has? Our guy, Big Nick? He's got 6. Nick Caserio's got 6 Super Bowl rings, Keith. 13-4.
And how
Vegas
long ago was
is a
that
cupcake.
Pete Carroll Super Bowl ring? It's over a decade now.
Needed beast mode.
Yeah, at least he didn't screw one up that he could have won. No, never mind.
I also like how he said, I'm
that actually handed it right to Nick. He gave Nick one of his, so there's that.
Yeah, if Genty's at the 1 yard line, give it to Genty.
Yeah.
Also, like he said, I'm guaranteeing it. No, I'm just picking it. Just picking them to win the game, not guaranteeing it. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive. Pete, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Pete?
Well, on the schedule, I think the Texans are good for 11 wins at least, maybe 12. It just really comes down to how that offensive line comes together, as well as how the receivers opposite Nico Collins perform. Defensively, I think they're going to be just as good or better than last year. It just really comes down to the offense and how that thing comes together. But otherwise, I think they'll have a good year. On another note, NFL, why do you keep putting my Cowboys in prime time? They haven't been relevant since America Online was putting download CDs in my mailbox. Y'all have a good one.
Pete's old.
The love-hate of a Cowboy fan.
Pete, how old is Pete? He's at least in his 50s.
Probably.
Because he said in my mailbox. See, I used to get the American Online CDs, but they were in my parents' mailbox. So he's got to be minimum in his 50s.
He definitely had a MySpace account, right?
Oh, sure. I had a MySpace.
You wouldn't have to be 50 to get MySpace.
I had one.
I had a MySpace. Who was in your top 8?
Well, certainly. What was that guy's name that was in
Tom.
everyone's? Tom. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that had the stupid looking over his shoulder picture.
Remember, you could make your you could customize your song. No, I guess you couldn't customize it, but you could pick your song to be on your profile page.
Yeah.
Man, that was before its time.
Yeah.
And Zuckerberg came in there and stole everybody's ideas.
That was when you could download music for free too.
You could
be stealing music from all over.
Where did you steal your music?
LimeWire.
LimeWire. Before that, it was Napster.
Yep.
LimeWire. I think there was another one too. I can't remember. And then you would burn the CDs, and you have different soundtracks for different emotions of your life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you're feeling a little sad, you throw in a little Avril Lavigne. You know,
I love Beef to the LimeWire. Just God, I forgot that song. I'm gonna get that song real quick. Boom, got it.
Little Onyx, who slams harder, Vince Carter or Onyx? B. Hannon, what was your AIM name? Did you have an AIM name?
No.
I had a couple. I guess the more popular one was the Real JB17. Yeah, it was the Real JB17. That was back when Ohio State was doing the Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys, just had a couple quick things. First off, I was hoping you guys could talk about or address the offensive line. Stroud's rookie year, the first couple of games, they were disastrous. Then we lost a couple guys to injury, and all of a sudden the backups came in and things settled down. And it was kind of fine, even though theoretically the better players weren't playing. Second, I do think there's an element, too, where the Texans were constantly in close games or behind where they were having to throw late in games. If they could get more leads early in the game where you're not in a lot of passing downs in fourth quarter where you're getting that pass rush coming at you, maybe the offensive line statistically wouldn't look so bad. And second, I do think a lot of the offensive line woes were more mental mistakes than physical ones. And I would think that's an easier thing for a coach to clean up is the mental side, but especially if you get new players that don't have those same mental lapses. So I am optimistic from that standpoint. Real quick, I've got them at least 10 wins. I'm leaning 11. And I say that because, and I haven't heard anybody else mention this, but the redundancy now at the wide receiver spot, they've had so many injuries every year. Nico's like Jordan Alvarez. He's good to miss his X number of games every year, it seems, and then they're kind of stuck. Well, you now have Higgins and Nico are kind of very similar. And then Kirk and the other kid out of Iowa State, they have very similar skill sets. And so now you have a little bit of redundancy built in. So when a guy's out, you have another guy with similar traits that can step into the same role, and maybe it'll be a little smoother process than what Stroud's been having to deal with when Nico goes down or Dell goes down or Diggs goes down for periods of time. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Philip. Look, I wonder if he has that all written down.
No, he doesn't have it written down.
I mean, he might have his list.
No, Philip's smart
but
guy.
normally he finishes at the end with the main thing that I'm calling about is after he's already gotten a majority of them.
Why are you making fun of Philip?
Why not? I can.
What did Philip do to you?
Nothing. It's just I think it's very entertaining when he always says he calls in on the topic and he goes, now the main thing I was calling about, and then I also want to mention, but this way today he numbered them. I believe
the offensive line thing is interesting. Like, why were they better 2 years ago on the offensive line when they were playing a bunch of journeymen and like jobbers?
Yeah, remember the Pittsburgh game when we thought they were going to get crushed by Watt and Highsmith and all the Highsmith and all those guys, and then they didn't give up a sack. And you're like, they led the league in giving up sacks. They think they gave up 11 in the first 2 weeks. They had Pittsburgh coming in. They were dinged up, and you're like, oh no. And then they didn't give up a sack, and then they got on a roll. So he did bring up some good points on the O-line. I think the big thing for me is, one, I think Kaylee, like we talked about, is going to scheme it differently, and I think they're going to be fine. But I also think the bigger thing is, to his point about getting a lead in the fourth quarter, this defense is nasty. It got nastier. It got deeper. As much as he was talking about the depth with receivers, I think their defense got deeper and younger and more, and I think they're even more talented. I think their defense is going to be their calling card no matter what the offense does.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 713-780-ESPN. Vermont with a good point. All these Texans calls. Joe George for PD of the year. I'd be on to something. All right, 713-780-3776. Tyler on hold. A lot of the Hive wants to weigh in on this as well. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Today is the last day for you to potentially save some money on your property taxes. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost, and OwnWell's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you some money. I did this today. I'm a procrastinator, so I was waiting for the final day. I did this morning. They give you a price right off the rip of what they could potentially save you, and they're not going to lie to you. Like, mine wasn't a crazy amount, but it was an amount that was worth signing up. It's an amount that's worth taking 3 minutes of your time to sign up at ownwell.com. But you can sign up in 3 minutes. minutes, their experts will be fighting for you right away. They'll communicate with you right away how much they can potentially save you. But it's quick, it's easy, and they're going to do all of the work for you. Also, you pay nothing up front because their cutting-edge technology not only can start saving you money, but they're going to do it with no upfront cost. You only pay if you save money. They'll take a little percentage of the savings that they give to you. So if you don't save any money, you don't pay a single thing. So again, what have you been waiting for? Head to ownwell.com, sign up right now. But also if they're not going to save you money, it's also the peace of mind that you're not overpaying on property taxes. So go ahead, go to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes. And today is the last day that you can do it. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer saves over $1,100. So again, go to ownwell.com. Today is your final chance to save a lot of money. Do not run out of time. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today. Ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com. It's ownwell.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
13-4, baby. 713-780-3776. Blakers has them at 10 or 11. How many did you say, Brian?
11.
11. You've gone soft on me, Brian.
Yeah, I thought I was the most optimistic.
13-4. Schedule's piece of cake. Piece of cake. All right, back out to the HRMP listener line. Tyler, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Tyler and Conroe, the man, the myth, the legend.
Self-proclaimed,
when I saw
obviously.
When I saw the schedule come out yesterday, I was like, man, this is 14-3, easy, no questions asked. Right now, I'm bullish on the defense. This defense has the potential to be so good that all CJ needs to do is be Trent Dilfer. With the banishing of Bobby Slowick, I feel pretty confident that we're not going to see 4 to 5 wide receiver screens a game. So as long as we're not doing that, we're not trying to have long developing plays while CJ's getting mugged, right? I think that 14-3, 13-4 is reasonable. The schedule lays out where your hard teams are pretty evenly spaced, so I'm feeling good about it, guys.
Yep, rack them.
Does Tyler work for the team?
Man, myth, the
when he's
legend.
not in Conroe? I mean, he was a swarm short of getting. I mean, they're bullish on their defense.
What's he wrong about? You're mocking him, but what's he wrong about?
I am mocking him. There's no way they're going to win 14 games. Come on, man. I'm being realistic.
I think it's in play.
I don't.
I think it's in play. I have them at 13-4. They win one game that I didn't have them win.
I think you're out of your mind too.
All right, we'll remember this when the
13?
Texans are swarming their way to a 13-4 record. Yes, their schedule's soft. I had them winning one game that you don't have them winning, or you don't think they're capable of winning. I don't have them beating anybody difficult. The craziest win I have them getting is winning at the Rams, where they're to a 2.5-point dog. Like, I don't have them going on this crazy, stupid, unrealistic winning streak. I have them beating everybody who I think they're going to beat. Their schedule is pretty weak.
Are you betting on 13?
Well, the over-under is 9.5, so yes,
okay.
Absolutely. Like, I can't get the 13 number. Like, that doesn't exist. But, yeah, I'll bet the over, no doubt.
Oh, but are you betting me they're going to win 13 games?
Why would I do that when I can get value at 9.5?
I'm just asking the question that you would ask me. I'm just asking.
Why don't we set it
That's
at
not the question I would
11.5?
ask you. Whenever I ask you for bets, are like they're 50-50 things. No, I'm not going to trade value. That's stupid. I'm not an idiot. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. I'll bet you the over under 9.5, or you can give me odds at 13-4. No. Like, why would I give away value? That's dumb.
Because when I have a take like that, you the first thing you say is you want to bet. You want to bet.
Whenever I ask for a bet that you make, it's usually a 50-50 proposition. It's not. I never ask you to give up value. Ever.
I think you do, because I don't bet as much as you do. But
some of the things that I ask you to bet on, they're not ones that you get from a book. It's like how many games are they going to win by Sunday? I don't know. Like it's the ones that I ask you, like how strongly you feel about your take. It's usually not a betting thing. Like, it's not something that you can get from a sports book.
Okay. I mean, you're very strong about this 13 thing, and I'm not.
13-4, yeah, 13-4. But I'm not going to give away value. I'm not going to give you 50-50 odds that they're going to win 13 games when I could get that at 9.5. That would be dumb.
What if I set the line at 11.5? Joel obviously take the under, you take the over. Would you bet that?
Why would I give away 2 games? That's stupid.
12.5.
Okay, what up? I'll do 11.5, and you have to give me plus 300. I feel like Mr. Wonderful now, Tony O'Leary, making deals on the Shark Tank.
Yeah, no.
Why would I give 11.5 at even money when I can get 9.5 at even money?
Because it's the show. So we can move on now.
I'll give you 11.5 at plus 300. I'll give you 13 at plus 450.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay.
I thought you were
right.
that
we
adamant
wanted
about
to make
13.
a bet.
Yeah.
I am adamant about it. I'm adamant about it, but I'm also not dumb to give away value. So I'll bet 13 at plus 450.
Okay.
No,
we don't have a bet. We just
Brian,
keep moving on.
Do we have a deal?
Well, okay.
10% equity. It's Kevin O'Leary. I think I said Tony O'Leary. Kevin O'Leary. My bad.
Okay, so the bet, you and me, you'll take 13 wins at plus 450.
Plus 450.
What? How much are we putting on it?
You name the price.
$25.
Okay. $25, 13 wins plus 450. Now, of course, okay, if I'm putting up 25, that means that you're putting up about like 150.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like I'm getting very good odds on this bet. Nah.
Okay. All right. No deal. No deal. No deal with the Sharks. 713-780 ESPN. Texter, y'all are just homers. Loved OC first year when CJ showed who is. Y'all blame the coach. Y'all sound like Dallas homers, 10-7 because they're in the worst division in football. There you go. So we're a bunch of homers, according to 1516, 13-4, baby. Now Blankers had him at 11. Like, he's not a homer. He had him 10 and 11. So he's right about where you're at, Texter. I'm really surprised that y'all have them losing to the Chargers after the dismantlement we saw in January. Good point. Good point. There you go. 14-3 then. I'm sticking to 13-4. Sounds like Branham got upset when Joe called him out on the bet. No, I'm not upset about it. I'll make the bet, but I'm not surrendering free value. That's just
Joe
dumb.
George getting involved again too. That's terrible.
Kind of soft to hang up on a talk trash on me. Oh, Tyler Conner was calling you out. Kind of soft to hang up and talk trash on me. To be fair, we don't have the hang up button in studio.
Yeah, no one hung up on anybody, Tyler. I responded to your. First of all, I'm not gonna appease. I'm not gonna take a shot at you. I just think it's ludicrous that you think they're gonna win 14 games. I'm entitled to give you feedback and respond to your take.
But can he give you feedback?
He just did, Jeremy.
Key from LA, Rams pass rush will get to CJ early and easy. 24-13 Rams, Ram emoji. Who, Aaron Donald walking through that door? This ain't the same Rams. These ain't your brother's Rams. Branham, scared money don't make money. That's why I gave him plus 450 odds, dog. Their defense alone could win them 5 games easy. I already read that one. More likely to lose 14 games than win 14 games. Okay, that's interesting. Are they more likely to win 14 or lose 14, Blankers?
I think they're more likely to win 14 than lose 14.
I would agree with that. Hey, guys, I got Texans with 12 wins, undefeated in division. Stingley with 5 interceptions. Too optimistic? No, that's not too optimistic.
No. I think the defense and the Stingley thing is right on. And I think that I was skeptical because I always think there's one slip up along the way that you're not expecting. But I think it's legit on the table they can run the division.
You think Houston is a top 5 defense going into the season? I do.
Yep, for sure.
12 wins, Cody Stoots on a mobile. How do you get that fired up about Geno Smith as your quarterback? He was talking about Keith, the caller. He's fired up. That's because he also thinks Logan Webb's going to win 300 games. So it's not that hard to realize that Keith is getting fired up about Geno Smith.
That might have been the worst take I've ever heard on this show. Logan Webb winning 300 games. I know part of what Keith is doing, at least I hope and I think, is a bit, but
I'm afraid it's not.
I hope there's
that
some
was
way
a
to
bad
get
one.
in contact with Keith. There's some way that we're all on that to be able to respond to that and see that it didn't happen. But man,
I'm afraid it's not a bit. Colts going 2-0 against y'all scrubs, says Colt fan. Okay, brother. How about you go get your video release deleted off the internet because you banned the Microsoft terms, you loser.
How about the 2 apologies you had to issue?
Oh, it was so soft. No, I'll save it for car wreck. I thought it was soft that they apologized for the Tyreek thing.
They also killed Will Levis.
Yeah, they killed tons of people in the video. The whole thing was nothing but trolling, but yet they had to apologize to the guy that's been arrested a dozen times because they portrayed him getting arrested. Soft.
Get killed Will Levis though. The bus ran over him.
The fact that they were outdone by a different team in the NFL by just getting the approval of Microsoft before they went out.
Here's the thing. I thought their video was funnier of them and the Chargers both doing the Minecraft. But yeah, like at least the Chargers did their due diligence to make sure they had the okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Branham tried to bet Blankers yesterday on cash it or trash it with horrible value. Look, I don't remember it. If you remember it, please.
What was it? The cash it or trash it was the most we talked about. One cash or trash was the Stephen A thing, right? With Cooper Flag?
No, we wouldn't have bet that though.
No, I was trying to think what else.
Yeah, I don't remember the bet, but I'm always up to negotiate a bet. Like if you don't think it's fair value, let's negotiate it. I'll give odds at times. I have no problem negotiating a bet. It's actually one of my favorite things to do. Texans have the number 1 defense in the league, and Blankers, you're a hater. There you go. Not sure why. Josh from Seabrook, I like the confidence of the Texans winning as many games as possible, but at the same time, you need to keep yourselves realistic. 13-4 is realistic, baby. 13-4 is realistic. And then, Brian has them at 11. Blankers has them 10 or 11. Like, they're definitely realistic. Ursay was drunk when he made that video. Ursay doesn't know how to work a computer. Come on.
There's no chance.
He doesn't know how to work a computer. He spent 3.5 hours in Josh McDaniel's bathroom. You think he knows how to work a computer? Get out of here.
He's working a plunger.
All right, I got to dip out. You guys are good with that, right? I'm going to head on out of here.
Sure.
Brian and Blankers will carry you the rest of the way. They'll talk about the schedule. Also, the top headline for each one of these games the Texans have this year. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, back on the Bees, 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show with Brian McDonald. I'm Joel Blank, and we take you all the way up until 6 o'clock as Jeremy had to skip out a little bit early. But we had some pretty passionate and very interesting schedule talk. Tyler and Conroe's obviously extremely bitter at me now because I was able to rebuttal his ludicrous suggestion the Texans were going to go 14-3. But, hey, we'll see. There's still a schedule to be played, so we'll see how it plays out. And we also learned that Jeremy is the master of manipulation when it comes to betting and other things when he gets
he
down
was
to
definitely
it.
trying to play the odds in his favor for sure, which, I mean, he should, but
he is the true
not
escape
gonna go for
artist
it.
when it gets to being called out on things. But yes, I mean, he would do the same thing. If I had said that, if I was, again, I have to catch myself because I almost put a name on Tyler and Conroe because of his sassiness, texting multiple times to say that I was soft because I responded to his thing. But if I was the dumbass that said the Texans were going to go 14-3, Jeremy would be the first one to go, want to bet that? How confident are you in that? Let's bet that. And I don't think he would be expecting me to come back with, well, give me odds. It's just, do you want to bet it or not? Or you want to bet that they're going to win what you said with your take for 13 wins? That's what he would do to me. But when it comes back at him, then it's the spin cycle. So it's fine. So we were talking about this, and we do this every year, but we were talking about the fact that with the schedule, there's storylines coming out of each week's games, whether it's a national game, the matchup, players involved, et cetera, Brian. So since the calls have subsided a little bit, let's go week at a time, and you tell me what the biggest storyline is, and we'll discuss the storylines for each game, starting with week 1 at LA against the Rams.
I think the two big things are, one, CJ going home, right, from the LA area. I think that'll be what we get the stories on, the pregame pieces. That'll be CJ going home. And I think the other thing is obviously Nick Caley, like obviously his ties to Sean McVay, seeing now him bring that McVay system, at least we think, from LA to the Texans. And so seeing those two guys go not directly head to head, because obviously Sean McVay's not coaching against them on the defensive side, but to see the Texans with the Sean McVay style offense go to LA and take on Sean McVay, I think will be a big storyline as well.
I will give you 2 extras on top of that. I will give you the man love, man crush, CJ and Matt Stafford seem to share for one another.
Yeah,
so I think that will be part of the 2 sit-down interviews with the quarterbacks, and they might spin it into a feature about how CJ looks up to him, about how Stafford really appreciates and likes his game, and they'll go there. And then, of course, this will be game 1 of the Davante Adams experience in the Rams system with a guy like Matt Stafford and what they're expecting from their new wide receiver to go along with Puka and all that. So I think that
Can I throw one more at you? Because as you said, Davante Adams, that made me think of another. I mean, now I know Puka moves around, but facing a team like the Rams with 2 dynamic receivers like Puka and Davante Adams, I think another big storyline will be Stingley and Lassiter, like how they match up on those 2 guys. I think that's probably not going to get as much pub because it's X's and O, a little more nerdy, but I think that's a fun storyline to watch as well.
Okay, week 2, Bucks are here with Baker Mayfield. What say you on storylines?
I think the storyline there is, and maybe this is my own feelings on Baker and how much he's improved over the last couple of years, but I think this is kind of like a measuring tape situation of seeing CJ Stroud up against Baker Mayfield, a guy, Baker, who started his career off obviously hot, then went through a series of or a few years there where he really cooled off and wasn't playing that well. But last 2 years, he's played at a Pro Bowl, damn near all-pro level. So kind of a measuring stick situation for CJ. He had a down year. He had a sophomore slump. How does he measure up to a guy like Baker, who I think you pointed out the other day was the only guy in history with 4,500 yards, 40-plus touchdowns, and I think it was 71%.
71+.
Yeah, completion percentage. So I think this is a measuring stick game for CJ.
Yeah, I think it's going to be they're going to compare how Baker had his pitfalls and then found it again after being a good college quarterback, and I think they'll do the same thing. Like CJ, good, great rookie year, came out of the gates hot, sophomore slump, however you want to position that, but then the fact that CJ can look at Baker and they can parallel how CJ can do what Baker did and pick up, where he was in year one and go forward from there. And that's going to be Todd Bowles' defense. I think that they're going to talk about the Bowles defense against a new OC, a guy like CJ. They have weapons, and then kind of from both sides, like, can the Texans with this defense everybody's looking at be really effective against Baker, or how does Todd Bowles and his defensive mind go up against an offense like the Texans?
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to another thing. We talked about CJ in week 1 having the homecoming. Obviously, technically Galveston, but Mike Evans coming home to the Houston area, then his matchup against Stingley. I think that'll be another big storyline.
All right, week 3 at Jacksonville. What do you got?
I would say this one here is Liam Cohen, and we'll obviously have part of the answer already since this is week 3. But is Liam Cohen able to resurrect Trevor Lawrence like he's done for other quarterbacks? And are the Jaguars capable now with Travis Hunter added to Brian Thomas Jr.? Are they capable of stepping up and being an explosive offense and being a team to challenge the Texans in the AFC South?
To me, this is Christian Kirk comes home against his replacement to some degree and more is Travis Hunter. I think this will be the focus on the two receivers.
Christian Kirk revenge game?
Yep, Christian Kirk revenge game, but that, they went out and they spent a ton of money on him thinking he was going to be a big piece of the puzzle. It went south. Now he comes back. And then once he left, that opened the door for the trade that allowed them to get Travis Hunter. They'll highlight that, and they'll talk about the two guys and kind of play that up. And I think you're also right. I think you'll get the two new offenses with the two different offensive callers with Liam against McKaylee, and you're going to see they'll do some kind of story on that. Like, how can both teams resurrect their offenses with new play callers?
Quick aside, I watched way too many of the schedule release videos.
Some were good.
Some of them were elite. I thought the 49ers was the best. I think I watched 18 or 19 of them. I swear to you, half of them had the Liam Cohen Duval clip somewhere inside their videos. So that was fun to see the entire NFL take their shots.
One of the not so big on the production value, but the ones that's great with all of the podcasters and all that other stuff is just the randos and the Tennessee video where they just took the randos off the street and they said, the Tennessee Titans are playing this team in week 1. Who are they?
Oh, the logo thing?
Yeah.
Well, that was previous years.
No, they did. I thought they did this year too.
No, their one this year was kind of like, you remember those drug commercials like Sky Rizzy?
Yeah.
They did a play on that.
Oh,
yeah. But the thing you're talking about where they showed the logo and like what team is this?
Yeah, because
they did that in 23 and then 24, but they went a different direction.
All the dumbasses on the streets in Tennessee thought that the Colts logo twice was the Cowboys both times.
Yeah.
So that was smart. All right, so week 4, then we roll right into it. It's Tennessee, and so lead us off, Brian.
I mean, there's so many storylines here. There's always going to be the storylines of obviously, the Houston's X against Houston's new team. Amy Adams, in obviously with Hannah McNair, they hate each other. That's a storyline. But I think the biggest one will be Stroud and Cam Ward, right? Like Cam Ward, obviously number 1 overall pick. Hopes to do for Tennessee what CJ Stroud did as the number 2 overall pick a couple of years ago. So I think the big storyline here is kind of what I talked about with CJ Stroud measuring stick, against Baker Mayfield. This is kind of the same thing for Cam Ward up against CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I can see that. I think that they definitely will build up the hatred and the rivalry. I think they'll build up the whole Amy Adams skunk and the fact that now they're not wearing the Oilers uniforms this year, but that they have.
They're 0-2 against the Texans in them.
Yeah, so I think all of that will be played up, and I think that'll be a big deal, especially because it's here. And then you're right. I think the quarterbacks will be a key piece of the puzzle as well, and featuring all that goes with it. So I can see that. Now, week 5 is interesting because, last year's Christmas debacle at the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean, the storyline is, can you not get your ass kicked again?
Well, this is the speed bump that they can't get over.
I can't even call it a speed bump. This is like, what did Pedro say about the Yankees? Just tip your cap and call them my daddy.
They're our daddies.
I mean, the Ravens are 100% the Texans' daddy. The Texans went 0-2 against them, including a blowout playoff. Well, mostly the fourth quarter became a blowout in CJ's first year, and then obviously the drubbing on Christmas Day. What was it, 35-3 or whatever it was? The only bright spot being Beyonce's halftime performance. I think this is a measuring stick game for the Texans. I mean, the Ravens, I mean, I think inarguably have shown to be the biggest, matchup mismatch.
They're
Texans,
one of the big kryptonites.
Yeah, not only
are
they one of the best teams in the league, they just seem to be a complete mismatch. So,
Mm-hmm.
styles make fights sort of thing. The Texans just cannot match up with their style of play. So this is have the Texans made any leaps and bounds since last year and the year before where the Ravens dominated? This will be their measuring stick game.
Well, and on top of that, I'll throw in the fact that Derrick Henry has just run rampant for the most
got a
part
new contract
over the Texans over his career. And that is going to be a huge focus for their defense. And they'll go back and they'll highlight all the big games that he's had against them. And then also some of the success the Texans had recently before the drubbings last year. So I think the Derrick Henry effect will also be a storyline in that game over the course of that week. And the main thing will be the fact that you're right. The kryptonite is the Ravens for the Texans. At Seattle in week 7, that is a Monday night tilt with the 12th man.
Yeah, that's it. I think the storyline here, and it's changed a little bit, and we'll have to see how close the Texans' offense this year as to previous years. But the Seahawks coach Mike McDonald had kind of the reputation as being a West Coast offense killer, especially teams running the Shanahan tree offense. So it'll be interesting to see if that remains true, especially with the cross-country trip going over 2 time zones to Seattle. And obviously Sam Darnold with a new team will be a big storyline as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be as good as McDonald is as a defensive coordinator. I think the big story is going to be that the Seattle offense is rebuilding, that they haven't pressed the reset button overall, but that their defense as good as they were and they can be. I think that McDonald's got a challenge on his hands. You get rid of DK Metcalf, you bring in a Sam Darnold, but you take away what would have been his biggest weapon, and then see how that offense can prevail against a top-tier defense like the Texans. And then for the Texans, it's going on the road, a later start for them on national TV, and showing up and showing out, because the Texans on national TV is always going to be a deal, and how do they react to it? So I think that will be a huge storyline as well.
Are you looking forward to that 9:00 start?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, look, I'm not trying to feel bad for our competitor or people who make a lot of money to do said job, but I feel kind of bad for the flagship guys, especially the guys that run the post-game show.
God, that's right.
Like
that
Sean
post-game's
Pendergast.
forever.
That game's going to go till midnight.
He might as well stay at the station.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like that game will go to midnight. They run a 3-hour post game, so they'll be on to minimum 3 a.m. I mean, God bless if it goes to overtime or if it's just a long game, and maybe 3:30 a.m. And then their show starts at 6.
Oh my God!
I mean,
I forgot about it. They have to do an abbreviated post, don't they? And just throw it into the morning show? Or either that or he won't do it. They'll have someone else do it that night.
Maybe they just let someone else fill in for him on the morning show. They got to do something. There's no way they can have him go to 3 a.m. and then turn around and start a show at 6 a.m.
So I'm just thinking about from our perspective. I like to watch the game twice before we get to the whatever show.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, whatever show we're talking about it. And so I'm going to watch it live and then fast forward through it before 3 o'clock. But yeah, to do what they have to do, and basically like you said, if it's Sean almost staying on the air the entire time, that's brutal.
Yeah, I don't envy him that week. He's going to earn his money that week for sure.
All right, then they come home for a Sunday noon tilt against the San Francisco 49ers.
I mean, obviously the storylines here are pretty easy. It's D'Amico against his former team. It's teams that run a similar offense, obviously, with the West Coast scheme. I think those are the 2 top things to me. And it's also, can the 49ers rebound? Obviously, they've been arguably the most talented roster in the league for a number of years. Obviously, multiple Super Bowl trips where they didn't ultimately get the job done. But is this a team now with maybe Ayuk coming back? George Kittle's obviously playing well. How does Ricky Pearsall do in year 2? Is Christian McCaffrey healthy? Like, they have so many questions on that offense. But if all those question marks are answered positively, I mean, it could be a really dynamic offense. So that's what stands out to me.
Yeah, to me, there's a couple of them. One maybe obvious and maybe the other one not so obvious. I think whether Purdy gets the extension done before the season starts or not, I think the Purdy effect is going to be big, and how the Niners are playing. Because if they do commit dollars to him and they seem to be apprehensive about how much they're willing to give him, they want to get more in the 40 range. He wants more like top of the market, 50, 60 range. That I think that no matter how they play, he is going to be hyper scrutinized and talked about leading into that game to see how they play. And then maybe on a lesser degree, but the fact that Shanahan coached here, He played at University of Texas.
Yeah.
He comes back to a Texans organization that he once worked for, and how it got started for him here, and then he made a name for himself before he kind of skyrocketed in the NFL circles. I think that might be another storyline that they might focus on.
Yeah, that's a good call. What about week 9 for Denver? Like, to me, immediately the two things that stand out right away. Obviously, Bo Nix versus CJ Stroud, the second-year quarterback against a third-year quarterback. Two young guns. I think that'll be interesting to compare, how they do against each other. And the other thing would be the Broncos' defense was, I think, not talked as much as they should have been last year. Certainly, Nico Collins versus Patrick Surtain. Yeah, Patrick Surtain Jr. That'll be a huge matchup. Maybe one of the premier wide receiver cornerback matchups of the season. And also that pass rush. The Broncos pass rush was great last year. So, hey, Texans offensive line, Nick Caley and Caserio seem to believe in the rebuild of this offensive line. This matchup against the Broncos will give us the answer if they're right or not.
Let's check the stones of the Fox network, because what I'd like to hear as one of the storylines is Sean Payton. This is this is the organization that you crapped all over. This is the organization that you got your good friend Colin Cowherd to question the ownership, to question the organization, to talk about how bad they were for a job that you were maybe never going to get offered in the first place. But now you're coming to see that organization, and oh, by the way, you didn't take the job, D'Amico did. And since then, this team has been on the ultimate high rise, going up. Good coaching, ownership, reputation of ownership, organization, everything on the uptick and highly regarded. Let's see if that's a storyline, because I think that would be extremely interesting if they would go that route.
That is a good call, especially since it's a home game, no less. But if the Texans hypothetically crush the Broncos, I think there could be a narrative post-game like, did Sean Payton take the wrong job?
Well, and let's also take the other spin off of that was, remember now, and this is where the Aaron Wilson, Jeremy Brando effect comes in.
Oh, right.
Aaron Wilson also on the flip side thought D'Amico was going to the Broncos.
Yeah.
So now you've got two coaches that could have gone to the other team. Where they are now, how it all played out, would it have been differently? I think that might be a storyline that would be interesting to follow.
Yeah, for sure. Week 10, 11, those are repeats. Jaguars, Titans, I think those are kind of stay the same. Week 12 against the Bills. I mean, obviously, CJ versus Josh Allen's probably the premier one. What else is?
I think the big thing to me is the fact that it's a team that has established itself to being one of the best teams in the AFC, and can they stay atop the AFC? And we talked the other day about how they've let receivers go. That it's basically Josh Allen elevating a lot of guys on top of that. But is it? I think it comes down to the Buffalo Bills are a team that's been on one of the best teams in the AFC. Can they stay there, as opposed to a team like the Texans who's trying desperately to get to the top echelon of the AFC? And this matchup and this barometer at this point in the season trying to dictate who each team is.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Like, you hit on it. I'm fascinated to see how much longer the Bills can kind of keep this thing together, as far as putting a bunch of wide receiver 2s and 3s around Josh Allen and still have him compete at a high level. I'm also fascinated, and maybe more from a fantasy perspective, but James Cook had an unbelievable last year with 16 touchdowns, tied the franchise single season record for rushing touchdowns. But they didn't give him the ball as much in previous years. They kept splitting touches, especially in the second half with their second and third string running backs. I'm curious to see if that keeps playing through, and how the Bills just go about being as explosive as they are, seemingly through smoke and mirrors at times with a wide receiver.
Yeah, Coleman to me is a guy I'm not sold on.
Well, I mean, Keon Coleman, that's another story.
Yeah.
Like, is he able to? Because he was pretty unimpressive as a rookie. It'd be interesting to see if he takes the second step. And then obviously we're going to be comparing CJ Stroud to what Josh Allen does. Obviously different types of quarterbacks, but if the Texans are going to get to the level of where the Bills are, like multiple times in the AFC title game, winning playoff games every year, which they've already done that part of it, it'll be interesting to compare those two guys against each other. See if CJ Stroud starts to measure up a little more favorably.
You want to take a break here, and then we'll get the rest of the schedule on the flip side?
Yeah, that works for me.
Games to get to it. All right, we'll take a break. We got weeks 13 through 18 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Jeremy's out doing some Coug duties. Brian and I got you till 6 at the top of the hour. Some of the people responding to some of the conversation as we dove deeply into the schedule release and everything that goes with it in response to the Highway to Hell having to do the extra hours. Oh, no, poor radio guys having to do more 3 hours of work. LOL. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, but that is a tough schedule because he's not just doing his show, but he's doing the post game, and it's a really bad time of the night to be doing it. And I mean, Sean's a good guy. I like Sean.
That's a tough schedule. I mean, because he's doing his morning show. It's a Monday, so it's not like he has the morning off. Then he does a 3-hour pregame, a 3-hour postgame, and then 3 hours later has his 4-hour radio show again.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough.
So that's
run.
What is that, like 13 hours of radio in a day?
Yeah, we were talking about Joe George's idea of having a radio-a-thon and us having to do 24 hours of radio. I mean, that's a pretty long haul to hoe right there.
Yeah, it's 14 hours of radio in a 24-hour period.
We're giving Mapes props for doing an 8-hour day last week.
I know,
and he's not talking the whole time. But
I mean, definitely props to Mapes. But I don't know if you remember this about when you were at or as a part of the Rockets, right when the Rockets were on 740. But on our over there on 740, all the producers ran 8-hour days. So there was part of me that was like,
oh really?
Oh yeah. For 4 years when I was at 740, our full timers, well, there was only 3 of us, and we each had an 8-hour shift.
Didn't like Tim Collins and they did our games, but they worked in the I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know Tim Collins.
Bill Van Rysdam and Tim Collins were the 2 programming guys.
The only one I knew over there was Erickson. That's who was there when I was there.
Brian, okay.
Yeah.
Hannah McNair versus Amy Adams. Texter says, who y'all got? Now, when you say who y'all got, what are we doing? Like in a
wrestling match?
Are we judging, a fight? Or are we judging appearance and overall?
Hannah on all counts.
I was going to say Hannah wins.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what. It doesn't, yeah.
Hannah's one of those little feisty, you size her up going, I don't know if she can stand, the pure size of Amy Adams' skunk.
Doesn't matter.
And then she comes out and just scrappy as hell and beats the crap out of her.
You know why? Because she has this motivation in her own household.
Never quit.
I mean, Amy Adams can't come over that.
Let us not forget the wrestling video that you must have loved with her and Cal in the ring as well last year.
I vaguely remember that. I don't think I watched the whole thing. What was the setup for it? I don't even actually. I just remember they did some wrestling bit
or something like that. And yeah, they were dancing. They did the wrestling intro and they got introduced and they jumped in the ring. And I don't even remember exactly what the topic was. I just remember I was like, what are they doing?
Yeah, no, I'll pass on that.
Yeah. So, okay. We're going to get back to the rest of the schedule. Let's go to where we left off. We left off with week 12 in the Buffalo Bills. Week 13, Indianapolis Colts. Brian. At the Dome against the McAfees, what are we doing?
I think the biggest story is who's the starting quarterback for the Colts, because, I mean, obviously they wanted to be Anthony Richardson. They drafted him 4th overall, same year the Texans drafted Stroud just 2 years ago, but they signed Daniel Jones in the offseason, and Anthony Richardson, especially with that completion percentage, just missing wide open guys consistently, has been almost as bad as I've ever seen a quarterback play. To be quite honest. Now he's obviously a freak as far as his arm strength, and his body is unbelievable. He can run, but he has not been accurate with his passing. So especially that by this point, week 13, unless he's actually turned the corner and improved, I think there's a better than 50-50 chance we see Daniel Jones as a starter in this game.
I definitely think quarterback play is going to be front and center because it's almost the difference between organizations, right? Where one got it right with the draft and got the guy at the top of the draft that has turned out. And we assume at this point in the season, hopefully CJ is showing that he is still that guy. And then from a Colts perspective, like you said, it's like you take a guy, you moved up to get, and you thought you had every other piece. And now here you are, Chris Ballard, and you're still grasping at straws. And if Richardson isn't the guy and it is Daniel Jones, it's the Cinderella story. Yes, I could say it is a Cinderella story of Daniel Jones and his ability to kind of resurrect his career. And or the story of you swung and missed so hard on Anthony Richardson that luck had it that you had a Daniel Jones you could scoop up to take one final grasping at a straw. Because I think this could literally cost Ballard his job if this is the last chance he gets to find something at quarterback.
Kudos to you for saying luck had it when you were talking about the Colts. I don't know if that was
No,
intentional
definitely
or
not
but
intentional.
I think another storyline, and now some of this is maybe subsided because one of these guys that was involved is now in your team instead of the Colts, but there's been some talkative rivalry involved with these two teams.
True.
Remember, like, obviously they played week 1 this last year. There was a lot of talking from over on the Colts side, some resentment towards C.J. Stroud and his media tour. Now, obviously, C.J. Stroud, so far, as we stand here on May 15th, has dialed down his media tour compared to how he did after the rookie year. But yeah, there was a lot of talk and hatred. Maybe hatred's too strong, but a lot of talk and rivalry between the two. So it's interesting that they have to face or wait till week 13.
But you're missing. You were right on it, but keep going because the main guy doing a lot of the talking is now on the Texans.
Well, I led with that.
Because speed is going to get the whole speed factor is going to be, I think, fascinating.
Revenge game for EJ Speed, who, I mean, he's a depth linebacker. I don't know how much he'll be on the field. Yeah, we'll see. I would still think, obviously,
but the big question mark is Christian Harris, no matter what, too.
Yeah, Christian Harris. And hopefully we'll obviously have an answer before that. But by week 13, I also think Henry To'oTo'o is above EJ Speed as well. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Texter says Richardson taps out again and Jones comes in. I like that.
Yeah.
Well
that
played.
was the last time we saw the Colts was this tap out.
That's right.
I think there's, again, I'll say it, I think there's better than a 50-50 chance Daniel Jones is replaced him by the time we get to this game.
I totally think that. Did you see what happened that everybody's already taking note of out of Colts rookie camp?
No.
That and mini camp, they had the only highlight they showed of a quarterback completing a pass was Daniel Jones. And they're already saying, is that a sign?
To have a highlight of one, Joel.
Huh?
You have to complete a pass for there to be a highlight.
I was going to say, is that already a damning sign that they're already done with Richardson and promoting the fact that they found Daniel Jones?
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's not throwing many dimes, unlike Danny over there. Another quick one as far as this Colts game. If they ever do figure out quarterback, they have so many weapons.
Yeah, they do.
Obviously, with Jonathan Taylor at running back, one of the best in the game. They drafted Tyler Warren in the first round, who many thought was the best tight end in the draft. I like Michael Pittman. Josh Downs has been really good when he's had good quarterback play. They drafted Adonai Mitchell the year before out of Texas in the second round. So they can get quarterback play, they have potentially a ton of weapons.
Well, when we talked about like the best 3 receiver combos in the NFL, if you have to include all 3, I mean, they have to be at least they have to be a dark horse.
I see what
you did there, but yeah.
Shows who the true horse is, as
this
guy once said. I think that pretty much covers the Colts. Big one, week 14, going back to Arrowhead for what seems like for the 10th year in a row. What stands out to you
the big
here?
storyline to me is what happened to end the Texans season, how it happened, the roughing penalties, all of that on top of the fact that this is another one of those teams that the Texans are desperately trying to get over on, show they can beat, show they can compete to kind of move up into that upper echelon of the AFC. I think that's going to be the big thing. They're going to go back and they're going to look at that playoff game and what happened and the roughing calls and the officiating and all that stuff on top of the fact that this is another one of those kryptonite games for the Texans.
Yeah, I think if I'm a Texans player, this is the number one game circled on my calendar, right? This is this team that ends your season. You can obviously make an argument for the Ravens for similar reasons as well, as bad as they beat you last year in your season the year before that. But I mean, the Texans felt like they were very close in both the regular season matchup and the postseason game against the Chiefs to actually pulling ahead. But, Reed, Mahomes, Travis Kelce, they always seem to have the answer at the perfect time when the Texans were starting to threaten like they're actually going to be in this game tight or pull ahead and actually win the game. So Travis Kelce, another year older, I think one of the questions is, can they finally, as Kelce ages, find answers to slow him down? But now the Chiefs get Rashee Rice back. They have Xavier Worthy in his second year, seemingly, or probably getting better. So do the Texans have answers for the Chiefs in Arrowhead with Mahomes and a great cast of targets?
Yeah, no doubt. I think that you're definitely spot on.
And Chris Jones as well, obviously.
Week 15, Arizona Cardinals here at NRG. Storylines for you.
I mean, this is a very mad
It's
game.
the J.J. Watt Bowl.
Yeah, that's true.
Too bad it's not a CBS game.
Will J.J. Watt pull a Paul Gallant and wear a half Cardinals, half Texans jersey to the game?
There you go.
Now that would create headlines. No, he won't do that.
This is Kyler and CJ.
This is Kyler versus CJ. I also think this is the Marvin Harrison storyline. Like Marvin Harrison Jr. is supposed to be the most transcendent of transcendent wide receiver prospects when he came out, and he was still good as a rookie. It's like 800 yards and 8 touchdowns, but he didn't live up to some of the expectations set by other rookies of his caliber, obviously Jamar and Justin Jefferson. Even the same draft class, Brian Thomas Jr. far surpassed him. So this is, I think, a big question if Marvin Harrison Jr. can live up to the hype that people had for him going into last season.
And don't think that they're not going to also cover the fact that the two played at Ohio State together.
Oh,
and then just kind of talk about, they'll probably interview both of them about playing with one another and all that stuff too. So that's probably another sidebar, if not a big storyline in that game. And then week 16, the Raiders are here. No matter what you think about the Raiders what they are now is Geno Smith's team. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the biggest star is Brock Bowers, right?
Well, Genty. I think Genty's going to get a lot of play.
Sure.
I've seen a lot of hype that Genty's already a top 5 running back in this league.
I mean, he'll be drafted like that in fantasy,
That's crazy.
I think. I mean, obviously, real life is a different conversation. But, yeah, I think this is – obviously, Pete Carroll has been out of the league for a couple of years, so he'll be coming here. And we'll see what Geno Smith has, but he certainly has weapons with Bowers and Genty. And Jacoby Myers, I've always thought is an underrated wide receiver. So I don't think the Texans will have much problem with the Raiders defense other than blocking Max Crosby, but that could be a storyline as well. Can they keep Max Crosby off of CJ Stroud? But then just, if Geno Smith is playing well, how do you deal with the Raiders weapons? Because it's not like Stingley's not going to be on any of these guys. He's not going to be on Genty coming out of the backfield. He's not going to be on Bowers. So what is your matchup there for Bowers and Genty to slow them down?
I think the other thing is how's Mixon running at this point in the season too, because you can say that you got the new school with Genty versus the old school of Mixon. And Mixon, if he doesn't get hurt last year and with the way he played last year, hopefully he's playing like that again this year. And there'll be some story about the running backs because you need Joe Mixon. I know you drafted a running back, and I know that, they still think that they have some depth at running back. I think Joe Mixon is a huge piece to this puzzle, and hopefully at that point in the season, you're going to be talking about Mixon having another great year and Genty, maybe even if he is having a great year. Maybe we're talking about 2 of the better running backs in the league, but that would be something to keep an eye on as well. Week 17, a rematch of the playoff game. I think that's probably where it starts, but it's at the Chargers.
Yeah, this is Herbert versus Stroud. I think this is Derek Stingley versus Ladd McConkey Jr. This is obviously D'Amico versus Harbaugh. I think this is really have the Chargers shown an ability to take a step up where they were the year before. Now, part of that is difficult to say because it kind of feels like the Chargers have put themselves in a situation to where no matter what they show us in the regular season, even if they win this game against the Texans, even if they win it convincingly, I would say people are still going to say, yeah, but let's see what you do in the playoffs. Like, people don't believe in the Chargers in general. I don't think they believe in Justin Herbert as far as playoff time. Can they get it done? 4 interceptions in a playoff game is going to weigh on people's minds until Herbert proves them wrong in a postseason scenario. So, but I do think this is a measuring stick for the Chargers. Have they improved from last year from getting absolutely crushed by the Texans in the playoffs?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is both from a team and an individual standpoint, the entire storyline, which is
they got to get their pride back.
Is Herbert a guy that at this point in the season, late in the year, where you're assuming they're probably playing they're in the playoffs or they're going to be playing to get into the playoffs? It's like, can Justin Herbert take you where you want to go? Is he a James Harden of the NFL? Is he a guy that's good in the regular season, can't get it done in the playoffs? I think that'll be a story, and then it'll be the rematch of these two teams and where they currently sit as opposed to a year ago when they played in that playoff game here in Houston. So I think those will be the biggest storylines of that game, and that'll be an interesting one to watch. And then they finish the season again with the Colts, this time here at home.
Feels like week 18 versus the Colts is kind of locked in.
It really is.
It's been that way for a few years
Just
now.
alternate where it's played.
Yeah. But I think this game for the Chargers, because obviously the Colts storylines we've already talked about, this game for the Chargers against the Texans is kind of what the Texans game against the Chiefs is for them. The team that knocked them out of the playoffs, the team that embarrassed them, the team that's been their roadblock, can they overcome that roadblock?
Well, and I think that going back to like when we were making our predictions for the season and Jeremy's, going with 13, it's like when I started thinking about that, the good thing is if they would win 13 games. The bad thing is they still haven't proven they can beat the upper echelon of the AFC, because if the 13 wins involve losses against the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens and teams like that, then what have you really accomplished except for fool's gold? Because you're still who we thought you were until you can beat one, if not more, of those teams.
That sounds so cynical and like paranoid, delusional, not delusional, but just like beaten down fan. But I think you're right. Like if they went 13-4, but they lose to the Chiefs, they lose to the Ravens, they lose to the Bills, I think kind of like people would say about the Chargers, what I just talked about, like, yeah, but let's see what you do in the playoffs. I think people say, okay, 13-3, great. Probably means you get the bye. At least you're going to be in the contention for it. But let's see what you do against Josh Allen, Lamar, and Mahomes in the playoffs. Like, we'll believe it when you do it at that time.
This blue Kool-Aid drinking fan base, if you win 13 games, but if you don't beat those teams, there are going to be plenty coming out of the woodwork that are just saying, you've done nothing, so what?
You beat the Raiders, you beat the NFC South, or the Buccaneers, at least, from the NFC
But
South.
the big thing of that too, Brian, is how they lose. Like, how they lose to those teams will matter more than how they won the 13. Like, if you lose and get your doors blown off again by Baltimore, if you lose and it's in resounding fashion to the Chiefs and or the Bills, now that's all the focus is going to be, no matter how many wins you get in the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, because people are going to point at a softer schedule overall. I think they had the 14th easiest strength of schedule, which is middle of the pack, but still softer than last year. But number one, they're going to point to, okay, yeah, you had a great regular season, but you had an easy division.
Mm-hmm.
Like 6 of your games, in theory, in Jeremy's scenario, would be hand wrapped and gifted to you. So I think people would still but and get nitpicky with it.
Yeah, no, and I think that'll be extremely interesting to see. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and wrap up the show. We've got the car wreck of the day still. If you got a car wreck nomination you want to get to us, 713-780-3776. You can call that number, text that number, hit us up on social media. You texters are salty today. I like it. There's nothing wrong with that. We'll be back to wrap up the show. It's Brian and Joel. It's Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back without Branham. It is Brian and Blank before we get out of here at 6 o'clock and turn it back to Branham with Joe George and they're inside the Icebox Astros pod. We'll be getting to car wreck in a second, but that is indeed Hunter Brown's theme music. And boy, I heard Paul on the way in here say, regular season pitching matchups don't excite me. Like we were talking the other day in a break, and the minute that I saw this matchup scheduled for this Rangers-Astros season schedule, I was like, oh, man, that's like must-see TV. Jacob deGrom.
Stole the words out of my mouth. It's must-see
Jacob
TV
deGrom
tonight.
against Hunter Brown. Sign me up for all of that.
Look, I know we obviously crapped on Jacob deGrom a lot the last couple seasons because he can't stay healthy, but right now he is healthy, and he's been damn good this season.
He's 3-1 with a 276 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. His ERA has been very good, and I mean, speaking of ERA, who's been better than Hunter Brown? Practically nobody, if anybody. So
I mean,
this is as premier as it gets for a random Thursday in May.
Cannot wait for this one to kick off the first silver boot matchup of the series.
You have a prediction?
This one should be a good one. I'm going to go Hunter Brown, and the Rangers offense hasn't been great. I'm going to go Hunter Brown gives up 1 through 6 2/3, and the Astros win 3-1.
I'll take that. I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah, I'll take that.
So I will hope that is the case. All right, so let's hope for that as we get ready for Astros baseball tonight on TV on the Shin with our good friend and Friday guest Todd Callis, who maybe won't be as forthcoming with information tonight, but hopefully he'll have a lot more to talk about. And Blummer can call a home run or two. That would be great. Yeah. All right, so let's get to our car wreck of the day. Car wreck of the day as we always wrap up the show. Brian, I got a couple on my mind, but before that, what do you got for your car wrecks of the day? Brian?
Sorry, I was expecting you to go first. I was getting my audio ready.
Normally, if I'm taking over the A chair, I give you first opportunity and first crack at it.
All right, well, I guess I'll go ahead and have to nominate myself first for car wreck of the day for that silence. No, but my car wreck of the day nomination goes out to Tyler and Conroe, who, not for y'all's back and forth. I know there was some soft words being thrown around from time to time. Not for that, but for what you're about to hear in this clip where he did a no-no as far as I'm concerned. He self-glossed himself a certain nickname.
Piece of cake. All right, back out to the HRP listener line. Tyler, you're in the hive. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Tyler and Conroe, the man, the myth, the legend.
Self-proclaimed,
when
obviously.
I saw
Yeah.
One, when we just say Tyler and Conroe, don't have the first things come out of your mouth say, hey, guys, this is Tyler and Conroe. So that's one.
Yeah,
maybe,
get him, Brian.
Maybe that's just a pet peeve of mine for being in radio a long time. But if we say your name and city, and then you come in with your name and city or give us the dreaded first time, long time, I'm almost immediately checked out. But then to go past that and self-gloss with the man, the myth, the legend, when I don't think he's ever been a caller on the show, to my memory.
He's always texting.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Like, that was a bad moment for Tyler.
But we give him, and then he calls me soft because he thought I hung up on him before I responded.
That was me.
Like, come on, man. Like, we give you your pub and your run with your name on all your texts. You call in, but what we do on this show, I don't know if you ever missed it, caught it before and listening as much as you do. Once you give your take, and as horrible as it was, in my opinion, I get to respond to it. It's not like I'm trying to run from you. I'm here every freaking day.
Yeah, a peek behind the curtain, just the way this works. If you call in, unless you or Jeremy say hang on or something, like something to indicate the conversation is going to keep going. But if you just give your take and then go silent, and I hear Joel or Jeremy say thanks for the call, that is my cue to hang up.
Bye.
Yeah, because the idea is to keep it moving. They'll respond and then they'll move on to the next thing. But unless there's some sort of verbiage to say that this is an ongoing conversation, hang on, don't go anywhere, I'll let you respond after I say this, blah, 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 whatever. Then once you pause and they thank you for calling, then the phone line disconnects. Nothing personal. That's just the way radio works.
Peter texts in, ban that guy, the man, the myth, the legend. What the hell? But then hopefully he was kidding. He responded as well by saying, Peter K, the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Okay, now you could get yourself a steady dose of
that. Who texted that?
Peter.
Peter. Well, kudos to Peter, because that is the tagline of Bret the Hitman Hart.
Also, you'll allow that.
Yeah, a favorite of mine from 1990s WWF.
Okay, I'm going to nominate first and foremost Jaylen Brown last night. If you missed it, in the midst of a Celtics improbable win without having Jason Tatum, he went around a screen by Josh Hart and proceeded to not just hit, but hit and grab Hart in the jewels.
Yeah.
So much so that Hart's wife actually went on social media to respond.
He grabbed and twisted like he was opening up at a door. Like that was more than a Draymond Green nut check. That was something different. I don't know what's going on there.
Josh from Seabrook suggests everybody that suggested an NFL draft lottery. I'm totally good with that.
Yeah, I'm with that. I hated that take from Mike Greenberg.
Yes, the texter said he did it for the hitman for you, Brian, so you're happy with that. Caleb Williams, by the way, new book coming out written by his dad about the making of an NFL quarterback. And they reference multiple times how they wanted to be drafted by the Vikings or get to the Vikings, but they wanted to avoid the Bears. And, oh, look, he's the quarterback of Joe George's favorite team.
Okay. I have two problems with this. One, why are you writing a book about making an NFL quarterback 1 year into your career, a rookie season that wasn't even successful? And two, edit the damn book. Take that part out. Like,
seriously,
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, you have the editorial control. What the hell are you thinking, Dad?
Yeah, it wasn't like he was already on the presses when he got drafted.
Yeah, and it's not like his son's butt's already on the hot seat. I mean, come on, make it easier for the kid, not more difficult. All right, that'll do it for us. For Brian and Joel and Jeremy, who will all be back tomorrow, we're going to turn it over to Inside the Icebox with Joe and Jeremy next. Stay tuned. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.